Shepherding Humanity Chapter 530 to Chapter 578. Shangguan Man's veins were bulging. The azure path in front of him was a bit mysterious and too strange. He could only continue to hide in the dark and watch. After all, this was a grand event that belonged to the entire underworld. The battle pavilion was packed with people, so he had to observe from the dark to avoid any accidents. At this time, an old man was sitting in another arcade machine. Everyone killer? This person is too domineering. This white-haired old man looked very exaggerated. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs were bulging like Guan Yu's. He shouted loudly, "I'll kill whoever is alive, and I'll kill whoever is dead. My name is Kill, and there's no one I won't kill. This person is simply unimaginable." Why did this old man shout so exaggeratedly? With a loud shout, the crowd also gathered around curiously. When they saw him, they immediately knew why he was so excited. Although this character was domineering and murderous, the real reason for their shock was in his life poem. Kill and life, kill and death, kill and death, kill and death. Wasn't it just hinting at the underworld, even the dead? The crowd seemed to feel that with the life poems of peerless figures, every peerless existence's life seemed to be inextricably linked, pointing to the same event at that time. As they complemented each other, the plot and the truth continued to advance. Could it be that in the distant mythological era, the enemy these terrifying existences encountered was the underworld? They couldn't help but have goosebumps. This was very frightening. If it was true, then it was the shocking past of the 6 paths of reincarnation. These descendants, in the past hundreds of years, were all juniors who had developed in this short period of time. The 6 paths of reincarnation had once undergone a shocking change that they could not imagine, and this also led to the depths of the underworld, hell, to suppress a group of terrifying ancient gods. At the side, on a secret arcade machine, there were countless celestials gathered here. Xianxia, there's actually such a person. They were different from the others. When they chose this character, they didn't shout out, especially to attract the attention of others. Instead, the celestials secretly gathered together to communicate, because from his poem and name, it really caused people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. In their eyes, it was very strange. Was this person related to the ancient celestials? Was once the overlord of our celestial bloodline? Ruled the vast ancient heaven realm, and then abandoned the heavens? Then, he would attack the underworld alone and attack the 6 paths of reincarnation. Could it be that he wanted to remove his name from the book of life and death? He wanted to transcend all living things and not suffer in the cycle of reincarnation, ancient David Dao. Who knew how many years ago, during the primordial mythological era, what exactly happened? These extremely honorable celestials looked at each other, their hearts filled with fear and trepidation. He had never expected to see such a terrifying thing in the underworld. If this was reported to Emperor Yun, who ruled the heavens realm, then the entire heavens realm would be stirred up, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, they were already dead and had no way of telling the living. In the future, they would have to drink Granny Mang's soup and forget everything. How hateful. The Devas glanced at each other and gritted their teeth. The underworld allows us to learn about our past and present lives, but we can't take them away. It's the same in front of us. We know about ancient legends, as well as this shocking senior. But it can't be spread. They had already started to worship Xianxia as their idol, their ancestor from the ancient times. As celestials who had lived one life, they might be reincarnated into other 6 paths in the future, but they still had the glory and strong sense of belonging as celestials. Looking at the current situation of the poetic announcement, Xianxia should be the strongest among all the experts, even the leader. As expected of the celestial bloodline. Even in ancient times, it was us celestials who ruled the world. They were vaguely proud in their hearts. This was us celestials. Suddenly, a celestial's expression changed, as if he had thought of something. He couldn't help but exclaim, such an ancient celestial might not be able to trap him? Completely reduced to a puppet? It's very possible. They looked at each other, and with a glimmer of hope, they quickly ordered the surrounding celestials to surround the arcade machine and prevent others from approaching. After looking around and confirming that no one was paying attention to them, one of the celestials quickly leaned against the glass window of the arcade machine and looked at Xianxia, who was inside. "Senior. You don't need to pretend anymore. No one outside is looking here. We are the descendants of the Celestials. Do you need help? Qi Tiandi, who was inside, stood motionless with his hands behind his back, as if he didn't see anything. How should we save you? Please reply. They hurriedly knocked on the glass window of the arcade machine. They tried all kinds of methods, but after a few more attempts, they could only give up. Damn it. This kind of torture, we can't even communicate with him and will be suppressed forever. Maybe he has committed a terrible sin, which is why he ended up like this. A celestial who had a sense of pride for his race couldn't help but feel sad. They secretly communicated, and after a few struggles, they finally came up with a rescue plan. It seems that our strength is very weak. We can only try our best to carry more bricks and earn coins to play with Lord Qitiandi, so that he can atone for his sins and release his karma, so that he can be reincarnated. This is the only thing that we, the descendants, can do, help him escape from this endless hell as soon as possible. Play with Qitiandi more? Mengpa, who was hiding in the dark, widened her eyes. At this moment, she was completely dumbfounded. What kind of fancy hooking technique was this? She was completely speechless. It wasn't that she hadn't seen the internal structure. Behind the glass window were many strange parts and various metal plates. It was a very strange structure, and she couldn't understand the principles behind it. At this moment, it was noisy. The reaction of the entire combat pavilion this time was huge. From these suppressed ancient existences, they seemed to vaguely construct a terrifying prehistoric mythological era. At this moment, they were even more in awe of the mysteries of the underworld. They had a huge question in their hearts. How terrifying was His Majesty, who controlled reincarnation, to be able to single-handedly suppress all these ancient powerhouses in hell? To make them suffer so much, the height of such an existence was simply unimaginable. Mengpa had already stopped watching. Out of sight, out of mind. She sat alone at the bridge of helplessness and began to think about life. Although she knew that His Majesty was unfathomable, in front of her eyes. Why did His Majesty suddenly gain so much reputation while lying down? Mao Tiao was also watching in the dark. He was doing a live broadcast, and he was very satisfied. This was the style he wanted. The live broadcast room was also in an uproar. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. I can't take it anymore. Although these powerhouses are awesome, we can crush their intelligence. Ha 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 ha. Looking at their dumbfounded faces, I'm filled with a sense of accomplishment. I told you that this wave was worth it. Especially when a group of celestials knocked on the glass window as if they were visiting a prisoner. It was so funny. Mao Tiao also felt that the general trend was set. With the launch of the Arcade Expo, Fengdu's construction was basically over. In the future, they would find ways to carry bricks for coins. The background of the arcade game was very successful, and he was already very familiar with the live broadcast. My old friends, if you're enjoying yourself, send me a rocket and click 666. He aimed the camera at the entire hall where people were playing arcade games. It was very lively and full of a sense of accomplishment. But at this moment, the gloomy Mengpa slowly walked over. Mao Tiao shivered and hurriedly bowed. Your Excellency Mengpa, are you satisfied? Are you here to ask for Chapter 3781 of Muddle-Headed Ugly Wife? Your Majesty, please conduct yourself? I'm almost done, and I'll send it to you soon. Very good, I'll wait for you to send it over. Mengpa smiled faintly. Her smile was wrinkled and very creepy. Mao Tiao immediately had goosebumps, but he still lowered his head and smiled. But at this moment, Mengpa looked at the entire hall and continued to exclaim in shock. She said in a low voice, but I'm not here for the books. The so-called arcade machine launch conference in front of you has ended. His Majesty has summoned you. That person wants me to go over. Mao Tiao broke out in a cold sweat. These days in Underworld, it wasn't that he didn't know about the existence of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He was very mysterious. Was he going to meet the highest NPC in the entire online game? Why did he suddenly want to meet me? Could it be that he was messing around with the ancient myths and history of Underworld and was about to die? I've gone too far. He's going to settle the score with me. Mao Tiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and secretly sent a message. Brothers in the live broadcast room, send me some gifts so that I can muster up the courage to broadcast the highest and most mysterious legendary existence. This might be my last live broadcast. He was already prepared for the worst. Follow me. Mengpa trembled as she bent her back and slowly walked towards the Samsara temple. Celestial realm. Holy light shone on the white cloudy mountain. A majestic celestial being sat on a throne and looked down. Recently, the rules and order of heaven and earth seem to be a little off. The number of people with talents has become rare. Could it be that the world of the dead has undergone a drastic change? Your Majesty. Yun Zhongjuan took a deep breath. That is indeed the case. Not only us celestials, but I've also entered the human realm and animal realm. It's the same situation. The world is changing. What should we do? Emperor Yun found it hard to believe. Celestial realm, animal realm, and mortal realm had a large decrease in people born recently. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of the reason for the change. The world is changing, the three realms are in chaos. There must be something strange in the underworld of Samsara. Maybe there is a demon affecting the order of reincarnation? Could it be related to Xianxia? After all, we investigated the three realms and found that he hasn't reincarnated. And our celestials who died in recent years haven't reincarnated either. Who knows what they are doing in the underworld now? Even if Xianxia has ulterior motives, our clansmen will definitely stop him in the world of the dead. No matter what, we can only wait. Emperor Yun sat high up and took a deep breath. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. He could only passively deal with the disaster. Samsara Temple. Suji sat on the black dragon throne and looked at the construction of a huge and vast city. Fengdu alone was comparable to the territory of a country in the mortal domain. Building this online game world is just as I imagined. I don't need to do anything myself. These players will arrange the main city and all kinds of buildings. They have always had this hobby and are very fanatical. At this moment, the arcade game and novels had completely pulled people into the underworld. The living beings weren't in a hurry to reincarnate. They participated in the infrastructure of the underworld. The vast city of Fengdu, the first big city, was built. But there was no hurry. He would wait until the underworld was built. Suji sat on the throne and looked into the distance. He said softly, as for them being completely addicted to online games? Novels? Just drink a bowl of mangpa soup and throw them into the reincarnation cycle. They can be reincarnated. This might be the best way to treat internet addiction. Anyway, these accounts were useless, and they could just start from scratch. While Suji was thinking, Mengpa had already walked into the Samsara temple. She bowed and said respectfully, Your Majesty, the living being of the Azure Tao is already waiting outside. Call him in. Suji lowered his gaze and sat up. Yes, Mengpa said hoarsely. Not long after, Mao Hopping walked in. He looked a little nervous and quickly bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. He couldn't help but look up from the corner of his eyes. It was as if the supreme existence that controlled the cycle of reincarnation was shrouded in a hazy divine light. He couldn't see the figure clearly. He could only vaguely see the black dragon robe of the King of Hell, with a dragon crown on his head. He looked very much like the King of Hell in the ancient myths. However, the rules of this world were the 6 paths of reincarnation. It wasn't like the 10 kings of hell in the Huaxia myths. They were high-level immortals who were in charge of working, but they were defeated by a monkey with a stick. There was only one such existence in this world. The one who controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation was the only supreme existence. Suji sat on the throne and looked at the tree with shifty eyes. He only said softly, Azure Tao, do you know why I summoned you here? Mao Hopping hurriedly said, It should be about Fengdu. He wasn't stupid. He avoided the topic, not mentioning the arcade game or novels at all. Suji couldn't be bothered to argue with this fellow, so he went straight to the point. Your strange machine structure is quite interesting. Mao Hopping immediately calculated in his mind. Saying it was very interesting, and from his tone, it seemed that he wasn't going to make an example out of himself. He heaved a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, it's not bad. Your subject is willing to go through water and tread on fire to build Fengdu. I see. Suji sat high up and said calmly, there's no need to be too restrained. Everything is up to you. It's just that the characters you build will have flaws to the world. Sooner or later, you have to expose them. Why don't I help you by truly awakening all the characters in the machine and condensing them into living beings? Each and every one of them will be suppressed in hell. Mayhopping's eyes instantly widened. F*CK, not only is he not going to arrest me to punish me, but he's going to help me fill in the hole. His breathing quickened. Could this be the reward for this hellish mission? He thought about how the arcade game he built had really turned into 18 levels of arcade hell, and he was going to help him make this history the real history of hell in the eyes of the people. He was extremely excited. This was indeed an existence who controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. Creating life was on a level comparable to Nuwa. He was definitely a super boss who was unimaginably terrifying. However, at this moment, the live broadcast room exploded. What the hell are you excited about? Don't think that this is a reward for the mission. If it were me, I would just kill the donkey after it's no longer useful. Why would I give such a huge reward? There's definitely something wrong with this reincarnated Yama King. Yes, he's perfectly fine. Why would he help you fabricate history to make up for hell's history? Then where did the real history of hell go before that? That's right. Even we feel that there's something strange about the whole of hell. There's nothing now, and yet they're trying to rebuild it. Could it be that they've really experienced a great war of destruction, and he wants to use the player's fabricated history to cover up hell's past history? This NPC is a big problem. Oh my god, he can't be a villain, right? Like Dickie? Dickie? Can't afford to offend him, can't afford to offend him. Countless people started discussing. This game was so realistic, so they had to think about it normally. It looked like they were helping Mayhopping and spending a lot of effort, but in reality, they were probably trying to use fake history to cover up the real history. However, what if it was another ultimate villain on the level of Dickie? Then they really didn't want to mess with him. Previously, a group of players had come up with a flawless plan, but Dickie had hung them up and beaten them up. The moment he came up, he learned the 9 revolutions mysterious art that you guys had worked so hard to come up with. What should they do? They had no idea. Facing the mastermind behind the scenes, they still had a deep psychological trauma. Mayhopping couldn't react in time, but the crazy discussion in the livestream suddenly made him shudder. Looking at the mysterious emperor high above the Samsara temple, he suddenly felt that he had been involved in some mysterious conspiracy. Perhaps it was a hidden quest. Fabricating history, the goal was basically to cover up the previous history. This was undeniable. Suji only smiled. He knew that they would definitely make up stories like this. He really didn't underestimate their imagination, but he didn't care. He said majestically, build those machines into the real Hell's Gate, and let the objects inside become real living things. Are you confident? Yes. Mayhopping answered quickly. After all, it was a bargain. Regardless of the consequences, he would take it first. Then it'll be fine, Suji said calmly. Mayhopping was scared witless. He really wanted to be in cahoots with them. To fabricate history with this existence, a fake ancient myth, to deceive the entire hell. He couldn't help but say, if that's the case, then should I add some more history to perfect it? Or use some novels, publish the Samsara daily, and write biographies of those people. That's more like the real history. No need. Suji only shook his head faintly. His voice was cold as he sat on the high ground. Instead, he warned, that's enough for now. The more things in the world are supplemented, the more flaws they will have. What we're doing now is enough. They will make their own deductions and supplement their own flaws, and there will be no flaws at all. After all, it's all their own imagination. Mayhopping was shocked. Just give them an initial setting and let them fill in the gaps on their own. This is both simple and without fatal flaws. After thinking about the meaning, he couldn't help but feel that it was very profound. It seemed that this existence was extremely mysterious, very experienced, and familiar. He must have done this kind of thing often. Perhaps this is the legendary emperor's mind. Mayhopping was impressed. At this moment, it was like a wake-up call. Many people in the live broadcast room thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. No matter how much they added to the history, there would always be loopholes. This was because the fake would always be fake, and the best way was to let them fill in the gaps in their own minds in the mystery. The biggest advantage of doing this was not just convenience. Even if there were loopholes, they would only think that they were wrong. Don't underestimate him. His Majesty of the Samsara Temple is obviously a very smart person. This move is very simple, but we didn't expect it. Ha ha ha. He learned another move. But no matter how smart he is, he won't expect millions of viewers in our livestream to watch him. Yeah. So what if he's smart? We can crush him in terms of dimensions. I'm so proud of that. Everyone in the livestream was watching. Because the first NPC of this online game had appeared, the world was completely laid out. Ding. Record those who scold me in my notebook. He tipped a super rocket. Thank you, Dad, for your tipping. Catapult was shocked and quickly thanked him for the gift. The first reward was a super rocket. He was obviously a rich man, so he quickly sucked up to him. After all, after the online game, the market price of meditation coins had skyrocketed. It had reached $5 for one meditation coin, which was equivalent to $10,000 of real money. Thank you, Tycoon. Tycoon, you're awesome. You're giving me a super rocket. Tycoon, do you need anything? A bunch of people in the livestream were thanking the host on his behalf. Suji sat at a high place and watched the livestream quietly. He was still very calm even after the reward. This was the reward for establishing Fundu Necropolis. He said to Cat Hop, Azura Path, you can continue to force it. Leave the matter of injecting souls into it to me. Catapult was shocked again. He quickly bent down and exclaimed, don't I need to make some machine modifications to turn each arcade machine into a real Hell's Gate to imprison each character? No need. Just do what you usually do, Suji said. Catapult fell silent, his face full of disbelief. What kind of mysterious method was this? He could turn the entire arcade machine into a real Hell's Gate without his help and turn the fictional characters into real living beings. This is too unruly. Does he understand electronics and machinery? Does he understand computer circuits? How can he just talk about it? What system is it? Void creation system? The entire livestream room exploded again. This was incredible. It was like someone suddenly telling you, I can turn you into a brick. This was completely illogical. Biological cells and bodies were different. You couldn't imagine the principle behind it. Let's go. Suji sent Catapult back and ignored the dumbfounded crowd in the live broadcast room. Yes. There were countless doubts in Mao Tiao's mind, but he did not dare to ask any questions. He could only retreat quietly. After Mao Pao left, Mengpa was bewildered. Shangguan Man was actually not as surprised as the players about the creation of creatures out of thin air. His Majesty was mysterious and had earth-shattering power for a long time. He had adjusted time before, so it was not strange that he could create gods and living creatures out of thin air. However, at this time, he was using a false history to cover up the main text of history, which contained an extremely terrifying meaning. She couldn't help but take a step forward. Your Majesty. Is this really history? It's to use this as the history of Fengdu to increase the richness of the underworld. Suji smiled and said to Shangguan Man, the flow of people in the underworld will become more and more crowded. The Yellow Springs Road is congested, so there must be a ghost city in Fengdu. It's only common sense to let them live there and line up. Simply put, it was like waiting in line at a bank. Understood. Mengpa nodded and stopped asking questions. She was a smart person. His Majesty trusted her, so he would naturally tell her. If he didn't believe her, it would be useless to ask. However, this doubt in her heart turned into a thorn that was deeply rooted in her heart. Was His Majesty hiding the history of the past? Was he a mastermind behind the scenes who crossed the ages and slaughtered mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Or was he the one who destroyed the world of the past? Perhaps this terrible truth was very important to outsiders, but in her heart, it was not important. She was not a hero. She did not care about etiquette and morality, nor did she care about the whole world. She grew up at the bottom of society and had seen too many evil people who had killed countless people. Which expert was not cruel and merciless? She only knew that she had been taken away by His Majesty from the mortal world, escaped from a bitter life, and was reborn. She would always choose to stand on His Majesty's side and become the sharpest knife in His Majesty's hand. So what if she killed everyone in the world? However, she still had some regrets in her heart. His Majesty did not trust her completely and hid the history of the past, allowing the Azure Path to help shape the new history. She felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Your Majesty, Mengpa will take her leave. Xianxia Man stood up and took a deep breath to calm her emotions. After all, she had just followed him, so it was normal for her not to trust him. In the future, she would work hard to earn his trust. Xianxia Man said again, with the establishment of the battle pavilion, the general situation of Fengdu's construction will be completely fanatical in order to obtain coins. The construction of Fengdu is no longer hindered, and I plan to use this period of leisure to recruit more people in the mortal world. Go. Suji smiled, and Mengpa took her leave. In the blink of an eye, there was no one in the Samsara temple. As for not following the rules and directly creating living characters in the arcade, this was actually very simple, because the attribute of the eccentrics did not follow the rules, or in a sense, they created the rules. They were a kind of rule phenomenon in the level 9 world. Take Qi Tiandi as an example. The general characteristics were, Qi Tiandi was a character who lived in the arcade and was trapped. The eccentrics would directly accept their own settings, and they would rely on the wisdom of all living beings to develop their spiritual intelligence. In their own eyes, they were gods who were suppressed in ancient times and trapped in hell. And now, perhaps, I really have to be the villain for once. Suji smiled and sat on the throne. His gaze was indescribable. Suppress ancient gods, monopolize the entire 6 paths of reincarnation, and dictate heaven and earth. The gourmet world was his most special sand table, because this world was in his inner world. In the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the living beings in it were naturally not allowed to be of a higher realm than the deity himself. Suji was a celestial emperor, so he could not accommodate a god in his body. The appearance of a god would tear him apart. He did not want to be the first existence to cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art and be blown to death by himself. That would be too funny. Therefore, this world was currently not allowed to give birth to gods. And because of the characteristics of reincarnation, there was no need to cherish talents. Their existence was just a big dream. The peerless celestial emperors of any era would be harvested like straw, and then reincarnated again. They could also improve and accumulate talent. After all, rather than letting them stay in the celestial emperor realm, it was better to die and recultivate. They would go through the same reincarnation a few times, and their talent would be enhanced, and they would have more experience and energy feedback from a few celestial emperors. This was the right way. Destroy all living beings, dictate the ages. In this world, there can be celestial emperors, but no gods. Any god will be suppressed in hell forever. Mengpa had just walked out of the Samsara temple when she heard this distant and spacious divine language. She felt her body shake, and the world was spinning. Rumble, her mind was struck by thunder, her soul was about to explode, her body was about to explode, and her 5 senses were about to explode. A terrifying chill quickly swept through her body, and every cell was screaming in fear. Her eyes widened. So that's how it is. Our world was. Actually. In the previous era of the underworld, there must have been a terrible change in the world, and all the subordinates of the underworld died. No wonder even people like me had to be recruited again, but in the next second, there was a flash of silence in her eyes. His Majesty was deliberately revealing this to her, and this was the greatest trust. Her previous confusion suddenly became clear, as if the layers of fog had been pushed aside. It feels so good to be trusted. She touched her cheeks, and there were some tears. She clenched her fists, turned around, and said to the Samsara temple word by word, I will become the sharpest knife in His Majesty's hands. Suji sent Mengpa away calmly. He also knew that the depression in her heart had been resolved, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was already very good at being a chicken soup mentor, helping others to relieve their worries and dispel the depression of their Taoist heart. Previously, Medusa, Dicky, and Carolyn were all like this. As an expert who stood at a high position, most of them were proud. After thousands of years, they would eventually be at a loss. As a spiritual mentor, he had to help them continue to pursue the truth. This might be a very important job for the god of creation. After all, working was too tiring. Just like those internet employees who worked for their boss 996 every day, they had to work day in and day out to earn money for their boss, and they had to be spurred on. Like an exhausted old ox, they would eventually be physically and mentally exhausted and confused after working for a long time. Such large companies often had a set of very mature response plans. Generally, they would have a counseling room on a certain floor to conduct psychological counseling for their employees, so that they could continue to work, shine for the company, and sacrifice their hairline. You don't say. From this point of view, the principle seems to be the same. He suddenly laughed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What was he thinking about? He felt that he was thinking beyond the heavens. He could not help but come back to his senses and looked at the empty Samsara temple. I still have to get down to business. After a moment. It's time to start. He stood up and floated to the vast samsara of intertwining black and white light. With a wave of his hand, some Rubik's cubes appeared. It was the 10,000 Rubik's cubes that he had previously created. The current character arcade machine only has about 200. I'll use 200 first. He stretched out his hand slightly. Whoosh, countless blank transparent thoughts drifted away and poured into the distant arcade machines. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, no one noticed that something was slowly growing and converging. In this way, there really are people imprisoned in the arcade machines. It's really an arcade machine hell. In a sense, a square-shaped arcade machine is like a statue of a deity in a temple. They worship, burn incense, and make offerings in front of the arcade machine so that the spirit in the statue of a deity is born and enlightened. There were no gods in the temples of the world, but when there were more believers, there would be gods. All that's left is to wait. In the future, the dead will line up at the Yellow Springs path and wait in Fengdu. They can also play arcade games to kill time, train their combat skills, and increase the output of faith, which will greatly increase the efficiency. Organizing the rules of a world was naturally a little more complicated. Suji was satisfied with such a perfect setting and the gamers messing around. After all, it was a good ending. The dark and mysterious history that the players fabricated with those characters was very much in line with Suji's intentions. That was because he really did want to monopolize an entire era, forbidding anyone from becoming a deity. This was the greatest limitation of the current world of gourmet cuisine. However, he couldn't become a god now, so it wouldn't cause any reaction. After a period of time, there would be more heavenly emperors, and the era would be glorious. Some heavenly emperors would start to touch the 8th rank, and they would think of ways to break through, and they would become very restless. Perhaps, those fictitious ancient history would become reality in the future. Who knew? The 6 paths of reincarnation was ultimately a new world in the process of being molded, and everything was unknown. But it was clear that the special structure of the 6 paths of reincarnation was constantly reborn, and it came with its own talents. Moreover, the talents were getting stronger and stronger, replacing the effects of genes and bloodlines, allowing the civilization of this world to develop extremely quickly. In just 300 years, there were already many heavenly emperors. Although the speed of their civilization's development surpassed that of the barren world by a large margin, they were far inferior to the black technology of the Xianxians. It couldn't be compared. The Xianxians all had supercomputers, and they could connect to each other, using their supercomputing power to jointly deduce all things in the world. In their eyes, the universe could have no secrets. The Protoss, who were known to have cheats, had now completely become the creator Protoss, hiding in a parallel universe, the ancient lava region, and began to set the parameters of that universe, the rules of the world, and create continents. But this history isn't interesting enough. Suji's brows suddenly twitched, and he smiled. Why don't I also create a character, suppressed and tortured in hell? I can totally try to input a piece of memory as a foundation, and combine it with the incense of all living beings, and see what kind of unknown character I create. After all, many arcade games had hidden characters and mysterious Easter eggs. Then, this hidden character will occasionally take the place of a chosen opponent and appear in the battle, starting to fight with you. He will appear and disappear like a ghost, wandering in various arcades, and the probability of him appearing is about 1 in 100 billion. After all, these guys are too fanatical, and their hands are too fast. They can play tens of thousands of times a day, and that's how they'll be discovered decades later. And it's just decades. For these people who can easily go up to hundreds of years, it's nothing at all in the concept of time for the strong. One session of closed-door training is enough. He suddenly became interested, and with a wave of his hand, he grabbed a transparent thought and inserted an opening scene. This was an image he created using the programming software in his brain on the hard drive. Moreover, he used the magical technology of the Xianxians, the computing power of the demon core brain. He himself was a supercomputer, and the CG special effects he created were naturally much more realistic than the pixels of the players. Title: Ju Wuxian. As a special hidden character, there was no poetic announcement, but an even more unique opening scene of light and shadow. In the darkness, the sky fell and the earth cracked. I shall reverse the 6 paths and become a true god. Today is the day. An angry roar tore open the dark universe in the resplendent light. In the long years I've laid dormant in a prehistoric era, waiting until today to usher in a brilliant era. In this era, I'll join forces with the geniuses of this era, and I'll take out the true name of reincarnation. I'll only fight for this era, not for the next one. This era will not be defeated again. The roar was endless, and it had the spirit to look down on the world. After an unknown amount of time, endless rain of blood sprinkled the entire world. The great Tao was extinguished, and the people were suppressed to death by the blood. Even the vast reincarnation was faintly cracked. This was a prehistoric person who achieved Tao, and he was on the verge of collapse. No, I can't accept this. No living being in this world can break free from this shackle, jump out of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and become a true god. Even you can't become a true god in this state. The world was completely silent, and there were no living beings. After an unknown amount of time, a faint voice came from the void. Before I became a god, there were no gods in the world. Whoosh, the opening scene of the character finished playing, and it was quite satisfactory. It turned into a blurry light and flew out, entering the arcade, and became the most mysterious hidden character. On the other side, Cat Hop was in a daze. He didn't even know how he walked out of the Samsara temple. When he came to his senses, he was already back at the battle pavilion. Another group of people was bustling about, controlling machines to kill each other in high spirits. Am I going to be in cahoots with them? Distorting history. I feel like I'm in big trouble. That mysterious existence, no one knows what he's thinking. Everything is hidden in the fog, and only he knows the past of the world. Cat Hop shook his head forcefully. This was probably because he had joined some NPC camp and had started to fabricate history to deceive the world. All in all, it wasn't a loss now, although he didn't know what would happen in the future. After all, deceiving the masses and covering up the poneglyph of history felt terrifying. Although this online game was an online game, the players were more willing to put in effort and treat it as a second person. He started to check an arcade machine. It feels like nothing has happened, but something has happened. Are these characters really starting to come to life? This existence is too mysterious. It's hard to fathom. This online game's world setting is indeed profound and mysterious. I guess it's triggered the follow-up plot of the Fengdu mission, covering up the poneglyph of history. Next, the game development team definitely won't let us down. At this time, the online game had only been open for a day. A full 24 hours had passed, but the heated discussion had already spread across the internet. After all, too many things had happened. It's only the first day, and Yuan Xinhua and Bai Xiaojun gave birth to an Emmy, chubby little tree son. His whole body is emerald green. No wonder it's the color of love. He's super cute. I love him so much. As expected, only the same sex can have true love. Let's start with me. Ha 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 ha, I heard that they were captured. That mantis tasted the sweetness and let them continue to give birth. Now that the eldest child has appeared, will the 7th child be far away? Just waiting for the number to be enough to save Grandpa. Laughing emoji. At the same time, the other main storyline, the novel, the arcade, and a bunch of dead people have already been established. 2 main storylines, that's awesome. It was only the first day, and so many big things had happened. Many people couldn't help but be excited as they watched the excitement. One day in the real world was 1 year in the game's hell and animal realms, and this was still in the player's world. 10 years in the mortal realm, and 100 years in the celestial realm. However, more than 3,000 of the 6,000 players have been eliminated. On the second day, there are only slightly more than 2,000 people left. It couldn't be helped. This game had a very anti-human setting, there was a game time limit, and players could only stay online for up to 8 hours a day. At other times, he could only forcefully log off. During this period of time, he had to find a safe place to hide. As expected of a game that loved learning and guided health. The anti-addiction mechanism was very traditional online games. In the past, the players of the gourmet world worked in groups. They would take turns to log in and have someone protect them. This was fine. In real life, they would eat and sleep. But now, after they went offline, they wouldn't be able to take care of each other. At this moment, it was already early in the morning of the second day. Someone was summarizing the first day of the game. A host was broadcasting. As we can see, 8 hours have passed, which is 4 months in the game. Today's game time has ended. I guess the first wave of quitting has appeared. Even though everyone had made preparations in advance, taking the opportunity to find a place to log off for the next 4 months, when they woke up the next day, it was still equivalent to 8 months in the game. It was too long, and the number of players had decreased by 30%. Many of them have been dug out and eaten by wild animals. It's very cruel, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. In fact, although they would be offline for 8 months, they didn't have to worry about starving to death in 8 months. This was because the gourmet world had a way to deal with it. When they went offline, the time flow of their characters would be adjusted back to the time flow of their characters. I'm done for. I really envy the players in Spore Evolution. Unlike the wizard community and the gourmet world, there is an anti-addiction mechanism, then you guys should write a thesis. It can't be helped. This is a game open to the public. It's good enough that we can play. If we can't stay online, who can we blame? I also think that the anti-addiction mechanism of being online for a maximum of 8 hours a day is reasonable. Do you want to die in real life? Of course you have to eat and sleep. Playing for 8 hours a day is already all the free time of the day. Sleeping for 8 hours, eating and bathing for 2 hours, right? You have to go out and exercise for a few hours, right? Someone analyzed rationally. In short, everyone was discussing. Although they had made sufficient preparations on the first day, many people still died because they were not familiar with the game. It was the first time they played this kind of virtual reality online game. When they went offline, they didn't disappear on the spot but slept on the spot, which was very real. Another point was that everyone logged in at the same 6 hours on the first day. Even if they met each other, they would still go offline at the same time. There was no one to guard the corpses, which led to an extremely high death rate. The second day began. The players in groups had already begun to discuss that they would take turns to go online. The 24 hours were divided into 3 periods, which should greatly reduce the death rate. Personally, I think we should build a city on the Animal Road. Yes, gather ambitious people and build a city together. The city will be very safe, and we can sleep in peace. Yes, the players can't rest in the wilderness, it's too risky. Gather to build a city and we can buy land. Cough cough cough, in the end, we are really addicted to building a city. The Fingdu over there hasn't been built yet, but it's definitely a milestone for us players. If we gather together to build a city and continue to develop, we can counterattack somewhere and save a family of 3. Then, our Azura path will rise and become one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. We'll be a huge force, and a player catastrophe will appear. Happy, the players started to discuss. Although they could only play for 4 months a day, they were still very happy. They were also filled with anticipation. As one of the rising 6 paths, Azura path would build a force that belonged to the players in this primitive world. On the other side, 10 years had passed in the mortal world, but 100 years had passed in the celestial path. In the past 100 years, the heavenly path had suffered a great blow. The heavenly path was sparsely populated, and the most difficult thing was that their time flowed very quickly, causing their newborns to be unable to replenish. After 100 years, they couldn't make ends meet, and their combat power began to decrease greatly. In the short span of a year in the Naraka path, the Fengdu was almost completed. The general outline of the city had been built, but the streets and facilities still needed to be carefully crafted, and the manpower required was not as much. A group of people began to be forced to reincarnate. 393 years. It had been more than 70 years since Emperor Xianxia wielded his sword and the Xiao nation was destroyed. After recuperating, the mortal realm had gradually recovered. After a period of time, Li Sanqing had also waited for the person he had been waiting for, Suing Luo. It's time to bid farewell. Zhang Xiao was very pleased that Li Sanqing didn't indulge in it. After all, the recent novels were very tempting. They talked about the era where after the death of the alchemy emperor, his disciples Ermin and Medusa began to fight against the evil god Cthulhu. Go. Zhang Xiao smiled. I hope that the combat skills you have trained can become instinctive in your next life. Li Sanqing nodded and held the hand of the woman beside him. With a light leap, he jumped into the cycle of reincarnation. They looked at each other. In this life, Luo, we must be together for real. It was pitch black. Wah wah wah, somewhere in a wealthy family, a loud cry could be heard. Outside the house, Minister Li asked anxiously, is it a boy or a girl? It's a boy. He actually has talent. A voice came from the house. Minister Li was instantly overjoyed. In this era, having talent was a relatively rare thing. He entered the house and looked at the child. He couldn't help but laugh. Everyone, what do you think the name of the son should be? A boy? San. Sheng. The child spat out 2 words in a very strange manner, as if there were some scattered fragments flashing past. Birth anomaly? Ha ha ha. That person should be called Li Sanqing. In the following years, Minister Li began to dote on his son. He believed that he was talented and would definitely lead the family to prosperity. In just a short 5 to 6 years, the boy had completely changed everyone's understanding of him. He was a genius child prodigy. I keep feeling that I need to do something, find something. The jade-like Li Sanqing was always sitting on the stone steps. His chubby hands would support his cheeks, looking very cute. He frowned and thought for a long time. Suddenly, an inexplicable scene appeared in his mind. That's right. It's a novel. There are also some special martial techniques. Huh. External form, Nirvana fall. He made a cool movement on the spot. A cool flame appeared in his hand. He immediately calmed down. So this is what I was looking for. He was very satisfied. This child couldn't help but return to his house. He began to write a novel. He didn't do it for money. Instead, he quietly spread it. It seemed to be driven by his interest. In just a few years, some special novels spread to some places. Some of the contents even vaguely described the world after death. There was the Bridge of Nirvana, the Yellow Springs Road, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. He named it, Underworld. At this moment, the mysterious concept of underworld slowly spread in the world for the first time. The world of the living was unable to remember the world after death. This caused many people in this world to form a common sense. Birth was the starting point, and death was the end. This was a straight line. It was called life, and this was everyone's traditional concept of the world. But now, someone actually told them that this was not a straight line, but a circle formed by a line. Over and over again. An eternal circle. And this circle was called reincarnation. Reincarnation stands eternally in the underworld and dominates the life and death of all living things in the world. Death is not the end. Reincarnate and become a human again. Even a celestial emperor cannot break free from reincarnation. In a dark room inside a large hall in the Wu Kingdom, a dignified middle-aged emperor wearing a dragon robe knelt slightly in front of an old man who was as thin as a skeleton. Patriarch, this is all the information we've collected. Is that all? A hoarse voice came from the darkness. The old man in the shadows was silent for a long time. It was obvious that his heart was extremely unsettled. Yes. The middle-aged man said, "This news is said to have originated from a novel that no one knew the author had written. However, no one could find the original version. The author seemed to be deliberately hiding his identity." The old man took a deep breath. "Go and check the history of the human race. Use the power of the entire country to collect all the information on talent. See if there are a large number of people with the same talent and history and appeared in different eras to verify the theory of reincarnation." "Yes," the dignified middle-aged emperor said solemnly, "if this is true, then the world will change." His patriarch was an extremely powerful quasi-emperor back then. He established a country of the human race and participated in the terrifying epic war of the Shao Kingdom. Everyone thought that he was already dead, but in fact, he was still alive and broke through to the Celestial Emperor realm at the last moment. However, he was too old and his injuries were too severe. Even after breaking through to the Celestial Emperor realm, his battle strength could not compare to those of the same level. He could only hang on to his life and struggle at death's door. He was afraid of death, so he chose to hibernate and wanted to hold on for a period of time for the human race. Suddenly, someone in front of him told him that there was another world after death. It gripped his heart tightly, as if his entire worldview had been ruthlessly shattered. Motherf ** King Human King, Xianxia, are you also in the world of the dead? The old man's gaze was filled with vicissitudes as he recalled the saber god Xianxia who brandished his saber at the heavens. His body was tall and sturdy, and his black hair draped over his shoulders. This was the man who he respected the most, a man of great talent and strategy. If he's there, he'll definitely be in the world of the dead as well. He'll be thinking of ways and means to benefit the human race. Could it be that you're the one who sent this message? The Celestial Tao. This subject cannot find anything. Yun Zhongjuan took a deep breath, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "It has been widely spread, but I can't find the source." Emperor Yun's eyes were deep, but he did not speak. This matter was originally only known by the celestial realm. If the mortal realm also learned of this, then they would lose a great advantage in intelligence. And this information that had been passed down from the mortal world was actually countless times more specific than what they, the Celestials, had. They only guessed that the dead had a world and would be reincarnated, but they didn't know about the underworld, the Yellow Springs Road, reincarnation, Granny Mang, the black and white impermanence, and other terrifying things. "Continue to investigate," he said. "In this world, there are countless innate talents. Since they can be transmitted to the land of the living, they must have talent, and they must be someone who can remember that world. This person will be the person with the fate of the entire 6 paths of reincarnation. The Beast Path." The huge difference in the flow of time also allowed the players of the Beast Path to rise. At the same time, the other mortal realms and celestial realms were rapidly changing with each passing day. Very soon, after the construction of Fengdu was completed, talented people began to be born again. An animal raised a flag high up, showing off its might. "Brothers, let's start working. News has come from the internal broadcast room of Fengdu. They have already begun to reincarnate. We will go and find those talented people who have been born, and then carefully nurture them. After all, whichever world has more talented people, that world will rise. This is the advantage of the Beast Path. Because the Beast Path is the lowest level, it has the most reincarnated living beings. Our resources are the greatest. But the flow of time in the other worlds is faster than ours. We have to surpass the other 2 paths, and we have to work 10 times, 100 times harder to surpass them." Many people knew that this was easier said than done. The other higher dimensional civilizations all reduced their dimensions. This kind of situation was equivalent to the 3 higher dimensional civilizations descending to crush you at any time. It was very difficult to resist. However, this was exactly what they were interested in. A group of people began to discuss. Those who obtained talented people would obtain the world. They began to quickly find those living beings with natural talents and nurture them with good intentions. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, snatching talents was a big key. At this moment, the entire world was in an uproar. Reincarnation has been established, Fengdu has been perfected, and all 3 paths are advancing at the same time. It's very lively. A new era is about to begin, and it's completely on the right track. Suji walked in the supermarket with a calm expression. In front of the counter, he used his phone to scan the code to pay. He bought some daily necessities. After all, it was different from the other sand table worlds. He did not need to be in the orchard all the time to keep an eye on it. The advantage of the 6 paths of reincarnation was that no matter where he went, he could observe and enter at any time. Speaking of which, the 6 paths of reincarnation are reincarnating in my stomach. It's like a temple of the 5 organs. He helplessly scratched his head and laughed. The material world of the Dantian, and when the time comes, I'll create a thinking world in my mind. 1 up and 1 down, 1 material and 1 illusory. Am I really going to become Pengu and become the incarnation of the universe? This cultivation route that uses multiple sand tables to deduce seems to be quite heaven-defying. However, calculating the time, the dream was beautiful, but it was still quite far away. This system was too exaggerated. If several heaven-defying cultivation techniques were combined together, he would be the second Medusa. His cultivation speed was as slow as a tortoise's. Here are your things. The female cashier was a little shy. She blushed and wanted to say something but stopped. Behind them, some girls in the queue were chattering. Ha ha ha, she's blushing. If it were me, I would also panic. What kind of godly face is this? I can also speak nervously. My little heart can't stop beating. It can't be some new idol, right? We also have a big star here? They chattered as if they wanted to come up and strike up a conversation, but they were a little ashamed and self-abased, feeling that they had been dealt a blow. That kind of indifferent temperament formed an aura, as if isolating them outside, giving them the illusion that it was very difficult to approach. Suji's hearing was sensitive, and he understood those whispers. He directly carried the things out of the supermarket to avoid causing more chaos. He quickly reacted. I have not come out for too long. After breaking through to Celestial Emperor, my life level jumped, and the ordinary appearance that was previously concealed has been restored. The reason why he had forgotten was that he had already instinctively ignored the appearance of living beings. This was also related to his current vision. The experts he saw were basically all handsome men and beautiful women, including quasi-emperors and celestial emperors. The stronger the expert, the more perfect their physique. Once he was used to it, he would treat it as normal. Even the group of muscular female nobles were youthful and cute on the surface, with slender waists and long legs. They could even act cute to you, which was very deceptive. The dense winter sunlight sprinkled on the street, somewhat warm, and there were pedestrians on both sides. It seems that I have to adjust my appearance again when I go back. The temperament and aura of a celestial emperor in a street full of mortals have a great impact, and it is not a good thing to stay at home all day. I have already stayed in the orchard for nearly 3 months, so I have to go shopping more. It is not a good thing to be always cooped up. Suji walked on the street, his brows flashing. As for making a few new friends in reality, traveling, shopping, karaoke, and so on, he had no thoughts at all, because there was already a huge gap between him and ordinary people, and it was destined to be difficult to integrate. Although, strictly speaking, even if he entered the sand table to study, he was not even 100 years old, a very young celestial emperor. However, speaking of taking a walk to relax, it is also time for me to use reincarnation and go to the sea of stars in the universe to take a walk. Suji walked on the bustling commercial street, carrying a pile of white supermarket plastic bags of napkins, toothbrushes, and toothpaste, and looked up at the vast sky. He had gone to the supermarket to get some travel supplies, such as toothbrushes, to explore the solar system, and to see if he could find a suitable place to build a sand table or develop something in the future. He had only set out now because the mechanical armor had not been completed. They were all 600,000 first-order Rubik's Cubes. In a vacuum, they were as fragile as paper and would explode in an instant. However, 3 days had passed, and the mechanical armor was no longer what it used to be. These 600,000 Rubik's Cubes were mostly level 3 or level 4. Although they looked weak and could not withstand the pressure of vacuum, they were not as simple as that. It was an evil god of Cthulhu. When these level 3 and level 4 cells were gathered together, they could release a permanent protective shield. In addition, in the blueprint of the Ashuttal people, it could imitate the astral meditation technique of the ancient Wood world, astral absorption. It could absorb the cosmic rays from the vacuum to maintain the protective shield. Strictly speaking, as long as it did not consume too much energy, it could maintain perpetual motion in the vacuum of the universe. Those cheats from the Isidal people have finally created a heaven-defying toy for me. Suji rode on the electric scooter and left the city. He stepped onto a small road, and when there was no one around, he stored the electric scooter in his spatial ring and returned to the orchard. However, speaking of the ancient wood world, the current Dicky has been flying for 2 months and has already gained some experience. In fact, Suji had been sensing the movements over there. The Zerg spaceship, Dicky. This was an elf planet. The creatures on it had already left Aquamarine and reached a level of civilization similar to Earth. They had begun to explore outer space. Elves, humans, and demons had formed a universe exploration team. They passed by some small planets and continuously excavated some ores. The players were also participating in it. They were so happy that they forgot their duties. In particular, a certain alchemy factory had obtained these strange special resources and produced a bunch of puppies. This is the advantage of the Zerg Queen. Mount Akina was in high spirits as it announced on the internet. Look at these puppies. They are very good explorers. They were born with a layer of spacesuit skin that can resist the vacuum pressure, and their lung capacity is very high. They can carry a lot of oxygen, which is equivalent to having their own oxygen tank. They only sell for 50,000 yuan each, and they can go around collecting resources from the planet. Although Sword Saint Daddy has a problem with me recently, and the Elven Emperor Xianxia, the Elven Universe exploration team that she leads is very unfriendly towards me. The netizens who were paying attention to the other side had been very calm. Nothing big had happened in the ancient wood world. Ever since Sword Saint Acho and Xianxia stopped fighting, it had been developing peacefully. There wasn't even a single enemy. It was a traditional farming and construction method, but it had already developed into the background of the interstellar universe. In fact, in the eyes of many, the ancient wood world, one of the myriad worlds, had potential that was not inferior to the 3 realms or the ancient lava land. Even if it was developing at a slow pace, it was still somewhat unsatisfactory. To be honest, even Suji was a little envious of the cosmic exploration team of the Elven planet and the spaceship model of this sand table world. After all, the Sea of Stars was exciting just thinking about it. Speaking of which, that fellow Dicky has been constantly researching spatial acceleration. Recently, he actually really developed some kind of spatial technique that can allow long-distance teleportation. Suji's eyes lit up slightly as he muttered to himself, ignoring geographical distance, he can teleport through a spatial tunnel based on the coordinates of a certain point. Now, he usually uses the coordinates of some planets that are visible to the naked eye as coordinates to carry out calculations and then teleport. This was very frightening. Teleportation did not require a teleportation array to be built on the other side. It was a higher form of teleportation array that completely surpassed the previous teleportation array, although the energy consumption was countless times greater. Even Dicky needed a long time to recover after a teleportation. And although Phoenix was the first to research spatial Tao, it was obvious that her attainments were not deep and had already deviated. This homebody Phoenix was wholeheartedly hiding in the dark and cultivating in seclusion. Now, she was starting to cultivate the third system, martial Tao. At the thought of the muscular Phoenix, Suji's heart was very restless. The regenerative ability of the 9 Revolutions mystical art, 2 lives reborn from the ashes, and the tyrannical defensive power of this martial Tao. Is she so muscular that she's so aloof from worldly affairs? In terms of combat power, Phoenix should be the strongest existence in the sand table at present, because she was too good at seclusion. After all, she had the talent of rebirth from the ashes, and her cultivation speed was the fastest. She was already a high-level god, while Dicky was only a mid-level god. As Suji thought about it, he tidied up his luggage in the living room. And this teleportation method that Dicky opened up, perhaps, can be of use to me. Opening up the Elven planet will allow me to go there at any time, and then absorb the feedback energy. Moreover, if they explore a habitable planet or some civilization, I can go there at any time. After flying for 6,000 years, who knows what strange things I might encounter. But this time, who will help me make the spatial array? Phoenix, Carolyn, Ermin? He did not consider the rest. Except for mid-level gods, those low-level gods did not have such strong magical power to carry out spatial positioning. Forget it, I'll think about it later. Dickie's Cosmos Voyager will definitely need to build a teleportation channel. After all, he was prepared to go on a trip for a few days and go to the universe. After all, the mechanical armor was finally ready. After working so hard for so long, it would be meaningless not to go and take a stroll in the solar system. As for the lava land and the 3 realms and his orchard in the countryside, it was estimated that nothing major would happen for a few days. If something big happened, he could carry it with him. I'm going on a little trip for a day or 2. I hope you're all well. Suji said to himself in the orchard, his tone very gentle, as if he was talking to a puppy at home. Click, he closed the door of the orchard with both hands. At the same time, he was not afraid that ordinary people would come here. They could not even get in. Whoosh, with a stretch of his hand, the entire huge wheel of black and white light flew out. The mysterious wheel of light hovered slightly in midair, hazy electric light flowing, and with a bang, it split open. According to some mysterious law, it slowly converged to form a huge black and white mechanical armor. The dark metal surface was glossy, streamlined and slender, and it carried 2 long blades on its back. The hatch opened. Suji walked in and instantly rose into the air. Underworld. The earth shook violently, and the sky and earth swayed. The samsara wheel hanging high up in the sky had actually disappeared. Everyone in Fengdu narrowed their eyes and looked up. Under the dark sky, they only felt thirst in their throats. Samsara disappeared. Divine Realm. What happened? Emperor Yun stood up in shock. My mind shook, as if I lost something. The entire divine realm, mortal realm, animal realm, and all living beings suddenly felt their hearts clench, and their hearts trembled violently. Many of the top powerful beings, celestial emperors, and quasi-emperors were shocked, as if they had lost something. On the Yellow Springs Road, Meng Po's expression was slightly calm, and she slowly poured soup. I just received news that His Majesty brought the samsara and went somewhere. There is no need to panic. Those who should reincarnate will still reincarnate, and the order of the underworld will not be chaotic. Everyone fell silent, including Xianxia, who did not choose to reincarnate. He also had a solemn expression. Zhang Zhao's mind fell silent again, and he felt a million kinds of disbelief. His gaze swept across the excited people around him. Brought the samsara and went out? This is simply terrifying to the extreme. It's only normal for the people around us to be in a state of panic. This is Majesty who is in charge of hell, his name is unknown, and he is mysterious and unfathomable. Does he really have such earth-shattering power? Don't worry. Meng Po's expression was still calm, and she slowly poured soup. Line up at the Yellow Springs Road according to the order, and those who are further away can still wait in Fengdu. She pointed slightly behind her. I will let each of you reincarnate normally. The fragments of the samsara floated in midair like mysterious black butterflies, and they were the reincarnated true names of those who were about to reincarnate. Suji was naturally prepared. The cycle of reincarnation would not be delayed. After all, the Yellow Springs path required one to line up to reincarnate one by one. They would also follow the sequence and send the corresponding scattered fragments into the underworld one after another. Losing a few fragments would not affect the function of the entire mechanical armor at all. In the distance, a group of celestials was still fighting for Qitiandi, and at this time they looked shocked and uneasy, but some people regained their rationality and gritted their teeth. This supreme ancient existence that controls the samsara has brought it out. And it is a good time for us to explore the underworld. Exactly. Maybe we can think of a way to contact the ancient powerful beings sealed in the depths of hell, the ancient gods, and find out the truth. Yes, think of a way to contact Qitiandi, Su Huanjin, everyone's slayer, one powerful being after another. Maybe we can find out some special truth. After all, the opportunity is too rare. But we don't have enough coins. A celestial looked around at his companions, and it seemed that they had formed a secret small group. Now, we need to carry more bricks, earn more coins, and continue to play with Lord Qitiandi, and communicate intimately. Since their master was out, they wanted to take the opportunity to explore the mystery of the underworld, and the truth of the ancient mythological era. A hazy snow-white halo enveloped the mecha as it rapidly flew into the blue sky and white clouds. Suji sat calmly in the cockpit and planned to take a look around. After all, this was his original intention of building the mecha. The reason why the gourmet samsara was born was also to serve this idea. After all, the solar system was his living environment. At the same time, it could be considered a trip. Many people were curious about what the foreign world was like. Suji was also curious about the structure of the entire solar system. Was it equivalent to exploring the surrounding environment? If possible, perhaps he could try to find a new sand table environment or something. Who knew? Mysterious exploration and the pursuit of truth might be the most interesting. The surroundings gradually turned pitch black and turned into a sky full of stars. I'm entering the atmosphere. Suji silently closed his eyes and began to sort out the current situation. Speaking of which, I've been in the Heavenly Emperor realm for a period of time now, but I haven't entered the mid-stage Heavenly Emperor realm. During this period, the sand table has completely matured. It has clearly accumulated a lot of stability, which is equivalent to many mass extinctions. Forget it, I'll go to the moon first. As Suji thought about it, he operated the mecha in the surrounding pitch-black starry sky and took out a fruit to eat. He was very leisurely as though he was on a vacation, driving a car on a high-speed tour. He also took advantage of this period of time to silently look at the images in his body. I won't waste any time. After all, my time is very valuable. Underworld. After losing samsara, the entire Fengdu fell into chaos and disorder. Many living beings thought that samsara was a fixed law of heaven and earth. It was like feng shui, mountains, and rivers, nourishing all things and couldn't be changed. But now, to everyone, it brought about a huge shock. It was as if one day, someone had suddenly taken away an entire world's rivers and mountains, saying that they would take a trip outside and bring them back to them when they returned. At this moment, the shock that it brought to the crowd was as if they had seen a broken, withered, and deformed world that had lost its rivers and mountains. What's going on? Ancient mythological era. That's samsara. Samsara. He said he would take it away so easily. The sound of discussion was low and intertwined. Uneasiness, anxiety, and fear constantly intertwined in many people's hearts. The stronger they became, the more terrified they became. At the same time, a terrifying thought erupted in their hearts. Such an existence could even take away reincarnation. Could it be the legendary heaven? But was that really the case? Many people were extremely intelligent and understood the greatest contradiction in history. If such an existence was invincible, then why did the ancient gods of the past choose to attack hell? Why did they want to jump out of the 6 paths of reincarnation and transcend beyond all things? In the end, because they were defeated, they were imprisoned in the depths of hell forever, suffering all kinds of suffering. If they were really so invincible, why would they choose to fight to the death? If he wasn't invincible, then how could he not be invincible when he controlled the power of reincarnation? Everyone fell silent. Their worldview was crumbling. They felt that their lives, as well as their common sense, were being overturned. At this moment, Suji was sitting in his mechanical armor, heading towards the moon. He was indifferent to the uneasiness of the underworld. Because he knew it would come sooner or later. He couldn't keep samsara there forever. This was his weapon, the mechanical battle armor. He would definitely take it out, and he would take it out frequently. Since it was inevitable, he didn't have to worry about anything. Moreover, the reason he didn't care was because this was hell. No matter how terrifying the things they saw, they would drink a bowl of soup in the future and start anew. It didn't matter anymore. At this moment, Fengdu was in chaos, but it didn't evolve into a big mess. For some reason, there were suddenly more people in the entire combat pavilion. They even seemed to be racing against time, and their eyes were glued to each other. They're moving bricks more and more diligently. Their movements are very skilled, and their eyes are glued to each other, full of determination. As the chief contractor, Xianxia watched this scene quietly. He also knew what they were planning to do. He said indifferently, yes, anyone would be curious about the truth of history. At this moment, they want to take advantage of that existence to bring samsara out and communicate with the ancient existence that suppressed the depths of hell. They want to know the history of that ancient era. Chi Tiandi, everyone killer. Each and every one of them is simply shocking. How can they not be curious? Zhang Zhao's expression was indifferent. How intelligent was he? It was normal for him to know what they were thinking. But this time, he wasn't as enthusiastic and curious as before. Instead, he sat on a high place and was only responsible for supervising and planning their construction. And I'm not curious. It's not that I'm not curious, it's because I know that curiosity is the original driving force for the advancement of civilizations and eras, but curiosity is also a weapon to kill people. In fact, he was the most curious in his heart. Because he was the first person to touch the arcade game, but he was afraid of death, he knew that he couldn't have any accidents because he carried too much on his shoulders. He had to hold on until the next time Xianxia returned and guide him through every reincarnation and growth. The task was very heavy and related to the future. After all, the price of other people's curiosity was at most being thrown into samsara and washed away their memories with a bowl of soup. These people didn't care about it. And that His Majesty who controlled samsara also acted like he wasn't afraid of being spied on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the dead control and torture the ancient powerful figures in the gates of hell. This revealed a lot of information, and His Majesty also had a card up his sleeve. Because of a bowl of mangpo soup, even if he knew such a shocking secret, he would still forget it. Only he was different, he couldn't reincarnate or drink mangpo soup. He had to stay here, not daring to get involved and not daring to know the truth of history. On the other side, Mao Tiao was also supervising the work. He and his fans were also shocked. They took samsara away. What sudden plot is this? Isn't the world of this game too strange? F***ck, I thought that samsara was the fixed law of this world. Who knew that it would be taken away just like that? I wonder where it went after it was taken away. The netizens were all talking about the strangeness of this game. This game was indeed different from the previous games that had a very repetitive main storyline. The setting of this world was very strange and mysterious, giving people a strong sense of curiosity and anticipation. Be afraid, be excited, be excited. Mao Tiao's expression was calm. He was a tree with a shiny parting hairstyle. He looked at the group of people who were carrying bricks crazily and building fengdu. How pitiful. The way you're being toyed with by me is really pitiful. The efficiency of carrying bricks is doubled, and you're earning coins crazily. You're the strongest tool people in history. They actually want to get secrets from those arcade game characters? Those guys are all fake. It's impossible. He was full of pride. Although Mao Tiao was also shocked by the mysteriousness of this king who could take samsara away, he was very clear that these guys had made a mistake. It was impossible to get false information from the arcade game. Because they were all fictional historical characters. At the same time, a terrifying thought exploded in his mind. Could this be the reason why he was asked to cover up the secret of history? If a fake history was right in front of them, no one would investigate the real history. This existence is so terrifying. Mao Tiao was very shocked. He looked at the people who were playing the arcade game crazily. Is this his goal? He actually calculated so deeply, and he even took the opportunity to make them carry bricks faster. He was full of admiration, somewhat convinced by the great wisdom of this existence. F***ck, I boarded his pirate ship. Even if I join the NPC camp, I have to help him cover up his lies. But his wisdom is terrifying, and there won't be any loopholes. What can he find out about these dummies we created? He shook his head slowly, full of confidence. If I hug his thigh, I'll be full of happiness, but at this moment, there was a sudden scream in the distance. Who is this? Someone exclaimed. Zhu Wuxian. What does he mean? Peerless, Wuxian? Mao Tiao? Where did this person come from? Did something big happen? He hurriedly jumped down from the stone slab, tidied up some shiny hair, and hurried over. Why is this a different scene? Is this a real scene from ancient mythology? At this moment, a group of people stood in front of an arcade game, so excited that they couldn't speak. They actually managed to connect. In the arcade game, it was not the chosen character who was the opponent, but an unknown living being who walked over. The sky and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. It was as if the whole world had turned into complete darkness. It was full of loneliness, and it was full of fine cracks. The ground was like a cracked eggshell. I shall reverse the 6 paths and become a true god. Today is the day. An angry roar pierced through the void, as if the world had welcomed the first sound. There was no figure, no scene. Everyone looked on in confusion. This was the first time they had encountered someone whose appearance and figure they couldn't see. Their minds were filled with confusion. Many people had the same thought. Who was this person? Reverse the 6 paths and become a true god. Could it be a celestial emperor who had cultivated to the extreme, someone who was about to break through and become a god? Become a true god? Wait, there was something wrong with this sentence. How could a mere celestial emperor dare to go against an existence who controlled reincarnation? Wasn't that like mayflies trying to shake a tree? But why was this celestial emperor so determined? This short sentence seemed simple, but it actually contained a great deal of information, just like those poetic announcements. One could understand a lot if they carefully read the context, and many could see the huge contradiction within. Impossible. A battle between celestial emperors can't have such terrifying destructive power, a celestial said hurriedly. I've seen Cloud Emperor fight, and his combat power was less than 1% of his. Given this destructive power, even Cloud Emperor would be crushed to death in an instant. Everyone was completely puzzled. They had thought that the ones being suppressed were all 8th-order gods. Qi Tiandi and Su Huanjun weren't gods? They were just celestial emperors. Had they overestimated them? Just as everyone was holding their breath and carefully sorting out their thoughts, the next sentence was even more terrifying, and it contained a huge amount of information. In the long years, a prehistoric era has come, waiting for this day to usher in a brilliant era. In this era, I will join forces with the current generation of heaven's pridelings and take out the true name of reincarnation. I will only fight for this era, not for the next. This era will not be defeated again. This sentence was full of domineering determination, and it made everyone sigh. Many people present were infected by this emotion, but the meaning behind it also made everyone silent, their hearts filled with fear. But none of them were simple people. In less than 2 seconds of silence, they quickly sorted out their emotions and calmed the fear in their hearts. Someone quickly spoke up, raising a discussion and trying to calm the people around them. Prehistoric? This era will not be defeated again? Could it be that there was more than one struggle? That's very frightening. There was also an old man who stroked his white beard. He had the demeanor of an immortal, and he was calm and collected. The one who spoke is Zhu Wuxian. It is very likely that he has failed once. He is someone who escaped, and then lay dormant for an entire prehistoric period before making a comeback. He even invited all the geniuses of this era. Could it be that he is Qi Tiandi and the others? Then according to this description, we are at least in the 3rd era. In the 1st era, only Zhu Wuxian was left, and in the 2nd era, Qi Tiandi and hundreds of others were suppressed. As for the description of taking back the true name of reincarnation, he suddenly fell silent. Everyone around him also began to fall silent. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, and this time, the silence lasted for more than 4 seconds. They looked at each other in astonishment. Naturally, they knew that in the reincarnation cycle, every living being had a true name in Mangpo's world. Then, an even more terrifying scene appeared. Endless blood rain fell, and all living beings were suppressed to death by the fresh blood. It was as if the ages had withered, and even the vast reincarnation cycle was faintly cracking. Even the reincarnation, they were completely shocked. The destructive power in the scene was silently measured by the quasi-emperors. It far exceeded that of Emperor Yun, and was enough to destroy the entire mortal world, or even the celestial realm. Moreover, they fought to the point where even reincarnation was cracking. What followed next was an even more shocking and meaningful lamentation. No, I'm not willing. No living being in the world can break free of this shackle, jump out of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and become a true god. Even you, with this attitude, can't become a true god. No one could become a god. This tragic scene in the prehistory was a message left to us by this predecessor. This sentence was very easy to understand. These people were fighting, and they were probably celestial emperors who wanted to break through to become gods. But that extremely mysterious emperor seemed to be restricting others from becoming gods, and not allowing them to break through. Some people carefully pondered, and the next sentence was very unbelievable. Even you can't become a god, How could the existence that controlled reincarnation not be a god? Even the mysterious figure fighting with him, Zhu Wuxian, had such shocking destructive power that they did not dare to imagine that he was a celestial emperor. Even the current Emperor Yun could not match up to 1% of his battle power. Yet, these existences had joined forces and were still suppressed by a single person. How could such an existence be just a celestial emperor? Only Catapult pursed his lips. He was more knowledgeable and looked at the screen. Zhu Wuxian's destructive power was shocking, and although it seemed exaggerated, a celestial emperor could still do it. A peerless monster who cultivated a heaven-defying cultivation technique could do it. For example, Di Qi and Dao Changxing back then, each of them could sweep away celestial emperors. In their eyes, 40 to 50 celestial emperors were nothing more than a single move, and their battle had also broken through the entire desolate ancient world. This type of celestial emperor could be said to be heaven-defying, but they were stuck at the celestial emperor realm and did not have enough energy. Their actual battle power had long surpassed all ordinary celestial emperors, and could not be measured by cultivation realm. Zhu Wuxian was perhaps such a person. But now, Zhu Wuxian and the geniuses of the entire world had joined forces, and yet they had still been defeated. If this emperor was not a god, then it would be too exaggerated. This was 10,000 times more terrifying than him being a god. Because ordinary gods, even if they were like the fresh blood emperor, could also do this and obliterate all celestial emperors. But if it was just a celestial emperor, Catapult's thoughts flashed wildly. At this time, when everyone was still in disbelief, the last voice came. This was like the finishing touch, causing everyone to fall silent, and their bodies to rapidly cool down. This was another inexplicable voice that came from afar. Before I became a god, there were no gods in the world. Before I became a god, there were no gods in the world. The clear and cold words reverberated, with a peerless domineering spirit and mind, as if the last sentence of the war in the entire desolate and dark land. It was mixed with a sad wind, echoing faintly among the corpses, circling the mountains and rivers, and lingering for a long time, narrating the ancient truth of all the myths and dark ages in history. With this sentence, it was as if the entire era in the picture had come to an end and was completely over. Everyone was silent. Everyone pursed their lips tightly, filled with an atmosphere of panic and uneasiness. Their pupils were dilated, as if they were still immersed in that sentence and seeing the distant ancient times. It was as if the end of the underworld was coming. Someone suddenly squeezed out a pale smile and shouted wildly, "Ha ha ha, what are you all doing? Why aren't you saying anything? The existence in charge of reincarnation in the underworld has made a mistake. Look. Look." He suddenly grabbed the shoulder of a person next to him and shook him vigorously, pointing at the arcade machine. Zhu Wuxian is indeed one of the leaders of the resistance back then. He is too terrifying. He is our idol. He once failed in a distant prehistoric era, but he still survived and came to the era of Qiqiandi to fight for the heavenly mandate. Although he still failed and became the next prehistoric era, he still left behind a backup plan. He told us about the third era. He laughed hysterically and shook the shoulder of the person next to him, laughing heartily, while the person whose shoulder was being shaken stood blankly on the spot. Eh? Why aren't you saying anything? We know the truth of history, this is a great fortune. He changed to another person and shook the shoulder of that person. The more he laughed, the more excited he was to the point of crying, the quieter the crowd became. There was a deathly silence. Silence. Still silence. He's gone mad, his will isn't firm, he's been attacked to the point of losing his mind. I guess this aspect of his mind isn't very stable to begin with. Perhaps he already had a flaw in his mind when he was alive. Suddenly, someone saw this scene and could only shake his head and laugh bitterly. He did not mock the other party for being a quasi-emperor but crying like a weak woman, shaking people everywhere. Wasn't he the same? It was just not that exaggerated. But in the end, there were still many people with unwavering minds. They were all geniuses that could not be underestimated in the mortal world. Because of the importance of the matter, they had already isolated the vicinity of the arcade machine. Those who could enter were all heroes who had once dominated the world when they were still alive. A mighty being of the animal Dao voiced out his guess. However, his throat seemed to be frozen by terror, and his voice was extremely hoarse. Before I became a god, there was no god in the world. This sentence clearly proved that this eternal being who controlled reincarnation was only a celestial emperor, but how could it be the celestial Arch? Indeed, this is impossible. This was impossible. The supreme existence that suppresses the underworld, controls reincarnation, and controls fate, life, and death. How could it be in the same realm as Emperor Yun? A celestial couldn't breathe and loudly retorted. He only felt as if 1,000 Jin was pressing down on his chest. Something in his head exploded and broke. The supreme and mysterious existence that controlled the reincarnation of the world, the emperor of the Samsara temple, was merely in the same realm as Emperor Yun and Xianxia. This was unbelievable. It was simply unimaginable. Everyone, there is no need to argue. Suddenly, the white-haired old man once again tried to calm everyone down. You all already have the answer in your hearts, so there's no need to lie to yourselves. We don't have much time left. His Majesty is out with reincarnation, so he can't see what's happening here. Let's use this opportunity to tell us the truth about the primordial era. It's a rare opportunity, and we have to seize every second we have. Exactly. Someone said. Seeing this scene, Mahapi was instantly impressed. This was a true genius who had lived for more than 100 years. Even in the face of such a terrifying situation, even though they were stunned and their entire worldview was overturned, they could still forcibly maintain their rationality and began to take the opportunity to understand more about the situation and maximize their benefits. Then, is it really the Celestial Emperor? Someone who was as hoarse as an old man directly asked the most crucial question. If it was a level 8 deity who could control all things, it would still be somewhat reasonable. In fact, some people even felt that even deities were a little too low. According to common sense, this kind of supreme existence who could control the life and death of all things should be the legendary level 9 deities. Even though they did not know if ninth order gods existed, but now, not only was it not a god who controlled the reincarnation, it was actually a mere 7th order celestial emperor. The earth-shattering power in that scene was clearly two completely different creatures, like the difference between a giant dragon and an ant. How could there be such a huge difference in combat power when they were in the same realm? As for Zhu Wuxian, Qi Tiandi, Su Huanzhen, and the others, they had also thought that they were ancient gods who had been suppressed in the ancient eras. Who would have thought that they were just celestial emperors? It was a level lower than they had expected, but it was precisely because they were only celestial emperors that they felt their hair stand on end. These celestial emperors all had heaven-defying combat power that was 100 times that of the Cloud Emperor, as exaggerated as Zhu Wuxian. It was as if their cultivation had been imprisoned in the celestial emperors, and their combat power could not be measured by normal realms. Otherwise, they would have long broken through to become gods or even extremely powerful gods. Celestial Emperors. Celestial Emperors. Celestial Emperors, they are all celestial emperors. Before I became a god, there were no gods in the world, there were no gods in the world, there were only celestial emperors. Everyone only felt fear, unease, numbness, and all kinds of mixed emotions surging madly. Accompanied by one violent impact of history after another, terrifying truths came crashing down like huge waves, causing these calm and composed quasi-emperors and mighty figures who had experienced countless upheavals in life to completely lose their composure. But, counting the years, this is at least a few thousand years. How can a celestial emperor live for thousands of years and not die? Even if he hibernates to extend his life through special means, it is impossible for him to live for so long. Someone forced himself to calm down and voiced his doubts. After all, time was tight. Yes, if it was just a celestial emperor, then there are even more questions about this abnormality. With such amazing combat power, why doesn't he become a god? Is it because His Majesty doesn't want to, or is it because he can't? How can a mere celestial emperor control reincarnation, control the life and death of all things, and have such great power? Is it because his combat power is too exaggerated that it is difficult for him to break through to become a god? Countless people were whispering and whispering to each other. The truth was too shocking. This world was actually a world without gods. They seemed to have just started to develop, and many experts had broken through to Celestial Emperor. They had thought that their future was boundless and that Celestial Emperor was just the beginning, the starting point of their heroic spirit. Who would have thought that Celestial Emperor was already their end? And it was also because they knew more of the truth of the ancient era that the blank text of history exploded with even more mysterious questions. Let the game begin. At this time, after the opening animation of the hidden character, it was time to fight with this hidden character, but no one chose to start it. They were all immersed in this terrifying scene and discussing it. Moreover, they also felt that they might not be a match for this Ju Wuxian. After a moment of silence, the man who was sitting on the arcade machine and was the first to discover the appearance of this hidden character, Ju Wuxian, still pressed the start button and said loudly, "Everyone, let's not discuss this for now. Since these prehistoric existences have appeared at this time, although there are no poetic announcements, they have replayed the scenes of the ancient era to let us understand the past. We should respect them and have a magnificent battle." The surrounding people nodded, showing great respect to this great hero of the ancient era. After all, they had been suppressed in the depths of hell. To be able to use this opportunity to communicate with them was probably already a shocking kind of obsession. Immediately, the controlled character began to fight. However, how powerful were the hidden characters and Easter eggs that Su Ji had set up in the arcade machine? The attributes and the difficulty of the moves were extremely high. In an instant, the character that the man controlled in the arcade machine was defeated. Just as he stood up, he was quickly defeated again. His health bar began to drop rapidly. "You can't do it, let me do it. Perhaps this is a test of the strength of our era. If we defeat this existence, we will pass the test and think that there are also heroes in our era, or perhaps there are secrets. Therefore, we must not lose." A quasi-emperor with an extremely high cultivation and outstanding combat talent pushed his opponent away and sat on the arcade machine with a serious expression. "Senior, please enlighten me." However, in just a few short rounds, he began to struggle under the crowd's gaze, and his health bar began to drop. Everyone's expression changed slightly. None of the people present were confident that they could defeat this opponent because he was too strong. This was the change in these years. Before, their moves were as numb as a machine, and they attacked randomly, which was very easy to deal with. Now, they gradually seemed to come to life, with a soul, and the opponent even began to use fake opening moves to deceive, forming a psychological game, like a contest between two peerless masters, an illusion of fighting against real people. Moreover, they did not know whether it was an illusion or not, but the more they fought with them, the more their intelligence was opened, and their moves became more and more varied. In these years, the difficulty had increased a lot. "Let me do it." Suddenly, a calm voice was heard. The surrounding people looked over and were silent for a moment. It was Xianxia in the distance. Some people of the mortal world said bitterly, "Celestial Emperor Xianxia, you shouldn't have come." Everyone knew what Xianxia wanted to do. He wanted to continue to stay in the underworld and wait for Li Sanqing's return in the next life. Therefore, he could not know this truth now, because once he knew, he would definitely drink the soup, forget everything, and jump into reincarnation. His great efforts would instantly be wasted as he forgot. Moreover, if he drank the soup, then he would be reincarnated into the realm of heaven. In an instant, he would become a powerful combat force in the realm of heaven. Celestial Emperor Saber God Xianxia would become the opponent of his own disciple, Li Sanqing. It would increase the difficulty for him. After all, he could not force reincarnation. His Majesty could change the book of life and death on a whim, and let Li Sanqing switch to the mortal world, but Mengpo would definitely do things impartially, and would not be biased for Zhang Xiao. If he reincarnated, he would be reincarnated into the realm of heaven. "You are impulsive." The surrounding mortal world powerhouses took deep breaths, not knowing what to say. This was indeed impulsive, and the price to pay was unimaginably high. Zhang Xiao shook his head and sat down in the arcade, not caring at all. He laughed heartily and said to the surrounding people, "If I had no guts and was afraid of the slightest thing, how could I enter the path with one saber? Everyone, some men's passion and dreams are more important than rationality. Ju Wuxian in front of us is like this." Zhang Xiao suddenly murmured, his eyes dim, and he took the opportunity to reminisce. He fought for countless prehistoric times. Does he not know death? Is he stupid to pay such a huge price to pass on the information to us? Why is he still persevering so absurdly? There is no other reason, just guts. Break through the gods, break the shackles of reincarnation, and firmly pursue his own ideals and dreams. Even if he dies, he will not regret it. Yes, I was impulsive, I'm sorry to Li Sanqing. But believe in Li Sanqing, let me face the next me, the me who becomes another Emperor Yun, and I can also defeat him. He was full of confidence. I just want to live up to the desire of a hero. His lips trembled, and he choked with sobs. Looking at the figure on the screen, he suddenly felt the burning fighting spirit of when he was young and traveled the world with a saber. During the time when he fought against the heroes of various countries, he longed to fight with him. Even though at this moment, he was no longer the handsome ruler of the Xiao nation. Domineering and majestic, swinging his saber at the celestial beings. He was a middle-aged lonely old man, a failure of an era, no longer as handsome as before, nor did he have the 100-blood saber with him. At this moment, he only had a keyboard in his hand, but he could still fight. He slowly sat down, and his hands turned into a series of afterimages. The crisp sound of keystrokes rang out. The two figures quickly exchanged blows, and each of the opponent's moves had some spirituality and liveliness. Zhang Zhao's hands constantly turned into afterimages, and his eyes were fixed on his opponent. He took a deep breath and murmured. I thought that life was a straight line, but I didn't expect it to be a circle, a cycle of death and reincarnation. Rumble, the moves were natural, and the light and flames intersected. It was as if the bright light on the screen was the only thing left between heaven and earth. I thought that the celestial arch was a beginning, but I didn't expect it to be the end. It has just begun, and it's about to end. Poof, Zhang Zhao's eyes focused. At this moment, it was as if his thoughts were clear. His thoughts were unprecedentedly clear, and his thoughts were extremely fast. The moves and techniques he used to deal with the opponent had almost reached a new realm. I thought that the era was a beginning, but I didn't expect it to be a cycle. We are going back and forth. Whoosh, Zhang Zhao suddenly stood up. The Ju Wuxian on the screen slowly fell, and the health bar above it was already empty. Celestial the Arch Zhang Zhao's combat power is peerless. Senior Ju Wuxian was imprisoned, and he couldn't use his combat strength. It's only natural that he lost. The people around the arcade slowly bowed and paid their respects to the prehistoric and ancient powerhouses on the screen. They felt admiration and respect from the bottom of their hearts. This was an expert, and also an unyielding soul. Suddenly, the screen gradually turned black. Then, something strange happened. A row of brand new poetic announcements that Su Ji had never set up before seemed to gradually converge with the murmurs and thoughts of the people, forming a sentence that slowly appeared. His voice was indifferent, and it was accompanied by a domineering and distant voice. Peerless beings ask for my surname, the first supreme on the supreme throne. Boom, as soon as this poetic announcement ended, everyone's mind exploded, and their souls exploded. The emotions that had accumulated in their hearts were completely detonated, and a hot stream of blood rushed to their heads. Their heads buzzed, and their tears instantly blurred. They began to cry loudly. A world without a god, there is no god. Peerless, there is no god. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen disappeared. The arcade machine resumed its initial standby screen. Someone immediately reacted and clenched his teeth with a complicated expression. He wanted to see the existence that had crossed several prehistoric dark eras again, so he threw in a coin. Ding dang, after the coin entered, the game started again. It was the same as before, but this time, the hidden character, Ju Wuxian, did not appear. Instead, it was a normal opponent. Did he leave? Some people were sad, and their eyes lost their color. But after that, no matter how many times they tried to throw in the coin, they did not encounter the mysterious Ju Wuxian again. It was as if he was hidden in the depths of hell and was completely suppressed. After taking a deep breath, everyone looked at each other and fell silent again. We admire your choice, some celestials said to Zhang Xiao. The celestials were originally very resistant to Zhang Xiao, but they could not stop him and Li Sanqing's plan. At this time, they no longer resisted him. They just cried and said, "This is the pain of reincarnation. In the end, we have to drink the soup and forget everything that happened today. We will reincarnate and let this terrifying history be buried in the dust of the past." That's right. I am no exception. Zhang Xiao fell silent. He also clearly knew that when His Majesty returned, it would be the time for all of them to reincarnate. The reason why the other party was so indifferent and did not take too much precautions was because in reincarnation, no matter how much they knew, they would completely forget. The only breakthrough is Xianxia. He can remember some things in reincarnation and transmit them to the world of the living. It's a pity, we probably won't be able to wait for him. The next time he comes, he won't see any of us. That's right. Everyone took deep breaths. They did not know how to deal with this subversive history that attacked their worldview and spread it. And even if they spread it, so what if they knew, could they win? An indescribable emotion quickly took root in their hearts. Many people even began to regret. Some things were the happiest when one did not know. They were the most carefree. Sometimes, ignorance was a kind of happiness. There is no need to think about winning or not. At this time, Xianxia knew that he would soon reincarnate and enter the celestial realm to become the next Emperor Yun. Xianxia was alone. Could he defeat such a huge celestial realm? Brothers, is this game fun? Don't you find it touching? It's a sad and moving historical legend. Mao Jump had been live-streaming everything the whole time. As an ordinary person, he admired and even felt touched by these big shots. These were heroes who fought against fate. To be honest, as a player of the Underworld's NPC faction, he was helping to fabricate a fictional history to fool everyone. Now that such an emergency had occurred, his first reaction should be to act like a snitch with a center-parting hairstyle and prevent them from peeking into the truth of history. He should shout, "Idiot! You can't watch this," and then turn off the arcade game. Only then would he be able to increase his favorability with the NPCs of his faction. But, brother, don't be in a hurry to stop them. We'll pay more. Stop fooling around. Come on, let's watch the show. This is a chance to understand the real history. Don't let down our democratic choice just because you want to play the game and gain favor. In the face of a large pile of gifts, Mao Jump's righteousness and bravery were quickly lost in these coquettish and cheap things. He decided not to increase his favorability and directly failed this sudden mission. After all, he was also very curious. He quietly looked around, and then he was so scared that he had goosebumps. Oh my God! What kind of immortal plot was this? It was too scary, wasn't it? His mind was full of shock as he stood to the side and watched the situation unfold. At this moment, the entire livestream of this online game had completely ushered in a peak. There were as many as 6 million views, and everyone was discussing excitedly. And soon, someone immediately posted. The latest and most comprehensive game in history, 6 Paths of Reincarnation game review. Everyone was stunned. Where did this guy come from? It hadn't even been a minute since the hot-blooded battle between Xianxia and Zhu Wuxian had ended, and someone had already started to write a review. When they looked at the author of the review, they were even more speechless. The speed of Mount Akina. This professional reviewer had been staying in the livestream and peeping just now. Did Daddy Sword Sage beat him up too little, or did the elf lady not look good? This guy, isn't he freaking selling the equipment of the Cosmic Exploration team? Is he going to be the Zerg Queen? How did he have the time to go offline and come here? Some people complained, but they still unconsciously clicked into the review post. After all, the review post of the big boss of Mount Akina was famous for being professional. In the end, the first sentence was very prickly. Hee hee. Don't ask me why I'm so fast, because I'm driving. And it's 100 times your speed. It's a matter of minutes to go in and write a review, then take a screenshot and post it. Everyone's teeth ached. This guy had also learned the dimensional reduction attack of the Celestials and used it to write a review. Cough, cough, cough. I'm actually more concerned about this virtual reality online game for the public. After all, this is the first time Spore Evolution is facing the public. And some of the old monsters in the Big Boss group have also been discussing these 2 days. Everyone is saying that a new era has arrived, and we don't know what will happen in the future, and the plot is very fresh. Back to the topic, on the first day of the server's opening, the 2 main plots were confirmed, and now it's only the second day, and the current historical background of the world has been revealed. This game is not the flirtatious and cheap game outside, with a tense and exciting rhythm. Everyone saw the scene just now. The natives inside don't understand why those celestial emperors are so fierce, but we netizens are knowledgeable, and we're all keyboard gods. Obviously, some people have already guessed it. It's not impossible to exaggerate celestial emperors like Zhu Wuxian. Think about Di Qi and Dao Chongqing, who were still celestial emperors back then. These two cheaters practiced nature-defying techniques. This is the upper limit of the combat power of celestial emperors. And are there stronger ones? Yes. Some more special techniques are extremely slow to practice, and the upper limit of combat power of the same realm is infinitely high, such as Medusa, the strongest celestial emperor. Everyone nodded, deeply agreeing. The body of the evil god formed by 129,000 celestial emperors was also a celestial emperor, but try fighting one. This was no longer a realm that could be measured by common sense. Let's analyze it again. Medusa also merged with the rules of a world, and this His Majesty also merged with the 6 paths of reincarnation. Moreover, he obviously can't break through to become a god quickly, because his technique is also nature-defying. It's very likely to be a technique similar to Cthulhu's, but in the same realm, he can definitely crush any celestial emperor. At this point, everyone had already guessed it. Although Medusa was a celestial emperor, he was known as the origin demon god. It was a different approach to achieve the same result. And this sentence, "Before I became a god, there were no gods in the world," was very easy to understand. Because once someone broke through to the 8th level, they could kill him, just like Medusa's situation. In a sense, he was very strong, but also very weak. Suddenly, he felt that all the mysteries had been perfectly solved. Obviously, the background of the world in front of us is very special, different from any previous world. In a world without gods, the strongest is only the celestial emperor, and there are only 2 ways to break through. The first is that the day that His Majesty becomes a god, he will allow others to become gods, but who knows when, just look at how long Medusa endured. The second is to overthrow him. And now, there are 2 main storylines, the underworld farming main storyline, and the animal path fighting main storyline, one intellectual and one military. In fact, there are also detailed divisions. If I'm not wrong, these are not just 2 schools, but 2 opposing camps. The main storyline of the underworld farming main storyline is obviously to help the underworld improve its facilities, farm, deceive, and suppress those rebels, while the final goal of the animal path fighting main storyline is likely to be to defeat the rebels, defeat the celestial path, the human path, and unify the 6 paths to fight back against that His Majesty again. Everyone sorted out their thoughts. The settings of these 2 main storylines were very perfect, logical, and completely in line with the choices of the players. They could help whichever side they wanted. And in front of them, there were actually very few people who knew the truth. There was only one Zhu Wuxian. So, what happened in the distant era? This mysterious existence could live for so long, and it was very likely that he also had the blood of eternal life? And where was he taking the reincarnation now? He was countless times more mysterious than ordinary 8th-grade gods. Was it related to the war between Hermes and the ancient gods? Moreover, it was just right. In the world of the 6 paths of reincarnation, living beings were reincarnated, and history was also reincarnated. Everything was a circle, unless someone broke it. This world is so magical, it's like a fairy plot, someone exclaimed. This was also the thought of many people. It was a perfect setting of the reincarnation background. They were completely fans of the game's production team. Then, Qiao Mingyu spoke again, completely igniting everyone. If I'm not wrong, a historical note has appeared. After the players witnessed the sadness and bitterness of Xianxia and the others, as well as the information about Zhu Wuxian, Xianxia and the others will also go to reincarnate and forget. They are powerless. And the only player who remembers all of this, Cat Hopper, will choose to help the underworld hide the truth of history, or will he not bear to tell the truth of this time to the future Li Sanqing? Everyone's breathing quickened. This was indeed too much freedom. What fairy plot? It was only the 2nd day of the game's opening, and the fate of the world was already decided by the players. Should they resist and tell Li Sanqing? My fate is not up to the heavens. The dark era is about to begin, and one by one, the existences will go against the heavens to welcome the great calamity of darkness, or should they choose to hide the truth of history, let them completely forget about it, live peacefully in this era, and not repeat the mistakes of the past. Everyone suddenly understood the meaning. These were the two ends of fate, and they were all excited. The choice that they were about to face would completely change the future of the world. This was exciting for all the players. According to this analysis, the truth of the world's history was in their hands. Whether they chose to tell the world or not would change the future of the entire world. Everyone trembled with excitement. The feeling of controlling the fate of the world was a great sense of accomplishment that ordinary people could not experience. Brothers, what should we choose? Mahapai took a deep breath and hesitated. He stood in Fengdu in the underworld and looked at the excited powerhouses and mighty figures from afar. He felt very immersed. This was the great charm of a second life. Mahapai asked straightforwardly. It's useless even if they know. They'll definitely benefit from it in the future. According to common sense, since I've already helped fabricate the entire ancient history, Qitiandi and the others, I should continue to help cover up the truth. He said hesitantly. Many people in the livestream quickly expressed their views. No need to say more. Mahapai, do it. Tell them the truth and write a song of praise and blood. Ridiculous. F*CKU, do you know how difficult it is? Two choices, one is hell battle difficulty, the other is simple farming difficulty. If you tell them the truth, you'll send them to their deaths. For example, let some of the celestial emperors of the three realms overthrow Modus. This mysterious emperor of the Samsara temple might be even more terrifying than Modus. Are you sending them to their deaths? Yes, to control an era and rule the ages. Maybe it'll be another Dicky. We can't afford to offend him. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. Clearly, the players who chose hell difficulty would find it very difficult to advance. It was extremely hardcore, and it would also implicate many native NPC heroes. Xianxia and the others would shed blood, but it was very unlikely that they could win. It would be fine if he was just strong, but if he was the other Di-Chi, the type that would grow stronger the stronger he met the stronger he was. You had painstakingly created a heaven-defying battle prowess, and you could easily overthrow him. But in the end, he came up with learning from others to defeat them, reversing the situation and turning defeat into victory. You would definitely die. After all, Dicky had left a deep impression on everyone. They even felt that he was a Hermes who had yet to rise, an ancient god who would step into the 9th rank sooner or later. The problem is that we don't know his background. In fact, if it weren't for a monster like Dicky, normal people like Medusa, Ermin, and the Tao Lord wouldn't have been able to learn it at first glance. There's still some hope. Let's endure for a while and come up with another peerless divine art. F*CK. Cowardice was a lifelong thing. How could there be so many Dichi in the world? I don't believe it. Everyone instantly started arguing. Everyone argued that they were right, and everyone argued that they were right. Logically speaking, they should not be afraid and just go for it. That was the normal choice. However, they were also panicking. This storyline choice was to change the difficulty and become enemies with such a terrifying existence. If they failed, the players who entered in the future would all be dead. They would be suppressed crazily. How could they play in the future? Akina Yamaguchi spoke again. We're not in a hurry. It'll take a day or two for His Majesty of the Samsara Temple to return. At that time, he will send Zhang Xiao and the others to reincarnate. When Li Sanqing comes back, he will need to listen to him. At that time, he will decide whether or not to tell him about Li Sanqing. During this period of time, all of you can explore and sort out, as well as improve yourselves. Decide which one to choose. After all, it will decide your future fate. To fight or to be afraid, it's all up to you. Everyone was in a commotion. At this time, in the vacuum of the universe, peerless beings ask for my surname, the first on the supreme throne? Suji stretched and smiled. I didn't expect that so soon. A vague consciousness was born, and a poem was formed. He was still piloting the mechanical suit, soaring in the vast and bright universe. He sat in the cabin and ate an apple. The outline of the earth behind him had turned into a huge azure planet. He looked at the world inside his body with great interest. It was convenient to carry it with him. He could keep an eye on the situation at any time. After this trip, after throwing the mecha back, I'll definitely kill them all. I'll throw them all into the Samsara temple and let them be reborn. Suji smiled. The truth of history is not to be peeped at. This was common sense. He had to bring his identity with him. But then again, the truth of the underworld is not bad. It's a source of emotions. In the future, the people who reincarnate in the underworld will accidentally learn of the truth. When they see the appearance of Ju Wuxian, they will be like Xianxia and the others. They will feel despair, excitement, worship. Every time, it will be like this. Now, it will cause a huge uproar. Over and over again, the characters in the game, including Ju Wuxian, would become stronger and stronger. They would completely become the ancient powerhouses suppressed in the depths of the underworld, living existences. The worldview of the 6 paths of reincarnation was completely perfected. But this kind of emotion collection? Perhaps it can be digitized? Suji suddenly raised his eyebrows. He felt that perhaps he could create an emotion collection system? Let some despicable person use it to stir up trouble? To collect the shock and confusion points of others, when the time came, it would show negative emotion points from XXX plus 999, in theory, it could be achieved. And it was completely possible to digitize energy. Back then, the people of Isidal had completely achieved this. Now that he had developed to this point, he had enough knowledge and technology to be a system distributor. He could give it to anyone, have amazing encounters, and become the protagonist of a world. When should I arrange for such a character? It's quite interesting. Suji smiled and shook his head. At this time, he did not think too much about it. He piloted the mecha around the moon. It was very desolate. There were gray rocks and soil everywhere, and craters of various sizes were everywhere. Whoosh, Suji spread his divine will slightly, scanning the surrounding land and analyzing the composition of the soil. The system's magic core brain was frantically analyzing. Calculating, analyzing the environment of life evolution. After a while, he opened his eyes slightly, and a look of as expected flashed in his eyes. The environment is too harsh. There are too many conditions that do not meet the conditions for life, not suitable for the reproduction of new species. The moon. I guessed it long ago. It's not surprising. Rumble, the mecha rose into the air again and flew into the distance. As for hollowing out the interior of the moon, injecting oxygen, and transforming the environment, he had no interest at all. Wasn't this equivalent to another ancient lava region? Then why on the moon? At this time, he had entered the universe with the idea of building a new sand table to explore the harshness of the environment. Different from the previous sand table environments, this time, he had a bold idea. He wanted to create a species that did not need to survive in the air, that was the vacuum universe sand table. After all, 999% of the universe was a vacuum environment. This was the general trend, the vacuum of the environment. He took a bite of the apple and looked at the vast and boundless stars. The living beings living on Earth have long been limited by their own environment. Must they live in a beautiful land, flowers, birds, insects, and fish? That kind of environment, oxygen, is the limit that limits us from leaving the planet. What if there was a life form that did not need to breathe? Then, Earth would no longer be a huge prison. As long as a bird had wings, it would be able to penetrate the atmosphere at will, fly into the universe, soar between meteorites, and then return to Earth to rest. It could explore the universe at will. Of course, it would also have to resist the vacuum pressure. The first reaction of a species that does not need to rely on oxygen is plants, Suji murmured. Plants had 2 modes of respiration. Photosynthesis, inhaling carbon dioxide, exhaling oxygen. Respiration, inhaling oxygen, exhaling carbon dioxide. In fact, plants also had respiration like animals, but the difference was that plants were self-sufficient and could even produce a large amount of extra oxygen for other animals on Earth. In theory, if a plant forms a cavity in its body, it can achieve internal energy circulation. Oxygen and carbon dioxide, the two constantly alternating, like a yin and yang fish, self-sufficient. Suji's expression was calm. It is the only possible cell species in my current system that can survive in a vacuum. It may be possible to evolve this kind of cell vacuum race. We are carbon-based life forms, composed of cells, naturally cannot be compared to silicon-based life forms. Various kinds of chip life forms composed of silicon atoms, in the form of robots, have no cell structure, do not need oxygen, carbon dioxide, water, and other supplies, and can naturally survive in the universe. But I still have to overcome the second difficulty, the strong vacuum pressure, and the cell arrangement of plants is strange and tough to begin with. Perhaps it is also very possible. As for the others, it was the ability to resist radiation and the ability to withstand temperature. After all, the temperature in the universe could be hundreds of degrees below zero, or thousands of degrees. If the first two were solved, these other problems were not difficult to solve. This time, Suji intended to use plants as a foundation to evolve creatures that could survive in a vacuum. And to create vacuum plants, he naturally had a bigger goal. In the universe, he would plant a large number of improved vacuum eternal ancient trees, absorbing the power of the stars and cosmic rays, and using solar energy like the ancient wood world to provide energy for himself. This time, building a vacuum civilization was not his main goal. Planting a power station was the first task. I wanted to do it before, but I couldn't leave the universe. Now, the first thing to do after entering the universe is to farm. Plant trees like crazy. Suji piloted his mechanical armor and sped away. Step by step, slowly upgrade, no way, he had worked so hard to find the Ashuttal people to build the universal mechanical armor, and he could enter the void at the celestial emperor level, just to plant trees. He wanted to plant the entire solar system with ancient trees of stars. He counted the energy every day until his hands cramped. Rumble, Suji continued to fly. He wanted to kill Mercury, which was the closest to the sun. Because the closer it was to the sun, the more solar energy it absorbed. He calmly touched his forehead. Ever since I broke through to the celestial emperor level, my progress has been too slow. Even after absorbing countless major extinctions, my progress is still slow, almost 100 times slower than before. I have to start a new way to obtain energy. Otherwise, it would probably take him at least 3 to 5 years to break through to become a god. He was now 25 years old, almost in his 30s, this speed was intolerably slow. If I devour all the energy of the sun, I'm afraid I can break through to an unbelievable level. Suji's expression became calm. He had already entered a speed of 100 years a day, and it would not take long. At the same time, he was not as arrogant as Di Qi. He had already shielded his mecha, and no satellite or space station could detect his existence. The days passed quickly. Suji arrived at Mercury very quickly. Mercury was the planet closest to the sun in the entire solar system, and it was also the smallest planet. It was called the Chen star in the east, and the Mercury star in the west. It was quite a coincidence. Whoosh, Suji landed lightly on the surface of the planet. It was barren, full of soil and metal. There was no atmosphere to protect it, and it was completely exposed to the cold vacuum. Mercury was a planet with a huge temperature difference. The side facing the sun had a scorching temperature of more than 400 degrees, and the side facing away from the sun, without direct sunlight, had a temperature of more than -100 degrees. Suji stood on the front of Mercury. Clad in armor, he looked like an astronaut. When he looked up, he saw a dazzling golden fireball that covered half the sky. It was burning wildly. It was as if the entire world was bright red. At this moment, he felt as if he had witnessed a true ancient myth. When he faced this huge fireball that was 4.6 billion years old, he could truly feel the vastness and chaos of the universe. No living being was worth mentioning in front of it. Even if it was Suji himself, perhaps he would only be an insignificant wave in its 4 billion plus years of life. He would rise and then quickly perish, if he could not walk towards eternity. Truly, how beautiful. Suji exclaimed, it's enough to wipe away any of my accumulated pride. I finally know why Di Qi lost his arrogance the moment he saw it. I only hope that one day in my life, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with it. The world was so vast, and everyone seemed insignificant. It was difficult to compare planets and living beings. Planets that were billions of years old were everywhere, but did living beings that were billions of years old really exist? Suji laughed. What's the point of thinking so much? Building a solar power station is the most practical. He shook his body and gave an order from the cockpit. Subbrain, propagate the ancient star tree. As soon as he finished speaking, seeds were thrown into the barren land, instantly losing their vitality. Suji frowned slightly. In the beginning, it won't be able to survive. For plants to reproduce, we still need to add water, oxygen, carbon dioxide, and other ecological environments. First, we need to create an environment for plants to grow and let the ancient star tree reproduce. Then, we'll slowly adapt to the vacuum environment here, then, make a temporary environment first. Suji lowered his eyes and looked into the 6 paths of reincarnation in his body. 9 revolutions mysterious art, 9 spaces, 3 of which are occupied by the celestial realm. Cloud Sky, Burning Sky, and Feng Tian. They were originally 3 celestial forces, but in recent years, they were unified by Emperor Yun. And the celestial realm was originally sparsely populated. Among them, Burning Sky was filled with flowers, birds, insects, and fish, and no celestial lived there. I'll choose Burning Sky as a temporary experimental sandbox. Boom, he pressed down lightly. A huge divine will swept across. In the cloud sky, Emperor Yun suddenly trembled violently. He instantly felt something and stood up. One of the 3 celestial realms, Burning Sky, lost contact. I can no longer sense it. He suddenly soared into the sky, shooting into the sky. His divine will spread wildly, and he could no longer sense the other space-time world. Where did Burning Sky go? Find it. The underworld has undergone a drastic change recently, and the number of people reincarnated has decreased greatly. I don't know what kind of chaos it will bring. There are also mysterious rules of the underworld in the human world, and at this time, my Burning Sky has disappeared into thin air. Emperor Yun revealed a touch of coldness. Boom, in Burning Sky, a huge and vast mysterious palm covered the sky and sun, tearing through the space and reaching out. It descended from the sky. Suji's palm fiercely flattened the green mountains and rivers, and all the green plants died, becoming fertilizer for the soil, nourishing the whole land. The whole land was flattened, and the gray-black moist soil was quickly turned loose. It was like a farmer clearing a field. Subbrain, put in the seeds of the ancient star tree, and start breeding. As soon as Suji's voice fell, the seeds were scattered on the ground, and quickly bloomed and bore fruit. First breed a batch, then grow up, and then gradually worsen the living environment, thinning the oxygen and carbon dioxide, approaching a vacuum. He organized his thoughts. Finally, completely connecting this burning sky with the environment of Mercury outside, survival of the fittest, and constantly worsening the environment should be feasible. A huge red fireball was hanging in the sky, with fire snakes rolling crazily. The solar flares in the atmosphere of the sun were rolling in a beautiful red tide, even more magnificent than the 10 suns in the sky in the fairy tales. The ground was dyed bright red. A pitch-black, slender mechanical suit stood quietly on the desolate crater. The rocks on the ground had been roasted red. The heat and radiation of this solar energy is much better than the solar energy on Earth. At this level of concentration, anyone below the celestial emperor level would be instantly killed by the radiation. Their skin would fester and their cells would collapse. Suji had nothing to do, so he looked at the sky quietly. After all, this was the place closest to the sun. At this time, in the experimental field within his body, the ancient star-elven trees were multiplying at a rate of 10,000 times. Using his own inner world to experiment and evolve species was the best way. After all, he could easily find a biological experimental field elsewhere, but what about the vacuum here? Where could he experiment? The 9 revolutions mysterious art in his body was the only choice. Clatter, soon, the ancient star-elven trees multiplied rapidly. They were green and full of life, but they were just seedlings. It was unknown how long it would take for them to grow into the 11 eternal star-elven trees. Reduce the air concentration by 50%. Suji raised his eyebrows slightly. Whoosh, in an instant, a large amount of air was sucked away. The air became thinner. After all, it was not a long period of gradual growth, and it was a mass extinction. Soon, as the density of the air decreased, the oxygen and carbon dioxide in the air decreased sharply. A large number of saplings of the ancient star trees could not withstand such an environment and began to gradually wither, and die. After generations of reproduction, There were finally a few saplings of the ancient star trees that survived and produced their own mutations. They gradually turned dark green, and began to greatly reduce their metabolic capacity, reducing the amount of air they needed. The old species that could not survive the changes in the environment quickly went extinct, and the new species began to reproduce, fully reflecting the natural selection, survival of the fittest. Soon, the entire land was filled with new species, and the whole land was covered in lush greenery. Reduce the demand? That's not a permanent solution. Suji shook his head and sucked hard again, thinning the air again. This time, the plants could not make it. At this moment, no matter how much he reduced his own consumption, the concentration of the gas was no longer enough to sustain the survival of the plants. These plants finally began to go extinct in large numbers, and there was no sign of them surviving at all. They're completely annihilated. Let's try again. I reckon that this time, they fell too quickly and didn't have enough time to adapt. Suji habitually picked up a pen and paper and wrote something down. Next time, lower the concentration of the air a little slower. This time, twice, the days spent experimenting and evolving species were always boring. Just like back in the day in the lava region, they went extinct again, and no one knew how much time had passed. Among the plants, a tinge of green appeared again. It was a dark green plant with two pea-like cavities in its body. They stored oxygen and carbon dioxide from the outside world and compressed them into two cavities to increase the density of the required gas. It was starting to store up air. Just like how animals store energy and fat. It was just like how the belly of a baobab stored a lot of water. At the same time, it was gradually moving towards balance, balancing the respiration and photosynthesis of the two cavities, allowing oxygen and carbon dioxide to form an internal cycle in the body, no longer needing external supply. The internal circulation has begun. Suji's eyes widened and he took a deep breath. Produce and sell on their own. Letting oxygen and carbon dioxide circulate in the body is equivalent to the combination of plants and animals. Part of the plant produces oxygen and absorbs carbon dioxide. Part of the animal produces carbon dioxide and absorbs oxygen. Both sides complement each other and form a simple ecological cycle of animals and plants. After a long while, an unexpected and strange evolutionary phenomenon appeared. Since the air in the entire space was limited, the amount of gas stored in their bodies was also limited. Oxygen and carbon dioxide became extremely rare resources in this vacuum environment. Some plants even began to grow hands and feet. The bark turned into a half-human, half-plant form of flesh and blood, and they began to compete for the air in the bodies of other plants. Boom, the two strange little treants collided with each other and rolled slowly on the ground. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Their whole body was smoking, like steam men. Suji was shocked on the spot. This was the first time that the trees had actively become indecent during their own evolution. However, when he thought about it, he came to a realization. Because of the ancient star trees, the reproduction tree elves, they naturally have the genetic form of humans. The route of evolution of elves is because they want to compete for air, natural selection. Under Suji's dumbfounded gaze, a tree knocked down another tree, grabbed the oxygen and carbon dioxide pouches of the other party, and ate them. All of a sudden, its stomach bulged, and it was very satisfied. Eat air? Suji was stunned. Okay, a very special species of vacuum. After a while, these plants fought with each other and stored in their stomachs. Only a small part of them was left. Interesting. Suji pondered for a moment and picked up his notebook to record. Air is restricting their population too little. The population is insufficient, and it is difficult for them to carry out new evolution. Suji thought for a moment and returned the air to them. With the increase of air, those plants had enough self-demand and filled the two cavities one after another. Without any desire, they began to produce offspring and provide air to their offspring. Then, with the increase of the population, the air began to become insufficient again, and they began to kill each other again. They ushered in a new evolution. Some plants gradually completely had the form of elves, and they were evolving into handsome humanoid tree elves with 2 legs, hands, and emerald green hair. Their roots turned into long and soft monkey tails, and they could take root in the ground when they were not moving, fulfilling the role of a tree. And the body became extremely complex. The two cavities began to turn into two hearts, connecting the air meridians in all directions, just like the structure of the human blood. This is too interesting. Suji was very surprised. Two air cavity hearts, one oxygen heart, one carbon dioxide heart, forming an ecosystem in my body. It is very autistic, and unless the gas leaks, there is no need to worry in a vacuum. Take a breath, live for a lifetime, the strongest diver in history. These plants do not have blood vessels, although plants originally do not have blood, but the air tube replaces the blood vessels to circulate the whole body. This is too special. However, it was also natural. In a vacuum environment, air was a very precious storage resource, as precious as blood. Moreover, in the dense and complex meridians of the body, the air flow began to carry some nutrients, gradually replacing the role of blood. As Suji watched, his expression became completely strange. They can run and jump, and it seems that the air flow in the blood can contain energy and transport energy, forming a special kind of extraordinary vacuum cosmic life, but this is not what I want. His original intention was to create a group of solar energy trees. Just like the ancient star trees, obediently stationed on the ground, absorbing sunlight and radiation, bearing energy fruits, and selflessly contributing energy, and this species was obviously to make themselves stronger, supplying energy only to themselves, and plundering everywhere. It was very selfish. The first vacuum species completely went astray. A tree can actually run, but unexpectedly has great potential, but it is useless to me now. Suji thought about it, but still gave up. Throw them into the vacuum outside, let them try to survive, adapt to the radiation and the vacuum environment of the universe. He casually threw them on Mercury, letting them fend for themselves, and planted another batch of ancient star trees, testing again. This time, he had learned his lesson. When they evolved two cavities to store gas, ready to start fighting, he immediately increased the concentration of oxygen and carbon dioxide, sending their food in front of him, preventing them from growing a pair of legs to compete for the storage of other plants. As he expected, they did not grow a pair of legs on their route this time. Instead, they turned into obedient trees that continued to take root and sprout. They tried their best to absorb the gas in the air with the two cavities and grew even stronger. It's done. Suji looked carefully. This time the internal structure of the trees was different. They were not like those human-shaped plants, with dense biological meridians and blood vessels that looked like two hearts, but two plant cavities that normally stored gas. Successful self-circulation. There's no need for gas anymore. It's still the ancient star tree. Next, I'll throw it outside and let it adapt to the vacuum radiation environment. Suji smiled. He immediately connected the outside world of Fentian to the real world. Whoosh, under the huge scorching sun. The trees began to wither rapidly, unable to withstand the high temperature, as well as the pressure brought by the complete vacuum. The most difficult survival environment was over, and there was not much time left. After a large area of extinction, some of the plants survived, taking root on the ground, completely forming ancient star trees that could survive in vacuum. Plants that could survive in the universe. Previously, the genes of the ancient spirit tree began to rapidly absorb radiation and the power of the stars, causing the trees to become more and more verdant. It's finally done. Suji smiled, full of surprise. The results are coming soon. Power station number 1 was established. This solar power station would continuously provide him with energy, and his realm would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. In the future, he would no longer rely on the extinction of the living things on the sand table. Indeed, it was the most perfect to green the world and plant crops everywhere. At this moment, he could not wait to plant the entire planet. However, there are many limitations. After all, they are not true species in vacuum, still need gas. With my current knowledge, this is all I can do. Suji took a deep breath. Moreover, their internal circulation of gas, once it breaks and leaks, they will die. Even if they are not damaged, the plants not only need gas, but also water. After all, no matter how resistant a plant was to heat and store water, it still needed water, and this was inevitable. Where would the water come from? One had to know that there was no water on Mercury. I still have to water them myself. Suji felt speechless. This was too difficult. You still need me to water a tree? he suddenly agreed that the trees of the players were the proper trees, and they would water themselves. And Mercury had the best solar environment, close to the sun, and the radiation was the strongest. After all, if you went to Venus, not only was the radiation much lower, but there was also no liquid water there. It seems that my idea of greening the solar system is not realistic. Suji continued to organize his thoughts. However, I have also made preparations. I have tricked Ermin into giving me a teleportation formation. Later, I will set up a power station here, and it will be convenient to go back and forth, and I will water them regularly. He had really become a farmer. Greening the desert planet's environment started with him. I'll plant 10,000 of them first. But first, I'll improve the species. Suji thought about it. He was not afraid of others seeing this. After all, they already had a way to shield themselves from prying eyes. And 10,000 of them would probably not even cover 100 mu. How big was a planet? Even if he did not shield himself, it would be difficult to discover. He began to quietly look at the ancient star trees in the inner space, and they began to grow. One by one, they grew outside, coming to the vacuum of Mercury, and he silently provided them with water. Very soon, a place was greened. Under such circumstances, it will probably take another 1 or 2 days to evolve on Mercury. What it has evolved into now is a rough embryo. When it has completely matured, the details of the energy utilization will be better. Suji looked at the trees on Mercury calmly. He had come here to build a power station, to provide a channel for him to absorb energy. As for developing a sand table and breeding a transcendent civilization in the vacuum, Mercury was out of the question. This place was destined to be a barren energy power station. Coming here every day to water and plant vegetables was the best choice. To live and die on its own, there was no need to care or waste any more effort. However, the moment Suji calmed down, he noticed that the group of elves at the side had already multiplied very quickly, and were jumping around lively. Yeah, they were running and shouting in the dry craters, very happily. This surprised Suji. This was a vacuum environment, but his face quickly darkened. Because these fellows had gone to snatch the water from the ancient star trees. Obviously, without water, they were destined to die here. Moreover, they had gone to gnaw on those trees to obtain nutrition and energy. They were also fighting among themselves. They were very belligerent and had a strong desire to kill. Suji immediately chased all of them away. He even wanted to slap them to death. Forget it. Let these air spirits jump around here a little longer and evolve to adapt to the vacuum environment. Suji thought about it. I'll bring them away when I leave. After all, they won't be able to survive here. They will die of thirst. As for how to deal with these surprises, that was a problem. There was no doubt that they had great potential. If they only needed water to live and drift in the universe, they would be very powerful because there were still many water resources in the universe. Moreover, even if their 2 hearts burst and the blood in their internal circulation leaks, they can go to some planets to replenish carbon dioxide and oxygen. As long as they get one of them, they can be transformed and restored. Suji smiled. It can be considered as the perfect vacuum cell race that I have created so far. It's just a casual farming trip, but when I return, there is a group of little guys. After I bring these guys back, where should I raise them? Suji was bored, so he began to sit on the spot, watching the evolution of the trees and teasing the air spirits. He felt a little strange. Wait, long tails, belligerent, love to fight, and can use ki. Sensing ki. Could it be the legendary #1 fighting race in the universe, the Xianxia? He stretched out his hand and picked up a child with a long tail. Goku, is that you? Yeah, the child struggled cutely, struggling with all his might. Suji relaxed slightly, and the child hurriedly ran away, running to the back of a huge gravel crater. No, the Xianxia can't survive in a vacuum. Those with long tails could also be the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia. He had nothing to do, so he put on his mechanical armor and let his imagination run wild. Suddenly, he was slightly shocked as he sensed the space within his body. I didn't expect that Emperor Yun would actually bring a celestial with him and sense Fentian. They are coming over? He hesitated for a moment, but did not. Stop them. Anyway, it's boring to stay here. It's better for them to come to Mercury, a mysterious universe secret realm. Let's see if these ordinary creatures can withstand the vacuum environment. Wait. Suji's eyes lit up. He looked at the sun in the sky, illuminating the ground with blood-red light. There were craters everywhere. Should I create an ancient mythological battlefield? He felt that since he had nothing to do, it was time to add some settings. The background and worldview of the 6 paths of reincarnation had to be perfected in the end. If it was another world sand table, they could just let their imaginations fill in the blanks. But it was different now. He had to popularize the worldview and gather their faith. Only then could the ancient powerhouses that were suppressed in hell be completely revived and become living, powerful existences. Even if something was fake, it would become the truth after 100 times. And this is even more so now. When more people believe in it, it will appear. Suji shook his body and raised his head to look at the blazing red sun that was past sunset. Under the desolate and primitive universe, craters that looked like ruins, mysterious little treants that were alive and kicking, and huge ancient trees that formed into huge ancient trees. It was like a scene from a mythical doomsday. Such a scene was the best. Since I still have to stay on Mercury for a while, I might as well do something. Suji stretched out his hand and a piece of metal rose from the ground. The ancient and vicissitudes of life slowly stood up. It was majestic, as if it had existed for countless years and was filled with the vicissitudes of time. I don't know if there are ancient relics on Mars, but on Mercury, they have appeared. Cloudy Realm. Emperor Yun had unified the Heaven Realm for close to 100 years. The other 2 realms, Burning Emperor of Fen Realm and Emperor Feng of Fen Realm, had all submitted. Emperor Feng, can you travel? Emperor Yun asked. Emperor Feng's talent was related to space. It was a special kind of teleportation talent. It was the rarest and most mysterious. His battle style was also mysterious and unpredictable. He could even hide in space, causing his arms and legs to split apart and attack from all directions. It was the strangest. But now, he couldn't resist his fate of kneeling. Although this talent looked simple, it was the nemesis of many heaven-defying talents. And the only way to resist Emperor Yun's talent was to have a strong mind. He couldn't let his inner demons destroy your mind. And Emperor Yun was the best at attacking the mind. At this moment, only Emperor Yun was standing on the ground. Burning Emperor and Emperor Feng were extremely powerful. Emperor Yun wasn't their match in a head-on battle, and he was kneeling now. Because as long as a shadow was planted in one's heart, it would be almost impossible to overcome. Emperor Feng gritted his teeth. He knelt on the ground and replied, "The passageway has been reopened, but the other end seems a little strange. The mountains and rivers of the heaven-burning realm have all disappeared, they are occupied by a special plant, the air is filled with extreme inauspiciousness." No one wanted to kneel and answer, let alone a dignified celestial arch like him. Where was their dignity? However, he understood that the more he hated and cared about his dignity, the heavier the inner demon would be, and the more impossible it would be to get rid of it. Bravely standing up, this was an endless cycle. The principle was simple. Once the spine was bent, it could never be straightened again. Ominous? Send the hungry ghost realm's warriors that we've mass-produced over the years. Emperor Yun waved his hand and shouted coldly. One ferocious humanoid weapon after another strode into the spatial tunnel, their muscles contorting. The Cloud Emperor continued, "Cloud Mirror, monitor the movements in that area." "Yes." An elder spoke, kneeling on the ground. With a wave of his hand, a thin mirror appeared in front of him. Everyone focused, they were incomparably nervous. The celestial realm had 3 great realms, it was impossible to bear the loss of one realm. In the projection of the thin mirror, those hungry ghost realm's warriors came to a strange green forest, but they did not even take 2 steps before their faces turned red, veins popped out, and blood flowed out of their orifices. Every cell was exploding. In less than 10 seconds, they slowly fell to the ground, dead. It was incomparably strange and horrifying. This? Everyone present was shocked. Everything happened too suddenly, it exceeded everyone's expectations, it was hard to believe. The way they died is hideous, blood flowed out of their orifices. Could it be that they were poisoned? Poison in the air? It looks like they were poisoned, but it also feels like the entire space is crazily squeezing their bodies, crushing their flesh, bones, limbs, like a piece of paper. Crushing them alive. All of this went against their common sense, it subverted everyone's understanding, everyone's thinking was greatly impacted. How did our heaven-burning realm suddenly become like this, become so vile? Become a terrifying land of death? Yun Zhongjuan. The Cloud Emperor spoke, clenching his fists, his face full of rage. A third of the territory had become so strange and terrifying, not a single great emperor or sovereign could remain indifferent. Yes. Yun Zhongjuan understood, a hazy misty transparent barrier enveloped a hungry ghost realm warrior, and then sent him into the spatial tunnel. This time, he was protected by the air, isolated from the outside world, and not damaged. It's good this time. Everyone instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they let the Azure Path warrior continue walking, but in less than 2 minutes, his body gradually began to bleed, and he quickly collapsed. How is this possible? The air was clearly isolated? A second type of poison? It is terrifying penetrative power, penetrating the misty barrier? They were completely shocked. The Cloud Emperor's expression remained unchanged. Yun Zhongjuan, put up another protective layer, let the other Azure Path warriors pull that corpse back. Soon, a few Azure Path warriors appeared, pulling that rotten corpse that had been killed by radiation back. The Cloud Emperor squatted down, his expression unchanged, swept a glance, and suddenly became somewhat silent. The body's structure has been completely destroyed. This poison is too terrifying, and its penetrative power is extremely strong. Even now, it still remains on the body. Suddenly, a diviner woman beside him, holding a small rabbit, convulsed all over, and gradually collapsed. "Rabbit," she shouted, tears of excitement rolling down her face. The Cloud Emperor looked, and his expression became even more solemn. The corpse still has remnants of the poison, and it may only completely dissipate after hundreds of years. We are all experts, and some residual poison does not cause too much damage to us, but ordinary rank 1 and rank 2 living beings will die instantly if they approach. Ordinary sand and wooden coffins will not be able to resist the poison's penetration. Seal it in a metal coffin for hundreds of years. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding diviners all moved away from the corpse, their expressions aghast. The poison carried by the corpse could even spread if one approached it. For hundreds of years, this was simply the source of the poison, and they could not even approach it. "How can there be such a terrifying fire poison in this world?" someone shouted. At this time, something even more terrifying happened. The Azure Path warriors who had just moved quickly to carry the corpse gradually fell to the ground, and they were on the verge of death. They moved very quickly, just carrying the corpse. I didn't expect. Everyone's expression changed completely. This poison is too terrifying. This was the terrifying power of nuclear radiation. In reality, the sun was crazily and terrifyingly large-scale nuclear fusion at every moment, radiating about 2,860 trillion megawatts of energy. At such a close position, the over 400 degrees heat was not the most terrifying, it was just the additional heat. The most terrifying was the terrifying high concentration of radiation. The terrifying power of this level of nuclear radiation was imaginable. Even the Celestial Emperor could not stay for long, completely exposed to this terrifying environment. If not for the ancient star tree's extremely powerful ability to absorb cosmic rays, Suji would not have specially sought out the people of Ashuttle, spent so much effort to create mechanical armors, and spent so much effort to come here to build a solar power plant. It was precisely because this energy was too terrifying that Suji's heart yearned and longed for it. Those below the Celestial Emperor level will almost certainly die. The Cloud Emperor took a deep breath, thoroughly understanding the power. But the Celestial Emperor can hold on for a while. "Everyone, enter this terrifying heat poison with me." "Are they finally coming in?" Suji hid himself and looked at everything in the farthest crater under the giant solar furnace with a face full of curiosity. "I reckon that these ancient star trees will have to stay here for another day or so, which is about 100 years. I'll make use of this time to make up for their history. I also want to see what will happen to normal experts in such a hopeless situation where they die due to the high concentration of radiation closest to the sun and the universe." Nuclear radiation, cosmic radiation, was one of the most difficult things for life to resist. It could be said to be the death god's poison. At the same time, it would also cause all sorts of diseases and mutations in order to adapt. Mutations and abnormalities are also a form of evolution. Although they are usually negative, destructive, and genetic collapse, those who can survive it are natural selection. Suji's expression was calm. Although he had already stopped the evolution of the ancient stars, trees and the air spirits and returned to the normal speed of 100 years a day, he could still feel that their evolution speed was many times faster than the other life forms in the sand table. In truth, this was also in line with the principle of survival of the fittest. Because the more dangerous the environment they were in, if they wanted to survive here, they had to constantly force themselves to adapt, mutate, deform. Therefore, the more dangerous the environment was, the faster their evolution would be. Was there an environment more dangerous than cosmic radiation? There was none. Let me see if you guys can adapt to this kind of environment. Let me see if your bodies can adapt to it. Talent, obsession. Will there be some kind of mutation and enhancement? Or maybe it will allow you guys to have some kind of special evolution. Suji sat in the corner of the cockpit and ate a fruit under the blazing sun. Seems like it's quite interesting. The mechanism of the 6 paths of reincarnation made them not afraid of death. Suji directly used them as lab rats. Moreover, they were the lab rats that he carried with him everywhere he went. In the future, they would be responsible for investigating all kinds of dangerous environments for him and collecting data. It's rare for us to travel far, so I'll bring you guys out for a tour. You guys can do whatever you want, there's no need to worry about me. Suji sat leisurely in the mechanical armor and stretched his waist. Voila, a recliner appeared behind him. He sunbathed in the warm golden sun in the sky, put on his black sunglasses, and stood on the crater leisurely as if he was on a beach vacation. Then he looked at the little ants playing on the golden beach in the distance. They were noisy everywhere, and he actually felt a sense of tranquility. Voila, a golden radiance covered the earth. Emperor Yun led the group and stepped into the completely transformed Fentian. Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses could temporarily stay in a vacuum environment, but they could not stay for long. At this moment, Emperor Yun muttered to himself with a nervous expression. What's going on? In our celestial realm's burning heavens, the air completely disappears, and the mountains and rivers completely disappear. Why are there such special and mysterious plants growing all over it? One had to know that the hungry ghost realm warriors had died one after another, but these plants were unscathed. It was clear how terrifying and bizarre they were. Poochie, he reached out his hand and squeezed. A tree instantly exploded. Only then did he realize that the structure was extremely peculiar. There were 2 air sacs that stored air inside, and they lived in this kind of vacuum environment. And now, there was some kind of terrifying high-energy ray in the air that was constantly circling and sweeping through the entire air. These were all that mysterious and terrifying poison, the heavenly emperors also whispered to each other. Unimaginable land. Unbelievably mysterious plants. This place is filled with fire poison. The scorching heat is enough to kill. This place is filled with scorching heat that burns all the air. It's unbreathable. At this moment, shock was written all over their faces. But then, they realized that the current Fentian had actually started to connect with a certain space, which led to such a change in Fentian. They followed the flow and came to a space in the outside world, where they saw an unbelievable scene. An incomparably huge golden mythical fireball covered the entire sky. It was a dead and empty circular and boundless land. The soil was mixed with black and gray metal, and it was full of holes and potholes, as if it was a rusty world. The ground was sparsely planted with strange dark green trees. They were vigorous and powerful, sparkling and full of vitality, and their branches and leaves were as clear as the emperor's green. Multicolored light lingered and absorbed strands of rays. What was even stranger was that many strange and beautiful men and women walked in the craters, jumping and playing. They didn't seem to have high intelligence, like wild beasts or apes, but it was as if such a dangerous environment didn't exist to them. How is this possible? There are such living creatures. They were completely shocked, and their pupils dilated. Yun Zhongjuan raised his head, and his throat was dry as he looked at the huge blazing sun that was emitting dense radiation and burning the entire land. This is a mysterious broken world. I don't know why, but it pierced through our heaven realm's burning sky realm and connected it together. I suddenly have a feeling of eternity. That vast fireball in the sky seems to have existed for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of years. Every grain of sand in this distant land is lying peacefully, and their lifespans are tens of thousands of times longer than mine. History, yes, I feel the accumulation of a long history. This feeling is very real. This world is filled with desolation and silence, and it has existed for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of years. It can't be faked. This is the legendary ancient road of the sun? Blazing sun purgatory? Many people fell silent. This long period of hundreds of millions of years was too shocking, and it was simply unimaginable. Among them, a heaven emperor felt that these leaves were magnificent, and he couldn't help but stretch out his hand to touch a dark green jade-like leaf. However, before he could touch it, he felt an intense burning sensation on his fingertips. Don't touch. Yun Zhongjuan was agitated, and he hurriedly warned, these mythical plants are magnificent. Under the golden sunlight, they emit multicolored light and absorb the fire poison. The poison in the leaves is countless times concentrated, and even heaven emperors find it difficult to resist. As soon as his voice fell, that person hurriedly retracted his hand in fright. After all, this kind of terrifying poison was difficult to resist just by spreading it in the air. If they actually touched such a high concentration of poison, even they would suffer. This place is mysterious and unfathomable, and there are fatal dangers everywhere. We must be vigilant. Although Yun Zhongjuan said this, he suddenly wanted to grab one of the running creatures. On the contrary, these creatures actually ignore the great pressure of the lack of air, as well as the corrosive poison that pervades the air, and live here. Don't do it. Cloud Emperor suddenly stopped him. Although these creatures looked weak and harmless, acting rashly was very likely to cause some kind of danger. He just pointed into the distance. Look, everyone followed his line of sight. In the distance, there was a broken ancient building, and vaguely there were bricks and tiles. It was an ancient temple, and a lone bronze lamp swayed at the door. In front of the door, there was an ancient bronze monument standing on the ground. There was a lot of copper green on it, and it was mottled with rust. There seemed to be vague bronze carvings of ancient times on it, as though there were ancient gods running and shouting, and their roars were filled with anger, and there were tears at the corners of their eyes. Ancient murals. At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with fear, and a chill ran down their spines. They only felt that an old historical painting was slowly unfolding in front of them. This was a desolate and long passage of time. The broken walls and ruins told the vicissitudes of a mythical era. Their minds could not help but be agitated, and it was indescribably hazy and mysterious. What is written on this ancient bronze tablet? The words are already blurred. Why are the gods in the painting covered with tears, and the atmosphere of sorrow and desolation? In the distant ancient times, these ancient gods, why are they angry? Why are they crying? They did not care about anything else and shouted excitedly. In this harsh and despairing land, they could not stay for too long. They immediately saved time and went straight towards the stone monument. As they got closer, the stone monument was already too blurred, and only a few fragments of murals were left. They saw the description on the murals. There was a terrible war here, and it was finally shattered. This world was also burned to the point where the air was dried up, and the ground was filled with fire poison. The sky was filled with a mysterious sun, and it was pulled into orbit. Thus, this world became a forbidden place. This place became hell on earth. And these living beings in front of them, after they were defeated, their descendants were also suppressed here, and they suffered all kinds of pain and torture, unable to reincarnate. Emperor Yun murmured, suffer here forever? Then, could this place be the eternal hell of the legends? The underworld changed drastically, and now that reincarnation is torn, could it be that the Tao of Heaven coincidentally opened up the legendary world of the dead? He looked at the huge fireball furnace in the sky, and the poisonous fire burned and infected the entire land. If this was really hell, then it was worthy of the name. Dangerous, terrifying, mysterious, and dangerous everywhere. Is this hell? Endless karmic fire, burning everything. All the sky emperors present were shocked, and they all revealed a look of disbelief. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but want to leave this ancient bronze monument and get close to the ruins of the building not far away, the mysterious ancient temple, and actually come into contact with the ruins of the ancient civilization. The broken temple, the lonely bronze lamp, this land was vast and majestic, and it looked extremely extraordinary. They vaguely felt that there was an extremely bright golden light shining, as if there was another majestic god of war wearing golden battle armor, and it was like a shining golden divine fire was burning. But just as they were about to take a step, Emperor Yun's face darkened, and suddenly, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Not good. Go quickly. He shouted, and his expression was extremely urgent. Hell is not a place for us living beings to stay for long. There is no air, and it is full of poison. Perhaps, only the souls of the dead can. The surrounding sky emperors also felt that something was wrong, and their bodies were rapidly weakening. Only then did they realize that they were immersed in the murals, and they were deeply poisoned. If they stayed any longer, they might not be able to return, so they quickly retreated. After a while, they returned to the heaven realm. Their expressions were completely solemn, and they began to tidy up and treat their injuries. Many of their body tissues had already rotted, and they were beginning to ooze pus. It was very terrifying. Emperor Yun's heart was also frozen. This was very unimaginable. Could it be that that place was the legendary mythical hell? No. That ancient temple. He stood up. We must go again and explore that mythical ancient ruin. It is very likely that it is the legendary hell. But such a terrifying and vile environment. He thought for a while, and then said to Lord Yunzhongjin, "What about the tree in the Azure realm? It's almost time to examine his body. Bring him here." Yes. Lord Yunzhongjin descended to the mortal world. In just a few days, Lord Yunzhongjin brought the Treant couple. "I want to see our son." Once they appeared in the main hall, one of the Treants shouted. "Bring him here," Emperor Yun said. Not long after, 4 children were brought up. They had pink hair and a gourd on their heads, but they did not seem to recognize their parents. They were very unfamiliar. "You are." They were very dazed, and very cute. "I am your father." Yuan Qinghua shed tears. "I am your father." Bai Xiaojun was in pain. "I know that both of you are from the path of Azura. Otherwise, the 4 offspring you gave birth to wouldn't have possessed consciousness." Emperor Yun said faintly. "I also know that there are many path of Azura hiding in the path of Beast, but we didn't discover them." Yuan Qinghua was silent. They were actually discovered. Which player was not quick-witted? They would play dumb and pretend to be ordinary animals and plants. It was very difficult to be discovered just by looking at their appearance. After all, only when they evolved would they discover the difference. The current players were all very good at tunnel warfare. They brought along the group of reincarnated animal realm living beings as their sons and fought guerrilla battles everywhere. The current players of the animal realm were proud of having sons and daughters. These were high-quality babies. In modern society, who would not train a baby when playing games, even if they could not find a reincarnated creature? The plants would try to pollinate each other. On the branches, flowers would bloom and fruits would be born, and a hybrid tree would be born. Then the 2 trees would start to torture and all kinds of compulsory education. They hoped that the child would become a dragon, hoping that the child would help them rise. It was like a game called Chinese parenting. "What do you want from us?" At this moment, Yuan Qinghua was very vigilant. After all, her children were in the hands of the enemy, and they had already recognized the enemy as their father. "I know that you have some kind of method to contact other Azure realms. I want you to help me contact a few Azure realms. They have to be of a lower realm, the kind that can evolve," Emperor Yun said. Yuan Qinghua was stunned. The live broadcast to the outside world also exploded. They want to throw out a breeding pig with a higher realm? To mass-produce Azure realm warriors? Let me do it. I am proficient in 100 postures. Damn. This kind of abuse, if I don't go to hell, who will? No one was stupid. Wasn't this the heavenly emperor realm they picked up? Yuan Qinghua also took a deep breath, but felt very strange. This Emperor Yun was fine, what was he doing? Moreover, he swept his gaze across and discovered a horrifying fact. In the entire celestial hall, including Emperor Yun, everyone's face was pale, as if they had suffered a certain degree of internal injury and needed to recuperate. This was very horrifying. Who had injured them, in the 6 paths of reincarnation, in the world of the living, who could defeat the current overlord of celestials? Emperor Yun coughed twice and said again, "We found a mysterious place that is connected to the celestial realm. We suspect that there has been a drastic change in the underworld recently, and the 6 paths of reincarnation are unstable. This caused the reincarnation to tear and connect to the depths of hell." Reincarnation unstable, space-torn, connected to the depths of hell. Yuan Qinghua's eyes widened. It was really possible. Because that mysterious emperor had brought the reincarnation out, it was normal for it to be unstable. Could it really be? And Emperor Yun looked at this Azure realm and saw the expression on his face. He secretly thought that the Azure realm did indeed know about the things in the underworld, and knew many secrets that they did not know, and even seemed to agree that it was possible that space was torn. Connected to hell, there was really hell. He instantly believed it a little more. It's a pity that torture is useless. Emperor Yun lowered his brows. However, we can get some information from his expression. He stretched out his hand, and a lens appeared. It was the scene of their exploration. Dilapidated walls, a dilapidated ancient temple, a lone bronze lamp, and a stone wall. Emperor Yun said, "The environment in hell is very harsh. There's a world-destroying sun in the sky, and there's no air. There's poisonous karmic fire burning, and the living cannot stay for long. It's like an oven." Yuan Qinghua was instantly stunned. This description was exactly the same as the legendary hell. It's so hot. Could it be the Avicii scorching hell? Emperor Yun was stunned, and felt a little surprised. He silently memorized this term, and said again, "In such a harsh environment, let's see if the Azure realm can evolve creatures that can adapt to the environment. Therefore, I want to contact you to try." Yuan Qinghua was completely shocked. Ancient temple, lone lamp. Could it be that the temple in hell is inhabited by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and if hell is not empty, I will not become a Buddha? Ancient temple, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Emperor Yun, Lord Yun Zhongjuan, and the rest were all shocked. They really knew, if hell is not empty, I will not become a Buddha. This sentence was very terrifying, and the will in it was very shocking. Could it be that the ancient temple really had some ancient almighty existence left behind? We are willing to go. Yuan Qinghua's eyes widened. He silently thought to himself, are they going to enter a dungeon? Ancient ruins exploration? Ancient temples in the depths of hell, bronze tablets, ancient lamps, blazing golden suns, horrifying poisonous gas and hellfire everywhere, mysterious ancient trees growing, and some special creatures roaming around. These structures converged to form a desolate, ancient, and mysterious picture of hell, making people yearn for it. We're going to explore the mythical secrets of ancient times. Yuan Qinghua and Bai Xiaojun looked at each other. These mysterious incidents happened one after another, and the mysterious emperor of the Samsara temple brought samsara to a mysterious place. Perhaps in the days without a master, the 6 paths of samsara were indeed in turmoil. How many people does Azure Path want to go? Emperor Yun asked. The two looked at each other. Is it our turn to trigger the main storyline mission? Bai Xiaojun bowed slightly. Your Majesty Emperor Yun, please allow us to discuss this. We also need to verify if it exists. After all, we don't know if this is a plan to lure us, the Azure Path, to capture us all at once. It should be so. Emperor Yun smiled. You're a celestial emperor now, it's enough for you to go for a while. There won't be too much danger. Next, Emperor Yun began to investigate with Yuan Qinghua. On the other side, Bai Xiaojuan's realm wasn't celestial emperor, so she naturally couldn't investigate. She called out to the other netizens. As you can see, the first large-scale dungeon in the game has appeared. Volunteer to participate. As we all know, dungeons, especially such hellish ones, will definitely result in heavy casualties. Don't come if you're timid. Also, let me remind you that Emperor Yun may not be pure. Right now, he wants to find out your identities. After this dungeon, their identities will definitely be exposed, and they can no longer hide safely. With these 2 suggestions, many people still signed up. What a joke, this mysterious mythical dungeon definitely had to be fought. Without a fortuitous encounter, who could climb to the top? Obviously, this was another route of the main storyline mission. If they didn't play the main storyline mission, they would definitely regret it for life if they missed it. In an instant, all the players were excited, and the number of people was much more than expected. There were at least 1,000 people, which was equivalent to 70% of the total population. Soon, they began to gather, waiting for the Celestials to bring them up. One small step for humanity, one giant leap for the earth. Suji wore a pair of sunglasses and basked in the sunlight as he lay on the deck chair, looking extremely relaxed. Perhaps none of the players would have thought that one of their game dungeons would lead them to outer space, to Mercury, the planet with the harshest environment in the solar system. The 6 paths of reincarnation was indeed convenient. Wherever he went for a vacation, he could also let them out for a vacation. Soon, Yuan Xinghua's side came out and confirmed that it was indeed a terrifying, dangerous place. Therefore, groups of players were led by Yun Zhongjuan, who used his cloud manipulation talent to transform into cloud giants and bring them over. Yun Zhongjuan alone could not bring so many living beings, so he brought several celestial being experts and quasi-emperors down to the mortal world. Rumble, he reached out with one hand and soared into the sky. Wah wah wah. The legendary cloud boss that wiped out the entire team. The surroundings were misty, and a group of strange-looking players were shouting and yelling in Yun Zhongjuan's hand. This way of running dungeons is really novel. Brothers, it's my first time running a dungeon in this online game. Cool. Hurry up and form your own teams. Let's not waste time and start farming. They were extremely excited in Yun Zhongjuan's hand, like a huge cloud plaza. It was their first time running a dungeon and participating in such a large-scale organization activity, so they were indescribably excited. This was also a good opportunity to make friends, so they chatted and bragged happily. After all, it was a social online game, known as the second real life. What a hustle and bustle, what a scandal. Yun Zhongjuan was slightly angry. Although he admired the courage of these Azure Path, they still had the dignity of a noble celestial being. He shook slightly and released his might. Swoosh, the might of a celestial emperor was terrifying. Suddenly, all the trees and animals in his hand trembled, their teeth chattered, and they fell to the ground. Many even peed their pants, and a wet stain slowly spread down their trousers, showing their ugliness. Seeing this, Yun Zhongjuan was slightly satisfied. And the other quasi-emperors quickly followed suit and began to release their might. Most of these creatures were at the 2nd or 3rd stage. How could they withstand it? What's going on? What kind of negative buff is this? My legs are weak. Ha ha ha. You even peed your pants. The crotch of your pants is wet. Aren't you the same? This is so fun. How can this kind of negative buff be so realistic? Because the players had adjusted their sense of pain, they were puzzled by this sudden encounter, and their eyes widened. Then, they didn't care at all, thinking that it should be a game plot setting or a trial. They continued to chat in this state of trembling. Wait, brothers, help me take a screenshot, I can't waste it. Seeing that he was scared to the point of peeing on the ground, he spread his legs and announced his sovereignty on Yun Zhongjuan's finger, roaring loudly. I, old son, am here. Yun Zhongjuan's eyes widened, and he was furious, but he could only follow Emperor Yun's instructions and endure. The quasi-emperors next to him were also stunned. These Azure Path really don't respect the celestial beings. They are not afraid of anything, how dare they? Not only that. They saw 2 animals whose legs were so weak that they couldn't stand up, like caterpillars on the ground, but they crawled around and chatted excitedly like 2 maggots. They also saw a huge eagle-like creature standing on 2 legs. It was obviously scared to the point of trembling, and it was peeing as it walked, forming a long wet line on the ground. But it still held its head high and chest out, looking for people to chat with. It had a leisurely attitude and didn't seem to care about its ugly appearance at all. This, how unyielding is this? Some of the quasi-emperors who didn't know what was going on widened their eyes. This is a demonstration of their courage. Even under such a terrifying expert's might, they are clearly so scared that they pee their pants and their legs are weak. but they still go around in this form, chatting with each other leisurely, showing their unyieldingness? This is a terrifying race. Yun Zhongjuan's face was already full of admiration. At this moment, he didn't care about the humiliation he had just suffered, and seriously warned the quasi-emperor next to him, these are some hot-blooded warriors, never bending their backs, never kneeling. Once, in order not to kneel to Emperor Yun, that Azure Path member was covered in cold sweat, clenched his teeth, and directly bit off his own waist in front of everyone. How is this possible? A new quasi-emperor completely choked. He knew how terrifying that kind of pain was, and also knew how resolute one's heart was. This was not something that ordinary living beings could bear. It was no wonder that the Celestials were so wary of the Azure Path, because they saw their terrifying and powerful potential. They are natural warriors, with a tenacious backbone and courage. Yun Zhongjuan sighed. I once communicated with their Yuan dynasty blue and white flower, he said to me, the hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage, the greatness of mankind is the greatness of courage. Yun Zhongjuan's words made the surrounding quasi-emperors silent. There were also complicated emotions intertwined in their hearts. This race was worthy of admiration, which made them a little touched. The Azure realm was very stubborn, just like in front of them, under such a terrifying pressure, they still stood straight, even if they were walking and peeing, still showed their unyielding spirit, wandering around and chatting. Roars and voices will never subdue the strong. There are only two things that can subdue the strong. The first is to defeat oneself in battle, and the second is to be silent. They do not speak, they only use silent actions to express their resistance. Yun Zhongjuan suddenly remembered Emperor Yun's evaluation of the Azura who bit off his own body, Azura, symbolizing iron and blood. A passionate spirit that would rather die than submit. Next, Yun Zhongjuan and the others also couldn't help but relax the pressure. After all, not only did they admire these hot-blooded warriors, but since they couldn't stop their extraordinary socialization, it would also cause their hands to be peed on, which was very dirty. The fact that they're here means that they're prepared to die. To die peacefully, that in itself requires great courage. These days, Yun Zhongjuan's heart had calmed down a lot after being made to doubt life by Yuan Qinghua. That kind of environment is very difficult for us celestial emperors to bear, and they are the vanguard. I'm afraid less than 10% of the people present will survive. No matter how presumptuous they are, it's the presumptuous before death, it can be tolerated. Indeed. The surrounding quasi-emperors revealed a look of admiration and affection. They knew that the probability of death was as high as 90%, but they still came. They believed that no race in the world could do this. At this moment, the players suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies relax. They were a little puzzled, and when they looked up again, those great celestial beings all revealed expressions of admiration and affection, and were instantly a little stunned. They began to whisper among themselves. What's going on? This negative state, isn't it the trial of the dungeon? I don't know, after passing the trial mission, the affection toward us became better? Are they fools? With the hardcore level of this game, how can a random completion of a trial mission earn such a high affection? The reward is so big? This is not in line with the previous style at all. Maybe the production team, there is a loophole in the settings. They began to chatter softly and discuss spiritedly. They felt that this wasn't hardcore at all, and it wasn't the cruel beating of society. They were very uncomfortable. Soon, Yun Zhongjuan and the others led the 1,000-odd players to ignore their incomprehensible and strange behavior. They silently endured it, blocked their ears, and ignored their chattering. After several hours of travel, they tore apart the space of the heaven path and quickly descended. The livestream is indeed unusable. Someone cried out in surprise when he saw a notification. Due to time difference, the livestream is not possible. Someone wanted to go offline in a hurry to verify it but was stopped by others. Brother, do you want to die? There's no time for you to log off right now. If you log off for a minute, you'll probably be gone. Especially since you're busy preparing for the instance dungeon. You don't have that kind of time. When the crowd heard this, they immediately stopped thinking about it. Soon, they began to gather and prepare to conquer the instance dungeon. Thousands of players sat on the spot, discussing animatedly. The entrance to the dungeon was not far away. According to the information, behind the entrance of the dungeon is Fentian, which has been contaminated, but it's relatively not dangerous. Outside Fentian is connected to a terrifying Avicii scorching hell. According to the description of the corpse, the terrifying penetrating heat poison in hell is a bit similar to nuclear radiation, F***CK. The legendary hell poison is very likely to be nuclear radiation? Or is it a kind of strong radiation? Isn't this too hardcore? Shoo. Keep your voice down. This might be the truth of history. After all, we know that this game is very realistic. Things in myths can be realized in reality. Then, the hell poison can be explained by modern science. Everyone discussed it, feeling that it was very terrifying and interesting. This was too much of a coincidence, however. At this time, some of the major research institutes in secret, combined with the hell legend of the Earth's myths, found it very strange, because now that they thought about it, those terrible environments in hell and the legendary hell poison hellfire, weren't they very similar to cosmic radiation? After all, the characteristics were too similar. There was no heat, only burning the soul. But the whole body festered and oozed pus, the body collapsed, with a powerful penetrating force, from the body to the bones, producing a burning sensation from the inside out. The immense pain was overbearing and intense to the extreme. Wasn't this like the burning of flames, even though it was not an open flame? Could it be that the ancient Earth's myths are true? The hell in ancient Xianxia myths is actually a terrible, harsh, high-radiation vacuum environment in the universe, barren. It's used to suppress the dead? A middle-aged scientist in his 40s, wearing a white coat and black-rimmed glasses, bit his lower lip tightly, breathing rapidly. In less than 3 months, since the incident broke out, they had studied a lot of content, but the more they studied, the more shocked they were. Especially at this time, it involved the ancient hell of the ancient myths. The environment where the dead suffered an infernal hell, in modern terms, was actually a high-radiation vacuum area. This was too inconceivable. An old man sat on an advanced white electronic instrument, sorting out all kinds of data. He took a deep breath, appearing much calmer. Then, the hell in Earth's myths might be in the solar system, on the moon? On Mars, Saturn? According to the myths, of the 18 levels of hell, the infernal hell was the most famous. It was the most painful, the darkest, the most terrifying, and the most sinful existence. Infernal hell was also known as Avicii hell, full name Avicii scorching hell. In ancient times, the description was, the living could not withstand the scorching flames of molten lava, burning karmic fire, penetrating the whole body, incessant pain, until the end of the tribulation, endless pain, hence the name infernal hell. The ancient times must have had a long history. Someone sighed. He stood up, opened his arms, and his eyes were filled with longing and dreams. As a scientist, it's great to be born in this era. Yes, to be able to study the ancient mythological ruins, to unveil the mysterious veil of time. Another person was also filled with emotion, his eyes burning with passion. His eyes were filled with radiance, called dreams. After all, to the Research Institute, there was too much evidence. Ancient people suspected to be Downlords appeared in outer space, and were monitored by the space station. And the people of Earth were suspected to have the bloodline of the Creator. There were too many, a vast and huge mythological picture gradually unfolded before their eyes. Perhaps, in ancient times, there was an extraordinary civilization in the solar system. Xiaoxia's heavenly court, hell, and even the foreign Anunnaki and Olympus were all distributed on the major planets of the solar system? These researchers in white coats, the more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. It was hard to imagine, but the truth was crazily intertwined, laid out in front of them. They all whispered to each other. When our space station and spacecraft are completely developed, we must explore the entire solar system. Perhaps we can find the ancient ruins on the various ancient planets. Exactly. Suji could no longer be bothered with them. He was chewing gum, casually throwing the wrapping paper on Mercury. He was already incomparably used to them. This time, the large-scale online game was flourishing, but he was very indifferent, quietly watching from the sidelines. At this moment, he was still sitting in the distance, sunbathing, peacefully enjoying this vacation, quietly watching those little ants in the distance. They actually began to make simple anti-radiation clothing, fooling Yun Zhongjuan, using his own ability to create compressed air in a jar, making a simple oxygen tank. Brothers, let's go. A group of guys, dressed in tin cans and carrying simple oxygen tanks, strode into the space tunnel and entered Fentian. Brothers, the Celestials' talent is indeed amazing. It's very comprehensive. They can do anything, control metal, control the air. It's simply the perfect equipment crafting master. It's a novice village, someone whispered. This is too convenient. Maybe we should let them make spacesuits in the future. What the hell is a spacesuit? With such precision and ability, isn't it beautiful to make a computer? A group of people quickly rushed in. The strong radiation made them feel uncomfortable, slightly numb and burning. Negative buffs quickly appeared. Brothers, to get rich, first cut down trees. They moved extremely quickly and began to chop down a tree. They were shocked to observe the structure of the entire tree. As for the research institute outside, there were also members of this group of people. They kept sending text screenshots out. They were shocked again. Plants that could survive in vacuum and high radiation, this was a huge discovery. There was life in the vacuum universe. It was a miracle in the history of life. They did not even take 2 steps. Brothers, retreat. Someone calculated the time and roared. According to the calculations of the big shots outside, the tin cans can only withstand a small part of the radiation. Although we are rank 2 or 3 life forms, stronger than mortals on Earth, we will probably reach our limit in 10 minutes. They had just cut down a tree in Fentian and quickly retreated. Then, they began to examine their bodies in an orderly manner, the degree of mutation and cell damage under the various radiation. Normally, the dungeon progress is 0.5%. Don't touch that tree. The radiation concentration is very high. Especially the leaves, that's where photosynthesis occurs and absorbs radiation. But, maybe the leaves can be made into some kind of poisonous weapon. Karmic fire leaves, a gentle fan, with countless karmic fire attacks. Isn't it a palm leaf fan? A group of people discussed in an orderly manner. Don't be fooled by the fact that they all liked to ramble on. Which one of them wasn't a veteran player who ran dungeons and researched strategies? They had some skills and were very familiar with it. They discussed strategies with each other and how to improve the next step. Modern people living in the city might not have high combat standards. They might not even have killed chickens and ducks before entering the game, but their theoretical abilities were definitely very good. They then rested for a while and continued to rush in. Emperor Yun closed his eyes from afar and praised, impressive. You know when to advance or retreat. These Azuras are indeed very familiar with the environment of the infernal realm. They have such perfect and well-practiced measures to deal with the infernal realm. Metal can armor, air tanks, and hellish flames, and what they're doing now is constantly trying to adapt their bodies to this terrifying hellish poison, in order to evolve and develop the resistance and adaptability they want. He kept analyzing the actions and felt that it was very reasonable. Your Majesty. Yun Zhongjuan was a bit hesitant. He was already looking at the legged plants and trying to graft a section of those mysterious ancient trees onto his body. He even started trying to pollinate some of the plants to produce fruits through hybridization. Let them try. The Cloud Emperor's eyes flickered. As a mighty ruler, he naturally had his own breadth of mind. Over the next few days, some players couldn't take it anymore and started to die. After all, it was natural selection, and they had tried their best to ease the process of adaptation. Moreover, as they continued to adapt to the hellish environment, they began to extend the time they spent inside. Gradually, they walked out of Fentian and arrived at the legendary Avicii Hell outside. The whole world shone with a golden radiance. It was splendid. The ground was full of craters, full of desolation, but sparsely covered with ancient trees. Mysterious men and women were running everywhere. In the distance, there was a bronze stone tablet. Buildings, dilapidated walls, and ancient temples could be vaguely seen. Vast and boundless, any life form would feel insignificant in this ancient land. Someone's eyes widened. Craters, vacuum, and radiation. Could this be the universe? 9 dragons pulling coffins? Someone pressed his forehead, picked up a simple wooden stick, and looked up. I'm not sure. That big fireball is too bright. Even if there is a starry sky, I can't see it. He kept sorting out his thoughts. Let's go, brothers. Let's go to the dungeon and kill those mysterious tree people in the vacuum. In their eyes, these trees were the small monsters in the dungeon. After all, it would take too long to reach the distant buildings. At the moment, they definitely couldn't handle it. They could only first kill monsters to level up and adapt to the environment. And in front of them, they naturally had to clear a path. Although they were at level 2 and 3, the environment was too harsh, and their combat power was more than doubled. On the other hand, the mysterious tree people were only at level 1, but in the opponent's home ground, it was really difficult to determine the winner. Kill! They roared. Why yeah, those mysterious tree people roared and rushed forward. Their warlike nature seemed to be engraved in their bones. Both sides fought. Pull the monsters. Kite them. Tanks, follow. A group of people roared. How can there be no monsters in the dungeon? In the distance, Suji silently opened the notebook, recorded the data, and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. The newly bred air elves are very strange. I can use the war to hone them and evolve more perfectly. And those players are also evolving, enriching the species. Their setting is originally evolution. This was Suji's main goal. War made life evolve. This was also a kind of survival of the fittest. In the long years, it even occupied an important evolutionary factor. Thrown as a roadblock on the road, constantly evolving and perfecting. A very special race. I feel that they are not simple, and there is a powerful force in their bodies. Suji slightly raised his eyebrows. Perhaps, they will become the strongest fighting race. They are indeed very warlike and love to kill. 1 day, 2 days, days passed. Those air elves were originally creatures that had just evolved, and they were still in the process of evolution. At this time, these players seemed to have stimulated their evolution speed, and they became even more strange. The air in their meridians began to contain energy like blood, and it was very dense, replacing the role of blood. Wah 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 wah. On this day, they were driven mad by the players. A powerful leader shouted, and his body was like an internal combustion engine, stimulating the carbon dioxide core and oxygen core to test high pressure and boil. Bang, a huge air cannon smashed over with dazzling snow-white light. F*CK. This is the air cannon? Kamehameha? All the players broke down and fled for their lives. Many were killed and injured. They naturally understood a way to use it, but this was a tactic that hurt the enemy 1,000 times and themselves 100 times. The more they used, the less they would use. No ha, no ha. The surrounding people were shouting. The leader looked at his hand excitedly. He didn't expect to have such great power, and he was very happy. Very good. Suji quietly recorded the experimental evolution data. At this time, the players also began to use their evolution characteristics to gradually grow, and the stored energy advanced to the next realm. Boom, gradually, some players began to break through. White light flashed, and their bodies began to change. After one evolution, I already have preliminary radiation resistance. At this time, Bai Xiaojun looked at her tree, which had become even more strange. She had broken through to grade 4, and she had grafted those mysterious plants with their genes. An air heart began to appear in her body, and there were many special dense meridians. However, there was only one heart, and it was considered incomplete. After all, she wasn't the Yuan dynasty's blue flower, who relied on being a breeding pig to break through to the Celestial Emperor realm and was imprisoned. She was also an ordinary player who evolved on her own. Now that she was grade 4, she could be considered the first echelon. There is an airflow in my body. His eyes widened, and he was also very curious about those mysterious creatures, and their structure. He kept murmuring, inner chi? A race that uses and senses chi in the universe? Hell, it's simply too terrifying. He felt that the secrets hidden behind this land were too terrifying, and there was a deep fear. Hell, the 6 paths of reincarnation were definitely not as simple as they seemed on the surface. Everything they saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Ha ha ha, but I want to develop and use chi. He laughed. Who was he, by Xiaojun, he studied medicine, and he had a deep understanding of the human body's meridians and various biological structures. He sat cross-legged and made the posture of a martial arts practitioner, with the 5 hearts facing the sky, and the posture of a grandmaster. He muttered, "Inner Qi, the legendary peerless martial arts, Kamehameha divine art, Kamehameha divine art, Kamehameha fist." Beside him, a few players who teamed up with him were speechless. Modern people all had some funny attributes, but it was still rare to see such a funny person. However, he silently sensed, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Brothers, there are now more than 600 people left. Everyone's teams are striving to advance in the dungeon, and want to push into the ancient temple and finish the dungeon. But the other party is very difficult to deal with. Now, I have a way." The surrounding teammates were shocked. "What way?" Now in the dungeon, a group of people were rushing to advance in the dungeon, wanting to finish it and obtain the mission reward, but there were too many enemies, and the road was too long. Otherwise, why would the Celestials not be willing to enter, and let them evolve to have the talent of resistance to radiation? Although there were many strange talents among the Celestials, and there might really be a way to reach the ancient temple, Emperor Yun had ulterior motives. Perhaps he did not want to take the risk, and suspected that there was a terrifying existence in the ancient temple. They were afraid of death. They wanted to use this opportunity to use the hands of the Azure Path to help explore. Moreover, with this poisonous fire, they could evolve a batch, and capture them as breeding pigs. They could reproduce the next generation, and produce hungry ghost warriors for the Celestials who could resist the hellfire. "I really have a way to steal chickens." Bai Xiaojun said in a low voice, "I found that after I evolved, we rank 4 creatures are already half-radiated species, and our resistance to radiation is very strong. If we move a little faster, we should be able to make a round trip." Someone at the side was speechless. "Yes, we can indeed make a round trip just by rushing, but those guys are not to be trifled with. They crazily block the way, and that is the biggest problem. Every time we advance, we spend 70 to 80% of our time on them, and the time spent on rushing is very little." Bai Xiaojun smiled. "Don't be afraid, I found that I can sense Qi." "Sense Qi?" The others stared. This was too metaphysical. "Yes," Bai Xiaojun said in a low voice, "I can sense Qi, the Qi of those strange creatures." The surrounding people were instantly excited, their hearts surging. Bai Xiaojun could sense them. Didn't that mean that those monsters could also sense each other? Bai Xiaojun could be sensed by them. At that time, did they think that they could get away with it because they were companions? It's very risky. It's fine to sense from afar, but if we get close and see what we look like, we will still be exposed. And if we go deep into the enemy's territory, we will die instantly. Are you guys up for it?" Bai Xiaojun said, "This is a rare opportunity. It's very likely that there are other plant players who are also about to evolve, or like me, they have fused part of their abilities." The people at the side looked at each other. This was a chance. If they waited for others to also discover this secret, "Let's do it, riches come with risks," they said. Immediately, the group of people quietly set off. Bai Xiaojun could clearly sense the qi of other creatures, even the qi of the trees. Those gods also sensed it at the same time, thinking that it was their own kind, so they continued to patrol. "It's very safe." Bai Xiaojun and the group secretly moved forward. "There is a very strong qi in the south, probably a very difficult character to deal with, let's go around it." The group of people quietly moved forward, looking at the distant ancient bronze tablet that was getting bigger and bigger, completely appearing in front of them. The few of them showed a hint of joy. "It's here, the ancient bronze tablet. It is said that the celestial emperors of that time stopped here." Bai Xiaojun said, looking into the distance, "There is still a distance to go. Over there is the ancient temple. It is said that there is a mysterious existence inside." After taking a picture of the ancient bronze tablet, they continued to move forward. After wandering for a while, they completely arrived in front of the ancient temple. Broken walls, ancient weathered stone walls, in the vacuum of the universe, telling the unknown ancient past, there was a green lamp hanging. "Ha ha ha, we are finally here." The few of them shouted excitedly, dancing with joy. They were going to pass the dungeon, the rhythm of successfully stealing chicken. "We are rich." They strode into the ancient temple. not at all looking like they cherished the ancient ruins, carelessly. Protecting the cultural ruins? What does it have to do with me? They stood in front of the ancient temple, casually wiping the ancient square board above. A cloud of dust swept away, a few mysterious and vigorous square traditional characters vaguely written on the board. It was majestic. Xidagarba. The words after that were scratched. It was hazy. It was impossible to see the words clearly. Bai Xiaojuan's eyes widened. Suddenly her voice trembled, her face a little pale. Brothers, I have learned the 4 common languages of the animal path. I can at least understand some simple communication. But this handwriting, why is it so familiar? Huh? Familiar, King, this game recently has a lot of hardcore languages, right? Familiar my ass. This is the ancient ruins of several distant civilizations. According to this game, we definitely can't recognize the prehistoric language. The few of them laughed, then followed her gaze, but in the next second, they were as silent as Bai Xiaojun. Because, this was the ancient traditional Chinese language. The 2 words Xidagarba were traditional square characters. The strokes were vigorous like a horned dragon. The back of the board could not be seen clearly. One of the people at the side was silent. It was simply unbelievable. How can this be? Suddenly there is a board with ancient Chinese language. In the depths of the underworld, in an ancient temple? According to their guesses, this ancient desolate land had thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of years of ancient history. How could there be Chinese language? After all, the Chinese civilization had 5,000 years. This was the prehistoric ruins of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of years ago, where Chinese language appeared. They looked into the ancient temple, emitting a faint glow. It was full of desolation, as if it had experienced tens of thousands of years of waiting. It was unknown how glorious and majestic it was in the past. Immediately, the few of them did not dare to be careless, looking at the distant ancient temple, carefully, not daring to damage it in the slightest. They just stared at the mysterious Chinese language on the board. Easter egg? Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath, her expression dark. She murmured, just like the Tao Lord from before spoke Chinese? That's impossible. Even if it's an Easter egg, the timing doesn't match. One of them spoke up, obviously knowing the history, hurriedly suppressing the panic in his heart. Xidagarba. Legend has it that it started from the Tang dynasty. It was said that in the Tang dynasty, a prince of the Silla kingdom became a monk, and after his death, he became a god, becoming Xidagarba Bodhisattva. Tang dynasty, this is about 1,000 years ago. It can be considered recent history, but how long has it been here? Is this the ancient ruins of hell from a few eras ago, tens of millions of years ago? The few of them nodded. This was indeed the case. The timing didn't match. Bai Xiaojuan's eyes suddenly widened, and she glanced at the few people beside her, her face filled with shock as she murmured, the timing really doesn't match? Is the time really not right? This sentence instantly gripped the hearts of the few of them. According to the normal time ratio, it was indeed so. Only 5,000 years of Chinese history seemed long, but in fact, it was relatively short. How could there be Chinese characters in the ancient mythological temple that was tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of millions of years ago? This was like having a grandson first, then a grandfather. However, the time flow in this game was not equal. The difference between the flow of time in reality and this land was too great. 1,000 years ago, it could be that ancient Xidagarba Bodhisattva ascended from the Tang dynasty. Only 1,000 years had passed in the mortal world before people went from the Tang dynasty to the modern era. But here, there was a mythological era that could last a long time. If it's really Xidagarba Bodhisattva, then this ancient temple of hell is his residence? Doesn't that mean the vow not to become a Buddha until hell is empty? That's impossible, right? That's just a legend. We don't even know if Xidagarba Bodhisattva really exists. Who was he when he was alive? There are a few versions in history, although the story of the Tang dynasty Silla monk is the most recognized. From our encounters and experiences, there's nothing impossible with such a terrifying time flow. The few of them were baffled. It felt like a dream, but in theory, it had been completely realized. Cough, 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 one of the players quickly coughed. He suddenly felt a little creeped out and had goosebumps all over his body. He sniffled. Could this be a horror game? It was really terrifying. The more he thought about it, the more goosebumps appeared. He quickly looked at the board and paced back and forth to study the handwriting. He laughed. Brothers. Why are you suddenly so quiet? This setting is quite interesting. 100 years in heaven, a day on earth. It's very immersive. As expected of the game production team. The game background and world they set are constantly unfolding, and the scenes are refreshing. It's too exciting. It's a wonderful work. Yes, yes. The Easter egg with the background of Chinese mythology is perfectly integrated into this online game of the 6 realms of reincarnation. Another player quickly said. He came back to his senses and quickly took a screenshot. He laughed. Super God unfold. It's all just foreshadowing. It's too amazing. If it's released and they know that this dungeon's mysterious ancient temple has ancient Chinese characters, their jaws will definitely drop. The few of them hurriedly teased him. Bai Xiaojun glanced at them and nodded tacitly. As long as one was smart, he would feel that the black technology of this online virtual game could not be produced by modern technology. If humans developed to the virtual online gaming era of the Ashutl people a few hundred years later, when such a virtual online gaming background appeared, people would only praise it for being exquisite. But now, he began to have some doubts in his heart. Brothers, let's sort out our thoughts. Prepare to raid the dungeon. Bai Xiaojun and the others no longer hesitated, but they were not in a hurry to enter the mysterious ancient temple. After all, there were only monsters blocking the way before, and entering the ancient temple was very likely to be the final boss of a special difficult dungeon. What kind of danger would there be? An unknown mysterious enemy? Before entering the dungeon, the team would definitely need to discuss and organize their information. Otherwise, a team wipe would not be fun. It was just that the 2 words Xianxia really disturbed their minds. However, they did not dare to immediately send a screenshot to ask for Yun's help. The other animals were all competing for the dungeon's progress. If they found out that they had secretly come over to steal the chicken, wouldn't it cause a huge commotion? We can only rely on ourselves to raid the dungeon. First of all, according to the current background setting of the game, for the 2 ancient Chinese words Xianxia, us players, the path of Azura, are not the first batch to descend into this world. Bai Xiaojun and the others squatted down and took a short stick to write and draw on the grayish-white sand on the ground. Bai Xiaojun analyzed with a serious expression. Before the ancient mythological era, or even before Zhu Wuxian, there were also some ancient players from Earth who entered this world a few thousand years ago. They ascended to this world one after another. This place is also known as the Immortal World, Buddha World, and so on in our traditional Chinese legends. Everyone nodded. According to the analysis of the background setting, it was indeed so. They came from Earth, and after ascending, they became ancient mighty beings. Then, for some unknown reason, the gods fell. They were extremely powerful, but they also met with misfortune. After an unknown period of time, it might be the era of the absolute God, everyone nodded. Then, according to this background, the myths and legends of the past 5,000 years are very terrifying. For example, this Xianxia before us might be a hero from Earth 1,000 years ago who stepped onto the ancient road of the sun and entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now, he has only appeared here tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years ago, leaving an ancient relic for us. Then, what about Zhang Sanfeng? Does Gautama Buddha still exist? Laozi left Hangu Pass? The ancestors of mankind, the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor? The heavenly venerables from Earth in the mythological era? Their breathing became rapid, and their faces were full of fear. The unequal flow of time meant the greatest unknown and mysterious possibility. They had thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation had been stunning enough before. It was unbelievable. The background setting was exciting and interconnected, but at this moment, it was only the tip of the iceberg. Then, how did these ancient beings disappear after they left Earth? Why didn't they live to this day? Or were they suppressed somewhere, with only their remnant souls left? After parting the dark clouds, they thought they had seen the truth of history, but it was even darker. They looked at the mysterious ancient temple, and the word hell pierced into their hearts. There was nothing more immersive than the familiar ancient characters of the civilization he was in. Before, they had a lot of feelings for Zhu Wuxian, but it was only feelings and admiration for such a person who fought for his own world. But now, they discovered that before Ju Wuxian, there were even more ancient beings in prehistory, and they had goosebumps all over their bodies. Like natives, they melted into the world. The few of them trembled as they discussed among themselves. This game is very special. As expected of the first online virtual reality game that transcends time. It's called A Second Life, and it completely combines the 5,000 years of mythological history of Xianxia with the setting of the online game world. It's very immersive. It's just that such a twisted and ancient 5,000 years of myths and legends might be broken by both sides. But this game is really fun. The background setting is amazing. They just laughed and chatted. As for whether it was true or not, they had to slowly evaluate it and bury it in their hearts. They tidied up and began to explore the ancient temple seriously. They wore tin cans and entered in order, surrounding by Xiao Jun because he was the core of the team. Without him to sense qi, even if they passed the dungeon, they would not be able to go back. They would definitely die in the depths of the Avicii hell. They followed the ancient temple and entered the gate. On both sides were bronze lamps, somewhat in the style of Duanhuang's Mogao caves. The walls were thick painted murals, but they had been weathered out of shape with the passage of time. They were covered in a thick layer of dust, and the air was filled with unknown divine power, which preserved these murals. Thud, 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 the empty footsteps stirred up the wind and dust. Walking in it made them feel old and silent for endless years. As they walked, they saw many Buddhist paintings, singing and dancing to celebrate peace, endless fairies, and Buddhist paintings. It was a very ordinary Dunhuang ancient temple style. On both sides were stone sculptures of disciples, bodhisattvas, heavenly kings, and Hercules. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and they seemed to see another 1,000 Buddha cave in Dunhuang. It was simply too beautiful, uncanny workmanship. It's so beautiful. This is the ancient Huaxia architecture. As expected of the heroes from Earth 1,000 years ago. It's so much more beautiful than those overcrowded tourist attractions. The vacuum of space, the mysterious ancient temple full of radiation, and the weight of time is countless times stronger. It's just that these stone walls don't record history. Bai Xiaojun felt a little regretful. But of course, this is the most realistic depiction. It would be strange if an ancient temple recorded the history of its destruction on the murals. Unless it was deliberately painted by the later generations. However, as they walked, they saw a row of words in the murals. The words were in the ancient language, which was incompatible with the style of the murals. They seemed to have been carved later, not in traditional Huaxia, and they couldn't understand the centipede-shaped words. They silently noted it down and walked along the murals. Not long after, they saw another row of words in a mural. They couldn't understand it at all, but it was obviously not the same language. Even the person who wrote it was different, as if it was from two different eras. Obviously, these words were not left behind by the master of the ancient temple. They were added by the people of the later generations when they came to the ancient temple. In their era, perhaps the ancient temple had already been damaged and became the dilapidated walls that it was today. Powerful people from different eras have come here and left behind these words, recording some of the mysteries of their eras for their descendants. It's just that we can't understand it at all. What a loss. They might have written the entire truth of the history of generations. Brother, since the powerful people from different eras have come here and left behind traces, why don't we also write on one of the murals that we visited this place? You're asking for a beating. You're destroying a cultural monument. How can we do that? In any case, I don't dare to do it now. When the time comes, I'll soar and become a powerful person. I'll definitely leave behind words like these powerful people of the past. They were all discussing. They also felt that these words from different eras were too hardcore and realistic. They kept analyzing it. After all, many dungeons required decryption, background settings, and analysis. Generally, the boss information and various backgrounds would be displayed on the various stone walls of the dungeon. However, at this moment, they felt a deep sense of immersion and a strong sense of curiosity. They were curious about the myths of the ancient era. After all, this ancient temple was an ancient relic of the Earthlings. As they gradually walked in, the stone walls seemed to have turned into words, symbolizing that more than 10 ancient powerful people had explored the ancient temple in different eras. Finally, as they moved forward, they gradually saw a row of words that they could understand. It was the native language of hell. It's similar to Zhu Wuxian's handwriting. Everyone was shocked. They had seen Zhu Wuxian's handwriting on the arcade game when he wrote that poem. There was only one sentence written on it: that reincarnator killed my beloved. If you can redeem yourself, you can live for 100 lifetimes. The surrounding people looked at each other and couldn't help but murmur, it should be Zhu Wuxian describing his era. At that time, the 6 paths of reincarnation were established, and the Emperor of Reincarnation ruled the entire era, but this is the era of the recent epoch. I'm not sure what happened before. Bai Xiaojun shook her head and said, perhaps that emperor knows. He's from the recent epoch, and it's very likely that he's a remnant of the old mythological era. He took over the shattered world, reconstructed the 6 paths of reincarnation, and ruled over the ages, monopolizing several eras. Although he's extraordinary, he's still just a celestial emperor. In the prehistory of tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years, there must have been even more terrifying mythological eras. There might even have been rank 8 gods and world-class experts. The terrifying shattering and destruction must have led to the rise of the Emperor of Reincarnation and his revival, as well as the resistance of Zhu Wuxian and the others. Ushering in today's era. Bai Xiaojun looked at the entire corridor of murals. The long history has almost been obliterated. We can only guess the situation in the recent several epochs and the recent thousands of years. The current era is the era of the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, the worldview of the 6 paths of reincarnation was completely unfolding in front of everyone's eyes. The shattered world might have been even vaster than before. As they moved forward, they arrived at the end of the ancient temple. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies, and they looked at each other. Do you feel that the radiation intensity has increased by more than 10 times? It's like this. Living beings, do not approach. Even creatures like us, who are resistant to radiation, might not be able to withstand it. There must be a terrifying source of radiation in there that exterminates all living beings that come close. In the words of the myths, even after hundreds of millions of years, it's still emitting the poisonous flames of hell. This is too terrifying. It's been going on for endless eras. Everyone looked horrified. However, when they thought about it, they realized that the half-life of many highly radioactive substances was indeed tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years. Keep going. We're already here. We must see what's inside. Bai Xiaojun shouted, instantly boosting the confidence of the others. Not only do we want to be the first team to clear the main storyline dungeon and obtain the unique reward, but we also want to know the truth of history. The others gritted their teeth and moved forward. 1 step, 2 steps, creak. The door opened. The radiation intensity instantly increased by 1,000 times. It was a meditation room at the back of an ancient temple. It was simple and unadorned, and it was completely empty. An ancient and skinny skeleton draped in a kasaya sat cross-legged on the ground. There was a halo behind it, and its entire body emitted a dazzling 5-colored radiance, like the light of Buddha. My eyes! Bai Xiaojun shouted. She felt her scalp going numb. Run! We will die here. This is a huge source of radiation. It's too shocking. It's millions of times stronger than before. It's already in the range of visible light. One had to know that some of the more powerful radiation lines would also emit light. However, the terrifying radiance gave them goosebumps. They ran with large strides, thinking of the monk that had turned into a skeleton. Thinking of the eternal halo behind him that had lasted for hundreds of millions of years, they could not help but be shocked. It was as if they had understood history. So, this is the truth of the Buddha's light? Thud, thud, thud. Everyone closed the door and ran away. At this moment, after running for a long distance, they saw quaint murals on both sides. The team members looked at each other, and their hearts beat wildly in their chests. That's so scary. That hazy light is so scary that my legs turned to jelly. The players quickly talked about it, feeling that it was a typical opening kill in such a difficult dungeon. Fortunately, they reacted fast enough to escape death. After a long time, Bai Xiaojun swallowed silently and said in a hoarse voice, "Brothers, look at what we've found. If it gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar. The entire internet will be overturned. That's not true, right? Someone couldn't help but say. That's not true at all. Bai Xiaojun said quickly, do you know what we've found? The truth of historical myths. We've used the radiation theory of modern physics to explain the structure of hell and the ancient Huaxia myths. Using science to explain the 5,000-year-old ancient Huaxia myths? The people around her were shocked. They felt an intense excitement in their hearts, as if a thick veil was slowly lifted from a thick fog, and the riddle of history was gradually being answered. Bai Xiaojun glanced at them and said excitedly, the radiation is the poisonous fire of hell. The radiation is the toxic fire of hell, and the halo of eternal Buddhist light behind the Buddha is also a type of high-energy radiation. This ancient existence has fallen for so long, but it's still so terrifying. It can be seen how terrifying it was when it was alive. We die when we get close. It's like another Cthulhu. Everyone nodded and immediately came to a realization. Isn't this a different kind of indescribable fear? On second thought, isn't it like the Buddha light in the myths, shining eternally with a colorful glaze on the back? They should have thought that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva could control such horrifying hellfire, and his supernatural power should be a huge source of radiation. This ancient hero from Earth, an ancient transcendent civilization, might have mastered supernatural mysterious energy like radiation that modern people couldn't understand. But I don't think so, right? There's an obvious flaw in this conjecture. It's normal for Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Buddhist light to be so terrifying. After all, the Buddha of hell. What about the other Buddhas? Aren't they supposed to deliver all living beings from suffering? How could they be so murderous? Someone asked hurriedly. Bai Xiaojun shook her head. As for the other Buddhas, I think they control a kind of positive radiation, a kind of positive energy. Although they will also cause radiation abnormalities and cell metamorphosis, they will have positive effects. You must know that some special radiation rays can give rise to positive effects and promote the evolution of living things. Look. Which of those Buddhas did not have hair loss on their heads and a pile of sarcomas? This was radiation abnormality. Are they similar to the creatures affected by nuclear radiation? Everyone, come to think of it, it was quite similar. That makes sense. After all, radiation alopecia was the most common early symptom. No wonder they were all bald. They were shocked. It turned out that this dungeon had hidden such a deep message. As for the 3 heads and 6 arms, the angry King Kong, and all kinds of other abnormal forms, plus the sarcomas on their heads, they are obviously the common forms of radiation abnormalities. Bai Xiaojun said confidently, the Buddha's Buddhist light that the Buddhas cultivate is probably a special cosmic radiation system. Look. This special radiation energy, isn't it easy to infect and assimilate other living beings? Assimilate? This is the principle of delivering all living beings from suffering. Convert to Buddhism. Hearing this, everyone had strange expressions. They felt that it was more and more likely. It couldn't be as simple as a coincidence, could it? They had stepped into the depths of hell, seen the mysterious ancient path of the sun, and seen the ancient prehistoric mythological buildings. Perhaps they had already glimpsed a corner of the ancient Huaxia mythological cultivation system. It was the true principle of Buddhism that belonged to the transcendent civilization of ancient Earth. Using science to explain the transcendent, the people next to them took deep breaths. Although a lot of evidence pointed in the same direction, the impact was too great. It was hard to imagine and needed time to sort it out. You still don't believe me? Then let me ask you something else. How do you explain it? Bai Xiaojun couldn't help but say. If it's a radiation cultivation system, then it's understandable that it's so domineering. As the saying goes, when the Buddha's aura shines, everything within 800 miles will be Buddhist land. Yes, Buddhist land, isn't this the radiation zone? Only believers can live in it. Who would dare to come in? Do they want to die? Once they enter the radiation zone, they will definitely be assimilated into believers. Everyone was dumbfounded. The radiant Buddhist land was radiation. 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 Everyone knew that radiation was a kind of destructive and terrifying death energy. It would wildly transform, mutate, and cause the collapse of living beings' genes. The fire in front of them was known as the hellfire, and it filled the entire dangerous land. However, if a positive radiation of opposite energy was researched, it would shine brightly and promote the evolution of living beings. That would be a very powerful and tyrannical system, the radiation light source system. This kind of extraordinary energy cultivation system was very domineering. It would definitely be able to form a large force, and it would probably not be inferior to the 9 revolutions mysterious art. The principle of Buddhist cultivation would emit a special kind of positive energy radiation, emitting light like a spring breeze, leading people to do good. Everywhere it goes, there is Buddha's aura, and everywhere emits positive energy. Bai Xiaojun muttered to herself, until now, you still haven't understood it? The surrounding players were silent. Everyone was very afraid. If it was converted into positive energy radiation, would it be a powerful ability to benefit all living beings? However, how to convert it and how to research it was a very terrifying problem. Light. Spreading believers. Wherever it shone, it was all Buddhist land. Their breathing gradually began to become heavy, rising and falling. Their expressions were different. Panic, joy, and dumbfounded. Everyone present had a strange look on their faces. All kinds of evidence were laid out in front of them, and they completely believed it. A team member completely surrendered, as if thinking of something, suddenly shouted in excitement. No wonder it's called Vairocana Buddha. The image is of a sun on its back, emitting a halo. Everywhere it goes, there is Buddhist land, and everywhere it goes, there are believers. This is clearly a hint to us. There is radiation here. So that's how it is. Another person shuddered, because he knew the truth. With a sun on its back, how can a sun not have radiation? The sun is undergoing intense high-energy nuclear reactions all the time. Damn it. So many mythological hints have appeared in front of us, and now we only understand everything when we see the small sun with a strong radiation source behind that withered skeleton monk. The tense atmosphere was completely ignited. Thinking about it again, the Buddha fed his flesh to the eagle and enlightened the monkey. There was a reason behind it. How could there be free meat in this world? He was inviting the monkey to join the sect. Thinking about it again, the monkey was also irradiated and became a believer, obediently joining the sect. He learned the radiation combat technique. Everyone's breathing hastened. The ancient Xianxia myths and legends that they had were all perfectly explained. Everything that this dungeon revealed was too shocking. From the moment they entered the ancient temple, they saw the 2 ancient Xianxia characters Xitigarbha, to the various ancient histories and the hidden truth of the cultivation system. It was all so shocking, everyone took a deep breath. This is really an extremely scientific explanation of ancient myths. Modern people say that Buddha is fake, that Buddha doesn't exist, and that Buddha is very unscientific. That's because they don't understand it. Modern science isn't deep enough. But our physics can barely understand the principles of myths, just like those Ishidar people who created the extraordinary through science. Following that, they looked at Bai Xiaojun and started talking about business. Then what should we do next? Should we open that door or not? Bai Xiaojun's expression was also anxious. They had barged in with great difficulty and found what seemed to be the corpse of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. Even though it had been hundreds of millions of years, it was still emitting terrifying hellish flames that engulfed the entire secret chamber. The other powerful beings probably didn't dare to approach as they couldn't withstand it and didn't obtain the inheritance, so they could only leave behind words outside. There's no need to say more. This is an inheritance. Bai Xiaojun analyzed with a serious look on her face. If my guess is correct, according to past records, these ancient Buddhas should have relics, and relics are their energy cores and sources of radiation. Relics emit faint golden light, which perfectly matches the characteristics. It's just that this inheritance is too domineering. Ordinary people can't even pick it up. All the cells in their body will collapse, ooze pus, and fail. Everyone nodded. If it was an ordinary Buddha, the radiant positive energy would at most be assimilated and become the next Buddha. Perhaps it was called the reincarnation of the Buddha. This was also the relic of the Buddha, passed down from generation to generation. Perhaps it was also the origin of the legend of reincarnation. It was said that when generations of Buddhas perished, there would always be reincarnated Buddhas who would then guide them back. The most famous one was subduing the dragon and taming the tiger, golden cicada. This should be the principle behind it. The more everyone thought about it, the clearer it became. Recalling the entire long history of Buddhist myths and legends, they turned pale with fright. This perfectly explained the story of the entire mythological system, Bai Xiaojun said with a solemn expression. However, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is too terrifying and unique. He is the only Buddha of hell. He fell into the demonic Tao and cultivated the Buddha of killing. His Sarira is too terrifying, and its vicious nature is too strong. It focuses on killing. Normal people can't handle it, or else it would have long been taken away by others. When the few of them thought of this, they still couldn't do anything. They guessed that there should be a relic on that corpse, but they couldn't take it away. This was because such a huge amount of radiation was not something they could bear. Even if they carried it with them, they would still die. There was once a piece of news about a man who picked up a highly radioactive metal bullet that had been experimentally tested. He thought it was very beautiful, so he put it in his pocket. In just 10 minutes, he fainted on the ground and had his limbs amputated. This was the terror of radiation energy. We can't take it away, but we can't go back empty-handed. We can only give it a try. Bai Xiaojun clenched her teeth and asked the others to step back. I'll try to communicate and plead for mercy. This ancient existence has great ambitions. We all grew up listening to his deeds. As a hero who once walked out of Earth, he might be lenient. After all, we are all from the same source. After saying that, Bai Xiaojun broke her knee on the spot and knelt on the ground devoutly. Slowly, she bowed. As I have heard, there was a time when the Buddha preached for his mother in the Kylie heaven. At that time, all the Buddhas and Mahasattvas of the 10 directions and immeasurable realms gathered. They praised Sakyamuni Buddha for being able to live in the 5 turbid evil realms. The few of them widened their eyes and hurriedly took a few steps back. This was a ruthless person. He actually knelt according to the method of accepting the inheritance and becoming a disciple, and even recited scriptures. This seemed to be the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's original vow sutra. This brother was obviously a believer in reality and probably recited it often. But, will this really work? Someone murmured. They felt strange and found it unbelievable. After all, subconsciously, they still instinctively thought that this was a game. Some people were not so stupid. They wanted to try and learn to become a disciple, but obviously, they did not have the knowledge in this area and could not recite scriptures. After all, if they succeeded, it would mean that they would inherit the other party's Sarira and become the successor of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Their identity would be the reincarnation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. This dungeon's opportunity was too great. Bai Xiaojun bowed with each step and slowly recited the scriptures with great devotion. On the other side, Suji saw this and immediately gasped. He took off his sunglasses and stood up. This guy is so terrifying. This person is indeed not simple. He is very open-minded. He actually thought of the embryonic form of this radiation system. It makes me feel that the Buddhist lineage is a special radiation energy system. There seems to be a hidden story in the ancient myths. Well, since that's the case, I'll give him a chance and try to open up a brand new path. Suji continued to ponder. Although radiation was destructive energy, and it might not be possible to convert it into a positive form of radiation, Suji had already seen the great potential of a brand new cultivation system. The radiation system, if it can really become a reality, it will definitely be an extremely domineering cultivation method. Suji thought of this and raised his hand slightly. Since there is no loss, there is no harm in giving it a try. In the ancient temple, there were simple murals on both sides. Bai Xiaojun knelt on the ground devoutly and politely, reciting the sacred scriptures, and finally, slowly pushed the door open. Creak, the door opened instantly. This time, the radiation source was actually countless times smaller and was within the acceptable range. It was not as intense as before, the feeling of every cell screaming, "Run," this terrifying feeling. It's indeed manifested. Bai Xiaojun was so excited that he clenched his fists. I knew that there must be a way to conquer this type of dungeon. It can't be unsolvable. The opponent is an ancient hero from Earth, a great god. The creatures who left words on the murals cannot inherit it. But we can. We are on the same side. We are of the same origin. He continued to pray devoutly, step by step. Suddenly, the corpse moved slightly, and an ancient voice came to his ears. It was Cantonese with a certain accent. After hundreds of millions of years, a young man has been enlightened? Recite the scriptures, and you are a king. Splash, after that, a row of relics slowly flew up. Emitting dazzling colorful halos that seemed to be eternal, the smallest of them glittered and flew to the front, and the whole corpse completely withered again. Bang, the door was closed. Bai Xiaojun took the relics and quickly flew back. Bai Xiaojun was completely dumbfounded. What language was that? Wasn't Xitigarbha a Chinese god? Wasn't Xitigarbha written on the door in Chinese? At this moment, a player nearby said with a weird expression, "Bro, it's Cantonese from Guangdong and Guangxi. Maybe it's an ancient accent. It's awkward." He also found it weird that Xitigarbha could speak Cantonese. It basically means that after billions of years, a descendant can come here? You recite a good scripture. I like you. Bai Xiaojun was dumbfounded. So forthright, there were also many dialects in China. The beast path had 4 common languages, but China had even more dialects. There were countless dialects everywhere. Sure enough, hardcore people were everywhere, and they loved the joy of learning languages. The few people present were not surprised that he spoke Cantonese, but fluent modern Mandarin was the real poison. The Tang dynasty didn't popularize Mandarin 1,000 years ago. In ancient times, all kinds of languages were mixed, and Cantonese was quite popular in the Tang dynasty. It seems that Xitigarbha Bodhisattva may have lived in Guangdong and Guangxi during the Tang dynasty. The expressions on their faces became strange. This accent actually had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they had met someone from their hometown in a distant land. Let's go. Bai Xiaojun's expression suddenly changed. We can't make it in time. If we don't go back, it seems that I've only obtained the smallest relic. We'll have to come again in the future. After that, they quickly rushed out of the ancient temple. Thud thud thud, they strode out of the ancient ruins. History would remember this moment. In the year 413, Xitigarbha obtained the ancient inheritance in the ancient temple. In order to carry on his will, he reluctantly bid farewell to his wife and 7 children and converted to Buddhism. He left the mortal world and cultivated the 6 essences. Buddhism first flourished. A group of people stealthily cleared the ancient temple and quietly returned the way they came. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way. On the golden ancient land, mysterious trees were rooted in place. Fortunately, the patrolling tree men and women sensed the aura here and thought it was their own kind, so they didn't come over. It's like Mission Impossible. Someone was shocked and felt very lucky. This is stealth. Sure enough, this dungeon can't be cleared with brute force. The only way to clear it is to turn into their kind and sneak past the patrolling area. Do you think? Suddenly, someone looked at the lush green trees that emitted a faint glow and smiled. Could these trees be the legendary Bodhi trees? You know, it is said that Gautama Buddha comprehended the Tao under a Bodhi tree and became a Buddha, establishing the path of Buddhist cultivation. Everyone's heart trembled. It was really possible. These trees emitted a large amount of radiation. If they studied their structure, they might be able to open up a radiation source system and comprehend some things. After all, the Tao followed nature. The germination of any system was to learn from nature. Bai Xiaojun also revealed a pensive expression. Indeed. Perhaps I should stay here and study the structure of these trees. Walking the path that sage Gautama Buddha once walked, comprehending a path of Buddhism that belongs to me. This is a test for me. After all, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva didn't teach me cultivation methods because he wants me to open up a path that doesn't belong to the predecessors. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva passed away in meditation. There were many relics, at least a dozen. Although he obtained the smallest relic and could only withstand this small one, he didn't have a cultivation method. It was equivalent to obtaining a rich cultivation source. It seemed that he wanted him to explore by himself, someone said from the side. Also, those strange trees and strange men and women are absorbing the radiance. It is likely that the ancient bhikkhus and bhikkhunis were infected by this radiation zone. No, the Buddhist land. Everyone's heart beat faster and faster. They felt that the environment of the ancient temple was completely spread out. There were Bodhi trees, bhikkhus, and bhikkhunis everywhere. This land was a terrifying radiation zone. The Buddhist land seemed to shine for eternity. They gradually walked out of the ancient ruins. Their entire bodies relaxed, as if they had just survived a disaster. This was an unforgettable historical remains exploration experience. At this moment, the entire group was led by Bai Xiaojun, as they could see that he possessed extraordinary intelligence. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he would be able to rise to power in the future, not to mention that they had encountered such a great opportunity. If he rose to power, they would definitely be enlightened and become a group of Buddhas that they trusted. Everyone had a small sun above their heads that flickered with multicolored radiance. Their palms were clasped together, and everywhere they went, golden light shone. Everything was like a Buddhist land. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Vairocana, it's very likely that he visualized the sun and came up with a cultivation system. Everyone said again. Right now, they only felt incredibly excited. When one person attained the Tao, even his chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven. This was too high. They felt that their group would definitely become the top echelon of players in the future. They would inherit the legacy of Buddhism and would probably be famous on the rankings. Halfway back, Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath and said, "Brothers, we're almost there. First, we have to deal with our injuries. We can't die. After all, if we die, we'll have nothing left." Yes. Everyone nodded. After all, they had just come out from that terrifying radiation zone. Although they seemed fine at that time, a lot of radiation didn't kill them instantly. At that time, they might feel fine, but after a few hours, they instantly fell to the ground, twitching and oozing pus. That was the most terrifying reason. The radiation was undetectable. Everyone hurriedly began to recuperate from their injuries. If they survived this wave, that would be the most profitable. After a few days, they recuperated and didn't plan to tell the others. However, some people began to evolve qi and used a method similar to Bai Xiaojun to explore the ancient temple. Very soon, those teams discovered something strange. The inscribed board of the ancient temple was written in the Huaxia language Xianxia. There were also some creatures in the temple that were walking in a messy manner. This let them know that they weren't the first to rob a tomb. Which big shot stole a chicken? Come out and say something, gritting teeth. Who's so wretched? Secretly plucking peaches. Also, what's going on with the ancient Huaxia words on it? Did you bastards write that you were here to visit and destroy the historical sites? The crowd was agitated. Then, someone began to investigate. A few days ago, someone had gone out weirdly and returned with serious injuries. After all, it was impossible for such a journey not to be exposed to high radiation. Seeing that they couldn't hide it anymore and would be traced back to them sooner or later, Bai Xiaojun and the others stood out and explained the cause and effect of the whole thing. "I've formed a squad," said Bai Xiaojun. "Let me tell you what I've seen." Just as he imagined, the moment he finished speaking and announced it, the entire forum was seething. Ancient Huaxia words, the flow of time, the heroes from Earth, the Xianxia temple, a senior from the Tang dynasty, and a conversation in Cantonese. It seemed that the Tang dynasty was 1,000 years old, but in fact, it had been in this world for countless years and had already perished. Such a terrifying worldview was like watching a mythical drama. So you're saying that there were many mythical characters from different dynasties and generations that existed in history and ascended to this current online game world? Our 5,000-year history is short, but it's a long time for the people who can only stay in the mortal world and the ancient heroes who ascended. 100 years in heaven and a day on earth? Buddha, so it's radiation? It does make sense now that I think about it. The internet and the forum went crazy. All the players in the game were cheering. It was too exciting. Just as Bai Xiaojun imagined, it was only the third day since the server was launched, and the worldview was too horrifying. This game had changed everyone's worldview for the first time in history. In a certain university dormitory, brothers, this worldview is completely self-consistent. It's completely connected to the worldview of other wizards and ancient trees. There are no loopholes, a group of enthusiastic students discussed in front of the computer. That's right. The setting of the flow of time can be perfectly brought into this world and the time in our real world, such scenes could be seen everywhere. Countless topics began to be discussed. Many people were so excited that they couldn't sleep in reality. The ancient history contained in this game was too mysterious and had infinite possibilities. Yuan Qinghua, you're crying. You didn't bring me, your husband, to such an exciting historical scene? You have a new lover. Don't you care about our 4 children and the triplets that you're pregnant with? Bai Xiaojun rolled his eyes. Such an exciting adventure, I want to take you out to do something. After all, we brothers have been through life and death together 7 times. But you, the Celestial Emperor, are locked up as a breeding pig. Who can take you out? Even the Celestial Emperor won't let you go. At this time even Meng Mei, Qiao Mingshan, Che Si, and other big shots from all walks of life had heavy expressions on their faces. They took deep breaths and felt their mouths open in shock. They had guessed that there was an ancient transcendent civilization in Xianxia. But now, the world of the 6 paths of reincarnation turned out to be the celestial world where the ancient people ascended. A world with a high flow of time. There was also the appearance of Xidagarba, an ancient person from the Tang dynasty in reality. The professional players' private group exploded with discussions in secret. Meng Mei, radiation system? It sounds terrifying. It's definitely not lower than the incense system. Moreover, it has an unprecedented influence. It is indeed suitable for establishing a religion and assimilating believers. This is the initial demonstration of the ancient Buddhist cultivation theory. It has proven many things. It is very terrifying. You guys can figure it out yourself, I'm giving you a look. System Center, everyone, you are very knowledgeable. Please listen quietly, trembling. Alchemy Emperor, cough, 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 I didn't expect the truth to be so shocking. So it started in ancient times. If you think about it, the terrifying speed of 1 year a day, not to mention 1,000 years, in another 100 years in reality, we will also be like Xidagarba, passing through countless ancient eras, they felt the weight of fate. This perfectly explained why no matter how modern people excavated ancient ruins and archaeology, they could not find the remnants of the ancient transcendent power. It was as if it had never existed. It turned out that they were not the first. There were ancient people who ascended long ago. Although they did not know what the selection criteria for the ancient people to ascend were, their modern ascension criteria was to write hardcore papers. It was the way to enter in accordance with the atmosphere of the times. Xiao Mingshan, according to my thinking, this ancient temple dungeon has an even bigger super Easter egg that is not inferior to everything we know about Buddhism. There is another huge secret hidden, a secret that is not inferior to Buddhism. Everyone in the group was stunned. They knew that Xiao Mingshan was very intelligent and very smart. Everyone admired him. After all, everyone had their own talents and characteristics. This guy was very good at planning, but the sentence in front of them was very unbelievable. Someone said, "That's impossible, right? There is an even bigger secret hidden." I think about it carefully, but I still can't think of it. Xiao Mingshan, you guys wait and see. On the other side, there was a lot of turmoil in the major research institutes. The ancient Huaxia Buddha was a radiation light source system? If you think about it this way, it is indeed very similar. We only started to come into contact with radiation in modern times. The most common is nuclear radiation. I can't believe that in ancient times, the Huaxia transcendent civilization had already come into contact with the use of this kind of energy. Many scientists in white coats looked at the fierce discussion in the forum in a daze. They only felt that the 3 views of life had been completely shocked. And all of this, the inheritance of an ancient Huaxia god, Buddha, was actually obtained by an ordinary player? Everyone's breathing quickened. What kind of concept was this, that was a god, hundreds of millions of years old, the remains of an ancient Buddha that exuded such a terrifying power, the ancient god of the ancient civilization of Earth, was inherited by an ordinary modern person in the 21st century. Investigate. Investigate the real identity of this player for me. An old man with blonde hair and a high nose sat in his seat with a serious face, staring nervously at the screen, a flash of excitement and urgency in his eyes. Inheriting the inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, if he comes to us, the impact is self-evident. At this moment, the entire laboratory was silent. The internet was completely in an uproar. The main plot of this game was simply a fairy plot. It was already amazing before, but the opening of the ancient temple dungeon, the perfect connection, the integration of ancient history and reality, completely ascended the altar. At this time, Xianxia appeared. He directly brought more explosive information to people, completely detonating spore evolution from this altar, pushing it to the highest point. Xianxia directly posted, "Do you think that you know everything about this ancient temple dungeon? You have ignored the most terrifying hidden Easter egg of the dungeon. You have only seen half of the truth." What? Everyone on the internet was anxious. This guy had obviously discovered something again. However, after carefully recalling all the experiences in the ancient temple, he felt that Bai Xiaojuan's deductions were already very complete. There were no more secrets that needed to be dug out. There was nothing left. After all, they had already witnessed Bai Xiaojuan's capabilities. She was a meticulous and observant person. This was the biggest impression she left on them. After all, the strategy that Bai Xiaojun chose to clear the dungeon was something that they would never have thought of. They would never have guessed that in history, Buddhism might be a radiation system, and there was no way to clear it. But Bai Xiaojun had only seen half of it. Everyone was dumbfounded. This guy's driving speed is still so fast. How far-sighted was he? Akina Yamaguchi was very calm. He directly asked a question. First of all, you thought that the instance dungeon monsters, the tree men and tree men, are the ones who receive radiation as a source of light. The Buddhists are the bhikkhunis and bhikkhus. But clearly, something is wrong. Your analysis is wrong. What's wrong? Everyone asked hurriedly. In their bodies, there is another system, qi. As soon as Akina Yamaguchi's voice fell, everyone completely realized that they had been neglecting the most important and obvious thing, qi. That's right. Radiation suddenly attracted everyone's attention. In the process of discussion, they ignored the most obvious and mysterious unknown system, qi. What is qi? Akina Yamaguchi's face was solemn as he typed directly. According to our current common sense, we naturally can't find the principle. But at this time, we already know about Buddhism. What if we deduced it like Buddhism and combined it with the history of China? You know, in ancient history, there were ancient qi practitioners who practiced internal qi. Everyone's face began to change. Qi, ancient qi practitioners, no one would forget this period of history, most in the Qin dynasty. At that time, the 100 schools of thought, qi practitioners and alchemists were extremely famous. Akina Yamaguchi continued to explode. And as we all know, people who practice Taoism also say that they practice true qi. This is also a kind of qi. Is it a coincidence? What is the most basic theory of Taoism? Innate qi. What is qi? Many modern people don't understand. In Taoism, qi means innate qi. In ancient Chinese Taoism, qi is undoubtedly the foundation. True qi is the source of energy for Taoism. Everyone's face was completely shocked and frozen. Akina Yamaguchi spoke with confidence and assurance. Taoism, there is a saying that qi returns to the innate qi. All these show the importance of the qi in the body of a Taoist. When everyone heard this, all kinds of ancient Taoism theories, their hearts once again violently gave birth to a terrifying thought. This is the basic principle of Taoism. Previously, there was Buddha, and now Taoism. They had goosebumps. Originally, the impact of a Buddhist radiation light source system was already terrifying. But in front of them, a second impact of the same level was actually hidden in the first impact, and they actually didn't notice it before. Everything is linked. I didn't expect this dungeon to continue to dig deeper and hide more information. Bai Xiaojuan's expression also changed slightly. At this moment, he deeply felt the gap between him and these big shots. Cough, cough, cough. Akina Yamaguchi continued to speak. You guys have guessed it, the ancient Taoism theory says that, once this breath of yang qi is leaked, the cultivation will be greatly damaged. Are these creatures in front of us the same? I don't care if you believe it or not. Akina Yamaguchi's expression was solemn. This is too much of a coincidence. China's 5,000 years of mythological history seems short, but in fact, it is unfathomable. Perhaps hundreds of millions of years of ancient civilization, at this time, Buddha has appeared. Taoism may also have appeared. At this time, after experiencing the incident with the radiation Buddha, how could they not believe it? That Qi was obviously the legendary Taoism, Buddha was the radiation light source system. Taoism was the innate Qi system. The myths of Chinese history, the ancient Taoist system, our real ancestors' cultivation civilization system. Someone pursed his lips, feeling extremely complicated. At this time, with the advancement of the main plot of this game, touching the original historical myths, the entire 5,000 years of history of China may be subverted, or uncovering the truth, or perhaps, the revival of the supernatural. However, could it really be done once again in reality? At this moment, many netizens in front of their computers felt as if the blood vessels in their brains were about to burst, surging wildly. The impact of this completely subverted their worldview, destroying all kinds of myths and legends that they had been imbued with since they were young. They couldn't help but organize their thoughts. Buddha, the radiant light source system, the essence is light, Tao, the innate Qi system, the essence is Qi, ancient people, light and Qi, Buddha's light is really radiant light. True Qi is really Qi. This is so realistic. At this moment, many people were shocked and overjoyed. The ancient people didn't lie to us at all, this is the literal meaning. It's just that we couldn't understand ancient myths before. Only now do we understand that the words and myths are so straightforward and easy to understand. The truth of Huaxia's historical myths. This short paragraph was already very meaningful in the eyes of most people. Some people suddenly recalled their childhood, the myths and legends that they had looked forward to in childhood, such as Neza wreaking havoc in the sea and heaven. They also worshipped them. When they were children, they even clamored to buy the Jingubang and waved it like a delusional kid. But when they grew up, countless elders told them that it was just a scam and a ridiculous story. Adults told themselves in reality, even in ancient times, there had never been a transcendent. Myths and legends were all superstitions. But at this moment, there seemed to be a soft whisper in their ears, evoking their first impulse and dreams. You don't need to give up, those hot-blooded myths and legends once existed in history. Just this sentence. Just this sentence alone was enough. Many people looked at the screenshots, the blurry Xianxia horizontal board in the ancient temple, and the lonely and ancient monk's skeleton. An impulse called historical glory rose in their hearts, and they fell silent. Xianxia. I swear I won't become a Buddha until hell is empty. This is an ancient person from the Tang dynasty 1,000 years ago, a hero of our ancient Huaxia ancestors. He belongs to our Eastern deity system. He has flesh and blood, and we must inherit his will. They were obsessed with Xianxia online games and fantasy novels. Didn't they want to make up for the regrets in their hearts in that brilliant world? But at this moment, whether it was real history or just an online game, the world laid out in front of them integrated ancient myths and reality, giving people a strong sense of immersion. It has successfully attracted my attention. More people sat in front of their computers, breathing heavily. Before, there were still people who resisted, feeling that it was too hardcore and didn't want to endure it. But now, they couldn't help but want to fall into the pit. Buddhism, Taoism, and the cultivation mechanism had already been revealed. The two largest sects of ancient mythology had already unraveled their greatest secrets. As for whether it was true or not, that would depend on how one looked at it. Finally, someone couldn't help but analyze the situation. Then, according to this point of view, what we think of as bhikkhus and bhikkhunis are actually not just Buddhists who cultivate radiation, but also Taoist cultivators who cultivate inner Qi. They were dual cultivators of Buddhism and Taoism? Buddha is the Tao? Everyone immediately thought back to those mysterious tree men and women. Their hearts only felt a wave of blood rush to the top of their heads. Their heads were ringing loudly. This was extremely strange. It was as if they had discovered an incredibly terrifying ancient history. Is it a battle between Buddhism and Taoism? But in essence, it's a battle of ideals between light and air. The ancient myths are too magical. Then why are the living beings of this land cultivating both Buddhism and Taoism? Who taught them? Xianxia? No, according to ancient records, the underworld was originally governed by both Buddhism and Taoism. Not only Xitigarbha, but also King Yama of Taoism, Judge Chui. No wonder, these living beings are dual cultivators of Buddhism and Taoism. However, through the ancient temples in the depths of this area, we have actually figured out the principles of the cultivation system. We can even explore it and restore the glory of the Huaxia mythological era 5,000 years ago. Yes, it can be achieved in ancient times. In modern times, we can also recultivate. Everyone analyzed the future, and some even boldly suggested that they should also try to cultivate in reality. It sounded a little silly, but the implication was that they no longer thought of it as a game. They felt that this 6 paths of reincarnation game was too mysterious and terrifying. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, Akina Yamaguchi coughed twice and said, "Everyone, don't get excited. The possibility of our supernatural revival is not high. After all, this is only a virtual game." Some believed this, some didn't. But Akina Yamaguchi couldn't be bothered to care so much. Although some people have said that the supernatural powers that happened in there are very real and detailed. In theory, it is possible to achieve it in reality, but it is only a possibility. According to the current historical settings of the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, it is very likely that he also conducted a similar experiment in the Tang dynasty 1,000 years ago. He was unable to succeed on Earth and made people cultivate his radiation technique. Instead, he left behind the legends of the miracles, Qi practitioners, and Buddhist relics. Moreover, he tried to let some ancient people cultivate, which led to some orthodoxies and even his story being left behind. I guess it's not just Xitigarbha. Other mythological figures also returned to ancient times after ascending and tried to let other ordinary ancient people cultivate, but they didn't succeed. Instead, they left behind all kinds of their immortal deeds and orthodoxies. The netizens were stunned after hearing this, and some of them believed it. This setting was perfect. This completely explained some of the ancient mythological signs. It was incredible, seeing the scene of immortals flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth, but no one could cultivate it successfully. After some ancient ruins were excavated, Buddhism and Taoism also didn't find any supernatural phenomena. F***ck, with this explanation, it's complete. It's completely connected to real history. Countless people exclaimed. On the other side, the alchemy emperor, Cute Girl, and the others listened intently. Cute Girl shuddered. Then, isn't Xitigarbha 1,000 years like us? After we ascended, we returned to the mortal world and secretly studied the cultivation methods in the real world, trying to let others cultivate, especially the alchemy emperor. Isn't he already doing it now? Let some people try to train their bodies. The alchemy emperor, this ancient mythological figure, will most likely do the same as us, trying to let people cultivate. Balloon fish, this is not a 10 out of 10 chance, but it will definitely be done. That's why some orthodoxies were left behind. But no matter how much archaeology is done, there are no traces of supernatural powers. These people silently bit their lips as they discussed in a private group. All of this perfectly explained the ancient mythological signs, making them more and more convinced that there were ancient myths and Huaxia history. They were definitely not the first to enter, because it was too similar. But at this moment, Mount Akina was still talking. Huh. Although we can't cultivate in the real world, this game is getting more and more fun. It's very immersive. Maybe we can study the lost ancient civilization, the Taoist cultivation system, and the Buddhist cultivation system in the game. Yes, we can study it in the game now. After we create it, we can talk about it in the real world. The internet suddenly became more and more lively. Obviously, they had not given up. Very good. Suji nodded and silently picked up a notebook to record. Maybe we can let these guys study the Huaxia god system, the Taoists' innate Qi system, and the ancient Buddha's radiation system. If it was possible, it would be the foundation of a brand new world. Even any one of these two systems could be comparable to the sorcerer system, the inner world system, or even have infinite potential. The more they talk, the more I feel like they have existed before. They both belong to a universal cultivation system. It's very powerful and ancient. Even I believe it. To be honest, Suji would be quite surprised if the Huaxia god system had really been born and the two Buddhist and Taoist cultivation methods had appeared. After all, he had grown up in such an environment and had some romantic feelings from his youth. Which Huaxia person did not want to revive the legends of myths, Huaxia god system? It was a term that people loved and cared about. It contained glory and feelings that were engraved in their bones. When that time comes, it will be a small step for mankind and a big step for Earth. The myths of Buddhism and Taoism will no longer be the imagination of the ancient people, but will become reality? Suji looked curious. On the other hand, Suji had only come to Mercury for a vacation and to build a power station. He did not expect such an interesting thing to happen. Based on the high concentration of radiation on Mercury, he had actually developed a cultivation system. As for how to do it, I still have to think about it. Suji sat down cross-legged. The surprise came very suddenly. He began to think about how to accept this huge civilizational encounter. If he could not digest it, it would be a problem. I reckon that I will have to open this instance dungeon frequently in the future. The mysterious ancient road of the sun, the depths of the infernal inferno. After all, this radiation zone, no, the resplendent land of Buddhism is a very good place to cultivate. Unless the system is perfected to the point where I can freely open a radiant Buddhist land. To be honest, he was very adaptable. Bai Xiaojun had been constantly speculating about ancient history. The moment she had analyzed the existence of relics, he had immediately created one. It was also very simple. The five-colored halo of the ancient Buddha's remains was formed by condensing the radioactive residue extracted from the ancient star tree into a ball. The amount of radiation was naturally shocking. As for the relic, it was naturally a small part of it that had been condensed into a ball. So, it is very important to be adaptable. Whatever history they have guessed, I will give them the history they have. If I did not immediately create a relic, how could there have been such a series of surprises later? Suji could not help but laugh. However, this way, it has more and more filled in the worldview. It has made Meng Mei, Mount Akina Suzhua, the Alchemy Emperor, and the others more and more convinced of the authenticity of their fortuitous encounters. After all, humans had a very strange mentality. When shocking fortuitous encounters inexplicably happened to them, they became suspicious and cautious. But when they learned that they weren't the first and that it had happened to the ancient people, they would. Oh, so it's like this? That's not strange. At this moment, the perfection of Huaxia's worldview made Suji heave a sigh of relief and less apprehension. As for the 6 paths of reincarnation, it's a place where the ancient heroes of Huaxia came to. They'll be immersed in it and focus on it. Suji sighed with emotion. He felt the benefits of being a salted fish. There were many things that could not be interfered with by too much human intervention. Letting nature take its course was the best outcome that coincided with the heavenly Tao. If left alone, the players would analyze themselves, fill in the most suitable assumptions, and give the most satisfactory answer. Very quickly, a few months had passed. Of course, it was calculated according to the daily flow rate. Suji continued planting trees. He walked on the barren Mercury under the enormous golden radiant sunlight, observing the progress of the Mercury Power Station project and continuously improving the species of trees. He had always been a very indifferent person. After all, the star trees were the key to this trip. As for the air elves, they had great potential, but they had been thrown aside and allowed to grow by fighting with the players. It was not the time to pay attention to them. Raising their level was the core and foundation. On the other hand, the players that he had brought on this trip were walking on Mercury and completely treating this high-radiation dungeon as a dungeon training ground. In their eyes, they were imagining things again. At this moment, it was obviously a main storyline of battle. Also, the main quest had already been pushed forward. The class advancement quest had appeared. In the words of the players, it was the beginning of class advancement after reaching level 10. They were Taoist and Buddhist. Of course, there were also many people who complained. So, the main quest has advanced to this point. The ancient temple plot is for us to change classes? It's almost the same as the online games in the past. Almost the same? This is too hardcore. The class of cultivation requires us to deduce and revive the ancient civilization according to the ancient myths and history of Huaxia? Ha ha ha, this is so fun. We have to do our own research and create something out of nothing? Wah wah wah, the ancient secrets of 5,000 years, the glory of our ancestors, here I come. The terrifying difficulty of high degree of freedom shocked everyone. I have to have enough food and clothing for my own class advancement. Game planning team, come out and let's have a chat. However, complaining was one thing. This was not the first time they had done something like this in hell difficulty. The more difficult it was, the more challenging it was. Countless players also felt that this was very exciting. Because studying the ancient cultivation system of Xianxia and reviving the ancient relics was like a childhood dream. This was an archaeological project. They began their research and occasionally entered the ancient temple dungeon to take samples and study. It was like the harmonious atmosphere in a university library. They even began to write experiment records. They also invited some big shots from the outside world, such as Mount Akina Suzuka and Mother Ivy. They even asked some of the gods in the dungeon to help deduce the prototype. It was full of support and the joy of learning. It quickly rose to the top of the trending list. The most realistic online game in history? Even the cultivation and profession advancement are deduced by the players themselves. The attention of the world. Can they deduce the ancient cultivation method of Xianxia? Pursue the ancient path of Xianxia? Find the truth of history? The netizens were paying close attention. After all, the scientific theory of Buddha radiation and Taoist vital qi was too scary to deduce ancient myths. All in all, the topic had reached an explosive level in China. Many people clenched their fists and were full of fighting spirit. Participating in this war was related to the ancient glory of Xianxia and the revival of the ancient Xianxia civilization. Exploring the lost ancient relics, this was a major event in online gaming, a rare and huge golden age. Of course, this incident inevitably caused a huge after effect. After all, it was a global village. Many foreign netizens had also completely set their eyes on this side and were completely shocked. A sense of honor and mission made them start to call for the European server and the Japanese server. We also want to restore our mythical history. Dear Xianxia friends, we also want to contribute our hairline. We also want to play. We also want to reach level 10 and then change our profession. The other side was even more delusional and envious. The essence of the Xianxia civilization was the truth of light and qi. Buddha was radiation, and qi was cultivation. They felt like their worldview was going to explode. This was too scientific, as expected of the most ancient country with ancient culture, the mysterious East. The Xianxia players were instantly elated. At this moment, their pride showed. They expressed, happiness comes bald. Some things can't be bald just because you want to. But these people were instantly indignant. In terms of knowledge and love for learning, their education environment was much better than the Xianxia atmosphere of only studying and taking exams. The education environment of both sides was different. One was not required to be all-round, only practical. It was said that if one was not good at science, it would be difficult for one to get into a good university. Their practical ability was generally very strong. Many powerful scientists had been produced, and various international awards were proof. The Xianxia players chuckled. Do you know that things are different now? We are now the practical party with strong hands-on skills, but we are still all-round. They began to ask questions. Then let us test you. Do you know the role of genes and bloodlines in a cultivation system? Do you know the difference between the bloodline system and the mortal system? They posted an analysis of the human body. Look at the meridians of this desolate man. Is there anything wrong? The foreign netizens were instantly speechless. What kind of ability was it to test them with knowledge from the game? They had never come into contact with such knowledge before. They were not in the same circle. Then let us test you in real life. You know Darwin's theory of evolution and natural selection, right? Plants have to create a living environment for them so that they can evolve to walk on two legs. The foreign netizens? Legs, what the hell is making plants grow legs? Their faces were full of question marks. Some of the students who studied biology were also not calm. They were the assistants of the professors. They had such knowledge, but they had never studied such a novel biological topic. How to make plants grow legs during evolution. Almost all of us players know about this biological research topic. We've studied it in depth, and we're all very knowledgeable. The entire foreign forum went into an uproar when they heard this. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. So many people in Xianxia had been studying such an unpopular evolutionary topic. They suddenly lost their composure. At this moment, they felt like they were being ruthlessly surpassed by others. That sense of urgency was very uncomfortable. But what he said next made them even more uncomfortable. You're talking about this unpopular topic? Then let us ask you another question. Do you know how to evolve from a cartilage reptile to a vertebrate? Do you know what biological structure a bird needs to evolve to be able to fly smoothly? That's biology. Let's ask about pharmacy. A screenshot. A molecular picture was posted. When you use a homemade microscope and look at the molecular structure of this plant, can you see what pharmacological effects it has? Is it anti-inflammatory? Antibiotics? Or something else? They were instantly dumbfounded again. Not only did they not know the molecular structure, but what the hell was a homemade microscope? They didn't even know how to make a microscope. Were they that good at everything, from iron smelting, steel smelting, glass making, research equipment, and then building their own research institute step by step before starting their own scientific research? That was too ruthless. They continued, do you know what languages we've learned? Right now, we're all seriously learning more than 2 foreign languages. Our language learning skills and methods far surpass yours. We also have a strong knowledge of wilderness survival. To be honest, your man vs. wild program is only SOSO. The average standard of our people here is just SOSO. All the foreign netizens were dumbfounded. They didn't dare to mutter anymore. They were still a little shocked. Physics, evolutionary chemistry, linguistics, wilderness survival, they crushed them in every aspect. This was really an all-round talent training program. They didn't expect that China's passion for learning and the improvement of the overall quality of its people had quietly reached such a level. They felt goosebumps all over their bodies. They felt that there was a terrifying mastermind stirring things up behind the scenes, causing this superpower to rise. It was no longer what it used to be. This is what it means to be a powerhouse. Very soon, a screenshot was posted. It was a picture of a thinning hairline, giving people a very shocking feeling. Instantly, the netizens from all over the world exploded. They didn't feel good at all. They started to doubt their lives, a bunch of jokers. They have nothing better to do than bombard foreign netizens for fun. At this time, Suji was flying above Mercury. He was speechless when he saw this scene. After all, it was normal for such a huge storm to be noisy. But they could mess around and develop the embryonic form of the Chinese gods and play online games. Suji's progress was not slow. These days were not in vain. He flew above the golden barren Mercury, looking at the soil craters that were rapidly being greened by trees. Ancient star trees were growing rapidly, and they were constantly undergoing microevolution adjustments to improve the conversion rate. 100 acres. The scale of this experimental field is considered moderate. If it's completely formed and the technology is mature, then we can expand, he murmured softly. Although it was troublesome to water it, it wasn't that he couldn't increase the planting area, 10,000 mu, or even 100,000 mu of water, he could still bear it. After all, he was a celestial emperor, a human watering machine. Although watering every day was tiring, it was more important to raise his level. Compared to the cultivation price other celestial emperors had to pay, it was nothing. At this time, Suji was calculating a number. 100 acres of land should be ripe in another 100 years. A tree's realm is probably around rank 4, and the energy of the fruit it bears is obviously not as good as directly harvesting the tree itself. It seems like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, but if I harvest it like this, every 100 years, that is, every day, I can provide me with the energy of 10 celestial emperors. He was a very realistic person. Trees and fruits, whichever had more energy, he would use the harvesting method. 100 acres, 10 ordinary celestial emperors every day. Continuing to expand was a very objective number. This kind of field flow might, for the first time, surpass the feedback energy of the great extinction of life. This was still under the circumstances that Mercury's environment was not very suitable, and a lot of watering was needed, limiting the planting area. Moreover, these ancient star trees looked tall, but to Suji, they were really only the size of wheat. When harvested, their size was just right. although they had to be watered and harvested every day. This should be the development trend of the Zerg Empresses. I reckon that the previous generation of Zerg Empresses would definitely reproduce and evolve a specific creature, an energy collector. If Suji could think of it now, he didn't believe that the previous generation's wastrel hadn't thought of it. After all, he'd already discovered that after breaking through to Celestial Emperor, relying solely on his own great extinction definitely wouldn't be able to keep up with the progress. This should be a kind of inevitable development trend, establishing the Zerg power station and absorbing energy. And after she becomes powerful, she goes everywhere, starting wars, plundering resources, and directly dies. I won't be so stupid then. Suji flew in the air, overlooking the fields of lush green trees. He was incredibly satisfied. I'm very steady. Whoosh, a huge sun hung in the sky, shining down on the land. Suji was leisurely inspecting the experimental field. He was thinking about how much energy he could harvest from this land full of hope in the future. After all, it was his core growth channel. In his opinion, nothing was more important than improving his realm. If he could break through rank 8 and become a god, then he could fly as high as a bird in the sky. Becoming a god was his biggest goal. If this 100 mu is done, I will plant 10,000 mu in the next batch. He was in high spirits. After all, this plan had been planned for a long time, and he only reached here with the power of the Isidal people. Although watering and harvesting every day is a bit tiring, 10,000 mu is equivalent to the energy of 1,000 celestial emperors. This was equivalent to a large-scale biological extinction every day, and it would become one of his important sources of income. At this rate, in less than a week, that is, 700 years, he would step into the middle stage of Celestial Emperor. After all, he had accumulated so much before, and it was not a joke. He was already halfway there. But not long after he was happy, he suddenly thought of Medusa. She had produced more than 1,000 Celestial Emperor's energy in 100 years. He suddenly felt very sad. This super fat sheep was becoming more and more terrifying. The energy she produced every day was so many times more than the average god. If not for Ermin, she would have been dead long ago. Speaking of which, there are now 129,000 Celestial Emperors. Although each Celestial Emperor's cell is much smaller than the average Celestial Emperor, equivalent to a coral reef or a puppy of the same size. But now, part of her finger has become a god. A little finger has become a god, and with 129,000 Celestial Emperors, her overall combat power is comparable to the average god. At this level, it was not a problem to hang up the new gods like Bloody Emperor, but it still could not beat Ermin and Dao Chongqing, because these guys were not ordinary. Suji's expression became strange. But, when one of her hands becomes a god, I guess she will be completely invincible in the god realm, just like in the Celestial Emperor realm. Yes. Right now, she only needed one hand to beat the entire god realm, but she only had one poor finger. From this, it could be seen how high the ceiling was for her in the same realm. However, when one of her palms became invincible and the rest of her palms transformed into 129,000 gods, Ermin and the others were already planning to break through to the level 9 world. In fact, they had already broken through. There was no doubt that the person Suji paid the most attention to these years was Medusa. It was not because of anything else, but because this little snake demon, who had been hiding in the pond of her own orchard, felt that it was too fat. Every day, she would come in and out of the door. She could not help but want to jump into the pond and slaughter it. After that, he walked around the experimental field. Suji felt that he had a long way to go, and the pride in his heart was gone. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. It was very uncomfortable. However, compared to a god in terms of energy production, he was indeed too arrogant. He silently returned to the players' side. They were still busy with their research. Ha ha ha. Brothers, charge, charge. Don't, I need to go to the toilet. He was quite used to these players. As for the group of Celestials hiding in the dark, Cloud Emperor's expression changed when he saw them in full swing. Suji suddenly stared at them for a while. If they wanted to make a move, he had to think of a way to stop them. Usually, he could deal with these players, but now was the time to sacrifice his hairline to obtain the cultivation system. Don't be insensible. Suji said softly. His voice was very light, but it pierced the heart. As an invincible celestial emperor, Suji did not use any other power. On the other side, Cloud Emperor was shocked, but as if he did not hear it, he calmly said to the other celestials, "These Asuras have actually begun their own research? Like scholars, deducing the ancient system, and they are knowledgeable and orderly? This is hard to imagine, they really have too many changes." "Your Majesty, we..." Yun Zhongjuan hesitated. "No need to pay attention to them." Cloud Emperor smiled and whispered secretly, "According to my observation, they have obtained some inheritance from that ancient temple. It is their ancestor." "Ancestor? It is actually the ancestor?" Yun Zhongjuan's eyes were wide open. It was not that he had not seen the murals. The ancient civilization of the ancient era, the green lamps of the ancient temple, had at least tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of millions of years of history, and this Azure path was actually their descendant. Cloud Emperor only smiled. "I have been to that ancient temple before them. I have also seen the remains of the ancient Almighty on the stone walls, from different eras, and each one is definitely not inferior to me." They could not reach the depths of the ancient temple to obtain the inheritance, and could only leave behind words on the periphery. I could only reach the deepest part, and the moment I opened the door, I had goosebumps all over my body, but these Azure path have obtained the recognition of the mysterious existence inside, and obtained the ancient inheritance. According to their language, it is called relic. Relic? Yun Zhongjuan's surprised expression turned into disbelief. What is a relic? Relic, it should be the remains of an expert who passed away in meditation. Cloud Emperor analyzed seriously, that could be an ancient god, and not an ordinary god. It is very likely to be an ancient god with earth-shattering battle strength. Yun Zhongjuan was completely stunned. An ancient overlord-level god from hundreds of millions of years ago? Then let us snatch it. Yun Zhongjuan immediately sneered. Even His Majesty could not obtain the most ancient inheritance, and even the Almighty of the ancient era coveted it. It must be earth-shattering. If we snatch it, heaven and man should prosper. But at this moment, Cloud Emperor shook his head and smiled. Yun Zhongjuan, you must have the courage to be a monarch. What is the use of us snatching it? We do not know how to use it, but we can let them study, restore the ancient cultivation method. Then, we can learn in the dark. Cloud Emperor's eyes were bright. In fact, the 6 paths of reincarnation, until now, did not have their own cultivation method. They were able to reach the 7th stage Heavenly Emperor realm only because they cultivated their innate special ability, similar to the visualization of the faith and incense system. But this was only the innate soul of cultivation. Strictly speaking, they were only astonishingly talented, so they could climb to the top with this crude cultivation method. Cloud Emperor took a deep breath. Azure path, if they revive the ancient mythological cultivation method, it is very likely that we will completely prosper. Our world will be completely on the right track, forming a kind of golden age, and among them, the innate chi system. Yun Zhongjuan, you are the most suitable. You already control the cloud chi. Maybe, in the future, you will have the confidence to surpass me. Your Majesty. Yun Zhongjuan immediately panicked. He knew what this sentence meant. He was treating him as the next generation's successor. Your character still needs to be polished. Cloud Emperor only smiled. No one knew what would happen in the future. Leaving a backup plan was the best choice. Suji immediately put his mind at ease, turned around and left, strolling leisurely. The teleportation array has just been completed. Go back to Earth and get some water. At this moment, Emperor Yun looked at his surroundings and felt goosebumps all over his body. Your Majesty, what is it? Yun Zhongjuan asked. Nothing. Cloud Emperor shook his head. He had a terrifying intuition ever since he was young, thinking to himself, illusion? It can't be an illusion. I was clearly on the verge of death just now. It was like some ancient existence. Could it be that Xitigarbha? His heart was inexplicably flustered. This feeling of being controlled by someone else was not good. At this moment, after confidently teasing a group of foreign netizens, the players were instantly elated. They didn't expect that after days and nights of accumulation, they had unknowingly gained so much knowledge to show off. Time passed, a while more. Quickly, research the second gene bloodline potion. Buddhism, Taoism, these two systems obviously need bloodline. Bai Xiaojun was born in medicine, this was now his forte. Back then, it was he who led a group of medical students outside. Medical students of my generation will not shrink from a battle, helping the alchemy emperor create the gene potion, living a second life. He was the true talent in medicine. Brothers, it's done. After a few more days, Bai Xiaojun's face was full of joy. He felt that as one of the oldest players, he couldn't write a thesis in the end, and now his time was finally coming. He raised the 2 test tubes high in the air. A thick, bright red liquid was rolling inside. This is the gene potion from those Bodhi trees, it can turn into a body of radiation. Bah! The immemorial Buddha body can absorb radiation energy. The gene potion is done, the bloodline is done, how to cultivate Buddhism in the future still has to be explored. Anyway, I have the foundation. He said excitedly. From those tree men and women, I also mentioned the cultivation gene potion of the air element. After the fusion, the blood will boil, vaporize, and gradually become stronger. It should completely turn into a special kind of energy, air, true energy. However, this is the first generation of fusion bloodline potion, the mortality rate is probably not low. The bloodline system was very normal. The sorcerer bloodline before came from the evil eye gene. The inner world bloodline came from the Rubik's Cube gene. As for the cultivation system without bloodline, at the moment, it was those few mortal liquids. Brothers, let me fuse. I want to cultivate Taoism. Someone boldly stepped forward. He was extremely daring. He raised the test tube high in the air. A moment later. Aha! I can feel my chi overflowing from my butt. With a boom, his entire body flew up, leaving behind a group of people who were laughing heartily. Bai Xiaojun warned everyone with a serious face, pointing to the sky. Look. This may be what Taoists call the cleansing of the marrow, expelling the 5 grains of impurities, and officially embarking on the path of true energy cultivation. The ancients did not deceive me. Everyone's eyes widened, completely convinced. A brand new era was thus born. No matter how funny it was, these players did not know at this moment how much impact they had on the entire world in the future, how much ink they had written in the history. A few days later, people were born one after another, and the divine realm was also shaken. At the same time, it's time to leave. An ancient and distant voice suddenly spread throughout the entire hell. Who is it? Emperor Yan's expression changed slightly, and he stood up abruptly, but there was no reply. Boom, the entire divine realm's Fentian, the passage to the mysterious hell, was rapidly closing. Soon, it completely disappeared. If it were not for Fentian, which still left a strong aura of radiation, and was still a Buddhist land full of Bodhi trees, they would have suspected that these experiences did not exist. And the players were completely excited. F***CK. The instance dungeon is closed. This upheaval may have been caused by an ancient existence like Jiwushan. On this side, they also took advantage of the absence of the master of samsara to stir up some trouble. They even made us inherit the ancient temple of hell. This is a very big game of chess. As expected, as soon as we finish our class advancement, don't worry, we've already got those 2 species, and we can secretly cultivate them, just like how we raised the evil eye back then. But the environment will probably have to be made into a vacuum, and then think of a way to get some radiation. Is there anything like uranium extraction by the Brotherhood? We want to create an artificial Buddhist land. It's urgent. Although everyone was excited, they did not make too much noise. Because they knew that even if they did not close it, they would not be able to stay in this instance dungeon for long, because the repulsive force of the divine realm had already been generated, and they had to return to the animal realm as soon as possible. But it was a pity that they only enjoyed this good life for a few minutes before they were about to be hit by the dimensional reduction. As expected, Emperor Yun gathered the remaining players, and there were only 200 of them left. He said calmly, "It's time to send you back to the mortal realm. I'll invite you to the divine realm another day." Yuan Qinghua smiled, and said simply and straightforwardly, "You're sending them all to the big praying mantis and locking them up with me, right?" Emperor Yun nodded and did not deny it. "You should know that once your identities are exposed, I won't let you go. These 200 people will all have children with you." 200. Yuan Xinghua's face darkened, and she looked dumbfounded at the brothers around her. Was Emperor Yin fishing like crazy to kill two birds with one stone? Capturing all of them and populating the hungry ghost realm was a good plan. I wish you all a happy life. Emperor Yin smiled calmly, and said to Love Goddess 100 Flowers beside him, you and Lord Yunzhongjin, send them down together. Yes. Love Goddess 100 Flowers smiled faintly. In an instant, all the players were dumbfounded, and they exploded. What's going on? We've just changed classes and left the dungeon, and there's already such an explosive plot. Game development team, where's your conscience? Su Ji closed the external passage of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and took one last look at the power station of Mercury, and the lush green trees. He brought the lively little ones and stepped onto the teleportation portal. After all, there was no water here, and they couldn't live here for long. Whoosh, with a light leap, Su Ji disappeared from the teleportation portal of Mercury. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in the living room. It's not bad to appear on this trip. He sat on the sofa, and looked at the group of little ones that he brought back out of thin air. They were jumping around in the living room like a bunch of little ants, and he was instantly speechless. How should I settle them down? In the living room, Su Ji returned to the orchard and opened the fridge leisurely. He carried a can of beverage from the gourmet world and returned to the black sofa to sit down. He looked at the group of lively little ants on the ground. No ha, they fought crazily and rolled on the ground happily. At this moment, they were still wild beasts that ate raw meat and drank blood. They had not developed a civilization, similar to the ape ancestors of mankind, uncivilized. Therefore, Su Ji was not worried that their descendants would remember him in the future. After a trip out, a group of troublemakers suddenly appeared at home. He pressed his temples. Mercury is not just a power station. It has now become a land of Buddha. After a trip out, I was able to fool those fellows on Mercury and develop the Huaxia god system. My days have been good, but what about these gas elves? It's not a problem on Mercury, and it's even less of a problem on Earth. There was no water on Mercury. They could not live. On Earth, there was air and no radiation. Such a beautiful, happy, and comfortable environment was a waste of their powerful abilities. The best way was to send them into the vast universe. That was their world. But where? The solar system. If they were to wander around the planets in the various solar systems, the satellites would definitely make a fuss. Aliens, then they would be completely exposed. Like a sand table in an orchard, find 100 acres of an asteroid and raise them in captivity? Block them again, that would also waste their ability to soar through the universe. As a race of cells in the universe, it was very unsuitable to build a small sand table and trap him in it. Therefore, he was suddenly at a loss. Su Ji had always been a very practical person. Nearly 3 months of being a homebody had not changed his original intention. He clearly knew that this race with great potential was a surprise. But it was precisely because they were too powerful that he, a mere celestial emperor, could not even cross the universe. He could not afford to raise them at all. To make an analogy, he was a fish living in a tank and could not get out. They were the universe's eagles that could soar freely. How could they compare? This was the equivalent of suddenly drawing a level 50 SSR epic purple equipment when you were still at level 30. The powerful red attributes on it made people's breathing quicken, and the level not sufficient, unable to equip, was very eye-catching, so you could only leave it in the warehouse to collect dust. However, Su Ji had never been one to follow the rules. He wanted to take down this SSR race by force. Otherwise, he, who was only at the Celestial Emperor realm, had come up with a plan to generate electricity on Mercury. If it weren't for the limited conditions, he would have wanted to greet the solar system in high spirits. He, a mere little celestial emperor, wanted to mess with the solar system. He had always had a huge appetite and was not afraid of overeating. This was also human nature. Most people were like this, eating what was in the bowl and looking at what was in the pot. After all, he understood better that he was so greedy and cultivated so many systems. If he followed the normal speed of advancing to the heavenly emperor realm, he did not know how long it would take. And now, he was also considering skipping levels and forcefully eating this big surprise. To put it simply, I need to find a distant asteroid system in the universe and let it roam freely. Obviously, Su Ji first thought of the ancient Wood Elves planet. That was far enough. Passing by a small galaxy similar to the solar system, as long as there was water, it would be an extremely good environment for roaming. Then, the problem returned to the original method, which was to build a teleportation array on the ancient Wood Elf's planet. It's imperative to connect the two realms. Thinking of this, Suji took a deep breath, glanced at it again, and stretched out his hand. Little cuties, for the sake of your future, it's really a headache. Woo woo woo, a group of little ants climbed up the back of Suji's palm excitedly, as if they had climbed up a mountain peak. They shouted excitedly and waved their wooden spears at the sky. Dense goosebumps appeared on Suji's palm. It was a little cold, but it was not a big deal. The amount of radiation is indeed terrifying. I'm also reacting to their natural advantage. It's very difficult for ordinary celestial emperors to withstand it for a long time. Suji was more and more optimistic about their potential. To connect the two realms, one has to be at least a mid-god. This requires a huge price. Ermin, Dicky, Carolyn, Phoenix, not everyone is willing to pay such a huge price. Suji picked up a pen and sorted out his thoughts on the desk. Previously, when I tricked Ermin into making 2 portable teleportation stone matrices for a mid-god, it wasn't a big deal. For a mid-god, it was just a casual move. But this sort of super long-distance remote sensing is very difficult. Based on the distance that Dicky is flying, even a mid-god would suffer great damage to his position. He would need to spend at least 2,000 years of cultivation. He might even fall back to the low-god realm. Suji frowned and continued writing. Ermin is gentle and kind, the easiest to bully, but she's not stupid. Falling back to the realm? She won't help me, that's too high a price to pay. But if I don't do it now, when I fly further, the price to locate him will be even higher. In the long run, this can't be delayed any longer. Suji pressed his forehead, took a sip of his drink, and put it down. Feeling annoyed, he held the pen and wrote again. At present, a mid-god will incur an irreversible and tragic price, and can only rely on a high-level god to set up the teleportation array. Although the price is great, it's still bearable for high-level gods. They'll be able to recover after spending 200 to 300 years. Currently, only the Phoenix and Carolyn have reached this realm. Although the Phoenix's personality is that she'll naturally help us unconditionally when she appears as a creator god, I can't do that, Carolyn. In the end, Suji wrote these 3 big words on the paper. This was the only candidate. But Carolyn, was she stupid, asking her to lead the entire Isidal race and pay the huge price of 200 to 300 years of weakness to help you get this thing? Even blood brothers had to settle accounts clearly. Carolyn admired the ancient gods, but she was a queen with swift and decisive means. She wasn't stupid, and as a god from the ancient times, her identity might be questioned. As for her liking you? At that time it was only because she wanted your body. She was pursuing the path of science, a generation of rulers who were more rational than emotional, and would not be reluctant to leave the so-called love. If Suji could really get it done by taking off his clothes, he wouldn't have to worry so much. It's too difficult for me. Suji took a deep breath, feeling that this was a dead end. No one could help him set up a teleportation array. After all, for a high-level god, it was a huge price to pay. Perhaps only in a rank 9 world could one achieve this so easily. It seems like I have everything under control, but in the end, I'm still pitifully weak. My real realm is only that of a celestial emperor. I can't get out of the vacuum of the universe, so I can only think of all kinds of ways. Suji was silent for a while, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Wait, from another perspective, it's my realm that's not enough to eat this big cake, but I can drag some gods down with me. As partners, I can promise to develop a world together. After all, those gods think that they've earned a lot, but in fact, even they are my people. Yes, bluff, let her earn a lot. After thinking about it, he completely locked on to Carolyn. After all, a super ancient god contacted Carolyn and said that there was a new world of real estate plan. Did she want to come? He asked her to set up a teleportation array to show her sincerity. It's just that Carolyn's side is also very tricky. We agreed that the next time, we'll enter each other's universe to visit. He thought in his heart, my internal universe? What kind of spiritual parallel world was there? As an ancient civilization tomb keeper, he had not started to learn it. He felt that it was too difficult for him to be a celestial emperor. Turning left and right, twisting and turning, it was another dead end. He looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation. Is it possible to use the 9 revolutions mysterious art's internal world? At this time, he had just returned from the infernal realm. A group of players was still in high spirits, researching a brand new ancient system. Moreover, one man had 200 wives. It was simply the second celestial emperor. If Carolyn saw it, it would be a bit immoral. Suji still weighed the pros and cons. Moreover, this is not the spiritual universe, nor is it the magic core system. It's a material world. If she saw it, she would definitely notice that something was wrong at first glance. Therefore, I can't use my spiritual universe, the Tomb Keeper's world, to bring her to visit. However, I can bring her here for a tour, saying that this is a mysterious land of a broken rank 9 extraordinary civilization, and I can also block her request to visit my brain. I can even use this as a leverage to talk to her about discovering a similar world and the plan to develop it together. After making up his mind, Suji began to act. I'll deal with the aftermath of the underworld first. Then, as an ancient god, I'll invite Carolyn to visit the world of the 6 paths of reincarnation. I'll use it as a stepping stone to invite her to participate in the Starry Sky farming plan. It was rare to get a race with surprising potential. It would be a waste if he didn't do something big and earth-shattering to allow them to develop quickly. Suji felt that his plan was very sound. Not long after, the underworld shook slightly. A large hole was torn in space, and ripples appeared. A majestic being covered in hazy light returned with a huge black and white samsara. Above it, dense light rays intertwined. The entire samsara slowly buckled up, and the mechanical armor returned to its original position. Boom! With a huge tremor, it reattached to the top of the underworld. At the same time, the celestial realm, mortal realm, and animal realm experts felt an inexplicable connection in their hearts. It was as if something of them had completely returned. He's back. Everyone in the ghost city of Fengdu quickly looked up and felt their throats go dry. The majesty who brought them into the samsara had finally returned after several years. Xianxia murmured with slight bitterness. He looked around. Everyone, the majesty of the samsara temple has returned. We know the truth of the ancient times. I'm afraid we'll have to drink the soup immediately and fall back into the samsara to be reincarnated. Everyone sighed with gloomy expressions. This was the underworld. So what if they knew the truth of history? They couldn't bring it with them when they were born, and they couldn't bring it with them when they died. The players were also excited. As expected, the majesty has returned. Brothers, it's obvious that the opening of Avicii Hell and Ju Wuxian are the result of these ancient existences taking advantage of the absence of the majesty who ruled over the ancient times to let us know something. It's time for the first batch of 200 people to form the heaven-defying alliance. After all, each of us has been through life and death with the majesty. We've all sworn a blood oath. This is a very deep bond. Do your best. The only way to defeat fear is to face it bravely. Samsara Temple. Within the pitch-black and gloomy palace, pillars made of black dragons stood tall, exuding a primordial aura. Your Majesty. Granny Meng spoke up. She gave a brief account of everything that had happened in Hell over the past few years, including Ju Wuxian, and even the entire Devis realm. Suji felt more at ease with Shangguan Man. As expected of his most trusted subordinate, Shangguan Man was much more reliable. He sat high up and said calmly, those living beings, the ancient gods that failed, the people that have been forgotten by the world, are stirring up trouble in the dark, wanting to expose the truth of history. However, they are just like mayflies trying to shake a tree. He continued, as for those who are pushing things to open the shrines of the most ancient gods, they are just trying to awaken some prehistoric existences to fight against me. That is just wishful thinking. Those who have left have already perished in the long river of time, and it is impossible for them to revive. Great waves surged in Meng Po's heart. This sentence contained many secrets. Was this a battle between ancient deities? Saying that the other party was a failure of the old era meant that His Majesty was the one from the old era, victor. Shangguan Man took a deep breath. This missing part of the mysterious prehistory was too taboo for her to meddle in. She hurriedly lowered her head. Yes. Those living beings in Fengdu, send them to reincarnate. A calm and dignified voice sounded. Suji seemed to have revealed many secrets, but in reality, if one thought about it carefully, they would feel that he had said nothing at all. Souls of the dead, report for duty. On this day, Fengdu was bathed in blood. In the underworld, there were endless wails. Those who reincarnated formed a long line. Celestial realm. Wah 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 wah, a child was born out of thin air, and sharp saber chi shot into the sky. What a powerful talent. The beautiful Devis couple in the house were shocked. The man's eyes widened, and his heart stirred. Could it be that a large number of talented people are being born? This is a good opportunity. His wife's beautiful eyes wandered, and she said shyly, then let's hurry up and have another child. Who knows, we might even have another talented child. It's not good here, right? The husband was a little shy. Hurry up, don't be shy. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment, and softly called out to the sky, Love Goddess 100 flowers. Pucci, an arrow of light shot over, piercing through the two of them. The two of them began to kiss in a holy way. In the celestial realm, everything was beautiful. The noble Devas were all pure in love and the relationship between husband and wife. On the other side, 100 flowers paid an audience. After a while, Xianxia. A distant voice floated over softly, and it was filled with emotion. Xianxia, you're finally here. Our celestial realm's strength has completely increased. No matter what trump cards you left behind in the mortal world, you can't defeat yourself and me. Moreover, there's still Lord Yun Zhongjuan, whose talent is still rising. Emperor Yun was full of confidence, but his eyes flickered for a few seconds, and he looked into the distance. There are changes in the underworld again. I feel that it seems to have returned to normal. What happened in these years? It was thriving. Suji glanced at the 6 paths of reincarnation. This trip could be considered a happy ending. As for how they developed, how the world advanced, and the emergence of the Huaxia celestial system, the various radiant Buddhas, and the innate Qi, did they turn my 9-revolution mysterious art world into a radiant Buddha land? Suji muttered in his heart. No matter how much trouble they caused, they couldn't make it so exaggerated. But this was not the time to study this place. After all, they had rested, after all. This clone of the Samsara temple sat quietly in the Samsara temple, turning into a statue. On the other side, the clone of the super-ancient god opened his eyes. Now, my 3 clones have been confirmed. Hermes, the super-ancient god, and his majesty of the Samsara temple. As for Messiah, it was not a clone, but the body of a native. When he entered, he just controlled it a little. Usually, he left it for Shira to play with, but now he left it in the martial god palace for preservation. The ancient land of lava was surrounded by lush green trees. After several eras, various clans of gods had been formed. Ancient cities with tall stone walls stood tall. Back then, Xinglin's daughter and Subaru had already become intermediate gods. And this time, the 3 pillar gods were in a tripod, and there would not be a second disaster in a short period of time. Another era, year after year. Only time is eternal in this world. Suji lowered his head and floated past, crossing 1,000 miles with one step. He looked at the land quietly, thinking of the humanoid pillar god, the grand unification virus, who pushed the world line and used the Emperor of Great Joy as a catalyst to rule the world. And that balloon player seemed to have become Carolyn's tool in the ancient lava land, in charge of managing the reincarnators, and as a transmigrator association, he absorbed some dead geniuses and transmigrated to a parallel universe. Transmigrator? This seems to have turned a novel into a reality. Suji laughed and strode forward. Soon, he arrived at the Magica Ranch. This graveyard of time had been distorted by the mind, burying the previous lava-era civilization. Suji looked at the graveyard. The lone tombstones were scattered, and the cold wind blew through the leaves. It seemed to be the same as it was hundreds of years ago. 2 of them were the most eye-catching. The tomb of the god of science, Levis. The tomb of the nameless man, Carolyn. It's all in the wilderness. The technological civilization no longer exists. Suji sighed. The Isidal people were the most stubborn, passionate, and hot-blooded race he had ever seen. After a while, the tombstone started to shake. Carolyn's tombstone was lifted, and a woman in red slowly walked out with an oil paper umbrella. Suji turned his head. "God, you've returned after so many years," Carolyn said softly. "Yeah, long time no see." Suji thought about it and did not say much. "Want to talk?" Carolyn smiled. Suji was a little helpless. He knew what she wanted to do and could only nod. The two sat down and drank milk tea. Perhaps he had casually led Carolyn astray back then. She missed this scene very much, and every time they reunited, they would sit down and have a drink. After all, he had met her in the milk tea shop. She was a non-mainstream girl who was crazy about biological modification and hated machines. The two quickly sat down. It was Carolyn who talked about her experiences over the years. Ever since the three pillar gods were dealt a heavy blow, they went into hiding again. As the fate of the three races, the great calculation law was still scheming against each other. In the current era, technology was no longer the route, but all kinds of cultivation systems. The era was also entering the Middle Ages. Nuns, church nights, carriages, and living standards were much better. Although we are in a parallel universe, we still keep an eye on this world. Carolyn took a sip of her milk tea. She seemed to be talking to Suji, but at the same time, she seemed to be talking to herself. All these years, she had been lacking someone to listen to her. Every few years, we would send out reconnaissance planes to observe the progress of the civilizations in the main universe. We would also collect the data of their bodies and observe the degree of genetic modification that the three pillar gods had given to them. The three pillar gods are a virus that is constantly advancing their own race. They are evolving. They are all giants. From the time of Xinglin's daughter, they are different from us. Our bones were dug out by them. Their archaeologists call them prehistoric dwarves. She stretched out her hand. A black disk that looked like a flying saucer slowly floated in the air. "This is a reconnaissance plane." The corner of Suji's eyes twitched. Isn't this a UFO? But in a sense, they were indeed aliens, observing this relatively backward civilization and not interfering. How should I put it? I don't have that mechanical romance. I don't have that steel jungle city, mechanical armors, and all kinds of motorcycles. The air in this world is much purer. Carolyn curled her lips and pointed at the tombstones with a smile. I finally understand. This is the era of the giants. This civilization is like a cycle that repeats day by day. In the future, there will be many gravekeepers, but I don't care about them. But after all these years, I have been alone. I always feel like I'm living in a bottle, trapped. It's a little uncomfortable. It's rare that you're back. She smiled with some melancholy, but she didn't hide it. She handed him a cup of milk tea and said, I have already told you what happened in these years. What about you? You disappeared. Again in these years. Where did you go? Can you tell me some interesting things? That mechanical armor, how is it now? I really envy your strength. You can travel through many places and see worlds that we can't imagine. How is the mechanical armor now? Suji was stunned for a moment. Now, it is in a very interesting place. It was given to someone who belongs to it. Maybe you can take a look. Given to someone? Carolyn's eyes widened. She knew how precious that thing was. It might be the remains of a rank 9, but it was given to someone else? It's returned to its rightful owner, Suji said. Returned to its rightful owner? That must be very interesting. Carolyn didn't ask any more questions. She finally stood up. But speaking of the world, I can take you to see it. Our world. Suji didn't treat her as an outsider. He was very curious. Carolyn's cultivation path of creation was worth studying and learning from the Isidal people who called themselves the Protoss. Next, he entered Carolyn's open spiritual world. His head buzzed, and a vast world appeared. It was an innocent and romantic starry sky. It was extremely beautiful, and the stars were bright. Starry sky? Is this the Isidal people's romance? Or is it your yearning? Suji looked around curiously. The starry sky was very much in line with the Isidal people's fanatical and perfectionist character. Both. Carolyn pointed in front of her. It was a blue planet with a total of 7 continents. There were murlocs, dragons, and hydras. They were all former species. It's all virtual reality outside the starry sky. This is a planet, a circular ancient lava continent. It's adapted from the starry sky you brought us to visit. We, the Isidal people, don't live on it. Our population is small, and we're called the Protoss. We manage the various data and physical parameters of this land. There are only 3,000 of us, and only when we die of old age will we replace them with newborns. Suji nodded. In a sense, it was equivalent to a group of souls going through a special digitization. Souls would naturally die of old age. Although they could adjust the data and constantly replenish the soul medium to achieve eternal life, the Isidal people didn't hate death. They chose to live a normal life. They're as arrogant as ever. Suji sighed. They also didn't want their race to become a pool of stagnant water. They used extreme methods to maintain their race's humility and thirst for knowledge. Survival of the fittest was their greatest arrogance. Then, he watched it again. Everything was going according to the norm. As expected of the righteous and hot-blooded Isidal people. They were developing peacefully and steadily. They weren't some special race that caused trouble. As for the system of transmigrators, it was considered unique, but it was similar to the novels on Earth. There was also the god of reincarnation. Suji looked around seriously for a few days and learned a lot of knowledge, as well as the new technology of the Isidal people. It was a great harvest. Looks like I'll have to harvest regularly in the future. He thought to himself, the Isidal people are still using hacks here. After the tour, Carolyn stopped in her tracks. She stared at Suji with a fiery gaze, as if she had seen a lover who was looking forward to seeing a peerless beauty. Suji naturally didn't feel that it was his beauty that tempted her. He knew what this mad scientist was interested in. He just said, I'll bring you to a special world to have a look. Carolyn nodded quickly, her eyes bright. I'm looking forward to it. Her avatar descended and followed Suji. A moment later. Through the teleportation array, the 6 paths of reincarnation world. 2 mysterious existences descended in the sky of this land. No one could sense their arrival. Whoosh, the 2 walked on the street. This is the physical world. It really exists in spacetime. It's not our parallel mental universe. Carolyn's eyes were filled with the joy of a young girl. A new world, a new structure. To her, it was the joy of discovering a new continent. It brought joy to her boring life. Suji didn't find it strange. After all, scientists always liked new discoveries. Do you want something to eat? Suji pointed at a steamer with smoke rising from it. Give me 2 steamed buns and 2 cups of soy milk, he said to the shopkeeper by the roadside. No problem. 2 steaming hot steamed buns and soy milk, please. The boss greeted him smilingly. Suji handed the things over. Compared to milk tea, it has a different flavor. In the ancient lava land, there was no such thing as bean juice. Instead, some idiotic players, when evolving into a delicacy species, would kill themselves to satisfy their appetite, therefore, the food was quite complete. After all, in the world of delicacies, it was also a great honor to bring people on vacation. All plants and animals were delicacies, sweet and delicious. Delicious. What a surprise. I'm so happy to travel with you. Carolyn ate happily, but she kept sensing. Suddenly, she couldn't hide the surprise on her face. This world is formed by 9 spaces, and there are actually 3 different time flows? This was unbelievable. It was beyond her understanding of the world. This is a broken world, pieced together from different levels of high-grade and low-grade format fragments. Suji ate, not caring about his image, nor did he plan to hide it. After all, this kind of black technology analysis and high-level God couldn't be hidden. At your level, you should also try to increase the time flow, right? Yes. Carolyn also tried to increase her reflexes and various reactions, but she couldn't increase it anymore. This was because from the beginning, Suji had set the highest time flow, so naturally, she couldn't increase it anymore. We are the highest level world, so we naturally have a huge advantage. In the other worlds, there are endless worlds, and naturally, there are all kinds of low-level worlds. Suji explained. This was the truth, told to him by the subbrain of the Zerg race. This was the biggest difference between the higher civilizations. Carolyn's eyes lit up. You mean, the difference in time is the difference between the different worlds? Yes. Suji nodded. That's really interesting. Is this the true face of the world? Carolyn was very happy. She lowered her head and drank a cup of soy milk with a cute face, silently sensing the whole world, and suddenly, she sensed hell. A black and white wheel was intertwined, emitting a terrifying aura. It was the terrifying mechanical armor that appeared back then, suspected to be the remains of a rank 9. This is? Her eyebrows moved. Analyzing. Establishing module. Super fast linked calculation in progress. Huge amounts of data and information crazily entered her brain. Suddenly, her whole body trembled, as if she only realized it later. Her body trembled, and she looked at the pedestrians around her. This is another method similar to the god of death's eternal life, immortality? Yes. The circle of the dead is another kind of eternal life of the Grim Reaper. Carolyn had a serious look on her face as she sensed the mysterious black and white wheel. She couldn't help but ask, what do you, or this world, call the mechanical armor now? Reincarnation. Suji's voice came slowly. Reincarnation. Carolyn closed her eyes. Whoosh, on the street, a strong breeze blew her hair and sleeves. Birds were flying in the distance. People were talking about different things. Her mind continued to expand. The terrifying computing power covered the whole land. The world seemed to be shrinking, turning into a real sand table. Mountains, rivers, and an enormous, complex, and mixed wool of countless creatures blended into the cycle of reincarnation. It sang loudly, bustling with activity, sacred and indescribable. She seemed to hear the world's original whisper. New changes appeared in her eyes. Animals, people, seabirds, and all living souls gathered into a huge surging river. It flowed on the latitude called time. Finally, this river turned and formed a circle. The logic of life. At this moment, Carolyn heard the most beautiful voice in the world. It gave her a sense of history. I see its essence. She seemed to see a Tai Chi diagram of yin and yang in the mysterious black and white wheel. The black was death, and the white was life, slowly spiraling. Reincarnation is so beautiful. This is another kind of life structure and miracle. The development of the world is completely different. Carolyn murmured. She couldn't help but praise. She opened her arms and was happy. The universe. It's really magical. For Carolyn, there was nothing more exciting than what was happening in front of her. A special kind of immortal civilization extended from the remains of a rank 9, which made her have a more terrifying understanding of the rank 9. Yeah, the world is magical. It contains infinite possibilities. Suji couldn't deny it. He felt the same way. We can't understand its vastness. Carolyn held the cup of soy milk in her hands and fiercely took a bite of her bun. She was as excited as a little girl as she cheerfully said, "Thank you for bringing me out for a walk. This journey was filled with dreams. I've always wanted to explore the vast world, to explore this empire that has stood between the past and the future for tens of thousands of years." Suji nodded. It was quite easy. He had originally come on a tour with a relaxed attitude. Normally, when a weak celestial emperor saw this kind of terrifying supreme existence, he would probably be scared speechless. This was the pressure of the level of life, but Suji was different. He had witnessed the growth of this existence with his own eyes. Naturally, he was very indifferent to this high-level god, conversing with this high-level god on an equal footing. Even though she had now begun to touch the threshold of the rank 9 world, the molecular level laws, and the pressure was even more terrifying. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Every world has its own rules and characteristics. This world is built on delicious food. I'll take you to eat some delicious food. Suji brought her to the side and ordered a spicy hot pot. She found this new way of eating interesting. After the two of them sat down, Carolyn continued to slowly sense the world around her. Her terrifying supercomputing ability, as a high-level god's computer, the rules of the entire world were completely revealed to her at this moment. She covered every word and every sound of the people. Coming, the spicy hot pot for the two of you. The boss walked over. Carolyn ate a mouthful of fried tofu, and her eyes lit up. Delicious, it's really delicious. Her voice was actually the common language of the mortal realm, and her accent was very pure. Don't be anxious, there will be more delicious food. I brought you here for sightseeing. Suji said with a leisurely smile. He could understand very well. At this level, many people lost interest in power and wealth. Only delicious food could still touch the joy in their hearts. N. Carolyn nodded and called out in the pure language of the mortal realm. She didn't care about her image at all. Boss, give me another serving. I want it heavily spicy. Yo, this little girl's taste is quite spicy. The boss at the side was also very familiar with her. That's right. Carolyn didn't stop eating. She kept stuffing food into her mouth, and her beautiful cheeks puffed up like a toad. Boss, seeing that I look so cute, can you give me more? I'll give you more spicy. The boss laughed loudly. Boss is so bad. Carolyn showed an angry look. Suji looked at this high-level god instantly do as the Romans do. When in Rome, when speaking in the same style, the natives didn't feel anything strange, and even had a strong impression of her. Suji suddenly felt a little scared. No matter how strong a high-level god's divine sense was, or how terrifying their learning ability was, it was difficult for them to instantly learn the language of this world. However, the magic core system was different. They could instantly scan the entire city, read everyone's way of speaking, add on their expressions and movements, and carry out big data calculations, and instantly understand it. Is this another world? Carolyn teased the boss and continued to sense, as if she was a granny entering a big garden. She was in high spirits. How many more worlds like this are there? When can I be like you and travel across worlds? When there are more worlds in my world, you can travel across worlds. Suji said calmly in his heart, but he also felt that there was a long way to go. It wasn't easy to give them a future. After all, they were all gods trapped in their own worlds. They were indeed all people in a bottle, and he couldn't solve it himself. Their strength was still too low. However, there would be many worlds in the future, and they would definitely be able to travel everywhere. How is this world? Suji fiddled with the seasoning plate. This world is very interesting. Carolyn started to look serious. They don't have magic cores, they are all flesh and blood. Basically, all living creatures are delicacies. Their brains are all safes. Although flesh and blood are very slow in calculating, it's undeniable that their advantage is that they can't be read. I can't read or invade their memories to calculate the fate of this world. I can't find their world line. Suji nodded. This was the biggest difference between carbon-based life forms and silicon-based life forms. World lines allow us to see the future of fate and the multiverse. This is the unique rule of our monster core system world. Most of the other worlds are made of flesh and brains. It's fine to read one or two memories, but it's impossible to infect everyone like a virus, which is why we can't divine the future. Boss, one more bowl of spicy pepper soup. Carolyn took a bite of the meatball. The juices flowed everywhere, and the delicious taste exploded in her mouth. She raised her hand high and shouted like a customer beside her. Then she said in a low voice, "They don't seem to have any gods, and they look extremely weak, but they have frightening potential. I feel that the existence of the so-called Samsara temple has turned the living creatures of this world into a kind of immortality. That mechanical battle armor was given to him by you, right? So, when you first came here, your goal was not to create the treasure, but to give it to someone." In Carolyn's eyes, the original goal was already very clear. That mechanical battle armor was created for this place, for that person. Suji didn't refute her, because this was the only explanation. Returning the item to its original owner. Does that mean that the dead 9th-level warrior belongs to this world? A faint smile appeared on Carolyn's face as she habitually stirred her cup of soy milk with her straw. There's a prehistoric civilization in this world, with a terrifying 9th-rank being. However, he's fallen. You're using his remains to create a treasure, before returning it to this declining civilization world to help them rise again? You have a friendship with that 9th-level warrior? To protect his descendants and this world's civilization? Suji still didn't say anything. Carolyn took another deep look at the figure in the Samsara temple, pretending to be casual. I am the god of death, and he is the 6 paths of reincarnation. In a sense, we are in contact with the laws of death. Is he another me that you support? In the future, he will rise like me? Or, is he also a gravekeeper? Carolyn sighed softly. Yes, guarding the remains of an ancient 9th-level world, and the reincarnation of more than 600,000 living creatures. Isn't he another gravekeeper? Guarding an ancient civilization, perhaps in the future, he will be like us. Carolyn's feelings were extremely complicated. In her eyes, the height of the ancient gods was becoming more and more unknown. The remains of a 9th-level warrior could be given away so casually. This was reincarnation. Reincarnation. She flipped through it and used her supercomputing power to make deductions. That terrifying world treasure was not inferior to her parallel multiverse, yet it was easily given to a certain person to rise, and it was even just a celestial emperor. She could not imagine such a generous gift, yes. It was hard for her to imagine. However, she was also very emotional, and her heart was filled with pride and complicated emotions. If it wasn't for this ancient god in front of her, with such a broad mind, how could he let her rise, and even help her rise? At that time, she wasn't even a celestial emperor. Thinking of this, she felt a deep sense of gratitude. She was the first, and the man in front of her who was given a relic was the second. Reincarnation, she had nothing to be jealous of. The pride of the Isidal people didn't allow her to be jealous. Only others were jealous of the Protoss. At this time, in Carolyn's eyes, this world was broken. It was forged at 3 different speeds. It must have experienced a terrible war that lasted tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of millions of years, and even led to the fall of a 9th-level supreme existence. The current new world, the 6 paths of reincarnation, was formed from 9 broken fragments of the world. It was very fragmented, and even the flow of time was not equal. Moreover, she also sensed the communication between the underworld, the celestial realm, and even the animal realm. Among them were Absolute God, Prehistory, Buddhism, Taoism, Radiation Light System, and an Chi system. This was enough to set off a storm in her heart. These 2 major systems, ancient temples that were hundreds of millions of years old, green lamps and ancient tablets, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the amount of information contained in them was very shocking. Her vision was extremely high, and she was touching the peak of the gods, looking for the doorstep of a 9th-level world. How could she not understand the meaning within? This world was very shocking. Although there weren't even gods now, the rise after the cataclysm might cause beautiful flowers to bloom on the ruins. It's rare for you to bring me around, it's very interesting. This new world is very special. Carolyn didn't like to get to the bottom of things, and now she couldn't help but ask curiously, you returned that reincarnation to them. Are you waiting for this world to quietly develop again? Suji didn't answer her directly. What do you think of the future of this world? Carolyn seriously considered it, shook her head, and said directly, I also don't know. I can't deduce the world line. The human heart is the most unpredictable, and it's very difficult to do it no matter how good one's calculation skills are. However, I feel that the radiation system and the innate chi system are very terrifying. The energy and terror contained within them are not inferior to the future of our demon core lineage. Suji instantly felt relieved. He had asked Carolyn to come over with the intention of helping to take a look. After all, the vision of a high-level god was still very high. Back then, you could determine my rise by observing the world line and the Ashudal civilization era. But this world can't see the future. The future, even for us, is unknown. Carolyn had a serious look on her face. And the person who gave him reincarnation, although his talent is terrifying, and he dominated the entire era. No one knows how high he will reach in the future. The reason why she chose to hibernate in the ancient lava land was because the world was transparent to her, and there were no secrets at all. She could see the development of the next few decades, and it was enough to occasionally go out and mention some genes. But now, there was the unknown, and there was novelty. Just like now. Huh? What a strange unknown life form. She was silently sensing some special life forms in the animal path. Some animals and plants with legs were studying the prehistoric civilization. I'm going crazy. Brothers, this job change mission, Buddhist, Taoist, it's 2F** king difficult. As expected. This main storyline also has a time limit. Right now, there are more than 200 of us, and more than 100 of the plants can still pollinate for now. But after they finish pollinating, it'll be our animals' turn. Someone cried, holding the experimental drug and shaking it continuously. Animals can't pollinate, bloom, or bear fruit, they can only. Someone felt like he was about to collapse. This was against the rules. Could this game even pass the review? Looking at it now, I estimate that the plants can only last for half a year. If we can't study the system and successfully change our jobs and escape, we'll suffer a life-threatening punishment. Someone sat cross-legged and cultivated true chi, wailing as he cultivated. This is too tragic. The main mission has actually become a time-limited secret room escape game. He. We plants don't care, we'll forcefully watch from the sidelines. When the time comes, we can even take screenshots. Shameless planning team, squeezing the poor laborers. Someone pointed at the sky and the ground with a face full of resistance and grief. Analyzing language, insufficient language data. Unable to analyze. Caroline frowned slightly. What on earth were they saying? And their actions were all kinds of exaggerated. Her divine will envelop the entire town. There were millions of people, and each person said a few words, and there was a huge database that was enough to analyze. But the number of people in front of her was too little. Moreover, their expressions and actions, together with the language they spoke, seemed to be completely different. It was very difficult to analyze the meaning of the language. Perhaps she would need to listen for many days to be able to analyze it. Is this a prehistoric language, the ancient language of the era of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? They're reviving and studying the ancient cultivation system? Caroline muttered in her heart, constantly sorting out her thoughts, that fallen rank 9 world existence? Is it this kind of Buddhism or Taoism cultivation? She sat in the shop, eating hot spicy soup, constantly trying to figure it out. Suji seemed to see that there was something wrong with her expression. Most likely, she was watching the group of free laborers making trouble, complaining and screaming loudly, which greatly affected the appearance and style of the 6 paths of reincarnation. But the foundation of this cultivation system still depended on their selfless contributions. Cough, cough, cough. Suji coughed twice, and asked, "What do you think about this cultivation system?" It's very unimaginable. The innate chi seems to be able to live in the previous vacuum universe world. Carolyn pondered for a moment before saying, as for the Buddhist system, it just so happens to be a vacuum universe with a high radiation environment. If I'm not wrong, these 2 ancient systems are related to the vast universe that I once went to. Naturally, Carolyn still remembered the journey she had taken to travel through the universe. Do you know why I wanted to explore that world back then? Suji asked with a smile. You want to? Caroline was slightly shocked. At that time, her realm was not enough, but now, the super ancient god was finally going to tell the truth. In fact, according to the analysis of the Isidal people, there were 2 mysteries of the super ancient god. The first was the blueprint of the mechanical battle armor, which had already been solved. It turned out to be a supreme treasure made from the remains of a rank 9, which could change its form, and gifted it to that person in hell. The second was to bring them to explore the universe. At that time, they guessed that the vacuum universe world might have some great enemy that once destroyed the ancient civilization of the super ancient god. Now that I think about it, it seems that these 2 things can be linked together. Carolyn fell silent. In the vacuum of the universe, there's clearly a terrifying enemy that destroyed the civilization of the ancient gods. Moreover, it also destroyed the ancient 6 paths of reincarnation world and killed the level 9 expert of this world. After all, that level 9 expert's Buddhist cultivation technique is clearly used to conquer the vacuum of the universe. It completely matches, therefore, at this time, using the remains of that rank 9 to help this world rise again, it makes perfect sense, because the enemy should not have disappeared, and is still a strong threat. It was just that this kind of great enemy was a little scary. Even a rank 9 had fallen. She pursed her lips, feeling that she could understand a lot from this world, the ancient temple, and the hundreds of millions of years of history. That touching and tragic history was also related to them. Suji did not care about Caroline's other thoughts, and officially went into the main topic of this trip, preparing to make her a partner, and said, "At that time, when I was traveling in the vacuum universe, I found another broken world fragment that was missing back then, and it is now in a vacuum universe. I wonder if you are interested in joining." Caroline's heart shook, and she sat on the chair in the spicy soup shop. Her hand that was eating the meat on the skewer stopped, and she instantly understood that this super ancient god was giving her a huge opportunity. Naturally, this was a huge opportunity. Caroline stirred the soup with a spoon. Her heart was in turmoil. She vaguely remembered the days when the Ashutl people were at their peak. It was the time when she was hot-blooded. She led all the wise men of the Ashutl people, that fat dragon and Melvina, and led the entire research institute to explore the vacuum, yearning for that mysterious and boundless land. But as time passed, all her old friends had passed away. She also became the gravekeeper of the civilization, guarding the last glory of the Ashutl people alone. She had turned into a prehistoric memory corridor. And now, he was finally willing to bring them into that space, however, the corresponding crisis. Would he be able to withstand it? After all, in that mysterious space, there were terrifying enemies. This was an opportunity, but also a danger. Taking a deep breath, Caroline stood up, before replying in a serious tone. Logically speaking, quiet and bitter training is the best option. However, I refuse. Suji instantly laughed. The temper of the Ashutl people had been completely controlled by him. They loved challenges, and he had long expected this. That area is in a distant space. We need to locate it. Suji thought for a while and said, "You guys used to study space technology, so it shouldn't be too bad." Suji handed over Dickie's research materials. Caroline's eyes lit up. She could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Super long-distance space channel positioning technology. Yes, Suji said. He did not care about Dickie's feelings. After all, Dickie had been secretly studying other people's research all day long. Now it was time for him to experience the pain of having his research stolen. There are coordinates here. After you locate it, do not go there without permission. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will attract some terrifying and unstoppable monsters. Suji said again. If she went to Oldwood Planet first and confronted Dickie, it would be very awkward. Yes. Caroline replied with a solemn expression. After all, that area is very terrifying. There are terrifying enemies that can kill a level 9. We, the gods, are also extremely weak existences. She firmly believed it. And right now, the position and research technology that the ancient gods had given him was a test for him. If he couldn't even do this, how could he participate in such a plan? Furthermore, if she didn't contribute anything, how could she have the face to accept such an enormous opportunity? This was an opportunity that made everyone envious. Take control of a new world. Back then, the ancient gods had led them to explore the universe. They had probably planned this for a very long time. Thinking of this, Caroline completely understood everything that happened back then. She stood up and looked around. God, let's go back. This vacation is almost over. People should have tension and relaxation, but they shouldn't relax too much. As expected of a mad scientist. Suji nodded. Compared to the tour, Dichi's information was more attractive. Afterwards, Suji and Caroline returned to the ancient land of lava. They didn't disturb any of the living beings of this era. Although the three-pillar gods plant-type, beast-type, and human-type spies were all over the mountains and rivers, they didn't dare to act recklessly when they discovered their tracks. Begin the research. Caroline had always been swift and decisive. Soon, with the Ashutl people's original spatial technology foundation and the exaggerated learning ability of the Demon Core branch, it was extremely easy to digest the information. Moreover, as a high-level god who had already come into contact with the phenomenon of molecular laws, it only took her half a month to completely understand it. And so, she started to set up a teleportation circle. Calculating super data, boom, a ray of light flashed in front of him, gathering and condensing into a dense and mysterious totem. The demon core system had a unique characteristic. It was almost perfect when it was used, almost like a machine. After all, it was a machine to begin with. Terrifying and enormous divine power poured out and spread into the distant space and time. With such terrifying precision, Carolyn is the best choice to set up the spatial coordinates and locate ancient tree planet, Suji whispered in admiration. In fact, based on the entire sand table, Carolyn and the three-pillar gods of the era of the lava giants are the existences closest to a level 9 world in the future. Suji weighed in his heart. This had nothing to do with cultivation talent. Dicky, Medusa, Phoenix, all these talents, which one of them was not better than Carolyn? At the end of the day, Carolyn was still a non-combat scientist, so she definitely could not be compared. However, the supercomputing power of the Demon Core branch was the biggest threshold to break through to level 9. Therefore, they had a strong advantage in breaking through in this realm, which was incomparable to other races. Of course, this was only a theoretical advantage. Who wanted to break through the most was still unknown. Kaboom, a huge amount of magical power poured out. The space seemed to be torn in half, causing heavy ripples like cloth curtains. Chaotic turbulence was torn apart, and a spatial tunnel appeared faintly. Soon, it was completely located on the other side. Suji immediately ordered Subbrain, block the area of ancient tree planet. Yes. The area was not big, only the size of a palm. Soon, the subbrain covered the area as if it was shielding the outside of the sorcerer world, not letting Dicky discover it. Whoosh, ancient tree planet, in a verdant mountain range, birds sang and the fragrance of flowers bloomed. A mysterious teleportation circle slowly appeared. I did it. I finally got through. Suji suppressed the great joy in his heart and hurriedly helped Carolyn, who was about to fall next to him. The consumption is much greater than expected. Dicky flew too far now, even a high-level god directly fell into a state of weakness. Suji sensed something was wrong with her. Her cultivation fell 2 levels in a row, collapsing to the level of a low-level god. There was still a long period of weakness, probably 200 to 300 years before she could barely recover. In this situation, her life was exposed to the eyes of outsiders, and she was at the mercy of others. However, there were no outsiders here. Take a rest. Suji put Carolyn down, more or less feeling a little guilty. This time, the price was much greater than he imagined. I'll go over there to confirm. Carolyn did not say anything else, but suddenly said, be careful. Suji nodded, turned around, and left. Carolyn looked at the back of the indifferent figure, pursed her lips, and suddenly had a realization. What he had done was just a small favor. He had opened up a spatial tunnel, allowing the super-ancient gods to enter that unknown space with their peak combat strength. They had to deal with the terrifying dangers that might appear and fight against the unparalleled forbidden existences. At this moment, she felt that all the strength in her body had been sucked out. She was too tired, too tired. Perhaps it was this moment of weakness, when there was no one around, that allowed the stubborn and confident Carolyn to reveal her weak side. She sat in front of the Mejia ranch, enjoying the cool breeze, and thought of many things in the past. She was not good at combat. Fat Dragon, Marijuana, all stood in front of her, and she had never really stood on the front lines. Even the Cherry Blossom Empress did not really fight, and did not even fight from the beginning to the end. Instead, she gradually ruled the world with schemes. Now, she was the same as before, unable to fight side by side with him. She only opened a door for him and watched him leave. I'm really too weak. I didn't do anything, but I have to share the land that the ancient god worked so hard to conquer. Whoosh, a cool breeze blew, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Suji left Carolyn and went straight into the space-time tunnel. He controlled the clone of the ancient god and walked on the mountains and rivers of ancient wood planet. The ground was lush and green. He looked up and saw the eternal tree of the 11 stars. The ancient tree of the elves had lush green leaves that overlapped with each other, and the sun shone brightly, forming a bright green sky. It was a dreamland of birds and flowers. I actually made it here. Suji was overjoyed. He wanted to laugh out loud. This meant that the biggest problem he had been facing recently had been solved. If he could come to Ancient Wood Planet at any time, it meant that many things that were impossible could be realized. The most obvious example was that he could step into outer space. As a weak celestial emperor, he did not need to reach level 8 to develop the cosmic vacuum cell civilization and release the air sprite. It's been 2 months since I released Dicky. After 6,000 years, the 11 eternal trees of the elves have all become gods. Suji looked up at the sky. He felt the fine astral power filling the air, forming a world with dense spiritual energy. The 11 ancient trees of the gods formed the basic laws of Ancient Wood Planet. They had become the world tree, and their leaves had become an atmosphere that protected all life. Previously, Suji had only sensed this through the subbrain of the bug hive. He could not personally intervene. It was a wonderful feeling to come here personally. Suji looked around. Or perhaps, to Dicky at this moment, these 11 ancient elven trees that have become gods are like the grand overarching heaven in the past, and he secretly rules over the other 11 ancestral wizards. Dicky was still very cautious. Just like in the countless ancient times, no one could discover him, the mastermind behind the scenes. He was about to become the third to become a high-level god after Phoenix and Carolyn. At the same time, his moon god, Si-yun, had also become a god and awakened from his slumber. And in these few years, Yumi, the great elf emperor, and Ah-cho also became gods one after another. They developed steadily, and there were no disturbances. Everything happened naturally. 6,000 years, 2 months away from me. This kind of achievement is not too bad. Suji walked around the elven cities in a very natural manner. He looked at the exotic scenery along the way and carefully pondered the ecology of Ancient Tree Planet. From today onwards, this planet will be under my control again. However, he didn't have much intention of interfering at the moment. This was a free-range universe drifting sand table controlled by Dicky in the dark. He had opened up this world just to collect taxes and reabsorb the bioenergy of the mass extinction. After all, paying taxes was the basic duty of the insectoids. This time, I have accumulated an unknown amount of enormous energy for who knows how long. After I open it up and return it to my main body, I should be able to break through to middle stage Heavenly Emperor very quickly. Suji sighed in admiration. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt that he had made a killing this time. From another perspective, Carolyn had suffered a huge loss in her cultivation. In fact, from the perspective of energy, the gains did not make up for the losses. Let's go and take a look. Rumble, Suji gently rushed up. He flew above the clouds silently and broke through the green atmosphere of the leaves. The sky suddenly turned dark, as if the lights had been switched off. His surroundings turned into a bright galaxy of stars. It was magnificent. In the distance, there was an interstellar exploration team. They were rooted on a grayish-black planet with a hazy and thin atmosphere. The entire planet was covered in gray metal and soil. The mountains were undulating as they explored and excavated. The elven exploration team wore specially made spacesuits, but they couldn't sense Suji's presence at all. Now, I am in the Andromeda Galaxy. Suji murmured silently as he looked around at the unfamiliar environment of the starry sky. In the past 6,000 years, the distance that Dicky had traveled was not bad. Even further away, there was a huge dark red planet. Further away, there were gloomy and oppressive nebulae that emitted faint colorful light. There were even some larger nebulae that formed mysterious oval spots of light, giving off an indescribable sense of awe. These scenes and scenery were so beautiful, majestic, and spectacular. The world is so beautiful. It contains endless miracles and unimaginable possibilities. Suji raised his head and looked admiringly at this starry world that made other living creatures feel insignificant. He lowered his head and looked down at his feet. There was no end to it. It was pitch black. Up and down are the four corners of the universe. Since ancient times, the present is called the universe. In his heart, there was a turbulent and refreshing feeling. This was the real starry sky. This was the vast sea where the fish could leap, and the high sky where the birds could fly. He revealed a brilliant smile, and finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. Even though he was only a low-level heavenly emperor, he finally had the true freedom of a god, and had turned into a bird that looked down on the heavens and earth. He was no longer a creature trapped in a cage. Others were lamenting their own weakness. Carolyn was lamenting that she was trapped, and so was Suji. Whoosh, he calmed his heart and began to slowly leave Ancient Wood Planet, flying in the opposite direction. It's time to leave Ancient Wood Planet and go our separate ways. After all, it's more important to get down to business. The teleportation portal has already been set up on Ancient Wood Planet, so I can go there anytime. Carolyn had paid a terrifying price for me to help me reach this step. It could even be said that she had sacrificed half of her life to allow me to skip levels. I could barely come here with the body of a heavenly emperor and attempt to establish a space civilization sand table. This is a forbidden place, and it is far beyond my current ability. I still have to fulfill my promise to Carolyn, and let her help me develop it. I don't have enough strength to lead and develop a space civilization, because what I need to do isn't as simple as needing soil. It's a terrifying project, transforming mountains and rivers, and even the ecology of a planet. Even if the place I choose is small, it's still very difficult for me. He was just a celestial emperor, he couldn't fly out of the planet, and he couldn't stay in space for long. What could he do? Even if he could control the flow of life and activate the creator mode, what could he do? In the face of the low strength of his main body, no matter how strong his racial talents were, they were useless. At this time, he was not unprepared. He dismantled part of the samsara and created a super small mechanical armor that could accommodate his ant clones. It could last for a period of time and space, and then he went to look for a new land. I've already asked the subbrain of the Zerg to select a few suitable environments based on Dickie's travel route and the planet's data. Con-HE, Radiation Light System. I should be able to find a good place in this world to reproduce a space civilization. As for the cultivation system, I don't need to follow the evolution of the players. Their 6 paths of reincarnation don't exist in a real space, so the environment is different. He continued to fly, thinking. He was not worried about not being able to return if he left Carolyn's teleportation portal on Ancient Wood Planet, because he had a new teleportation portal with him. The most difficult thing was the teleportation portal that came first. The other teleportation portals were easy. It was just like when he was on Mercury. At that time, he had to fly slowly to Mercury, but once he arrived, he could leave the teleportation portal behind and go back. In fact, when one reached the level of a mid-level god, the use of teleportation portals was relatively widespread. It was not as costly as it was for low-level gods. For Ermin and the others, in the big cities of the 3 realms, the high and mighty gods had built teleportation portals for the strong to communicate with each other. It was just that they had to pay a certain price for each teleportation. On the contrary, the gods were very keen on building such teleportation portals. The construction was a temporary loss, but the profits were endless. I've gotten quite a few sets of these paired teleportation portals from Ermin. After all, the times are not as tight as before, and everything is developing. Suji continued to fly. 1 day, 2 days, time passed. The ancient tree planet behind him gradually turned into a jade-green, fantastical planet. It was magnificent. After a few more days, the entire Ancient Wood Planet suddenly tore open a black hole-like spatial fold. He gently plunged into it and jumped away. As expected, Dickie is jumping again. Suji turned his head to look. Every once in a while, Dickie would perform a fixed distance jump, and then slowly recover his strength before returning. Of course, the distance of each jump was not long. Since he's gone, I can search more easily in this area. I don't have to worry about him secretly learning from me. Suji still ignored him and continued to move forward. It was not too difficult to find a suitable small planet. Because it did not need an atmosphere, oxygen, and carbon dioxide, which were the most precious things to living beings, and only needed solid water, there were relatively many such planets exposed to radiation. Retrieving. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Suji looked down at the star map data provided by the subbrain. An out-of-body light blue virtual star map appeared in front of him. There were more than 30 points, all of which were data secretly collected by the subbrain on Dickie's way as the Explorer spacecraft. More than 30 matches, Suji observed along the way. He saw more than 30 perfect star systems, similar to the Sun's environment. Some of the planets that met the conditions had solid ice, which allowed the air spirits, carbon dioxide, and oxygen to circulate. After all, they did not need these two gases directly. As long as the planet had carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, it would be enough. They would find a way to synthesize and self-circulate. In fact, the demand for air in this aspect was actually very low. As for the most important thing in demand, it was liquid water. In the universe, without the protection of the atmosphere, which was an important condition for habitable planets, liquid water would have long escaped from the planet. Therefore, the water on the planet was basically in the form of solid ice. At the same time, because there was no atmosphere, the planet was cold. At a temperature below zero, it would naturally freeze. Perhaps, there would be a small amount of liquid water below the solid ice layer, but there was no need to think too much about it. It could not support the entire world. Solid ice is my only choice. I can just melt it. It's better than stealing water from Earth. Suji kept retrieving the information of the planets. This one is very good. He saw a huge perfect planet 3 times the size of Earth. It had solid ice, a vacuum environment, and was full of radiation. But it's too big. Suji sighed, feeling that it was a pity. Carolyn and I will definitely not be able to do it. In the early stages of reproduction, melting solid ice will definitely create underground rivers to nourish all living things. Only then will they be able to develop. After they develop, the underground rivers will not matter. When they have experts, they can melt it themselves and be self-sufficient. They can even directly transform their own environment. And this planet is 3 times the size of Earth. Unless Carolyn breaks through to a level 9 world. Only then will she have the terrifying power to transform a vast planet with her own strength. Moreover, Carolyn's cultivation has dropped so much. She is only a low-level god. I cannot be greedy. Suji looked at the next planet that met the requirements. It was about the same size as Earth. After a moment of silence, he rejected it again. Carolyn and I still can't eat it. It's impossible. He felt a little pain in his heart. He could only constantly comfort himself. A big plate is good. We can eat more, but a small plate is easier to develop. If we can manage it well, in the future, when more experts appear in the civilization, we can consider migrating. After all, it is a race in the universe that is in a vacuum. Interstellar migration can occur. He used his hand to push through the planets. One after another, more perfect and larger planets were filtered out. Suji also felt the pain in his heart. Soon, Suji quickly locked onto an environment that was similar to the solar system. It was on a gas giant. It slowly spiraled. It was a sphere mostly formed by air currents. It looked like a dark red vortex ball. It was composed of a large amount of hydrogen, helium, various gas components, and quite a bit of solid ice. Don't think that gas planets are extremely rare. Saturn and Jupiter are gas giants. In our solar system alone, most of the planets are not composed of soil and land. This gas giant only had 7 satellites orbiting around it. One of them was a super-small satellite. It was made of soil and solid ice. It had a thin atmosphere around it. It had all the necessary gases. Satellite. I'm so poor that I can only choose the smallest satellite. Suji's eyelids twitched. He felt that he had lost a lot of money. This satellite is smaller than the moon. It indeed meets the requirements, and the distance is very close. We should still be able to transform it. He looked at a huge golden fireball in the distance, but he hesitated for a moment. However, this small satellite orbits that gas giant, and this gas giant also orbits a celestial body similar to the Sun. It's a bit far from the Sun, and the radiation is low. The disadvantage is too great. But it doesn't matter. How can it be so perfect? Anyway, it's not like it's a power station for me. Whether they have enough energy or not is none of my business. In fact, this was a difficult choice to make. If you were close to the Sun, there would be high temperature, high radiation, and there would definitely be no water. Far away from the Sun, there would be water, and even ice, and there would not be enough radiation. This is the place. Solid water and gas can all be obtained by myself. It's self-sufficient. Suji took a deep breath. Let's start rowing. Thud, after some time, Suji gently landed on this small satellite. He looked around at the pits, the desolate valleys, the soil, and the frozen surface in the depths. This was a small satellite that was even smaller than the moon, but it was still bigger than China and the territory of a rooster. The sand table this time is ridiculously large. It's even larger than the entire territory of Xianxia. It's 13 million square kilometers, and that's even for these small creatures. It's already an incomparably vast and boundless land, truly endless. Suji took a deep breath. I have to transform and green the planet. He left the teleportation array and turned to leave. After a while, Suji returned again with a large amount of oxygen and carbon dioxide. Although there were oxygen, hydrogen, carbon, and even methane in the air, they could not be absorbed, decomposed, and synthesized at the moment. Suji had no time to create an artificial underground river. He directly got a pile of iron pipes, buried them in the ground, and connected one end to the solid ice buried deep. Splash, Suji released a spell slightly, and the ice began to melt, flowing into the pipe, and turning into an undercurrent. Intelligent subbrain, raise the gene bank, and reproduce vacuum plants. A mechanical voice sounded. Reproducing. Very soon, vacuum plants appeared. They absorbed oxygen and carbon dioxide, took root in the water, and formed a self-contained cycle. They had strong vitality and could resist the cold vacuum. They quickly scattered on this barren small satellite, like cactus in the desert. The small satellite was more than twice the size of the moon. Looking from afar, it looked like a barren, yellow ball of a desert. It was orbiting a mysterious gas giant in the middle of a brilliant and profound planet, moving slowly in the dark cosmos in an orbit. Ancient, silent, eternal. At this time, on a small piece of almost unremarkable land, plants rapidly multiplied, adding a bit of green and life to this barren and silent land. Only by truly experiencing it will you know how precious a planet with life in the universe is. Suji gently squatted down, wearing his mechanical armor, squatting in front of a green tree seedling, seriously stroking the delicate leaves, like a scientist doing farm research. This is the miracle of life in the universe. If I didn't create a vacuum species that only needs water, it would be impossible to reproduce life in the vacuum universe. This entire galaxy is destined to be a barren desert. Whoosh! Life is the greatest miracle in the universe. Suji constantly melted solid ice, pouring it into the earth, and quickly multiplying. The various carbon, oxygen, silicon, and other elements that can be seen everywhere in the universe are aggregated into polymers, arranged in a special fine structure, and can actually produce a qualitative change of self-awareness. 1 acre. 2 acres, Suji quickly discovered a problem. Water was not the most difficult thing at present. Because he still had enough magic power, he melted it into liquid water and watered it, allowing the plants to grow rapidly. Water could be stored in their bodies, but carbon dioxide and oxygen, these two internal chi chambers, limited the expansion of the population. It was difficult to carry, after all, they were all stolen from Earth. Stealing water, stealing oxygen, stealing carbon dioxide. Suji looked at the little satellite and suddenly felt a little dirty. He stopped what he was doing and mumbled to himself, forget it, I'll leave it at that for now. I'll let those little guys in. Whoosh, in an instant, those whining air elves finally ran out from the living room of the orchard, cheering loudly. Obviously, compared to the harmonious environment full of air, they preferred this harsh vacuum universe. This is the fantasy extraordinary planet that truly belongs to me. Suji looked at the entire super small planet. Although it was only a little bigger than the territory of China, and even as small and delicate as a certain Jiawang, he suddenly felt indescribably satisfied. He was very happy that he had achieved so much at the Celestial Emperor realm. Wah! In the distance, the air elves saw their favorite tree friends and ran over to gnaw on them. Bang! Move aside. Suji sent them flying with a slap. They immediately shrank back in fear and hid at the side, shivering. Suddenly seeing water, they became excited again and quickly ran over. Wow, Pa! Suji sent another slap through the air. They immediately felt wronged and cried out softly. Suji pointed at the solid ice. This world was so cold, which meant that if they wanted to drink water, they could melt it themselves. They were completely dumbfounded. They could only hang their heads dejectedly and silently run to the solid ice. They began to babble and squeak as they tried to melt it with their true chi. Trees and animals have basically formed a special ecosystem. They seem to be two different species, but they are actually the same. Suji slowly muttered, his voice low. After all, they both have internal circulation. Carbon dioxide and oxygen. There is no difference between plants and animals. The biggest difference between the two is that they are animals and not animals. One can move, and the other can't. But they are still the original ancestors of two species. In the future, they can evolve into a variety of species in this small vacuum planet. Suji kept thinking. In the next few days of cultivation in the experimental field, he let them adapt to the new environment and watched these two creatures get used to each other again. He was surprised to find that they formed a special symbiotic relationship. The air elves helped the trees melt the ice and water them to reproduce. The trees used themselves to absorb more radiation energy and bear fruits for the air elves to cultivate. However, it seemed that they could reproduce and expand their race, but they could only maintain a constant number because there was no new carbon dioxide and oxygen to supply the birth of new people. After pausing for a while, he took a deep breath. Forget it, it's time to bring Carolyn in. But before that, I have to seize the opportunity to become an air elf and walk freely in the vacuum. After all, it's not good to wear a mechanical armor like this. A super ancient god had to wear a mechanical armor to be able to stay in the vacuum, isn't this funny? Suji found two young and strong air elves. Their reproduction was very strange. As half-tree, half-animal creatures, their offspring were half-fruit, half-embryo eggs. Moreover, this sticky egg was spat out from their mouth. I thought it was a scion, but it turned out to be King Piccolo. Suji felt a little speechless. But in the end, they are still ancestors. I don't know what they will evolve into in the future. Suji took two sticky eggs and used the most preferential method to reproduce. Soon, two tree babies were born. A man and a woman. Next, he made two magic cube-second gene potions and injected them directly into them, letting them train in the inner world. In less than 2 hours in the real world, they grew up and broke through to the 3rd level. It's not bad. Suji smiled. The new radiation, the simultaneous training with the previous inner world. Most importantly, with the Sea of Consciousness, it is convenient to have a human body. It is very easy to take over a body and live in the Sea of Consciousness. I also helped Carolyn build one. After all, even as a god, staying in the vacuum for a long time would consume a lot of energy. It was necessary to create a protective shield at all times to resist the vacuum pressure and radiation. It was very convenient to take over an air elf's body. Voila, Suji's Sea of Consciousness surged. When he opened his eyes again, he turned into a man with dazzling golden hair that was slightly shining. The outline of his muscles was like a sculpture, firm and plump, like an ancient god of war. Too slow. Suji was still not satisfied. He directly threw the previous radiation waste ball into his Sea of Consciousness and used it as an energy source to continuously absorb it. His whole body completely became highly radiant. Voila! The Sea of Consciousness was in his mind, and the radiation spread out from his head. Suddenly, Suji's entire golden hair quickly fell off like flames, and he turned into a bald head. There was a faint halo behind his head, and he had an inexplicable holiness like a church. Suji, radiation really could cause hair loss. After all, the head was the first to bear the brunt, and it even illuminated the back of the head. Inner world, Sea of Consciousness plus radiation equals Buddha? The radiation energy was emitted from the Sea of Consciousness, and it just so happened to be emitting light from the head. Could it be true? Even Suji suspected that those guys had guessed it by accident. It was probably poisonous. Forget it, my hair is falling because I can't withstand the radiation now. The power of that radiation source is too great. When my realm increases, I will be able to withstand it, and the hair of this human body will grow back. Suji waited and quickly reacted. After all, he still cherished it very much, because this was his small avatar that could walk freely in the vacuum in the future. Squeak, squeak. Those air elves happily rushed over, worshipped, and absorbed the radiation source. Their faces were full of eagerness, and they could not wait to lick it. Suji's face darkened again. Why did these guys look so much like believers? In the eyes of outsiders, this scene was easy to misunderstand. But now that things had developed to this extent, it was time for him to ask Carolyn for help. Ancient Lava Domain, Makia Ranch. Carolyn sat quietly in the same place, waiting. It had been a few months, but her face was still pale. Whoosh, the void rippled, and Suji walked over. Carolyn's eyes quickly focused. She looked at this bald youth with a dignified face, and a bright halo behind him. She immediately became vigilant, and her heart was filled with shock. Could it be that he was an ancient god? It's me, Suji said. Carolyn's eyes widened, and her face became even more incredulous. Suji also felt helpless. After all, there was a price to be paid for becoming stronger. There was no helping it if he wanted to go to the vacuum in advance to improve his realm. Suji did not say anything more, and directly took out a brand new teleportation portal, and handed it to her. That world has been successfully reached. But don't go to the previous portal, it's very dangerous. Leave the other end to me. Carolyn handed the other end to Suji, and her face became solemn, and her heart began to feel doubtful. The war on the other side had already broken out, ancient gods and unknown forbidden existences were fighting, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Just the aftermath of the war was enough to kill a god. According to their speculations, the difference between a rank 9 world and a rank 8 god was like the difference between a god and a celestial emperor. The difference was terrifying, and a drop of blood was enough to kill a god. Maybe the ancient god also fought with the other side, and was heavily injured, so he changed into a human body. Thinking of this, Carolyn felt even more guilty, but she was not the kind of person who would let her emotions affect her decisions. Although her face was still pale, and she was exhausted, she looked very serious. Have you confirmed the other end? Yes. Suji did not beat around the bush, and directly opened the portal. We have a new world, and you contributed the most. I'll bring you to see the results. Hearing this, Carolyn became even more ashamed, and her face turned red. You really are a humble person. She was clearly injured to such an extent. Suji, whoosh, Carolyn and Suji directly entered the other end. This is. The moment Carolyn arrived, her eyes instantly widened. Vacuum, the vacuum of the universe, the place that she had yearned for. Moreover, it was different from those barren yellow planets, and it contained life. It seemed to be the species of the two systems that she had noticed before. This land was incomparably vast, and her divine will was actually unable to cover it in an instant. It was even bigger than 10,000 ancient lava lands. This is too unbelievable. All of this is ours? Carolyn was extremely surprised. She had lived in a small underground orchard, and it was unimaginably narrow. When had she ever seen such a grand scene? Suji looked at the starry sky and said, "This land in front of us will be our territory." Carolyn's lips moved slightly, but she could not say a word. Her eyes shone with joy, and she only silently pursed her lips and said, "Thank you." Suji handed over another mortal body. Enter her body, and you will be able to live peacefully in this land. Thank you. Carolyn did not know how to describe the guilt she felt. She only felt that she owed too many favors, and she did not know when she would be able to repay them all. After a few days, Carolyn gradually became familiar with this land, and the strong gratitude in her heart towards the ancient gods turned into diligence as she rapidly analyzed the various parameters. Although she was a low-level god, she also began to smelt metal, set up some underground pipes, and melted solid ice to provide water. At the same time, she also extracted oxygen and carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and continuously injected them into the bodies of new living beings, and continued to develop and expand the population. Everything was thriving. It's just that there are only 2 living beings in this monotonous world. On this day, after Carolyn had worked hard, she gracefully sat on a high spot on a meteorite. Her white and slender jade-like hands supported her chin as she looked at the chattering little fellows and trees. I feel like their mother, the mother of this world, but it's too monotonous, and I can't bring in the living beings of our lava land to reproduce. If I do, I will definitely die. I can't diversify the species. These days, she would occasionally return to the lava land, but she spent most of her time here. There are only 2 living beings now, but in the future, there will definitely be many. Sue. Ji stood on another rock behind her, and looked at the sky as he smiled. Carolyn was slightly startled, and could not help but ask curiously, "Are you going to analyze their genetic sequences and modify them? Fuse and modify the species? That's very unnatural." Suji said calmly, "You've experienced the genetic era, and even the era you started yourself. You should know that it's possible to modify some unconventional genes, and it's the same for you icidal people. But once you modify the core genes, they will easily collapse. For example, it's very difficult to modify the core genes of a rabbit and turn it into a completely different pig." Carolyn showed a look of regret. How could she not know that genes could be fine-tuned, but it was impossible to directly modify the core genes of a rabbit into the core genes of a pig? There were only 2 living beings here, and modifying their genes out of thin air would at most turn them into distant relatives of the same race. Modifying the core genes would most likely result in a collapse. All artificial modifications were not as smooth as natural evolution. Enrich the species of the world? Then what do you plan to do? Carolyn sat on a large rock and asked curiously. We don't have to do it, because the heavens will solve it, Suji replied with a gentle smile. Heavens? What's that? Carolyn smiled brightly, full of heroic spirit and confidence. I've never heard of such a thing. The heavens you're talking about, are you talking about you or me? After all, you and I both control fate, the heavens that can observe the future and the boundaries of the world. The people of Isidal did not believe in gods, technology, and naturally did not believe in the so-called heavens. They themselves were incomparably powerful gods that could see the future of fate and control the boundaries of the world, so they did not believe in such things. After all, the god of creation had never appeared in their world. It's an existence that surpasses all living beings, including you and me. It's incomprehensible, indescribable, Suji said seriously. I didn't expect you to believe in this. Carolyn smiled, as relaxed as if she was chatting with a friend. Suji stretched his back and chatted lazily. Back then, you asked the great existence that once held your mechanical spaceship, who he was. Carolyn's expression gradually froze. Suji said calmly. You could sense his majestic, boundless, and immeasurable height. You've sensed him once in the gap between worlds, in the turbulence of time and space. Why are you suddenly talking about this? Carolyn still smiled. This was indeed the last mystery that came into contact with the ancient gods. He exists in nothingness, the only existence of the past and future. He is countless, and also the original zero, the one that created all things. Suji stared into Carolyn's eyes and said word by word, his figure passes through every world, space, past, future, and dominates every world. He will always descend after the destruction of a world, reshape it, and give life to all things. Is he serious? Is he joking? Carolyn could not help but feel dizzy when she heard this. Does he mean that the ancient gods had a war, causing this world to be shattered to the point where only 2 kinds of living beings were left? Perhaps it was because of this terrifying war that existence was about to descend, but how is that possible? How can there be an existence that creates all things and mends the world? Before she could finish her thoughts. Thud, a loud sound of footsteps could be heard, deep and grand. In the darkness, a huge hole was torn open, and in the silence, an indomitable existence descended. It was tens of thousands of feet tall, covering the sky, and was bathed in divine light. Time suddenly condensed into a torrent. This? At this moment, she suddenly stood up from the boulder she was sitting on. A giant over 10,000 feet tall? Looking at the vast and boundless universe, an unprecedented fear struck her. She only felt that the flow of time around her body was changing at a terrifying speed. The world was changing. Under the dark and vast starry sky, Carolyn could clearly feel the world changing. Her life suddenly slowed down, flowing at a strange speed. Further away, the trees, living beings, starry sky, white clouds, gravel, breeze, made her feel detached and unfamiliar, as if the whole world had been pierced into another dimension. That's, in the river of time, the figure that controls everything, the manifestation of the laws of nature, the creator god? Carolyn was dumbfounded. This feeling was as if they were originally flying in the same river of time, but suddenly separated. She, the trees, and the treants became two different rivers of time, staring at each other. This power is even stronger than the phenomenon of the ninth-level laws. She looked at the hazy figure of the towering radiant giant that stood there, distorting space and time. Although she knew that it was best not to understand it if she could not understand it, she felt as if her heart was filled with something, pressed down, squeezed, and squeezed tightly, making it difficult to breathe. A nameless fear seemed to make all the muscles and bones in her body twitch. Whoosh, in the distance, the giant gently stretched out its hand. Clouds gathered and dispersed. An invisible force shook and swept across the earth. Bang! On the entire small earthy yellow planet, a loud boom broke through the speed of sound. The living beings on the earth seemed to have accelerated in an instant. The lush ancient starry sky trees grew, flourished, and withered at a visible speed. New seeds were germinating. Emerald green sprouts were growing. Even older trees were withering from their prime. Birth, old age, sickness, and death were rapidly alternating. Like an accelerated nature documentary, the passage of tens of thousands of years was actually evolving at a visible speed. The trees began to rapidly evolve like the treants, the survival of the fittest. It was magnificent. It revealed an endless mysterious beauty of vicissitudes. 10,000 years had been condensed into a short instant. This is the mighty power of time, so beautiful, it's simply too beautiful. Nothing is more beautiful than time, it's an omnipotent power. Carolyn raised her head and muttered to herself. She looked at the vast and mysterious giant that was tens of thousands of meters tall as it walked across the mountains and rivers. Her clear, wine-red eyes were blurred, revealing the redness of a drunk girl. Yes, she felt like she was almost drunk. The people of Ashutl loved beautiful things, and she was almost intoxicated by the sight before her. Looking at the beautiful and lush land, a natural painting of the great Tao unfolded before her, intoxicating her in the unique sea of time in this world. She could not tell if she was intoxicated by the flow of time, by the existence of the god of creation, or by the beauty of the crazy evolution of the trees. She could clearly feel the trees splitting apart. Some became taller and lush, while others became shorter and shorter, evolving into weeds and flowers. They looked vaguely like vines. It was the same for the treants. They began to differentiate and branched out from the nodes of evolution, such as toes, claws, and fur. This is the scene of 10,000 years of evolution. It's concentrated in front of me, but it should be in a more distant space and time that I can't touch. Life is born and withered generation after generation. With the passage of time, branches appear, and species flourish. In the endless passage of time, it is like a tree of evolution, quickly forking and twitching fresh and tender branches, turning into flourishing, brilliant summer flowers. It's the same for all life. This is the essence of evolution. Facing such a supreme existence, she suddenly had the urge to worship it. She murmured hoarsely, "And I am one of them. Our civilization is but a branch on the tree of evolution of the human race. The condensed flower is called the people of Ashutl. We, too, will wither." God, is this the God? She muttered to herself, her face filled with the afterglow of a pilgrim. She saw the ultimate of all things, the miracle of life. In the spiritual universe, a distant ancient planet of lava slowly floated in the air. In a bulging barrier inlaid in the virtual starry sky, there were strong traces of magical technology. Harlandon and the others were in the research laboratory, their faces flushed and anxious. God of creation, filling and repairing the flaws of the world, these terms completely subverted their lifelong beliefs. This is the law of the world? Their faces were no longer calm. The people of Ashutl called themselves the celestial race. After the immortality of the god of death, they managed the data and laws of a universe. They had the divine power to peek into a corner of the future, and they had incomparably powerful arrogance, but they still fell into madness. This kind of great taboo existence that surpassed everything, like the only supreme monarch of the endless universe, appeared in their cognition, and ruthlessly crumbled their pride, passion, and romance into a ball. Their hearts were incomparably complicated. Analyzing. Collecting data. Abnormal signs of life, cell division rate unknown. Life cycle greatly shortened. Evolution. Unbelievable. They are evolving crazily. Compared to the crazy scientists, Harlanden's expression was much calmer. To him, it was a delightful sight to see the proud Ashuttle people being humiliated. He stood calmly, looking at the large data screen projected outside, his voice a little hoarse. How fortunate. There must be very few people who can see this scene, right? Perhaps my life is not bad. Back then, I led the sea folk to a bet and lost to the Ashuttle people. It is not a bad thing to come into contact with the great taboo and the truth of the world. Instead, I am satisfied. At this moment, he was almost intoxicated by the beautiful feast of evolution. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Carolyn, I suddenly understand you a little. I shouldn't be fixated on my husband's death. The path of life isn't just about love. It isn't everything a person has. There are more wonderful things beyond love. This road is full of gorgeous unknown scenery. In the distance, walking on the yellow planet, standing on the mountains, the giant that was tens of thousands of feet tall gently fiddled with it. Boom, rumble, the earth moved, shook, rose, and the sea turned into mulberry fields. The living beings of the entire land were still evolving and evolving rapidly. Due to the rapid evolution of plants and animals, life and death alternated, they were also rapidly changing the entire landscape. At this moment, time had lost the nature of a unit of measurement. Had a day passed, had 10,000 years passed, or could it be a mere zero? 1 second, no one knew. In this world where this god of creation had descended, time was passively and violently distorted, and the unit of time was meaningless at this time. But that figure, in this unknown distortion of time, slowly turned and left, disappearing into the distant space. Left? Carolyn was stunned. She felt that she could not react, and her mind was blank. She slowly turned her head. Only then did she completely notice that the land was still evolving crazily even after the giant had left. The law avatar of the god of creation has already left, but the living beings of this world, their evolution time is still advancing at a crazy pace, as if stirring up all things in the world. The fate of the world. Carolyn clenched her pale fists. Her breathing was rapid, and she was as excited as a child. She really liked the excitement of the unknown. After all, compared to the race of demons who could read monster cores at will like the three-pillar gods and peek into a corner of fate's future to push the world line forward, these mysteries were much more interesting, surprising, and filled with more possibilities. She did not like knowing the future, and could not help but look at the ancient god beside her. How long is this going to last? More than 200 years. Suji answered. This was her normal evolution time in the past. It would take about 2 days. Normally, with this speed, it would take 200 years. When she looked back, the species would be more or less diverse. It's actually more than 200 years? It's just an avatar, and it left the moment it descended. How can it still have such terrifying power? Carolyn was completely excited, and she exclaimed loudly. She excitedly said to the ancient god, then this world in the future, it has unimaginable prospects. A future that belongs to us. That's right. Suji looked at her face that was filled with childish joy and agreed. Carolyn stood up and began pacing back and forth anxiously. Her mind was filled with the figure of the mysterious god of creation. Then, the future of this world is not as bleak as I thought. On the contrary, it has unparalleled potential. No wonder, the ancient god and the other taboo existence started a war, because this land is very precious. She did not believe in ghosts and gods before, thinking that they were just stronger living beings. Now, she believed. But her heart was still hesitating and struggling. She suddenly raised her eyes that were lit up, and asked tentatively, if we really have to make a division, the god of creation must be above the 10th level, 11th level, or 12th level? Can living beings reach his level? I don't know, Suji answered directly. As always, Carolyn had a lot of questions. However, she had already gotten used to it. All scientists were like that. Their minds were filled with curiosity and curiosity. Didn't he know? Carolyn's gaze was calm, her expression solemn. These 3 simple words, in her eyes, had a terrifying meaning. What was the level of the ancient gods? 9th rank. In fact, there was a high chance that the ancient god was a peak tyrant amongst the Type 9 divine beasts, an existence with heaven-defying combat strength. Perhaps it was a great height that he would never be able to reach in his lifetime. He would be able to conquer the heavens and rule over many worlds. He could be said to be the overlord of one of the heavens, an absolute giant. Not even the ancient gods were able to comprehend this level of power, and it could even be called heaven. It was a mysterious law phenomenon that couldn't be understood normally, that was terrifying. He and the super-ancient divinities were equally weak in front of such a majestic existence. They were just like ants. Even if the super-ancient divinities had a long lifespan, they would only last for a moment in front of such an existence. He was born when he opened his eyes, and he passed away when he blinked. Not to mention her own life, even the super-ancient divinities, who were at the Type 9 divine beasts, were just a joke in front of the materialization of the law. So there really is a heaven. Carolyn finally spat out this sentence. She was indescribably shocked. She had followed the super-ancient divinities, and along the way, she had witnessed many inconceivable miracles. Life is worthy of respect, but nature is even more so. In front of the boundless heavens, any life is incomparably insignificant, including you and me. Suji gestured for Carolyn to take a seat. Sitting on a large rock, he started to massage Carolyn's shoulders. In one's life, there will always be unknowns and challenges. Just like when we were young, we were shocked by lightning, storms, earthquakes. Those mysterious laws and phenomena are a form of majesty in and of themselves. Carolyn's face turned slightly red as her shoulders were massaged. After a few seconds of silence, she could not help but ask, the super-ancient divinities, can our future touch, or even stand shoulder to shoulder with that indescribable one? Can human strength defeat the might of heaven? Who knows? Suji smiled. Let's talk about it after you break through to the Type 9 divine beasts. Everything is still very far away. You don't need to be in a hurry to reach it. Chasing after goals that are too far away will instead affect your determination. Carolyn nodded. She felt inexplicably moved. She suddenly asked, then, in this endless mysterious heavens and universe, if there is a god of creation, will there be a god of destruction? Suji was startled, and his expression gradually changed. This is a good idea. Needless to say, Carolyn's words startled the dreamer. If there is a god of creation, then there will naturally be a god of destruction. After all things are born and die. Without an opposite, it would be a kind of imperfection. Moreover, he had once said that in the myriad heavens and universe, there are 129,600 worlds. An era has birth and death, and there are catastrophes. Then, where does the catastrophes come from? God of destruction? Suji rested his chin on his hand and fell into deep thought. The stars return to their positions, and the demon god destroys the world. This is an old saying and the most common setting. However, it has to be said that there is a reason why it can be popularized. It belongs to a very complete worldview. Moreover, Suji is not an old-fashioned person. He is very good at listening to the opinions of various families and gathering the strengths of various families. The innate chi of true chi and the ancient Buddha of radiation as the light source given by the players are very good examples. It is foolish to cherish something for oneself. Perhaps there really is a god of destruction who is opposed to the god of creation? Suji thought about it and could not deny it. After all, the god of creation is the embodiment of the countless laws of life and creation in the myriad heavens and universe. They live in the space-time courtyard of different latitudes. Conversely, the convergence of the laws of death and destruction may also carry out embodiment. This may happen. Carolyn nodded. She was also very excited. After all, she was very happy and joyful now. She had never been so happy in her life. She obtained a huge adventure and saw a wider world. Even the mysterious god of creation descended to create all things and repair this world. It was really wonderful. Suji, on the other hand, was very calm. He wanted her to be happy so that she could work harder. After all, this time, he wanted to try to use Carolyn's terrifying supercomputing power to assist in the deduction. In front of you, in these 200 years of time flow, you can try to interfere with the evolution of those creatures. In the distance, Carolyn shivered when she heard this. Try to interfere with their evolution? With our mortal power? Won't this anger the god of creation? Can we really do it? Hearing Suji's suggestion, she felt a chill down her spine. The Isidal people were hot-blooded and stubborn, but that did not mean that they were brainless. Interfering with the patching world that was still evolving might very well infuriate that supreme existence. After all, she had seen a lot of deaths in the Beyonder world. She had been the same back then. The strong decided the lives of the weak. Their fists represented justice, and being weak was a sin. Back then, as the ruler, she had started countless wars and massacred many of the demonic beast region. She had conquered everything and established the glory of the Isidal people. Justice? Human rights? Equality? That was for her own race. They were called the God race because they suppressed other races with iron and blood. In the end, she had even destroyed the merfolk, dragon, and countless other races. The corpse race called her the coldest and most ruthless empress in history, the sacred cherry blossom emperor. The world was very realistic. Ever since she had climbed to the peak, she had been very clear about this. That was why she felt touched when the ancient god helped her rise. It's true that the strong decide the lives of the weak, but what if the difference is too great? Suji turned his head around and smiled. Do you care about an ant's actions? Even if it's the ruler of a ninth-rank world that has existed for tens of thousands of years, it's just a blink of an eye, the passage of time will erase all traces. It doesn't matter whether you did it or not. The two of them casually walked on this empty and spacious land. In the distance, those living beings were still crazily evolving. As Suji walked, he looked at Carolyn's eyes and said softly, as long as we don't directly obstruct them, the god of creation will not care about ants like us. There are so many ants in the world, how can it care about all of them? We are just ants, but even you are? She slowly walked and understood what the ancient god meant. Just like humans, they wouldn't care about what bacteria were doing, because they weren't living creatures of the same dimension. Only if they blocked the path of this giant would it accidentally trample them to death. At this moment, Carolyn closed her eyes, appearing to be recalling something. She felt as though a grand and magnificent picture of the world was unfolding before her eyes. The myriad heavens and myriad worlds, the rules of the world. The avatars of the god of creation would descend upon the various great worlds to create changes and repair the entire world. Even the ancient gods were nothing more than weaklings in the face of a higher existence. As Carolyn sorted out her thoughts, her heart was filled with shock and determination. She thought back to her initial dreams and perseverance. Was this the kind of world that she wanted to pursue? Not a man trapped in a cage. She turned her head and looked at the vast yellow planet. Her heroic face was flushed with excitement. A world that belongs to me and I can change and set the original parameters at will. In that case, how should we lead them in these 200 years? Her eyes sparkled with longing. Boom, the entire world was advancing at an extremely fast speed, like a dreamy scene. On this barren yellow land, there was a lush green scene that could only be found on a habitable planet. However, they were similar to the life forms on a habitable planet, but they were completely different. They had their own breathing heart, and their meridians were arranged in a disorderly manner, dense and complicated. At the same time, their skin was tough and delicate, possessing a special ability to resist the pressure of the vacuum. Their skin was equivalent to having a spacesuit. Aren't you going to do the calculation? Carolyn felt a little embarrassed halfway through the calculation. Suji was helpless. Carolyn was feeling more and more guilty. She had completely regarded him as her teacher. This highly vigilant schemer had started to trust him unconditionally. He felt guilty. He took a step back and smiled. Everyone's imagination is different. I want to try and let you do it. Carolyn didn't refuse again. The ancient god knew about this, so it shouldn't be the first time. Thank you. She felt a lump in her throat. She bowed deeply, her heart filled with gratitude. Then, she stood up and looked at the rapidly evolving animals and plants. Her divine sense slowly spread out. Environment, temperature, geographical location, and natural enemies, all of these will determine the direction of their evolution in this world. Calculation in progress. Assembling the body structure, calculating the evolution method. Spiritual universe. Calculation in progress. The Ashidal people's laboratory began to move quickly. Their faces were flushed. This was a huge opportunity, It was unprecedented. Previously, they were just evolving the data of the spiritual universe, which was equivalent to a virtual spiritual world. Now, in front of them was a real physical world. How could they not be excited? This was the best opportunity to show off their god race specialty. This was their strongest field. It has finally begun. Suji looked at Carolyn, who was preparing to make a move. He smiled and took a few steps back. He looked at the vast starry sky. The first space civilization might be interesting. This was his first space transcendent great world. It was unprecedented. Naturally, he had high hopes. Especially after paying such a huge price, he couldn't afford to lose, although, this was all because Carolyn had paid a huge price, but this wasn't the first time the living beings interfered with the flow of creation. It was the same for the phoenix. The phoenix once watched the evolution of the innate ancient gods and in a very simple manner, injected its own blood into the innate ancient gods. He had done such things too many times. He might as well let Carolyn make a move. After all, not only did she have terrifying supercomputing power and the diversity of the Ashutl people's black technology, Carolyn was also a high-level god. Her vision wouldn't be too bad. Suji was looking forward to it. In the next few days, Carolyn led the entire Ashutl people to replan the entire land. The entire planet, which was as large as the entire territory of China, was divided into several regions to create different living environments. It was divided into 7 world continents. Moreover, the 2 major characteristics began to be separated to make it easier to observe phenomena. There were species that had both radiation and qi. Species that used qi alone and did not have radiation. Species that used radiation alone and did not have qi. However, this kind of creature did not have internal circulation qi, which meant that it could not survive in a vacuum environment. It was a kind of parasite that lived in the air sac of the human body. After the various evolution environments and species were divided, Suji sighed. He felt like a little brother. Previously, it was just a random plan. How could it be so detailed? He left the land and returned to the living room to eat leisurely. Life was quite good. Occasionally, he would check on the other side, Carolyn's hard work. Boom, 100 years passed. The races on the land were busy and prosperous. The species had achieved true diversity, and each was of extremely high quality with their own potential. The 200th year passed. The world was completely perfected. The flow of the entire world also returned to normal. It returned to normal from the flow of creation and developed steadily. As a result, in just a few years, slash-and-burn tribes began to sprout. The tribes of the vacuum cell civilization had completely appeared. A small satellite orbited a huge gaseous planet, suspended in the cold, dead, and dark void. Like most of the celestial bodies in the universe, its thin atmosphere could not retain any heat, causing this land to be in a low-temperature environment of -80 degrees Celsius all year round. This was not a planet with life in the traditional sense. This was the vacuum environment of the universe. There was no air, destined to be cold and dead. Although this small satellite still had day and night, the solar radiation in the distance during the day was still not low. At this time, there were 7 continents, and a total of 13 intelligent races. In a short 7 to 8 years, they began to build simple tribal civilizations, building tree houses or digging holes to live in. However, the development of their civilization was very slow, almost to the limit. The sun was shining brightly. Suji and Carolyn walked in the sky of the small planet. This thin atmosphere could not retain any heat, and it was even abnormally turbid, like a thick haze. There was even a lot of gravel mixed in, turning into chaotic wind. In the vacuum, their civilization development is too slow. Without air, without a medium, they can't speak. Carolyn whispered softly, looking down at her results. Throughout history, language is the origin of civilization, the first step away from beasts. Communication is the key to advancing wisdom. Without air, without a medium, they can't start a fire. Carolyn continued in a powerful voice. Fire seed is the first step of the origin civilization. Therefore, this is an unprecedented era. Their environment is different from ours, and we don't know what rules they rely on to develop. Since they already have wisdom, let nature take its course. No matter how slow it is, they will develop. Time will tell us everything. Suji looked at the whole land, speechless for a long time. Vacuum race, Suji had never thought about it. It was different from the previous rise of any race. Unable to communicate, unable to use fire seeds, without an era of slash-and-burn farming, then what form did vacuum civilization take to rise? Currently, no one knew. Suji and Carolyn went to many places. He traveled with the identity of an ancient god, more or less relaxed and unrestrained. They could talk on equal footing and discuss some interesting ideas and creativity. Soon, the two of them arrived at the smallest continent numbered 01. In a lush green mountain range, they saw a special species. This is my greatest masterpiece. 200 years have passed. Let me show you. Carolyn's actions were the same as when she had brought him to the laboratory in the past. She pointed at a piece of land in front of them and the creatures that were chattering away. As for the other areas, we only used less than 10% of our computing power to simply guide the split intelligence and let them evolve naturally, reducing the factor of human interference. We, the Isidal people, all agree that it has more potential. At the same time, in order to save more computing resources, it is the most reasonable plan for us to use for some special evolutionary experiments. And this is the evolutionary experiment that consumed 90% of our supercomputing power. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only 27 of them, but each of them is a gem. They are undeniably the crystallization of the Isidal people. 27 living beings, is this the greatest achievement of the Isidal? Suji's interest was piqued. Are these 27 godly spirits the same as the 13 innate ancient gods like the phoenix? After all, some living beings possessed strong and unique characteristics. They were born by chance and did not possess the ability to reproduce. It was similar to how the ancient gods had died back then. Even Suji was unable to bring them out of the gene bank to reproduce. Because they did not possess the ability to reproduce. The simplest example was the phoenix. As a terrifying and heaven-defying life form, it was the only one. These 27? Could it be that this planet will be like the primordial world, where the 13 innate ancient gods will appear in the mythical era of creation? Suji looked over with a hint of curiosity. These 27 innate gods will also rule the world, and then fight with the postnatal beings for orthodoxy? They were all clay figurines. They were neither male nor female. They were as beautiful as pure white jade statues, smooth as jade, slender and handsome. They seemed to have walked out of the white glaze and were as intricate as ceramics. They began to build tribes among the trees. At first glance, one would think that their snow-white skin would be extremely hard and brittle, but in fact, it was soft and elastic. It was a special kind of vacuum skin material, and it felt like touching cold and delicate mud. What race is this? Suji asked directly. Carolyn said in a low voice, this race is a race that is close to the god of creation in my imagination. Suji? He looked at Carolyn helplessly. You've just visited the god of creation, and now you want to take advantage of this opportunity to evolve into a brand new creature similar to the god of creation? Replace it? I just encouraged you, and you want to go to heaven? Suji was completely speechless, and he was silent for a while. Carolyn looked excited. You said that the god of creation is countless, and it is also the original zero, the one that created all things. And this race in front of us is also from this. Everything in the world is born from one, and everything will return to one. One is the whole, and the whole is the one. Therefore, I want to call this race, the whole race. The whole race? Suji was completely helpless. The one that created all things. Carolyn was really arrogant. Suji couldn't help but look at this mysterious clay figurine race. They were simple and weak, and they really had such an incredible ability. His face turned black. Suddenly, he remembered the ceramic shape, round and cute Zeno, the strongest god that created the universe and created all things in the Dragon Ball. Everyone is a ceramic. He looked at a white ceramic statue. The future Zeno, is that you? He didn't expect Carolyn to make such a whole race by referring to the god of creation. Their structure is quite simple. Clearly, Carolyn didn't notice that the super ancient god was daydreaming. She continued to explain with a serious expression on her face. They don't have digestive organs, nor do they have any internal organs. As you can see, they are just simple clay figurines made of ceramic clay. In addition, the clay in their bodies allows the qi to flow in all directions. Their absorption and excretion rely on their skin. Carolyn continued to introduce, her face full of heroic confidence, but the most important thing is that their clay cells have a special adhesive radiation attribute. It is extremely malleable. In short, you may not understand. Carolyn waved her hand and pulled one of the clay figurines over. They have no gender, and they reproduce asexually. As for the method, it is similar to the previous tree ancestors. She began to let one of the white glazed ceramic statues reproduce itself. A strange scene appeared. This ceramic statue slowly bent down, opened its mouth, cracked into an exaggerated arc, and spat out a sticky white clay ball. Hoo, it gently blew the whole clay egg with its mouth, like blowing bubble gum, like an old man blowing a sugar man on the street. The whole white clay ball slowly bulged from the middle. 1, 2, as if threading a needle. A large number of complex and delicate meridians were slowly blown out. Blowing out meridians? Suji was a little surprised. Using this method to reproduce, through the method of blowing balloons and blowing tang people, the air of the father's generation is transferred to the offspring, so that the creature has air and meridians? My son is blown out by me. This is very scary. Carolyn's evolution of the god of creation flow in the past 200 years gave him a strong enough surprise, both surprise and joy. But something even weirder happened. Whoosh, with the blowing, the whole ceramic slowly rotated. It began to shape the ceramic baby with both hands, like those ceramic craftsmen, slowly rotating a clay, rubbing it round and flat. Very quickly, it blew air and produced an ugly four-legged white jade puppy. It threw the puppy on the ground, and it jumped up and down on the ground. This way of reproduction, is this fabricating life? Suji was shocked. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, the shock it gave him was huge and unimaginable. This was using clay to create life. It was already very similar to the terrifying scenes in the myths. Carolyn continued, don't be fooled by their simple structure. There are only two types of radiation: clay cells and air, no internal organs, respiratory tract, or heart. In fact, the more powerful something is, the simpler its structure. These radiation clay cells are precise to the molecular level. This is also the result of my preliminary understanding of the law phenomenon to promote the evolution of each clay cell, and it has the ability to be molded. Carolyn told himself that countless failures were produced in the past 200 years, and only these 27 survived. Moreover, they have to pay a great price to reproduce new offspring. For example, I created this dog in front of me, giving 1/3 of its air to it. Suji nodded. From his perception, the air of this clay creature in front of him had been split evenly by the clay dog. How do you plan to use this race? Suji asked curiously. For ourselves. Carolyn took a deep breath and smiled faintly. This kind of powerful and unique life form has unlimited potential, why leave it for others? Or let them grow? They are the first generation, their bloodline is the strongest, and the descendants they produce are all children. Their bloodline will continue to weaken. These 27 ancestors can be possessed by us, and we can use them as human bodies, second clones to cultivate. Previously, our two simple and crude void primogenitors tree clones should be eliminated. Suji's heart suddenly sank. The phoenix had created the 13 ancient gods and raised them like children. Carolyn had created the 27 clones, and her goal was to kill them and use them as bodies to possess. However, it was not surprising at all. Is that so? All of a sudden, Suji seemed to have understood something. Previously, Carolyn didn't know about the possession system of the inner world. However, after creating 2 doppelgangers to possess, she had given one to Carolyn. Therefore, the reproduction she's experiencing now is a targeted possession. This was her plan from the very beginning. This was a question, this time, how to evolve the creation flow so that he could obtain the best benefits. The best answer was in front of him. He would make use of this creation of life to evolve into the most powerful avatar of the god of creation, and then possess them. Based on the lies I created for Carolyn, this is indeed the best choice. Suji's breathing quickened. This is creating the greatest opportunity for myself, paving the way for the future. Indeed, Carolyn had really given him a big surprise. This vacuum creation clone was more powerful than the blueprint of the mechanical armor. In the future, this body alone might have potential no lower than the Pengu true body of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. And the vacuum clay creation could be said to be a kind of Nuwa true body. The Pengu true body created a world of heaven and earth. The Nuwa true body created a life race. One had a region, and the other had a life, a perfect combination. There was no doubt that the vacuum cell civilization had the potential to be the strongest. In an instant, Suji was excited, knowing the terrifying potential contained in it. Since Carolyn has delivered such heaven-defying combat power to me, there's no way I won't accept it. This is a doppelganger of an ancient deity. I can use this body as a human body and hide in his sea of consciousness. It's not a bad idea. Suji continued to weigh the pros and cons in his heart. However, a doppelganger? After a violent shock, he sorted out his thoughts, looked at the 27 experimental subjects, and returned to the topic at hand. As our clones? Good idea, but this creature already has the gas gene, radiation gene, and clay gene. If we want to integrate the 4th gene, there should be a high probability that all of us will die here. Do we really have to do this? This was the biggest problem. Right now, the 2 Treant clones that Suji created only had 2 genes. Back then, when he integrated the 3rd gene, a large number of them died. However, it didn't matter because there were many Treants. But what about now? They already had 3 genes. What would it mean to integrate the 4th gene? The difficulty would increase exponentially. Once they succeeded, they would be at the level of a false insectoid hero. Carolyn was indeed bold and ambitious. Moreover, these weren't the 4 trashy genetic talents that were used to make up the numbers. Each gene was extremely powerful, and when combined together, they could be said to be heaven-defying life forms. Even now, with just 3 genes, these 27 were extremely precious. They could be said to be a powerful creator race. To integrate the new gene, one had to have the resolve to kill all of them and lose everything. Naturally, we have to try. Carolyn smiled faintly. If we want to do it, we have to do it perfectly. Why did I evolve them and make them so powerful? To make them rise on their own? That's not it. I only want them to become our mortal bodies. If they can't be possessed by us, then it would be meaningless no matter how powerful they are. It doesn't matter even if all 27 of them die. When she said this, her eyes were cold and indifferent, as if an ancient god was hanging high above, looking down on the vast masses of mortals. I have a certain degree of confidence. Carolyn had a serious expression. She thought that the ancient deity was afraid of failure. She continued proudly, "This is where my talent lies. I'm not proficient in combat, but genetic engineering is my strongest point. When I evolve them, I will constantly increase their tolerance towards the genes of the inner world. It is basically impossible for them to absorb the 4th gene, but for the one before us, there is still a high possibility. There is a possibility of staking it all on one throw. Please believe in my talent." She was unprecedentedly serious. Suji, the people of Isidol were still very gamblers. Carolyn was a ruthless person and definitely not a kind person. There was no such thing as a soft-hearted person in her dictionary. She knew this a long time ago. However, Suji didn't reject her. He was also extremely jealous of the ability to create clones. Creating all things out of clay, there were endless possibilities. Not just animals, what about biological weapons of flesh and blood, swords of flesh and blood, cars of flesh and blood? He could use the extraordinary technology of the people of Isidol to create all of them. This was a powerful talent that was most suitable for their magical mechanical technology. It would allow them to be close to the true god race. Moreover, they had customized it for him. If he obtained it, then I won't be lacking servants. Suji's heart was calm, and his eyes flickered. This was the most direct benefit. Previously, when I asked someone to help me clean up the orchard, wash the dishes, and cook the meals, I couldn't find a suitable housekeeper. Although the gigantification of Pengu's true body is suitable, it's impossible for a magnate god to help me with household chores. Now, I can create a figurine and blow out a servant. It's naturally feasible, and it's very safe. Blow out all things. All of a sudden, he thought of a popular saying, "I'm 20 years old this year. I have a Lamborghini, 3 full payment houses in Beijing's 3rd Ring Road, and a beautiful and cute girlfriend. I didn't rely on my parents or friends. I relied on my own hard work to blow out all of these. It was just what I wanted. Cars, buildings, all of these were indeed possible. He could blow out a dog, but he could not blow out a Lamborghini. There was nothing that could not be done. It could even be made into a hard weapon. After all, some special ceramics had a hardness comparable to diamond. With the flow of inner qi, it was very likely to be an extraordinary weapon with life. In a real sense, she created life out of clay, another form of nuwa. As Suji pondered, he suddenly had a strange thought. He felt that this life form could really be powerful. It was also very compatible with Carolyn's characteristics. This life form could not be fought either. It belonged to the non-frontal combat style, but it was a type of summoning style. However, her previous summons were spiritual summons, but now they were physical summons. Are you going to be the strongest summoner? Suji was speechless. Next, Suji handed the Rubik's Cube gene potion to Carolyn. After she tested it again, she planned to fuse it into the 27 creatures and become the fourth gene. 4 genes was already the genetic talent limit of those below the Zerg hero level. The more genes were fused, the higher the probability of death. I've studied genetic engineering for my whole life. This should be possible. Carolyn smiled. This is the crystallization of all the research of the Isidal civilization. Suji did not disturb her. Compared to the Isidal people, he was an absolute amateur. Even if he learned their civilization through Hermes, it would definitely not be as good as his own application. He only needed to accept the results of the experiment with peace of mind. A few days passed. As expected, there was a large number of deaths, and a terrible situation occurred in the laboratory. There were a total of 27 3-gene life forms, and only 3 survived to break through the limit. This was after the probability of success was increased by various factors. Otherwise, there was a high probability of all of them dying. On this day, Carolyn directly walked out with 3 bodies. She was pale and exhausted, but she had an excited expression on her face. One for each of us, and the last one. Let's keep it as a backup, or use it for other purposes. This step now will allow us to move towards an even stronger future. Perhaps, the 2 of us will be able to reach the Supreme Realm, or even the Realm of Creation, in the near 10,000 years. Obviously, she had already planned for the future. Very quickly, Carolyn began to attempt to possess the knowledge sea of an entire clan. Seeing that she did not hesitate, Suji also began to try to occupy the entire sea of consciousness of this living being and control this body. This living being had not yet developed intelligence, it was like a wild beast, similar to the primogenitor ape. It did not have any womanly kindness. Boom, his mind exploded. Suji looked at his white jade porcelain-like self. He had already turned into a white porcelain jade man, like a perfectly proportioned male wax sculpture, with a strange mysterious beauty. He suddenly opened his mouth exaggeratedly and spat out a sticky egg like King Piccolo. Gulp, he wasn't in a hurry to blow it. He slowly molded, shaped, and sculpted it with his hands. In the blink of an eye, a small figurine appeared on the table. The figurine was extremely exquisite, and it was a young girl with long, slender legs. She was dressed in a traditional Chinese dress and carried a long sword on her back. It seems that I can mold the shape first and place it on the table as a figurine. In the future, when I need it, I can blow it and give it life at any time. Suji constantly waited and couldn't help but look at the figurine with a smile. Perhaps, this is what the myths often say, it's just blowing a breath of immortal air, and it will come to life. Zhao Linger. Suji pointed at the lively and exquisite girl figurine on the table and murmured softly, she came from a celestial sword world and is also a descendant of the clay molding clan. He felt that. This was probably the godly skill of a homebody. With just a breath, the figurine would come to life. Perhaps, when he molded a large pile and sprinkled it on the ground, they would all come to life with a breath. It would be very similar to the legendary Nuwa posture of the origin of China. Hu Suji blew gently. Zhao Linger instantly came to life and was jumping around. For my current body size, it's the same proportion, but for the real me, it's still too small. Suji touched Zhao Linger's head. However, this clay figurine doesn't have a size limit. When I become stronger, I will blow a super large one. I will take care of the orchard's cleanliness and be in charge of chores such as the kitchen. It was very convenient. The size of a real person. As long as it was inflated regularly, it would save electricity. However, there are also great limitations. The appearance of the reproduction can be ever-changing, but the essence is still the clay cells, true chi meridians, and they are all of the same race. In simple words, it's a 100 changes monster made from a lump of mud. Intelligent subbrain, call out the gene chain, Suji said. Name, vacuum clay creation gene, true chi gene, radiation gene, clay gene, inner world gene, can grow without limit, potential unknown, false Zerg race hero. Moreover, there were 3 of them at once. Counting carefully, how many life forms had he reached the 4-gene level, Little Phoenix? The Zerg race mother nest on Mount Akina. Although a high gene level didn't mean a high combat power, it was still a very powerful starting point. Having more genes doesn't mean anything. Dickie's gene level is very low, but he is regarded as the most promising Zerg hero. It's because of his talent and aptitude. Suji muttered in his heart. 5 gene was the Zerg race hero, and compared to 1, 2, 3, and 4 genes, there was a huge gap. At level 5, not only would one be able to accommodate 5 types of genetic talents, but it also meant that one could modify his 5 genes at will. Hence, it also represented the highest combat power of the Zerg race. But no matter what, it was still very exciting to have the body of a fake Zerg race hero. What do you plan to do next? After seriously testing the results, Suji asked in satisfaction. With such a body, it's natural to fix the rules of the world. Carolyn fiercely spat out an egg and slowly blew on it. She then said in high spirits, I want to create planets. Continents. Suji didn't react in time. How many vegetables are you drunk? You can brag more than me, you want to create a planet with clay? Carolyn's eyes flashed with a bright, 5-colored light. Creating this race was only the first step of her plan. That creation God's 200 years of biological evolution, allowing this land to have endless variety of species, is only the beginning. Next, I want to reconstruct the ecological environment of this planet. Yes, I want to create a planet. When I saw that 10,000-foot giant, that mysterious and great creation god, I had an idea. I want to create ancient gods that are as large as him, and even planets. Carolyn stood up. After all, this talent has unlimited possibilities. What determines its upper and lower limits is talent. Carolyn's face was full of confidence. She looked at the vast sky and said calmly, when this power of mine falls into the hands of the weak, it will just be creating women for their own entertainment, creating servants for their own use, and creating weapons that are just knives, spears, and rods. When this power falls into my hands, then I can blow out its internal structure. Engines, gears, they can all be fabricated. Yes, as long as I blow out a breath, the entire mechanical structure will be a perfect mosaic. And the knowledge and civilization of us icidal people, the internal structure and molding, give it unlimited possibilities, like a white paper painting that can be splashed with ink. Puff, she gently spat out. A delicate small planet, like a globe, appeared in front of her, slowly floating in the air. It was a planet-shaped life form, with hydrogen and carbon dioxide in its body. It operated in a very natural and sophisticated structure, and even had a gyroscope. And it could float because it was filled with a third new gas, hydrogen. There were even gravity waves inside, releasing the gravitational force that a planet should have. Look at it. She dragged the planet with one hand. When it is magnified 10,000 times, as long as I can blow enough, it will become a habitable small planet. I want to fill the sky with it. These planets are enough to accommodate a small country, orbiting in a specific orbit, distributed in the sky, and completely use the land of this world to the limit. It can make our world accommodate more than 1 trillion people. It can make this world into a real small virtual universe, covering the planets. As Suji listened to Carolyn's grand plan and saw the ambition shining in her eyes, he suddenly felt great admiration. He also felt a shiver run down his spine. What a terrifying and meticulous plan. If the virtual spiritual world could not be achieved, then they would try to create a small universe here. This was the rhythm of filling the thin atmosphere with artificial satellites. And Carolyn, she really wanted to become the god of creation of this world. Her goal of taking over the body of this race was not to create life, but to create planets. This person is very fierce, too ambitious. Suji sucked in a breath, feeling that Carolyn was very terrifying. Wasn't clay, soil, the composition of a planet? She had already calculated it. Suji was alarmed by her terrifying calculations. She was indeed the strongest schemer, but at the same time, he felt very lucky, because Carolyn's diligent work for him was really very charming. Originally, Suji felt that he was already very ambitious, and that he was already very good at stirring up trouble. When he was just a celestial emperor, he wanted to green the solar system, travel the universe, and farm. Who knew that Carolyn's ambition was even greater? She was even better at stirring up trouble. She only took a glance at the god of creation, and she excitedly wanted to be the god of creation of this world with the realm of a god, creating planets, reproducing all things, and satisfying her craving. I was just casually encouraging you. Suji felt that he was going to vomit blood. Moreover, this was not the most exaggerated thing. What was even more exaggerated was that this bold and unconstrained plan of the god of creation was really feasible, the entire race. Perhaps it could really be done. Really, no one can underestimate anyone. Suji made a helpless expression. He secretly looked at the beautiful cherry blossom girl holding a red umbrella in front of him, who was still excitedly making shocking remarks. He really did not dare to disturb her. What a super research type talent. She wants to create planets, create life. She can really make them out of clay, and really replace them. And what was the entire race? Life 3D printer. The internal structure of life was blown out in one breath, and the mechanical magic weapons that were usually assembled with tens of thousands of parts were much more complete. This was one as all, and all as one. Perhaps, compared to the evil god Cthulhu, they were two extremes. One was an aggregated creature, and the other pursued an integrated machine. Although, there were also many limitations. No matter what the appearance and shape of life, they were essentially a race of clay cells. At this moment, while Suji's heart was in a daze and numb, Carolyn was completely unaware of it. With a smile on her face, she slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, while her fighting spirit grew even more intense. With her clear eyes, she brandished her jade-white fists and said, "I'll tell you the truth. This is the original plan of a new world. Since it was handed over to me, it naturally has to be perfect, and creating a whole race, creating a planet. This is the final plan. However, the matter is equal. Where will the soil and energy come from?" With a serious face, she continued to analyze. "We want to create a small floating planet, so we need to excavate the matter on the ground and continuously reduce the size of the small planet under our feet. Of course, we won't excavate too much, because if we reduce too much, it will cause the mass of the planet to be out of balance, and it will deviate from the current orbit of the stars. And this part of the mass that can be stripped is enough for us to create more than 10 planets. Yes, more than 10 planets." She was so excited that her face was flushed. "If we want to develop in the future, perhaps the two of us will have to find a way to transport new materials from another world to create stars and hang them in the sky." "Suji, alright, you win. You've really won." Meanwhile, even he couldn't help but sigh in admiration at the grandeur and magnificence of this plan. There was actually an extremely meticulous principle behind it. It really could be done, as long as you were brave enough, you could really boast about it to the entire world. Suji was a little confused. However, looking at Carolyn, who had an extremely serious expression on her face, as though she had descended into a mad scientist and was continuously talking about her ideas and grand plans with an excited face, Wang Zhong felt that she was slightly cute. Carolyn had completely exposed his vile nature. Looking at this fellow's incessant chatter, he suddenly sighed with emotion. It vaguely reminds me of when she was old. At that time, in her room, that old lady who was already trembling and wearing presbyopic glasses excitedly talked to me about the basic theory of her magical beast contract. She couldn't stop at all. The glorious civilization and glory of the Isidal people seemed like a scene from yesterday. Back then, the first impression of any Isidal person who came into contact with Carolyn was that she was cold-blooded, ruthless, meticulous, and worshipped. She was as perfect as Levis back then. She was powerful, mysterious, extraordinary, and had the brain of a god. Worshipped, kept a respectful distance, and treated her as an idol in their dreams. However, Suji understood that Carolyn was also human and needed companionship. She also had emotions, anger, sorrow, and joy. However, the world that Carolyn was describing now was still rather far away. Because creating a planet was already a huge project. It was equivalent to an area of about 100 acres, comparable to the land of the primordial era and the sorcerer world. The creation of planets would not be completed in a short period of time. But this will be a real world similar to a small universe. This was enough to surprise and delight Suji. However, what surprised him even more was that Carolyn's real plan was even more brilliant. He saw that Carolyn was still chattering excitedly. Do you think this is the whole of my plan? If that's the case, then these planets are all replicas. What's the difference? They're just floating continents, how can they be called a small universe? We'll change the parameters of the environment of each planet to achieve diversity. Each planet will have a gravity ranging from 0.5 to 100 times the moisture and ice content, and the soil environment will also be greatly different. A large amount of soil will be on a planet, and a large amount of metal will also be on a planet. She raised her head and exclaimed loudly, her eyes shining with excitement. The living environment between planets is completely different. This is what I want to achieve. As for the creatures on the ground, can they adapt to the environment of these planets? That's impossible. Her words were full of confidence. She took a step forward and pointed to the earth. Because in the past 200 years, I've already created and evolved the 7 experimental continents 01 to 07 according to the preset environment of each planet. This is to make it convenient for them to migrate to the planets in the future. I've used the planets they will live on in the future as the standard, and in the past 200 years, I've involved their evolution environment. The words at this moment were like a bolt from the blue in the darkness. Suji only felt that his whole body was trembling from this bold, perfect, and meticulous plan. He was completely shocked. At first, he thought that the environment of the 7 continents was the mature world that would evolve in the future. Who knew that it was just a temporary residence, just to migrate to the future planet, that was their real residence? He suddenly felt that his previous thoughts were as simple as playing house. Amazing, this is really amazing. Suji praised in his heart. As expected of a scientist from Isudal. This level of meticulousness was really amazing. A god-level supercomputer. The level of excitement made Suji think of the Death God Eternal plan. No wonder it's you. Suji praised. A very smart and perfect idea. Each planet will have various parameters and environments. Carolyn's face was slightly red. She also realized that her performance was a little exaggerated. She had just fallen into a shameful and crazy state of self-satisfaction, but she immediately stopped caring. After all, her true nature had long been exposed in front of the super-ancient gods in the milk tea shop. You flatter me. This is a small universe plan. Now, the most important task is to fly to a planet. She was somewhat embarrassed. She took a deep breath and regained her composure. Their civilization is still developing. When they completely grow up, we'll release them into the atmosphere. Suji nodded and said seriously, at the very least, we have to let this whole race reach the celestial emperor realm. Then, together with a powerful god's magic power, as a backup energy source, we can blow up such a large planet. It was very difficult for ordinary gods to achieve a planet of 100 acres. It would be relatively easy for high-level gods. Carolyn smiled and said, yes, the next task is to cultivate. Fortunately, as a high-level god living in the Sea of Knowledge, it won't be too slow to rebuild this human body clone. In the past 200 years, I have recovered most of my cultivation and returned to the high-level god level. As long as there is enough energy, it will take about 80 years to rebuild a celestial emperor. 80 years later, the first planet will be in the sky. At that time, these indigenous civilizations should have just developed. Suji nodded. He, too, saw a bright future ahead of him. After that, Suji did not say anything else and directly left, letting Carolyn make the decision alone. After all, What could she do if she stayed, trained together to become a celestial emperor and help her blow up the planet? It was not like she did not know how much she was worth. She could only take the opportunity to escape. After Suji left, Carolyn took a deep breath and began to seriously train to cheer herself up. The super ancient gods seemed to say that they wanted to give me a part of the land, but in fact, they completely handed this world over to me. From the beginning to the end, they did not interfere, her eyes focused. Her heart was carefree and happy, but also full of gratitude. This was a huge opportunity. But for her, what made her happier was not the opportunity, but the fact that there was someone who could let go of his identity and status and listen to her as a friend. This was enough to make her feel very relaxed. After leaving Carolyn's side, Suji went straight back to the living room to sort out his thoughts. Now, this clone of the ancient god is working hard to learn, controlling the whole race body to cultivate. With enough energy, it should be able to reach the realm of Celestial Emperor within 80 years. At his level, under the merciless study of Hermes, Yama, and the 3 clones of the ancient god, his understanding of the realm of celestial emperors was not inferior to that of ordinary gods. Even now, he could already discuss a lot of knowledge with Medusa. After all, the triple learning speed was still inside, learning at a terrifying speed. What he lacked now was just energy. Even after all these years, Hermes's Tao heart had also naturally been enlightened. Back then, he was still pondering about it everywhere. Sure enough, this type of spiritual Tao cultivation could not be rushed, it was painstaking work. As a result, the Tao cultivation's magical power also broke through, and Suji also completely stepped into the dual Celestial Emperor of body cultivation and Tao cultivation. The energy required for breakthrough skyrocketed again. Sorcerer, body cultivator, magic core, the energy required was countless times that of ordinary celestial emperors. It was incomparably huge. He was really becoming more and more arrogant. He sorted out his thoughts. When this whole race clone cultivates to the realm of Celestial Emperor, although I can't be like Carolyn, who has a huge amount of divine power, can absorb the mass of the earth like glue, and blow out 100 acres of planets. But under the control of my powerful magical power, it is still possible to blow out a person the size of my body. Probably, in half a day, I can have a housekeeper the size of my body. To be honest, this was a small wish that he had a long time ago. Now that he could finally implement it, he was a little happy. Creation gods washing dishes and mopping the floor, it was simply a loss of dignity. Have you seen any creation god live so poor? Taking advantage of this half a day of sneaking out, Suji also felt that there was nothing to do. Tap tap. Walking out of the door, he sat at the entrance of the courtyard, the cold wind blowing. He held a cup of hot tea, white steam rising from it, overlooking the magnificent scenery of the entire sorcerer world. The sorcerer world outside the house, after 200 years of development, was approaching peace, gradually returning to its heyday. Paying attention, there was nothing unexpected happening. Fine and dense alchemy windmills spun, and below them were fine light specks of buildings. The city stood tall. The 3 realms was the most mature large-scale transcendent world. It had a complete system to deal with it, so there was no need to worry. I can go to Mercury to harvest some vegetables, expand the land, and increase the area of farming. Suji thought. He opened the teleportation portal and stepped into it. Voila, in the golden world, the terrifying high-temperature radiation burned the entire land. Suji gazed into the distance. After this period of time, this batch of ancient star trees could already be harvested. The branches and leaves were emerald green like jade, emitting a hazy halo. It was extremely beautiful. Voila, in an instant, all the ancient trees on the ground were killed, and a large amount of energy flowed back into his body. 30% of each pill's energy. Not bad. Suji closed his eyes and sensed the absorption efficiency. During the Great Extinction, not all of the energy had been perfectly absorbed. Only 30% had been absorbed. There was a loss of energy, and this 70% would inevitably dissipate into the air. This was also the reason why the various great gods had slaughtered all living beings in the past. It was to absorb the dissipated energy of death. And this 70% of death dissipated here. Without the natives to absorb it, it would be a bit of a waste. However, 30% of the 70% dissipated into the air, and 40% of the energy is still in the branches, leaves, and corpses of the trees. Most of it exists in the form of radiation. Although I can't absorb it directly, I can still use this radioactive waste to make relics. Suji's brows relaxed slightly. The relics from before were harvested from trees and then condensed with corpses. These relics can be used in the 6 paths of reincarnation for the players to cultivate. After all, the Buddhists need this energy. I can also throw them in the newly born small universe. After all, they all need this cosmic energy. After all, it's a radiation source system. Suji sorted out his thoughts and looked down at the ground from high up in the sky. He said calmly, "For the extraordinary future of the sand table, I'll plant another batch. Moreover, I'll expand the next batch to be bigger." He had a vague feeling that after harvesting this batch, in addition to the energy from ancient tree planet that he had just obtained, he could break through to the mid-stage Heavenly Emperor realm even if he cultivated multiple systems at the same time. Suji walked around the power station and returned to the living room. It was already midnight. He kept watering. Even though he was in the Heavenly Emperor realm, he still felt tired. Although his body was clean, he still lived like an ordinary person. He took a 10-minute hot bath and enjoyed it for a while before returning to his room and turning off the lights to sleep. Early the next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Suji got up. He was full of anticipation today. Finally, it's time to create a butler. He could already feel that the ancient gods controlled the body of the whole race and achieved the Heavenly Emperor realm. Although it was said to be fast, it was only 80 years. However, under the circumstances where he had to pay a huge amount of energy, the income was not proportional. Under the same circumstances, he could naturally produce 5 or 6 Heavenly Emperors. With this kind of time, he might as well let his 3 clones read and write more books. Walala. Along with the intake of a large amount of substances. This ant-like clone blew a drum and quickly swallowed and spat out a sticky white mud ball. In the blink of an eye, it was the size of a large basin. It was molded and molded. Suji did not change his appearance and shape. He still turned into a fairy-like Zhao Ling. She wore an ancient silk dress, and her fair legs were round and slender. Her long black hair fell over her shoulders. She had an elegant temperament. Her milky white skin was exquisite like real porcelain. She looked like a large porcelain doll. Whoosh, he opened his mouth and blew gently. Whoosh, a large number of complex meridians in the girl's body, and a heart that was beating wildly, quickly took shape. Poof, with a flick of his finger, a black magic core slowly wriggled and seeped into the depths of her forehead. This was a magic core chip of the TQ-876 housekeeping robot of the Ashutl people. Suji did not need to let it have too high of an intelligence. After all, this was his core area. He would not let it have intelligence. Even if it was completely loyal to him, having intelligence would cause all kinds of variables. Clean up. I'll leave these data to you, Suji said softly. Yes. She bowed slightly. Under the bright winter sun outside the window, Suji stretched. He felt that life was so beautiful, leisurely, and comfortable. He felt that humans were such realistic animals. They always wanted to live a more comfortable life. Otherwise, why would there be taba, vacuum cleaners, and all kinds of convenient modern tools? And to say that he was a salted fish? This could not be denied. It was true that humans had to work hard, but hard work and enjoyment did not conflict. He looked at this beauty in ancient clothes who was diligently cleaning the house. Her fair legs were delicate and cute. He smiled. Finally, I don't have to wash the dishes myself. In the universe. 80 years had passed. Carolyn still did not waste a minute or a second. After nearly 300 years of cultivation, she finally returned to the realm of a high-level god. At the same time, the mortal body she controlled broke through to the celestial emperor realm. Boom, so, the first vast planet rose into the sky and flew straight into the sky full of stars. It was beautiful. Wow, 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 wow. On the ground, a large number of primitive barbarians danced, wearing simple turf, pointing to the sky in surprise. Don't shout. It will be your turn sooner or later. Carolyn's face turned pale again. For a high-level god, this planet was not a small body. It was overdrawn. The world has changed because of this. She looked at the planet flying into the starry sky. Over the years, there had been more and more diversity of creatures. Some outstanding ones had already given birth to their own civilizations and vacuum communication languages. At the same time, there had also been different directions of development. At this moment, more than 80 years had passed. The vacuum was an obstacle to civilization communication, but it had been forcefully overcome by the three races. For example, the snow-white humanoid race with goat horns communicated telepathically. There was a green-skinned humanoid creature that communicated with pheromones through the two antennae on its forehead. What was even more bizarre was that there was a type of small insect that directly released radiation waves to communicate with others. All in all, there were three races that had risen and entered the ranks of the first echelon. Carolyn looked at the three races and frowned slightly. Since the 7 of you were the first to develop the ability to communicate, it's enough to prove that you all have great potential. I'll take you all away first and let you all step into the high-speed civilization train. As for the other races, it's not necessarily that they lack potential. They might only show their power in the later stages and not be too outstanding in the early stages. However, I can't analyze it, so I can only choose this group first. She decided on the three races and directly sent them to the small planet that had just ascended. In an instant, the three races turned into tribes and began to multiply on the entire planet, entering the era of cohabitation. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. They fought each other, developed each other's civilization, and even began to give birth to their own language. At this time, Suji had just finished his breakfast and returned. He looked at the scene on the planet curiously. "You're letting them kill each other?" Carolyn nodded and said solemnly, "You're back just in time. It's time to enter the third phase of project creation." Suji was stunned. The first phase was to create an entire race. The second phase was to use the entire race to create a planet. Then what was the third phase after the first planet appeared? Naturally, I won't let them live on it and slowly spend hundreds or even thousands of years to deduce the era of civilization. Carolyn had a serious expression. "I want to deduce the world line and deduce the scene of their future. I want to deduce the future of their developed civilization a few hundred years later." Suji smiled and asked, "Deduce the future, world line?" They aren't demon core creatures, so it's very difficult for them to deduce the future. Indeed, they are flesh and blood brains, so it is difficult for them to deduce the future. The amount of computing power required is tremendous, but it is not impossible. Carolyn smiled as she pointed at the back of the heads of the three races. "There's a magic core chip installed at the back of their heads. If their numbers aren't large, I'll be able to calculate each and every one of them if their numbers are below 1 billion. My calculation ability is extremely great." Suji jumped in fright. 1 billion living beings was a terrifying number. "I'm not that powerful. It's just that this kind of ability is very poor. I need a special chip to be inserted into my brain, and I can only calculate ordinary living beings. I can't do anything beyond the Celestial Emperor." Carolyn smiled. Carolyn did a detailed calculation for Suji. "This is what I saw, the events that happened in the following day." Carolyn brought Suji to see the future timeline. Suji saw that the people of the three races were chopping wood, building houses, and making tools in the future. Nothing out of the ordinary. After watching it, she waited silently in reality for a day. Suji actually discovered that it was the same as the future she had deduced. "You're already stronger than the three-pillar gods." Suji felt that it was very bizarre. He looked down at this small planet from above. "So, you plan to directly deduce their future like this?" "Yes," Carolyn said. "Do you want to see it?" Suji nodded. "I won't miss it." Carolyn waved her hand and appeared with Suji in a hall that was full of science fiction. She was going to bring him a completely different and novel Genesis. There was a huge screen in front of them, playing their history. In Suji's eyes, the three races were rapidly evolving, advancing, and developing their civilization. Planet Stone, 23 years. It had been 23 years since the entire civilization was released. Gradually, the three legs of the tripod were formed. The tall and mighty Heilmen with two antennae on their foreheads communicated by pheromones. The white dwarfs with white skin and horns were short and small, and they communicated by spiritual will. The red beetles the size of ants were weak and fragile, and they communicated by radiation waves. Planet Stone, 40 years. The Heilmen, the red beetles, and the white dwarves. The three races fought each other and entered the primitive tribal era of weapons. They raised their spears and each had their own successes and failures. Planet Stone, 74 years. The balance was broken. The Heilmen formed groups with high intelligence. They quickly occupied the most fertile valley area and developed rapidly. They invented the initial use of qi. They used a method of sitting cross-legged to absorb the vast cosmic radiation and the power of the stars, transforming it into qi in their bodies. They began to familiarize themselves with the use of radiation, combining it with qi to form qi cannons. They quickly enslaved the weak red beetles. They were reduced to slaves so quickly. Suji sat in the distance. He saw this scene and sighed. He knew that the reality was even more cruel. He used to observe the era of the rise of races. The Babylonian civilization and the Sumer civilization were often this fast. History is cruel. Destruction and rise can happen in an instant, Suji said. Within a month, the white dwarves, who were stronger than the red beetles, quickly became aware of the rise of the Heilmen. Although they suffered huge losses, they successfully migrated and avoided the fate of being captured and exterminated. A year later, the white dwarfs' resistance was meaningless. The population of the major tribes continued to plummet. In desperation, the leader of the white dwarves, Tut, led the most elite troops to launch a sneak attack on the core tribe of the white dwarves. They completely failed and were captured. Planet Stone, 97 years. The era of grand unification appeared. The tall green man kingdom was established. They implemented a monarch slavery system and enslaved the white dwarves. They used the red beetles as den mushi and used their ultra-long radiation waves to communicate. Civilization was able to develop. Planet Stone, 109 years. The tall green man kingdom entered the era of empires. They flourished and built cities and castles. In Suji's eyes, he already saw the future of a brand new civilization. This planet will eventually be completely ruled by the tall green man kingdom. They will continue to reproduce and enter the urban era. Many sci-fi buildings will be erected. They will communicate with the den mushi and use the white dwarfs as slave labor. Ding, initial civilization deduction completed. Do you want to save? Suji was confused and looked at Carolyn next to him. You can try to save. Carolyn said with a smile. Save. Suji said. Ding, please name this world line. Suji pondered for a moment. The rise of the era, the tall green man kingdom. Successfully saved. Clatter. In Suji's eyes, it was like the flashing screen of a game. A world line with a plot branch appeared. There were many time nodes on it, accompanied by pictures. Randomly click on a node on this world line, and there was a picture of a war that happened. Do you want to load from this world node? Suji was shocked. Isn't this one of those story games, similar to the optional route map of the plot branch in Detroit Mutant? Every choice will affect the evolution of history, and even the supernatural power system that will be born will be different. Suji's heart began to lose its calm. Before, he could deduce the sand table and record the civilizations of each era. But here, if he was not satisfied, he could try to load the file again. Interfering with the world line? Interfering with the world line, this is our rule. Back then, the three pillar gods had used such a method to influence the timeline and conduct wars. Therefore, I wanted to try and use the most perfect method to develop the future of this world's civilization. I wanted to continuously load the file and start over to choose the most suitable path. Carolyn smiled faintly as she continued to explain. Back then, the three pillar gods had used such a method to influence the timeline and conduct wars. This is the third step of the world creation plan. What is world creation? This is world creation. After all, since we can see the future, what about the God of creation? Carolyn's face was full of pride. He must be able to see it. It exists between the past and the future, in a mysterious space and time. Our three-dimensional world is one-dimensional to him, a visible straight line, the world line. It is also bound to be similar to the entire world line we are looking at on the screen right now. We can view every historical node at will. She pointed at the entire screen, which was the world line of this planet. Yes, the God of creation is like us now. In his eyes are endless worlds, and he can easily see any world line of this world. He can choose any node at will, change it, and load the file again at any time. When the two of us face the arrival of the God of creation, it is very likely that he has already seen a world node. Even what we are doing now is also the world line he chose. Our future is destined for him. This is the God of creation. No. I don't. Suji felt helpless. But in the blink of an eye, he felt that it made sense. If there was a real God of creation, it should be so terrifying. However, Caroline's move made him even more amazed. You deduce here, I'll go to the other side. We'll do our own thing. Caroline smiled and stood up. This is a test of knowledge and ability. Why don't we sit down and discuss? Let's see who's better at deducing civilizations. Suji's eyelids twitched. This girl is up to something. She's so ruthless, crazy, and calculated such a precise world creation plan. So she's waiting for me to pick a fight? Sure enough, it's not easy to take advantage of such a ruthless person. If I lose, it'll be very embarrassing. Suji suddenly felt very helpless. Caroline's intelligence was very terrifying. Next, he didn't care about Caroline's departure. He didn't choose to continue interfering with the previous historical nodes. Instead, he continued to deduce and see how the High Green civilization would develop. Year 140 of Stone Star. The High Green nation is divided into two types. The combat type green men study radiation type true energy techniques. The intelligent green men study radiation type technology. They began to try to dig the earth and explore outer space. They discovered that the stone star they live on is very likely to be a huge living creature with life. Year 171 of Stone Star. The High Green nation, studying the material of the stone star, discovered that it has a kind of clay life cells that can repair their bodies and disabilities, turning them into artificial limbs. They can also ventilate and provide a smooth flow of true energy. The entire High Green nation is in a sensation. This will become the core technology of the future hospital. Year 198 of Stone Star. The High Green nation, studying the material of the stone star. The intelligent green elder created 7 small stone stars with powerful life energy. They announced to the public that they are researching a field that is close to God. As long as they succeed, the 7 stone stars may be able to regenerate flesh and bones, fulfilling anyone's wish. Suji saw the development of this planet in the future and fell silent. A Highlander with tentacles, could it be a Namekian? Whoosh, Suji opened his eyes slightly, passed through the ripples, and slowly entered that space and time. He appeared in a sci-fi style city in the shape of a roundhouse. There were black stone streets, and on both sides were radiation lamps that emitted a transparent white light. Looking at the High Green man walking around, he felt very curious. This is the scene of this planet's civilization in the deduction 200 years later? This is too interesting. He flashed slightly and came to the old Great Elder. This is the creation of a brand new civilization. If you are not satisfied with the deduced history, you can load the file and start again until the history of the civilization moves towards the most powerful world track. Suji felt that this was the difference between a high-level god and a celestial emperor like him. The creation of the world before him showed that the difference was huge. This green man was fat and sat on a high chair. He held 7 gray stone balls in his hands and constantly studied and understood the structure. Who is it? The Great Elder was shocked and stood up abruptly. It was impossible for an outsider to come here. This trembling High Green planet Grand Elder was the leader who had led the tribe to rise in the past. In an environment where the average lifespan of the High Green planet was 110 years, his cultivation was not weak. However, at this time, he was almost at the end of his 200-year lifespan. You are? The Grand Elder trembled. Suji ignored him and walked straight to the 7 stone pearls on the stone tray, which emitted a faint fluorescent radiation. These 7 stone pearls are the 3rd generation of the entire race? They have a special radiation source? He and Carolyn were the first-generation ancestors. The planet Carolyn gave birth to was the second generation. And the 7 stone pearls this planet gave birth to were naturally the third generation of the entire race. The entire race? The Grand Elder only felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard these words. He growled, "Guards, guards! You, who are you?" Ta. A group of battle-type high-green planet warriors walked out. Hua, Suji lightly waved his hand and instantly collapsed. At the moment, there was no need to pay attention to the people of this era. He carefully observed the structure of the stone pearls and felt that it was the embryonic form of a clay cell civilization. It was very interesting. After studying the structure for a while, he directly left. This is the real Genesis era. I can see the development of this race's civilization in the next few hundred years. I saw that Grand Elder when he released the planet. He was skinny and weak, chopping trees. It's hard to imagine that he would become an ambitious person in the future and lead the race to this day. Suji said. Of course, these little creatures had never seen him and Carolyn. Let's push forward time to the next world node. Boom, light circulated. It was as if everything was fast-forwarded like a movie. As time was fast-forwarded, it could not be seen in detail. Instead, it became a text summary, more like an adventure game. Year 199 of the Stone Pearls. Ding, the Grand Elder is terrified of the unknown god of life and the entire race. He knows the terrifying power and potential within, but he is afraid of the planet beneath his feet. Ding, another row of words popped up. Soon, he could not help but study the 7 stone orbs. He completely discovered that the 7 stone orbs were alive, so he directly wiped out their hazy consciousness. However, he was afraid that he would be found again, so he changed the form of the 7 stone orbs. He changed the shape of the 7 stone orbs into 7 long sabers embedded with stone orbs. He continued to study them. But when Suji saw this, he was speechless. What happened to Dragon Ball? Because of his interference, the Grand Elder began to deceive himself and changed the world line. However, he didn't care because this was a brand new world. Even if it was allowed to develop, the 7 stone pearls probably wouldn't give birth to Dragon Balls. Fulfilling wishes, it was impossible. He could only use the clay cells as artificial limbs, organs, self-healing bodies, and a life sphere. Stone Star, year 200 and 201. Ding, the 7 long swords are known as the 7 sins. When injected with radiation energy and true chi, they will quickly grow and bind together cells. They have the terrifying ability to regenerate limbs and create life. They are worshipped by the High Green Star Empire and are worshipped as the god of flesh and blood. The next year, the High Green Star Empire's technology exploded. They developed televisions, cars, and the use of radiation energy in conjunction with metal machinery. They completely entered the industrial era and left the feudal era of farming. The labor force needed was greatly reduced. Stone Planet, year 204. Ding, as slaves, the white dwarfs did not need more labor. Their treatment was reduced, and they were beaten and scolded more and more. The white dwarfs gradually felt that their doomsday was coming. They rose up in the slums and secretly formed a revolutionary army, but they were quickly suppressed by the first Supreme General. The useless white dwarves helped the High Green Star Empire through the difficult period of primitive accumulation and rise. They were directly exterminated by the ruthless Grand Elder, and the white dwarves completely disappeared from history. The red beetles were the size of a finger. They were weak and did not pose a threat. They were still used as convenient den mushi. When Suji saw this, he sighed. This is the reality of history. The white dwarves, who were a threat, were directly eliminated, and the red beetles, who were even weaker, survived because of this. Weakness was sometimes a means to protect oneself. Ding, the mid-stage civilization deduction has been completed. Save? Save and name it. Suji nodded, sat in the hall, and leisurely took a bite of fruit. Civilization Revival, 7 Major Sins. Stone Planet, year 212. Ding, a meteorite fell from the sky, carrying an unknown virus into the ice layer of the East Ocean. The sea virus broke out. At first, it was an influenza, but it continued to mutate, infect, zombify, and attack humans. The epidemic was severe, and the entire planet became hell. Suji was speechless on the spot. He consulted Carolyn. Yes, 200 years in the future. I was the one who put in the virus. Carolyn's expression was calm. It's our human pillar, the grand unification virus. Even if it's the real world 200 years later, I will still put in the virus. This is not a virtual deduction. If it can't defeat the low-level virus of that year in 200 years, then I think it is unqualified. The defective civilization has no value, and I will put in the virus to destroy them. Ruthless enough. Suji was helpless. Ding, the virus spread. A month passed. The biochemical virus infected the entire planet. 2/3 of the land. A large number of creatures began to grow magic cores, and the number of infected individuals increased. This caused the virus's evolutionary computing power to soar, and the second generation of evolution virus appeared. The Great Elder resisted with all his might, but he could only gradually shrink the surviving cities. Within 3 months, the situation became grim. The Great Elder abandoned all his people and started the Tinder Plan. He led the last suicide squad to resist the virus. A legendary hero sacrificed himself for his country. The number 1 genius of the battle-type green planet, Kakarin, wept uncontrollably as he led the most elite young hope to break through. They went deep underground and entered the final underground camp, Bidesay Castle. In the High Green language, it means the last hope. They used the stone knife of the 7 major sins to establish a strong radiation source area to resist the virus infection. Stone Planet, year 219. After several years, the intelligent scientists of the High Green planet finally found a vaccine serum to solve the virus. They began to build a survivor army to counterattack the land. However, resisting the infection was only the first step. The High Green planet soon discovered something even more terrifying. The infected zombies began to gain intelligence, and the 3rd generation of the mutated virus appeared. Although it only existed in a small number of the zombie kings, it still made them feel powerless. It was powerful and infectious. Just one of them was a devastating blow. The new generation of serum could not be developed quickly, and the problem of the zombie king's infection could not be solved. The zombie kings gradually discovered the existence of the surviving humans and began to counterattack underground. Humanity was in danger. After the last year, the new human plan was launched. Suji saw a simple line of words, but it seemed to be soaked in a large amount of blood, roars, and cries of grief. It was the last struggle of civilization. They chose to solve the problem in a roundabout way. They removed the stone pearls from the stone knives and used them as an energy source to create huge armor to cover their bodies. This prevented them from being directly infected in battle and turned them into marble-like mechanical warriors. Suji fell silent. Looking at the 7 terrifying mechanical armors with the huge stone pearls embedded in their stomachs rampaging through the sea of zombies, his heart was filled with shock. The Stone Pearl Civilization. Is this a technology-oriented civilization that evolved due to the zombie outbreak? Suji sighed. The High Green planet is a very tenacious race. Their bones are very hard to endure to this extent. However, good times did not last long. This was the final afterglow. Year 230 of the Stone Planet. The 7 marble-like warriors, although they eliminated the possibility of being infected, were still outnumbered and fell one by one. The High Green planet became extinct. At the end, Suji saw the distant future of 230 years in the future. The entire planet was barren. The High Green planet rose like a meteor and then quickly fell. They even developed a different kind of civilization, a civilization that used the energy of the stone pearls to fight. Deduction of the final civilization completed. Save? Save, this civilization world line is named. Suji smiled. The end of the era, Stone Pearl Warrior. A world line from beginning to end appeared. This was a timeline, like a documentary film. You could casually pull the progress bar at the bottom to see the corresponding scene of the era. The rise of the era, High Green planet. The rise of the era, 7 sins. The end of the era, Stone Pearl Warrior. The Stone Pearl Warrior chapter has been developed. Looks like Carolyn really wants to compete with me with this virus. Suji rubbed his nose. The current situation is just like how I guided the Ashutl civilization back then. Back then, I guided Levis, Carolyn, and the flourishing Ashutl civilization. Now, it's the same Stone Pearl civilization, and she wants to compete with me in high spirits. Suji naturally guessed that she was looking forward to it. Making this planet's civilization resist the grand unified biochemical virus is the test. If they get through it, they will break the timeline and divert the virus to another world line. Only then will it be considered a success. Suji did not view it as a game, because it would definitely happen in the future. It was similar to the previous deduction of a civilization era, but in a completely new form. For example, if Suji did not care about it, 200 years in the future, it would definitely develop into the Stone Pearl Warrior chapter. But no matter what, the civilization of this universe was about to open. I have to start deducing and guiding a new civilization again. Suji stood up helplessly. I wanted to be lazy this time and let her do it, but who knew it would develop like this? Since I want to compete, I have to be serious. My calculation is definitely not as good as a god, but I have an advantage. I have the information gap, and I have to use the world knowledge she doesn't know to deduce a civilization. Only then can I defeat her. Suji sighed. He thought about it and vaguely came up with a new idea to try. However, he was not in a hurry, and wanted to go next door to peep at Carolyn. At this moment, Carolyn saw the potential of the Stone Pearl Warrior and was planning to deduce it again. When Carolyn saw the super ancient god walking over, she smiled and said, "You saw it too, right? Those people from the Highland planet erased the will of the 7 stone pearls a long time ago, so in the era of the virus outbreak, in the underground base's Tinder project, the 7 stone pearls created by the stone pearls were controlled by humans, and could not display their true potential. What if we let the stone pearls have their own consciousness? They themselves are our descendants, the 3rd generation of the spherical race. They can control themselves to fight, and they should be quite powerful. Perhaps they will be brand new Stone Pearl mechanical warriors. This is the true Tinder project. I would like to call these 7 stone pearls the true Tinder. Let them control the Stone Pearl warriors themselves." Suji was shocked, but he calmly asked, "You plan to jump to year 199 and secretly stop the Great Elder from erasing the will of the 7 stone pearls? Let them have intelligence?" "Yes." Carolyn nodded. "Because, although I don't like mechanical armors, there is no doubt that we, the people of Ashutl, are strong in this aspect. This kind of development is very in line with my strengths. I'll be the next ancient deity, entering their era and shaking their entire century. In a milk tea shop, I'll guide some of their civilization's wise men, the next Levis and Carolyn, and I'll move the entire civilization forward." "Suji," Carolyn continued, "this is the most correct and fastest way. Observe the countless futures of this world, choose one to step into, and let the civilization become extraordinary." Suji was silent for a moment. He clearly understood that this was not fake. He and Carolyn, the two of them, sat down and discussed who was the winner, who would be the one to deduce the real future, the real 300 years of the entire planet's history. As another super ancient god, he would exist in their history. He thought about it, turned around, and left. Very impressive plan. If possible, the Tinder warrior civilization that you guide can be named Cybertron. Carolyn did not understand. Suji went to visit Carolyn's place and suddenly felt that it was a little interesting. This was too interesting, of course, it was also a little urgent. She assisted the Stone Pearl civilization, allowing the Stone Pearl to give birth to a mechanical civilization, and the Stone Pearl warriors to advance into Tinder warriors. This was a very powerful path, and in the later stages, it might even be possible to transform the entire planet. This was a little embarrassing for him. The real god of creation had deduced so many civilizations and eras, and now they were competing to deduce the world civilization of this planet. What if he could not beat the other party and was beaten up alive? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. When Suji thought of this, his face turned a little dark. However, his eyes flickered. However, a mechanical civilization is not my forte. I definitely can't beat the Stone Pearl mechanical warriors, but I want to promote the High Green Planet. In that case, the future of the civilization is guided by me. I won't hold back. Anyway, if I make a mistake, I can start again. Suji thought for a moment, then clicked on the world line that he had just deduced, as if he was adjusting the time bar at the bottom of the video. Ding! He suddenly jumped to the year 198 of the Stone Planet, the era when the 7 stone balls had just been researched. It was still the scene where he appeared at that time. At this time, Suji was in front of the stone tray, looking at the 7 dragon balls. You are? The Great Elder was flustered. Suji said to himself, this is the entire race's 3rd generation? It has a certain special radiation source? The entire race? Hearing these words, the Great Elder felt goosebumps rise all over his body. Guards, guards! You, who are you exactly? Ta, a group of battle-type high green planet warriors walked out. Hua, Suji gently waved his hand, and instantly fell. At this time, Suji was no longer the same as before. He suddenly turned his head. Who I am is not important. What's important is that your world is about to be destroyed in the future. Year 212, December 12th, the end of the world arrived. An unknown small meteorite smashed into the ice layer, and an unknown virus broke out. In less than 100 years, the high green planet was destroyed. Damn it, the Great Elder couldn't help but curse. What nonsense are you talking about? A creature like you, are you an alien? An advanced alien civilization? No one would believe anyone who said that the end of the world and the future would be destroyed. Suji said indifferently, one day in the future, the white dwarfs will have a small-scale riot in Mountain Rugged. After suppressing it, the white dwarfs lost 17 people. On the 3rd day in the future, your trusted guard will die of illness. It may seem like an accident, but you were in a bad mood at the time. You will choose to investigate and find out that it was because of a laughable love killing. With every sentence that Suji said, the Great Elder sat on the chair, his fat body slightly trembling. This is too strange. Suddenly, a person appeared out of nowhere and told him what was about to happen in the future. He felt an unknown chill down his spine. You can verify this in the next few days. Suji said indifferently. I will first talk about the future. In the next few decades, there will be no war, so the high green planet will not have any pressure or motivation. Although the civilization will also progress, it will be very slow. Therefore, you need war, and even think of a way to guide the white dwarfs to rise and fight with you. That's impossible. The Great Elder said firmly. Suji looked at the fat and bloated First Elder calmly. He looked very old, but in fact, he could still live for a long time. In the future, he would die for the new generation, for the death squad that broke through the siege of the zombies, not because of illness. Suji ignored him and continued, how to develop the civilization faster is up to you. The future of the world has already been said. The ruler of the high green planet of this era, if you don't believe it, when the meteorites fall in the future, you will pay a terrible price, and now, you are too focused on the stone beads, neglecting to explore your own abilities. Your body's characteristics and even your intelligence. I also hope that you can scatter these 7 stone beads everywhere and write numbers from 1 to 7 on them. Let the major forces fight for them, so that combat-type talents don't waste their talents and can be called martial artists. Once you collect all 7 stone beads, there should be a reward. For example, self-healing, the dead's flesh and bones. Through the accumulated energy of the stone beads, you can make a wish and fulfill some small wishes. The Great Elder was shocked. Self-healing, the dead's flesh and bones. This was his vision for the stone beads in the future. He didn't expect this person to know about it. But, as for making a wish, how is that possible? The Great Elder asked, did the future me do this? No, you won't be able to do it, but I can help you. You already have some understanding of the internal structure of the stone orb, but if you add this into the mix. Suji passed Meng Mei's Earth Dragon vein system to him. Wish power? His eyes widened and his body trembled. Between the lines and the lines of the formation, he could vaguely feel that it contained infinite potential. Yes, wish power. Suji said, once there are many people who want to obtain it, the stone beads will naturally collect the dreams and wish power of many people. As long as you collect 7, it will be realized. The whole world will go crazy for it, and with the accumulation of time, many dreams will be realized. wealth, power, recovery of injuries can all be achieved. And these 7 stone beads have dragon veins, and the creatures that are condensed will probably be in the shape of a dragon. Suji pondered for a while. These 7 stone beads, let's call them dragon beads. After Suji left, the Great Elder was trembling all over. The amount of information in just 10 minutes was too much, enough to shock his entire brain. That white-skinned humanoid creature with a head of jet-black seaweed, what kind of creature was it? Could it be aliens? Was what he said about the future of this planet a few decades later true? The Great Elder could not help but feel fear. He felt that there was a terrifying existence of civilization, standing in an unknown and mysterious latitude, overlooking the entire planet. Is it the future race in a time machine? Or is it the only true god of time and space who truly overlooks the past and future? He was silent for a moment, staring at the other guards, telling them not to reveal it. At the same time, he waited silently for a day or two, and found that it was really as the prophecy said. He hid in the dark and observed. There was a riot in the entire Rocky Mountain town, and coincidentally, 17 people were killed or injured. If it was really deliberately created, it would be very difficult to control a fight between thousands of people on both sides, and coincidentally match the number of people in the chaos. He then waited for another 2 days, and sure enough, his trusted guards were killed. The future, the mysterious great prophet, the meteorite apocalypse. The Great Elder was completely silent. For a moment, he madly studied the information left behind by the Vow energy, and happily absorbed the energy to modify the Dragon Balls. In just a few short years, it really made some achievements. Ding, the Great Elder is terrified of the unknown god of life, and the entire race he spoke of. He knows the terrifying power and potential within, and according to the plan left behind, he changed the sphere, created 7 Dragon Balls, and scattered them everywhere. He also secretly spread the news, and martial artists everywhere became restless. Come out, Dragon God! Boom, a group of dark green Namekian people shouted loudly, and the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly burst with golden light, rushed into the sky, and turned into a fat dark green giant dragon. When Suji saw this, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unreality. Really, made Dragon Balls? He felt that it was unbelievable. After all, this was reality. However, after thinking about it, he sighed. The Carolyn World Line's Genesis style was simply too powerful, and it had almost infinite possibilities. Among the tens of billions of possible futures, it was not impossible to choose a future similar to the Dragon Ball combat system. Stone Star, year 200 and 201. The Dragon Balls caused huge waves, and disputes arose everywhere. Because of the war and peace, the combat-type Green Planet aliens, who had retired, re-emerged, and a terrifying war broke out. Because of a 4-star planet, more than 100 powerful martial artists died. The next year, the Great Elder frantically promoted civilization. Automobiles, machinery, and televisions entered the industrial era, and quickly used the Den Den Mushi to enter the internet era, and technology changed with each passing day. It's really similar to the Dragon Ball world. Suji had a strange look on his face. After all, Dragon Ball world also has a lot of black technology. Televisions, computers, and even technology is much more advanced. There are floating cars, capsule houses, and spaceships. Stone Star year 204. Ding, as slaves, the demand for labor in the internet era has decreased, and they are increasingly beaten and scolded. The white dwarfs gradually felt that their doomsday had arrived. They rose up in the slums and secretly formed a revolutionary army. However, they were quickly suppressed by the Supreme General. However, the white dwarfs managed to escape and were not exterminated. When Suji saw this, he sighed with emotion. The butterfly effect. In this year, the white dwarves should have been completely exterminated and disappeared in the long river of history, but the Great Elder's heart softened and let the white dwarfs go. Although he still did not let them rise, he chose to not do anything. The Great Elder is really amazing. He was originally in the industrial era, but he forcibly stepped into the internet era in this period. There are still 8 years, I don't know if I can deal with the future meteorite in advance. Suji thought that this should be according to the previous development. During this period of time until the meteorite falls, it should be peaceful. But the next second, a terrible change happened. Ding, Stone Star year 207. In the internet era, people set up forums on the internet to store secrets. The docile and weak red beetles began to rise and bare their fangs. As the Den Den Mushi, the arrival of the internet era also means the arrival of their world. They began to interfere with the internet, eavesdrop on secrets, and study their own changes and rise. They carried out the assassination plan of the Great Elder in an attempt to obtain the Dragon Balls. This is the only chance for them to rise. In March of the next year, a group of red beetles formed the Red Satin Army with the Dragon Balls as their target. They secretly sneaked in and attacked in the first World Martial Arts Tournament. The Great Elder was killed in a sneak attack, the Dragon Balls were stolen, and the Dragon Ball manufacturing technology was almost leaked. The world was shocked, and the High Green Planet broke out in an iron-blooded suppression. The red beetle race was exterminated and disappeared in the long river of history. The High Green Planet's strength was greatly damaged. Although the red beetle leader did not steal the technology and the Dragon Balls, before dying, he found the video of foresight. Looking at the Great Elder's panic, the High Green Planet's native curse. The dignified Great Elder will also curse this kind of curse? Ha ha ha, this is the famous Mama's prophecy. 212, December 12th, the end of the world will come. We are just one step ahead of you. This matter became more and more serious, and the entire internet exploded. The end of the world? Meteorites falling? Oh my god, the Dragon Balls are actually the advanced technology that the mysterious alien gave to our Great Elder. Infected, zombie virus, eating people? This is too scary. I can't take it anymore. I want to enjoy my last second of happiness and do whatever I want. For a time, all kinds of monsters appeared on the internet. A group of powerful martial artists silently clenched their fists, planning to save the world and protect the safety of Xingding. Before the Red Beetle leader died, although he did not obtain the Dragon Ball technology, he found the recording of the Doomsday Prophecy and published it. The whole world was shocked and fell into a panic of doomsday. Suji, this time, the white dwarfs did not go extinct, but the red beetles did. The Great Elder died later, but now he had died in advance and revealed his existence. The Doomsday Prophecy fell into a panic. Sure enough, fate was full of variables. The mid-stage civilization deduction has been completed. Do you want to save? Save and name it. Suji nodded. Civilization revival, martial arts recovery. At this time, Suji was no longer optimistic. Even if he had informed them of the doomsday in advance, the Great Elder was already dead, and the forces of the High Green Planet had been greatly damaged. Although they had developed greatly in the past few years, they had suffered serious losses this time. As expected. Year 212 of Xingding, the apocalyptic meteorite landed, and the infection began. Due to the Doomsday Prophecy, the people became more vigilant, and the number of infections decreased. Within a month, the High Green Planet barely controlled the spread of the infection, but soon, the second mutation of the evolution virus broke out, and the High Green Planet was defeated again and again. They could no longer resist. The number one combat genius of the High Green Planet, Kakarin, established the Tinder Project and led the most elite young generation to break out of the encirclement. Year 214 of Xing, after several years of research and development, the serum was created. However, the High Green Planet had just resisted the infection of the ordinary zombies and discovered that the Zombie King still had the ability to infect. Soon, the Zombie King attacked and was completely destroyed. Suji sighed. He died more than 10 years earlier than before because the 7 stone pearls had been made into Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls could only heal personal injuries and could not fulfill more bizarre wishes, such as making the zombies disappear. Without the 7 stone pearls, the soldiers could not stop the Zombie King. Suji thought that this was the end of the divination. Who knew that a group of white dwarf soldiers, who had gone extinct in the previous world and had never come into contact with the zombie era, would come out from somewhere and use the anti-infection serum they had developed in the ruins of the High Green Planet? Suji shook his head. What's the use? With this thing, the High Green Planet could not stop the Zombie King. No matter what, after a period of time, the white dwarfs had been nourished by the zombie tide and were no longer afraid of being infected by the ordinary zombies. At the same time, their combat talent was even stronger than the high green planets, and they were more suitable to survive in the apocalypse. Their combat talent was terrifying, but their intelligence was not high enough. The high green planet had invented the cultivation system first. They were one step ahead and one step ahead, completely suppressing them and not giving them a chance to rise again. Suji shook his head and sighed. He suddenly understood the Great Elder's fear. The slow rise did not mean that the other party's potential was not as good as theirs. Next, the group of white dwarf soldiers brought along the old, weak, women, and children. They encountered the zombie king and were quickly infected. Suji closed his eyes slightly and wanted to leave. However, a strange scene happened. After the white dwarfs were infected by the Grand Unification virus, their bodies were quickly assimilated and revealed a ferocious expression. Unexpectedly, one of them managed to survive and showed a special combat form. The white dwarfs have a strong physique. After being injected with the vaccine, there is a chance for them to become immune to the virus? Suji was slightly stunned. This white dwarf was originally a short gnome, but now he was a little taller. He still had a pair of horns and looked like a demon. When it comes to transformation, it reminds me of Frisia. Although it doesn't look like it, in the case of a world line, there are endless possibilities. There will always be a route that leads to the frost demon race. Suji smiled and suddenly had an idea. Before he could think further, this mutated white dwarf was surrounded and killed. Even though a new mutation had appeared and its strength had increased greatly, it still could not withstand the vast sea of zombies. Ding, deduction of the end-stage civilization completed. Do you want to save? Save. This civilization world line is named. Suji smiled. The end of the era, Dragon Ball Warriors. The Dragon Ball Warriors chapter had ended. This was a possibility in the future, but it also allowed Suji to obtain more information. He instantly understood the racial characteristics of the white dwarfs and the red beetles. This was very good information. After all, if he really wanted to create a similar world with the Dragon Ball system, the Supernova Universe Vacuum Cell Civilization, and surpass Carolyn's Tinder Civilization, he would have to verify every possibility and be down to earth. Frisia. I feel like it should be able to bring a surprise to this Dragon Ball world. Suji felt like he had almost forgotten about the bet. He was so excited that he was almost addicted. But the excitement only lasted for a moment, and the fire was quickly extinguished. It's different from before. The civilization deduction in the sand table this time is very special. He looked down at the 100-acre stone star from above. This was the huge area of the sorcerer world. The entire sphere was round and vast, with snow-white ice and lush mountains and rivers, giving people a sense of lush vitality. I unknowingly passed through the future lines of two worlds. Countless people were destroyed, and the common people were in pain and wailing. I've begun to become a little cold and indifferent, as if it's a game, a string of data. Suji felt his heart. But these were not real games. Everything he had witnessed was a future that would truly happen, a bloody reality, and he was deducing the future of this planet's civilization. Now that he had become one of the three pillar gods, with Carolyn's blessing, he truly experienced the power and terror of a pillar god. Indifference could be used as chess pieces, heaven and earth as a chessboard, guiding the entire world's timeline to the trajectory of the world he wanted. Suji himself could adapt to it, because it was not the first time. What if it was someone else? Perhaps they would really be addicted to it, treating themselves as the only supreme true god, viewing all living beings as ants in the countless futures of this world, to be needed and created at will, opening up infinite possibilities. World lines, the system of the magic core, indeed lean towards cold machinery. But of course, as early as when I created the magic core, I knew that it was the brain of a supercomputer. The mechanical system of the magic core will make their emotions relatively cold, otherwise, there would not be a world line. However, if I become a true god of creation in the future, standing in the past and future, and the world really becomes a straight line, will I completely become that kind of cold and supreme true god? When I open and close my eyes, it is the birth and destruction of endless worlds. It seems powerful, but isn't it a little too ruthless? But thinking about this now was still a little too far away. He was only a celestial emperor, and he was already thinking about becoming a god of creation. Wouldn't it be lonely? Wouldn't it be very lonely? What level was he at now, secretly tricking Carolyn? This kind of 8th grade god felt very satisfied. He lowered his head and looked at the entire planet 200 years later, riddled with holes. War and flames destroyed the Earth, and all living beings died. The Dragon Ball Warrior chapter of this world line has ended. Suji narrowed his eyes and looked at the entire world line again. He was thinking about which point in history he should start deducing the next world line. That was the best choice. Should he overthrow the rule of the High Green Planet from the very beginning and guide the White Dwarfs to discover the supernatural system first so that they could enslave the High Green Planet? That won't work either. With the White Dwarfs' IQ and belligerent nature, they definitely won't be able to develop a network civilization. Their civilization will probably be barbaric. Suji pondered. There's no need to go against the tide of history like this. In the era of tribal civilizations, the more intelligent races were the first to discover the cultivation system and rule the world. That's the correct path of history. Suji thought about it and decided not to change the source. But the White Dwarfs can't die in history. They must rise. In the arrival of the apocalypse, their race will be of great use. They are the main force against the zombies, and the potential of the red beetle race. Suji frowned slightly. Their race is obviously characterized by technology. Their own combat power is very weak. But when they develop, they will definitely be very strong. Only when all 3 races developed could they fight against the apocalypse of Planet Shur and the arrival of the zombie virus. A world where all 3 races rise together? It seems incredible, but it's not impossible. Suji raised his eyebrows and silently deduced the civilization sand table. Finally, he decided on a timeline. Breaking the trajectory of fate, let's start here. Suji gently pointed at a certain short figure and said in a cold voice, "Do you have the power to pry open the chronology of history?" "Let me see." Planet Shur, year 221. A well-proportioned machinery factory was surrounded by snow-white high walls. Rumble, steam was billowing, and the automobile assembly line was operating. Several short white dwarves, who were 1.2 meters tall and had black spiral horns, worked day after day, assembling parts. Ring ring ring, suddenly, a rippling bell rang. "We're free, today, we can finally rest," a group of strong white dwarfs communicated telepathically and retreated in an orderly manner. Soon, they arrived at the cafeteria and finished their simple meals. When they returned to the slave dormitory, they saw a white dwarf shivering on the sickbed inside. "Zach's illness, why hasn't he recovered yet? If only he could go to the hospital. How can we lowly untouchables enter the hospital of the High Green people?" A slightly tanned, short, fat, and strong white dwarf next to them sighed. When white dwarfs were sick, they relied on their strong bodies to survive. If they couldn't, they would die. "It's not that we can't enter. It would be much better if we were bought by some wealthy family as slaves and playmates, and they would send us to the hospital. But we were only traded to the factory to be assembly line workers. How can our lives be so valuable? We're still considered lucky. It's said that the other batch of people who were sold 3 years ago were sent to be gladiators. That was truly a life worse than death." When they said this, they shuddered. That kind of life was truly terrifying. In recent years, cars and machinery were constantly appearing. The intelligence of the intelligent High Green people was too strong, and many unimaginable things had appeared. It was said that at the beginning of this year, the supreme ruler of the High Green people, the intelligent Great Elder, invented the Dragon Ball, which was said to have terrifying divine power. It could make the dead flesh grow on bones and fulfill all wishes. If we can make a wish to the Dragon Ball and let Zach recover, it'll be fine. Someone wiped his nose. "Yuri, you're dreaming." Someone next to him laughed. Boom, Zach, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly trembled violently. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the ceiling. What came into view was a small, simple room with 4 wooden beds. Next to it was a table by the window. On the bench, a few people were sitting and chatting. Outside the window, there was a somewhat glaring sunlight. Clang clang clang. Shinkansen, light shone into the room. The electronic sound of a passing train came from outside the room. "Where is this? Didn't I die?" Zack's brain was a little muddled. Ha ha ha, speaking of the Dragon Ball, it said that it's scattered all over the world. All the great grandmasters of combat are ready to make a move. The voice next to him was still chatting. Well, yeah, the high green people are really strong. Their combat-type people are stronger than us. The intelligent people can also make all kinds of machinery, and they can even make the Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wish. Next to him was a slightly familiar voice. If we can also become grandmasters of combat, that would be great. The voice was still chatting. How is that possible? We're so weak. At most, we can only go to the slave gladiator arena and make the high green people happy. High green people? Dragon Ball? The end of the world? Biochemical virus? All of a sudden, Zack's brain was suddenly flooded with a huge and complicated torrent of memories, washing every corner. Scenes of the end of the world flooded in crazily. He saw the extinction of the high green people. In the end, the leader brought them and secretly went to the ruins of the high green people to steal the virus serum. This was a correct decision. Although it was risky, it was still a success. They no longer had to worry about the infection of the normal zombie tide. A group of old, weak, women, and children barely survived. They lived in the ruins for a long time and finally, they encountered the zombie king. Shoo, he suddenly had a splitting headache. His pupils contracted violently because of fear. Friends, the leader, the old, the children, one by one, they fell in front of him alive. The pool of blood was a glaring scarlet. His brain was spinning, and his ears were filled with the mournful screams of death. No. No. Why am I the only one left? In his memory, he wailed and knelt on the ground. He was also infected. He felt a terrifying power awakening. He became tall and mighty, and he began to fight against the zombie king. Boom, he fell into madness and killed crazily. His eyes were stained with blood, and he could not see clearly. A cold voice suddenly came, their combat talent is terrifying, but their IQ is not high enough. The high green people invented the cultivation system first. One step ahead, one step ahead, one step at a time. They completely suppressed you, never giving you the chance to rise again. Who is talking? Huh? The white dwarf's physique is strong. After being injected with the vaccine, there is a chance to become immune to the virus? The voice was still talking, as if it was commenting on this race. When it comes to transformation, it reminds me of Frisia. Although it doesn't look like it, in the world line, there are endless possibilities, there will always be a path that leads to the frost demon race. What does it mean? Poof, the next second, blood bloomed. He fell into the abyss. I'm dead. Zack completely recalled the scene before his death, his transformation, and that mysterious voice. That voice, who is it? Who is it? He looked around blankly. This place had actually been reborn more than 10 years ago. At this time, he and the group of slaves found joy in suffering, looking forward to the future. Although, at that time, he thought that was the most difficult time, compared to the zombie virus outbreak later, it was nothing. You are all still alive. Zack looked at his roommates and cried. If everything could be restarted, if they had never died, huh? What are you doing? Don't tell me you like men? Clang. Clang. Shinkansen. The voice still came from outside the room. Warm sunlight shone in from the window. Zack's face was full of smiles. The familiar dormitory. The familiar assembly line factory. Year 201 of Countercurrent. He laughed. He returned to 11 years before the apocalypse. This day was like the first time he saw it. In the factory, the sun shone brightly. Rebirth, it's so good. A few hours later, he began to sort out his thoughts. Now it's the year 01, 12 years before the virus outbreak, there are still 11 years left. At that time, even the powerful high green people won't be able to withstand it. The future is too terrifying, his pupils contracted, and he couldn't suppress the fear of that era. It was a real bloody apocalypse. Living was a luxury. In front of him, he saw zombies besieging the city, vehicles speeding in the survivor camp, the death of the elderly, women, and children, and the beauties of the high green people were just traded goods. They lived an extremely miserable life, even worse than slaves like them. And in this year 01, the great elder of the high green people really invented the Dragon Balls, and the world didn't change. Because of the power and mystery of the Dragon Balls, this year was a carnival, but it was the beginning of a nightmare. Because according to the leaked video of the Red Beetle race's rebellion and invasion, the Dragon Ball technology that appeared this year was not a product of the high green people at all, but a technology from a higher mysterious dimension. Then in the end, at the moment of the apocalypse, the mysterious existence that appeared in the video, he appeared again, looking at the survivors of the white dwarfs. His head thundered. What kind of existence was that? Did he see all kinds of future doomsday? No one knew. Was it malicious or kind? At least there was no apparent malice. It seemed that his approach was to help the civilization of this planet escape from the tragic doom of the doomsday. In his words, we white dwarfs have the combat potential not inferior to the high green people. The atmosphere was quiet. He looked around at his roommates. At this time, none of the white dwarfs thought that their inferior race could surpass the high green people who were both fighting and intelligent. Yes, their intelligence was indeed not good, but if their combat power grew, they would be stronger than the high green people. At the last moment, I was infected by the virus, and my body showed some kind of physical change. That mysterious existence once muttered to himself. Maybe, I can become Frisia? The Frost Devil race? He heard some hidden meanings. This Frost Devil race should be very strong, and the Frisia mentioned was also very strong. Their white dwarfs race may become that powerful race in the future. I will become Frisia in the future. He had a spiral double horn on his head, a short stature, snow-white skin, and a strong ambition in his eyes. He took a deep breath and looked around. Calculating the current time period, this year had just been the first year of the Dragon Ball outbreak. The Great Elder would also promote the Internet era in this year, and at the same time promote the martial arts tournament, promote major development, in preparation for the doomsday. Then, in a few years, there would be the famous white dwarfs who escaped, and he had participated in it. Now that he thought about it, after the failure, the Great Elder should have exterminated the white dwarfs race, but according to the words of the mysterious existence, the Great Elder was soft-hearted and let the white dwarfs escape. After being reborn, I realized that there were so many conspiracies and undercurrents surging in the calm of my previous life. He continued to organize. Then there was the incident of the Red Silk Corps. The Red Beetles attacked the martial arts tournament and killed the Great Elder. It was because of the death of the Great Elder that it was difficult for the high green people to resist the future doomsday. The Great Elder can't die in the future. Although I also want him to die, for the future, let me think about how to escape in the year of the zombie outbreak. He continued to organize his thoughts. The white dwarfs were weak because their cultivation method was poor, and they couldn't get resources, so they couldn't rise. After the zombie outbreak, they began to get the cultivation method of the high green people in the turmoil. Now, with the memory of his previous life, he could start to secretly cultivate. Suji held his cheek and smiled. In my previous eras, it was always Gilgamesh, the three witches, and all kinds of primitive people who rose to power. There has never been an era of rebirth. It's good to see the future in the world line. But in the end, I still chose Subaru, the daughter of Xinglin, and the Great Joy Emperor, the three pillar gods. When it comes to transmigration, this is similar to the Subaru method of the beast pillar gods. Ding, Stone Star, year 2201. The white dwarf transmigrator, Zack, returned to the year when the Dragon Ball appeared, secretly cultivated, and began to accumulate strength. Stone Star, year 204. Ding, as slaves, the white dwarf's labor demand decreased in the age of the Internet, and they were beaten and scolded. The white dwarfs felt that their doomsday was coming, and they were no longer needed by the high green people, so they began to plan to form a resistance army. A movie clip appeared in front of him. In a secret base, Zack was giving a loud speech. We don't need to resist, we won't be abandoned so quickly, because in another 10 years or so, the world will change, and we will be able to passively regain our freedom. Ding, a row of words slowly appeared. Under Zack's secret guidance, the white dwarfs didn't choose to resist, and escaped the fate of being suppressed and massacred. Suji stood at the edge, watching this passionate speech, and a group of white dwarfs shouting below. At this moment, in a trance, he seemed to see a brand new wheel of history slowly rolling over. Suji turned and left. As long as we can start again, everyone will be a saint. Ding, Stone Star, year 207. In the age of the internet, people set up forums on the internet to store secrets. The docile and weak red beetles began to rise and bare their fangs. In order to prevent assassinations and prevent the loss of power on both sides, Zack also began his own plan this year. An anonymous web novel was published on the internet, called Worldline, Dragon Ball Apocalypse. Dragon Ball novel doujinshi, in the era when the internet had just appeared, this genre was undoubtedly unfamiliar. Many people curiously clicked on it and found that it was a pseudo-documentary novel with no omissions. Inside, it described that many years ago, in year 198 of Stone Star, the Great Elder mysteriously saw an unknown existence. The mysterious existence told the Great Elder about the future doomsday, and handed over the Dragon Ball technology. Isn't this too fake? But it's also quite interesting. In this story, the Dragon Ball technology comes from a mysterious existence with doomsday prophecy. It tells us that on December 12, 212, a small meteorite will fall to the Earth, causing a mass extinction of life, a virus outbreak. Our civilization will be destroyed. Ha ha ha, so interesting. Everyone felt that history was quite interesting. Next, they continued to read and found that it was written that in year 201, after 3 years of research, the Dragon Ball appeared, the internet appeared, and martial arts erupted. All the netizens of planet High Green found it more and more interesting. Isn't this the day of the Dragon Ball outbreak a few years ago? Haha, interesting, what an interesting novel. I find it very boring. This is not a novel, but a copy of reality. Everyone continued to read. Because of the 4-star bead, a group of martial artists in the depths of Bead Mountain broke out in a fierce fight to the death. They fought until their eyes were completely red, and hundreds of people were killed and injured. The location and process were described in detail. Hey! Isn't that Zabahan a well-known martial artist in our flourishing ice city? Hey, why did my husband appear? Wait, according to the time, it's 3:17 in the afternoon. Isn't this something that happened 10 minutes later? Everyone had yet to react. Another piece of news caused a complete sensation. It was the comment of the wife of her husband. My husband did go out. Although he didn't tell me his itinerary, he did go in that direction. It is said that he got the news of the Dragon Ball. This news completely ignited the fire. Suddenly, everyone felt very puzzled and began to pay attention to it. An inconceivable thought emerged in their minds. This novel, it was talking about the future? An inexplicable sense of tension and panic broke out, and the number of comments increased at a terrifying speed. In an instant, the relatives and friends of all the martial artists on the list appeared one after another, saying that the martial artists they knew had indeed gone to the other side. These words caused the entire internet to explode into a frenzy. So much power, mobilizing so many martialists over there, and then playing a prank here? No. This is more like a prophecy. No way, this novel is a prophecy? The speed of the spread was increasing at a terrifying rate. More and more people were paying attention to it, and even many martial artists nearby immediately rushed to the other side to investigate similar situations or to stop the tragedy. But it was too late. When they arrived, they had already seen the horrible scene. The mountain of corpses and the sea of blood had completely formed an unstoppable 4-planet martial artist killing event. A perfect prophecy. In an instant, everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Yes, this is the effect I want. Zack took a deep breath and smiled. He had calculated the timing of the posting and was waiting for this moment to post so that everyone would believe in this novel. Then, he made an even crazier decision. He uploaded all the remaining chapters in an instant, because he clearly knew that the network real name mechanism had not yet been established. This was his only chance. If he didn't upload it at once and then slowly serialize it, his identity would inevitably be exposed. After he finished, he immediately stood up and didn't dare to come to this temporary network entrance again. For a time, the entire stone planet fell into a riot. They continued to read this novel. The future that happened below was very detailed. In the near future, the Red Beetle clan will attack the Grand Elder at the World Martial Arts Tournament, but they failed, and then the clan will be exterminated, but a video of the doomsday was exposed. Sure enough, in the 12th year, the virus will be accompanied by a meteorite falling from the sky. A rotten purple-red color appeared, smashed through the ice layer, and completely broke out. In the end, a serum was developed, but the virus also underwent 3 generations of evolution. The Zombie King appeared, the High Green Star Empire was destroyed, and the entire stone planet was reduced to ruins. The description was so horrible that it gave people goosebumps. Moreover, the plot was full of ups and downs. It was exciting yet full of darkness and despair. At the end of the novel, the author didn't write that the story was purely fictional. Instead, there was a bright red word frowny face. This story takes place in another world line universe. It truly exists, rumble. It actually exists. It's too scary. Everyone who was reading the novel was in an uproar. They were spreading the news like crazy. On the other side, the Great Elder was completely panicking. Because the Dragon Ball technology incident described in it was indeed the highest file of the upper echelons of the Empire. It is written in this book that in the year 208 of the Stone Star, in the World Martial Arts Tournament, I will be ambushed and killed, and the secret video will be leaked. The Great Elder's fat dark green body collapsed on his seat. He saw a tragic future. Their clansmen were wailing and dying in pain. A sense of guilt lingered in his heart, making him feel a deep sense of exhaustion and powerlessness. Go and investigate. Go and investigate. Go find out who wrote this novel, and then investigate whether the Red Silk Corps that is preparing to attack really exists. The Great Elder directly ordered. Within 3 days, the existence of the Red Silk Corps was immediately discovered. However, the Red Silk Corps had already been secretly disbanded. Of course. How could they dare to continue ambushing after being exposed? The Red Beetle clan should be as shocked as we are. The Great Elder's face darkened. Anyone who saw their own future of death would not be able to remain calm. On the internet, some well-informed and powerful organizations were also frantically investigating, and they also found out about the existence of the Red Silk Corps. It really exists. Oh my God, this is not fiction. It is written in the future. This is unbelievable. Are we dreaming? Our society is so harmonious. How could such a bizarre thing appear? A meteorite falling. Transmigrator. Transmigrator from the future. No matter what, kill those traitors and exterminate the Red Beetle clan in advance. We can't exterminate their clan. According to the future, we will all die. Now, we have to unite the power of both clans to resist the end of the world. There were different opinions. Radicals, conservatives, saviors, all sorts of people appeared. Zack took a deep breath. Not only did he want to announce the end of the world in advance, but his more important goal was to unite the Red Beetle clan. Even if they know, the decision-makers of the Green Planet will not allow our 2 clans to rise. We have to fight for this opportunity ourselves. He announced it to prevent the Red Beetles from committing suicide, and also to unite with their clan. Ding, the situation and public opinion have exploded. Countless people are protesting on the streets, demanding the release of the video. The upper echelons of the Empire can no longer control the situation, and the people are panicking. Year 209 of the Stone Planet. Fate has been completely changed. The 2 rebel armies, the White Dwarves and the Red Beetles, resisted one after another, but were suppressed one by one. Now, they began to contact each other in secret and quickly joined together to form an alliance to fight against the Green Planet. The alliance of the 2 rebel armies has shaken the upper echelons of the Green Planet. They are extremely afraid of the rise of the 2 clans. Although the High Green Planet still has the ability to crush the Allied forces, destroying them will greatly damage their own strength. They dare not act rashly to avoid the arrival of the end of the world. At this time, the Great Elder has completely made up his mind and completely agreed with the mysterious True God's suggestion to help the rise of the White Dwarves and the Red Beetles. He announced that the civil rights of the 2 clans are recognized, and they are allowed to learn from each other's technology and exchange techniques. Ding, the Great Martial Dao era has begun. In this era, Red Beetles, White Dwarves, and high green martialists can be seen wandering and communicating with each other on the streets. A new era. Time has stopped here. Su Ji, wearing the virtual skin of a white dwarf, walked on the street and suddenly sat down in front of the playground between two residential domed concrete buildings, watching the two martialists fighting with great interest. Death, fists and feet made a shocking sound like bullets colliding. In the distance, there was a wooden cart full of pancakes and snacks being pushed by a white dwarf woman. White birds flew across the sky. I have a dream. Our children will live in a country where they will not be judged by their skin color or race, but by their character. In the distance, a fingernail-sized red beetle stood on the head of a white dwarf and gave a speech. We will be able to work together, pray together, fight together, go to prison together, defend freedom together, and fight against the end of the world together. Rustling sounds came from the crowd. The red beetle and the white dwarf were very satisfied. Compared to before, the high green planet did not overly resist this great fusion because in the face of the terrible arrival of the end of the world, their energy was not on this. Ding, middle civilization deduction completed. Save? Save, name, Su Ji nodded. Civilization revival, between fusion. Great fusion chapter. This era is quite interesting. Su Ji sat on the street and said faintly, if possible, I hope that this era will become a true reality in the future. It was undeniable that among the countless world lines, this one was very unique. It was the high green planet that ruled the world in the early stage of the civilization, but in the middle stage, they took a sharp turn and quickly realized the great fusion. The three races began to communicate as equals and fight against the end of the world together. White dwarves. Frost Demon Martial Arts Palace. Zack was wearing a loose white martial arts suit with the word Frost on it. He was short but had an amazing aura. In front of him, countless white dwarves in martial arts suits listened respectfully. Frost Demon. It is said that we have the potential to become frost demons. I have thought for a long time. What is frost? Zack's voice was calm, and his eyes were deep. He looked at the crowd of disciples with the demeanor of a grandmaster. The evening light of the setting sun fell through the window into the martial arts hall with a pale yellow floor. He stretched out his palm and caught the sunlight. In our world, the highly intelligent high green people divided us into two situations. One is the medium zone, and the other is the vacuum zone. In the medium zone, water, soil, trees, life, and air are all mediums. These mediums can transmit sound and temperature, but they can't be transmitted in the vacuum zone. Our normal state is the vacuum zone, so sound and temperature can't be transmitted. Then, without the transmission of temperature, how can we freeze? Yes, in this world, do we really have the potential to become frost demons? The surrounding white dwarfs lowered their heads and thought hard. Is the prophecy of the mysterious existence true? Could the white dwarf race become an incomparably powerful and terrifying race in a certain world? Frost Demon Clan? To the Emperor of the Universe? Frisia? There are countless possibilities in the future. Zack looked at the faint sunset outside the window and said to the disciples, the Red Beetle clan told me that according to their observation, the sun in the sky is unimaginably far away from us, but its temperature can pass through the endless vacuum zone and reach our planet. Why is that? The surrounding people were puzzled. Indeed, the vacuum could not transmit temperature. Then, how could the distant sun feel warm when it shone on the body? It's radiation, it's thermal radiation. Zack looked calm. The vacuum cannot transmit temperature, but the sun in the form of radiation spreads to the stone star in the long vacuum universe, and then transforms into heat. This is the so-called thermal radiation. Then, in our vacuum world, the core power. He slowly half-squatted and made a fighting posture. He put his hands on his waist and made a punching posture. Whoosh, he suddenly grabbed the golden sunlight of the setting sun outside the window with his hand. The invisible sunlight was caught in his palm and fiercely thrown into the distance. Boom, the wooden dummy in the distance exploded. He caught the light? Everyone at the scene was stunned, as if they had seen a scene from a dream. The source of our power is radiation. Zack retracted his fist. Light is radiation, the energy waves released by martialists are a kind of radiation, sound is a kind of sound wave radiation. Heat radiation is also a kind of radiation. Then, is cold also a kind of radiation? I've thought about this for a long time. I've discovered a type of high-frequency radiation that can form a special type of true energy. It can instantly vibrate, evaporate, and absorb the moisture, body fluid, and life aura of all living beings. In a sense, it can freeze everything. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The floodgates opened. An animal that was placed in a cage was suddenly released. Puff, the huge animal began to run wildly. Zack slowly raised his index finger, and a small snow-white ball of light condensed. With a light point, it turned into a ray of light. Puff, in the next second, the animal was pierced by an inexplicable high-frequency trembling wave. The blood and cell fluid all over its body were shaken out of its pores, and blood flowed out of its 7 orifices, covering its entire body. Moreover, the blood quickly froze in an unimaginable state. It maintained a running posture and instantly turned into an ice sculpture. This is? What kind of power is this? All the martialist apprentices opened their mouths slightly. At that moment, they felt a terrifying pressure that almost froze their blood. Zack walked over and lightly knocked on the ice sculpture. Puff, his bones, internal organs, skin, and hair were all shattered into pieces of ice. The moment it shattered, all the white dwarfs present felt an inconceivable feeling in their hearts. At the same time, they felt a chill run down their spines. After understanding the higher level of ice radiation, naturally, I understand the lower level of heat radiation, Zack said softly. This is the Frost Devil. This is the power that I've comprehended. I hope that we, who were once slaves, can approach the white dwarfs of another space-time universe, and the terrifying and powerful Frost Devil race. Zack turned around. From today onwards, the palace master of every generation of the martial arts palace will be called Xianxia. Ding, Zack established the martial arts palace and studied the vacuum combat system. In the end, he realized that the essence of power is radiation. Radiation is the source of all things transmitted in the vacuum. 99% of the environment in the entire universe is under a vacuum. This is a great power that is almost the most common in the entire universe. Radiation is one, and it can evolve into thousands of combat skills. Red Beetle. Red Satin Army. Cyborg 18 has been tested. A creature the size of a flea looked at a humanoid creature soaking in the nutrient radiation fluid in the biological chamber. According to the records in the prophecy, we attacked the World Martial Arts Tournament and assassinated the Great Elder using Android 8. Now, after several versions of failure, we have successfully created Android 18. This Red Beetle's expression was indifferent. This is the talent of our race. We are small in size, but we can wander in the meridians of the androids and act as high-radiation nuclear power batteries. And now, we let the High Green Planet use the Dragon Ball to make a wish for us. We used the Stone Star cells to completely glue an android creature together. Click. The biological chamber suddenly opened, and the nutrient fluid flowed out. A tall and slender woman walked out. Her blonde hair draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a dark red battle suit made of a special material, which accentuated her slender and beautiful figure. Her fair, slender legs were exceptionally dazzling. Ding, Red Beetle uses his radiation wave ability to transform into the android's batteries and control the androids to fight. He has also completely embarked on the radiation wave system. In Suji's surprise, the foundation of the radiation system had finally appeared in the vacuum of the universe. History would remember this moment thoroughly. They would also understand how great the essence of this system was, radiation. True energy. These two were really too suitable for the vacuum of the universe. It was as if they were tailor-made for this environment. Suji looked at the great martial arts era of this vacuum universe planet. It was cheering, hot-blooded, fighting, and full of vitality. It was as if he was looking at a new branch growing out of a dead branch. The civilization of extraordinary cells in the vacuum. Suji looked down at the entire vast stone star. At this moment, he felt that the giant wheel of history was slowly rolling. The entire planet was rising, bringing with it an irresistible torrent of time. This world line could be said to be an incredible miracle. The great reversal and fusion had all achieved the foundation of their own race. However, all the miracles that come from fate have long been marked with a price behind them. Suji shook his head. In a world that they did not know, in a higher dimension that they did not know, it was the failure of several worlds that created this world's miracle. No miracle was a coincidence. What was a miracle? It was the failure of countless parallel universes' world lines, and the constant exploration and struggle of another universe's self to create their own time and space. It was their own luck. Civilization resurgence, between fusion. Suji turned and left. Accelerate the time of the world line. As soon as his voice fell, time flowed rapidly, turning into a speeding-up movie. Year 212 of the Stone Star. Ding, the apocalyptic meteor landed, the infection began. Due to the prophecy of the apocalypse more than a decade in advance, the entire Stone Star's vigilance was raised to an unprecedented level. Cities near the meteor's landing were also dispersed in advance. The infection did not occur immediately. However, the three races knew that the infection of the virus was unavoidable. Keeping people away from the ice layer and the ocean was only to suppress the spread of the virus in the early stages. In the end, the virus would spread along the ice layer. The three races' higher-ups were still confident. According to analysis, they were 17 times stronger than the previous era. The number of martial artists had reached hundreds of thousands. Regardless of whether it was a powerful military force or a powerful medical virus research organization, they were all ready to go. They were confident that victory was within their grasp. It was just a virus. However, something unexpected happened. The outbreak of the virus was still very fierce. At first, it was only a small combat defense team that was infected. It quickly began to attack the major martial artists. In just 3 days, the front line was immediately infected by the second-generation virus. Tens of thousands of people in the city fell. The second-generation virus immediately appeared in advance, completely changing the trajectory of the future. A large number of martial artists rushed to the front line, but they still could not stop the collapse. In just a week, as a large number of powerhouses were infected, the third-generation virus appeared, and the Zombie King appeared. The entire High Green Empire could not withstand such a terrifying upheaval. In the previous era, it was revealed that the Zombie King was a third-generation virus that slowly evolved several years after the outbreak of the Great Zombie Cataclysm. However, it appeared in the first week of the cataclysm and rapidly fell, turning into a living hell. That's too young. That's the Grand Unification virus. Suji shook his head and smiled. This was the strongest virus of the ancient lava land. It had once destroyed Aesop and Darwin at their peak. It was no joke. The terrifying part was that the stronger the enemy became, the more terrifying it was. The more powerhouses there were in a world, the more they could resist the virus. That was impossible. It was precisely because there were many powerhouses that after being infected, the computing power of these subcomputers became stronger, and the rate of mutation increased. Previously, it had to infect hundreds of thousands of lives to have the computing power to evolve the third-generation virus. Now that it had infected thousands of martial artists, it had enough computing power to evolve the third-generation virus that targeted the species on this planet. The Zombie King had appeared. It should be noted that the Aesop people were too powerful back then. After being infected, they were able to evolve the virus to more than 10 generations in an instant. This caused the Aesop people's computing power to be unable to keep up with the speed of mutation. It seems that although they have united and have a common goal, it's just the beginning. They don't know the characteristics this time, and I'm afraid they'll soon be wiped out. Suji shook his head. After all, the Grand Unification virus is so terrifying that even I fear it. It can infect every world, so how can it be easy to resist? How could Carolyn be able to use this to compete with him? Ding, year 213 of Stone Star. The emergence of the Zombie King forced the higher-ups to forcefully deal with it. They were forced to initiate Operation Decapitation, and had the strongest martial artists ambush the Zombie King. However, the casualties were even greater. Some of the powerhouses were even infected and turned into Zombie Kings. The situation completely collapsed, and the apocalypse came. Something even more terrifying happened. With the birth of a large number of Zombie Kings, they began to gain intelligence. They also learned about the future from the captives. The Tinder project of the previous era could not even be started before it was stopped by the zombie kings who already knew about it. Soon, the zombie kings forced the survivors to only 3 strongholds in the cities. They could only bitterly resist within, and the world was about to be destroyed. In the end, Planet High Green put everything on the line and began to use the research of the second-generation serum to create the transformation form of the Frost Demon to resist the Zombie King. The cold-blooded Great Elder issued a horrifying and bloody policy, the White Dwarf Genocide Plan. He wanted to let 80,000 white dwarfs receive the virus and inject the serum into them. The entire White Dwarf Genocide Plan will be wiped out. The few who survive will become a new type of white dwarf. The Frost Demon will have the ability to resist the infection of the Zombie King. It is the only hope. At this moment, the white dwarfs were summoned. Soon, they were informed of the White Dwarf Genocide Plan. In an instant, the city was filled with screams, sorrowful cries, roars, and angry roars. I knew it. We are still slaves. The cunning Planet High Green used us as pawns to appease them. Now, they have abandoned us. They want us to be wiped out. The white dwarfs were in a mess. They were wailing everywhere. The elderly, children, and women were hugging each other. I have a dream. On the podium, the Great Elder looked at the crowd below with an expressionless face. His bloated dark green body was full of wrinkles as he gave his final speech. I dream that one day, our world will survive the apocalypse. We will defeat those terrifying viruses and survive this prophecy. We will live equally and happily until 212 years in the future. I dream that one day, the frozen ocean will melt and the earth will recover. The corpses of our era will pave a bright red, winding road. The sun will shine on the dawn. Green sprouts will emerge from the ground. The survivors of the 3 races will embrace each other hand in hand. No one can force others to sacrifice themselves. We can't force you either. After being granted human rights, you are our citizens. This is the pride of High Green Planet. We will not allow you to kill our own people. Death is indeed what everyone fears. Even if we stand at the highest point, we can't force you to die. The rioting crowd calmed down and gradually became silent. Race? Righteousness? Future? Continuation? In front of our own lives, that is too laughable. Who cares about the flood after death? The Great Elder raised his head and looked at the setting sun. The soft and dim afterglow made his face red. But I think there are more terrifying things in life than death, such as one's own cowardice, the extinction of one's clan, dying in despair and powerlessness. The sun shone on the earth. The Great Elder put on a white cloak with the word justice written on it and slowly buttoned it up. Before we die, we have to turn into mad dogs and try to bite each other, right? The white dwarf was silent. There are 80,000 white dwarves among the survivors. It will take too long. We, the High Green Planet and the Red Beetle clan, will use our lives to delay the injection of the virus and serum for 80,000 of you. I still remember your speech that year. We, regardless of race, will be able to work together, pray together, fight together, go to prison together, defend freedom together, and fight against the apocalypse together. The Great Elder took the elite troops of High Green Planet and rushed out of the city. He was the first to rush to the front. Wearing the battle robe of the commander, he fought bravely and was soon torn apart by the endless tide of zombies. The hero who led the rise of High Green Planet from scratch finally ushered in his own end. The earth was dyed red, and it was full of the strong smell of blood. The people of High Green Planet advanced wave after wave. Everyone's eyes were red as they rushed out of the city, revealing a crazy look like a mad dog. 18 murmured with an indescribable heaviness in her heart. He clearly knew that he would die, but he still went, without hesitation. Even if he is an enemy, I can't help but admire his charisma and leadership. He was so cold that he used his own life as the starting point. No matter how cruel and bloody and inhumane the plan was, it became humane. The Red Silk Corps also led the troops out, disregarding their own lives. The white dwarfs looked at each other, and suddenly no longer made a sound. They silently picked up the serum and virus next to them, allowing themselves to be infected and assimilated. There were 100 executioners next to them. They had already stood by the side coldly with long swords in their hands. If anyone couldn't resist the virus and turned into zombies, they would be killed directly because the appearance of zombies had to be dealt with. This would be a cruel and huge number, a total of 80,000. For this reason, each of them had prepared more than a dozen swords because they would soon blunt them due to cutting zombies. Ding, the White Dwarf extermination plan was launched. The people of High Green Planet and the Red Beetle stalled for time. In just one day, the White Dwarfs were excited. In order to write a dream future, the children of the three races became playmates and could sit under the mountains to talk about their dreams. 80,000 people were quickly killed or injured, and blood dyed the Doomsday City. In the end, only 1,000 people survived the virus infection and became immune to the Zombie King, gaining the ability to transform. The White Dwarf race was completely annihilated, and they were replaced by the extremely small population of the Frost Devil race. They have the ability to transform, change their body shape, and grow taller. Zack also survived the virus infection this time. He led an army of 1,000 Frost Devils, and with the remaining hope of the people of High Green Planet and the Red Beetles, he killed his way out of the encirclement. The Humans' Tinder project was restarted, and the three races were completely twisted into a rope. Everyone knew that this was everything that the highly intelligent Great Elder had exchanged with his life. Only when the three races were united can they survive into the future. Year 215 of Stone Star. The remaining population hid for several years, and the third-generation serum was finally developed. From then on, they were no longer afraid of the third-generation Zombie King's infection. When they were ready to counterattack, they discovered that the virus had completely begun to evolve to the fourth generation, and a zombie tyrant appeared. Even the third generation immune to the Frost Devils were unable to resist this fourth-generation zombie infection. The zombie tyrant led the Zombie King and quickly forced the survivors to a dead end. In the end, thousands of frost demons fought the zombie tyrant and suffered countless casualties. In despair, Zack once again survived the infection of the fourth-generation virus and underwent another transformation. This time, he is in his second stage. 1,000 Frost Devils were infected by the new virus, and only one clansman who could transform twice came out. However, he was outnumbered and quickly perished in the tide of zombies. In Suji's eyes, after the second transformation, the pair of spiral demon horns had completely expanded, and he was tall and mighty. He had become even more ferocious, and his body was strong and ugly. He really became Frisia's second form. Suji was silent for a while. Suji stood high above the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, looking down at Zack. He looked at the tall and straight Frost Devil, a twin-horned White Dwarf. All sacrifices are not meaningless. It is to use blood to pave the way for the future, to use blood to gift miracles to the future, Suji said softly. You should know that all the miracles gifted by fate have long been clearly marked behind them. Zack's towering body collapsed with a loud bang. Ding, deduction of the end-stage civilization completed. Do you want to save? Save, this civilization world line is named. Suji said. The end of the era, Frisia. Letting a world be destroyed again and again in an almost impossible situation, suffering, collapsing, and struggling might seem too torturous, but the greater the difficulty, the greater the benefits. If one could break through and achieve victory, creating an incredible miracle, then the rewards would be huge. It was definitely the world with the greatest potential and combat power among the countless parallel universes. This is a terrifying trial, creating a future full of miracles. Suji said softly. None of my previous worlds did this. They were all growing on their own. Why would they do this in 200 years? And they could not come back. There was no ability to implement it. Without the prophecy of the world lines, it was impossible to start over. In the same 200 years, the sorcerer world was still in the backward era of the three witch tribes. Here, they were already frantically updating and creating all sorts of miracles, comparable to the Babylonian dynasty of the sorcerers. Suji finally understood why Xinglin's daughter had broken through to intermediate god in less than 100 years. It was because her failures in the countless parallel universes had created a miraculous future of victory for her. The more Suji thought about it, the more he felt like the three-pillar gods. He was also doing the three-pillar gods things. Back then, he did not really understand their world line battles, but now he understood it completely. But everything is about to end. Suji could already see the light. The second form of Frisia was born. This time, he understood the characteristics of the grand unification virus and discovered the second transformation, which was enough to bring him a lot of information. Next time, it should be more or less reversed, and the stalemate will be broken. Suji rested his chin on his hand. At this point, this civilization's deduction was about to end. But it would also be a new beginning. Or rather, countless failures had given them a perfect starting point for civilization. It was hard to imagine how glorious the future would be. Perhaps their combat power would surpass the Ashutl people, becoming the strongest world in all of his sand tables. After all, each world is stronger than the last. Because of the enrichment of knowledge, I am improving, and using more resources to invest in and expand the sand table. What's more, this is a small universe comparable to the territory of Xianxia. This stone planet in front of me is just one of the planets. Surpassing it should be inevitable. The entire new sand table was tens of thousands of times larger than the previous 3 sand tables combined. How could he compare? There was really no way to compete. After a brief pause, Suji wasn't in a hurry to activate the next world line. Instead, he checked on Carolyn's progress. What a coincidence. Carolyn had already completed her deductions, having just survived the virus apocalypse. I'm already one step ahead. Carolyn smiled proudly. Clearly, with Carolyn's supercomputing abilities, it was only natural for her to finish her homework before him. It's not like whoever finishes first will win. Suji didn't stand on ceremony and looked at her results. She had indeed done as she had said. In the Stone Bead Warrior chapter, she had directly deduced the branching path, allowing the stone beads to develop their own intelligence and become a kindling. This can be regarded as the 4th race on the entire planet, the descendants of the entire race, unlike the original 3 races on Suji's stone planet. Because the consciousness of the Dragon Balls has been erased, they will not form a race. There are 4 races on this planet. Suji looked inside. Surprisingly, the stone orbs are the main race. You allowed the 7 stone orbs to develop intelligence and initiate a revolution, overthrowing the rule. Then, they absorbed radiation and gas and really became a glowing kindling source. In her timeline on Planet Stone, a tinder mechanical civilization had appeared, and the entire planet was called Cybertron. This mechanical civilization began to enslave the other 3 races on Stone Planet. Together, they fought against the arrival of the apocalypse. They continuously squeezed out the results of the other 3 races and embarked on a different path. Moreover, the mechanical civilization was inlaid with a kindling as its core. It also had the ability to transform into weapons. Not only were there various spaceships like Gundams, Autobots, Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Red Spider, they all had similar original forms. Suji, he was a little speechless. It really was Cybertron. He was right about what he said back then. But of course, the mechanical civilization naturally had all kinds of mechanical forms. They came and went in these mechanical combat forms, so it was only natural that there would be similarities. How is it? Carolyn smiled. It's a space civilization that combines mechanical radiation and gas. In just 200 years, they have already walked out of the planet and shot down meteorites in outer space. They even modified the entire stone planet, transforming the internal gas and refined meridians into a real mechanical planet. It's extremely easy. Moreover, I didn't provide any technology. It's all guidance. Their technology is very powerful, and they've walked a different path from us, Carolyn explained. Suji nodded. It was indeed a very suitable civilization. It was also in line with the Ashutl people's path of combining machinery and extraordinary. I'm almost done here. Suji did not hide it. Then I'll go take a look as well. Carolyn, on the other hand, was also very relaxed. This discussion was in fact an exchange of knowledge. She hoped that everyone would be able to benefit from it and reap great benefits. Suji did not hesitate and brought Carolyn to this timeline. Carolyn watched the process. Dragon Ball technology? Frisia? Androids? This is simultaneous progress. Although they haven't walked out of the planet, they should belong to the type with strong momentum. Her vision was very high, and she quickly deduced the foundation of this civilization. She fell into deep thought. According to this situation, Frisia should quickly establish his victory and become the protagonist of the era. He would probably be able to break the stalemate of the virus in less than 3 rebirths. After all, the Grand Unification virus won by surprise. It was very difficult to defend against a sneak attack on a world and instantly infect it. By the time they reacted, the snowball had already started rolling, and the entire world was about to fall. However, after knowing its characteristics, they could immediately grasp the opponent's weakness. After all, knowing how the future would develop, no matter how terrifying a crisis was, it was no longer a crisis. Although the stone planet in front of her had broken the era of the virus, it should not be comparable to the progress of Cybertron's civilization. They could still only survive on the planet. However, in terms of potential, Cybertron should not be inferior to any one of them. However, the one in front of her was comparable to 3 of them. There was a huge gap. After all, with 3 developing at the same time, it was natural that they would be weaker at the same time. She smiled and admitted defeat easily. I think I've lost. I only have 1, and you have 3. This line is even better. This is the advantage of having a strong foundation and knowing multiple civilization systems. You have guided each of their races with the systems of 3 worlds and taught them in accordance with their aptitude. Suji nodded. Frisia secretly guided the ancestral wizard's transformation system. The Dragon Balls of Planet High Green were the Dragon Bloodline willpower system. The Red Beetles had the shadow of the Ashutl people. Moreover, they began to develop their own characteristics along with these systems. They fused true energy and radiation, and even gradually could not see the original shadow. I'm so envious. Carolyn had a look of longing on her face. She sighed and teased, when can I also have so many systems and knowledge? I can only use the knowledge of a mechanical civilization to guide a civilization similar to that of a mechanical civilization. I've lived for a long time, and I've seen the rise and destruction of many civilizations, so I naturally know more. Suji stood up. Let's go take a look at the next Dragon Ball civilization. It's almost the end. Carolyn was also very indifferent. Following Suji, she saw the beginning of the next world's boundary. Pride and victory were not important to these long-lived gods, not to mention that they were not outsiders. She suddenly said, oh yes, when the time comes, the deduction of the first planet's civilization will be completed, and the 3 races will rise. Then, the other planets will continue to rise. Suji nodded. The evolution of this world's sand table was handed over to the Magic Core supercomputer. It was very detailed and could even act as the real heavenly way of the universe. The 3 races in front of him were all the first to march on the Civilization Express train. After that, the other planets and the races on them would also take off one after another and ascend to become planets. It was hard to imagine what kind of planets would appear in the next civilization. It would be good if there was no more planet Vegeta. Anyway, he would not guide them. If he did not choose a future similar to the scions among the countless world lines, would he himself produce a similar scion race? The reality was very real. If he did not deliberately do it, the probability was almost impossible. Carolyn walked in front. When this race is more complete and some planets are released, it will enter the initial stage of completion. Then, it will be time to start the 4th stage. There was a 4th stage. Suji suddenly came back to his senses. Carolyn was really detailed. He felt that the 3rd stage, the development of the world lines, was already amazing. Who knew that this was not the end? He was really happy as a salted fish. To be honest, Suji felt that Carolyn was simply the best employee of the year. He did not need to worry about anything and just lay down. She said solemnly, my 4th phase is, of course, actual combat and testing. This is the system of true chi and light in the first place. I want to invite another system that is exactly the same to communicate and test. This should be of great benefit to the civilization. You mean? Suji's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. Yes. Carolyn's face was serious. Since that His Majesty of the Samsara Temple has accepted the Samsara Temple's gift and also has the mechanical armor blueprints of us Ashutl people, we can be considered to have a relationship. I want to borrow some of the Azure Path from him. those Azure Path, aren't they an ancient civilization that is recovering, the Chinese system? What Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the 6 paths of samsara, it is said that they are called Taoists, ancient Buddhas, a distant civilization that is hundreds of millions of years old. We are also a similar emerging civilization in the universe. It is good to come to this universe to exchange, absorb each other's knowledge, and see the combat strength of both sides. Carolyn looked serious. To her, this was a good way to promote the exchange of worlds. Everyone was from the vacuum universe system, and it was a good thing for both sides. After all, it was not good to be selfish. The exchange would make up for the flaws of both sides' systems and advance together. After all, because of the ancient gods, she had a good impression of that His Majesty of the Samsara Temple, and the food in that world was very delicious. After all, the path of Azura has the characteristics of evolution. It can quickly adapt to the environment of a planet, and it can also enrich the ecosphere of a planet here. Carolyn thought carefully. In her eyes, this was the most perfect plan. Suji? His face darkened, and he cursed inwardly. Call those idiots over, stage a battle between Taoists and ancient Buddhas, and Frisia and the Namekians. The style is completely wrong. Okay. The moment Suji imagined the scene, he suddenly felt terrible. He had a strange expression on his face. The previous few steps had been perfect, and Suji had been amazed. However, he did not agree with the 4th step. You're still too young. You'll regret letting them come to this proper little universe world. Ahem. Suji coughed. Don't be in a hurry to think about the future. Let's look at the world in front of us first, and let them survive the catastrophe of the apocalypse first. Carolyn smiled. That's right. It will be better to wait for them to rise and perfect it. Don't make a fool of yourself. He really had to wait and see if he could bring in those players. After all, they could open a dye shop with just a few tricks. However, after thinking about it carefully, it would take at least a few days. After all, a large number of planets were rising into the sky, and the embryonic form of the small universe was initially formed. To be honest, Suji was quite happy at the moment. Because it turned out that his choice was right. Originally, he could only break through the vacuum region and establish a vacuum cell civilization when he reached the 8th level of God. Now, he was just a 7th level celestial emperor, and he had pieced together everything and created a universe vacuum civilization in advance. Although it was only a small universe the size of China, the benefits and prospects were great, especially Carolyn. Such a small territory was perfect, and she actually created planets, each of which was equivalent to the area of a sorcerer world. Was it strong? This was simply too strong, too happy. This situation was like a small ant swallowing a bowl of rice, and this bowl of rice turned out to be a small universe. Suji even had a hunch that when this small universe world was completely developed, his breakthrough opportunity to become a god would be here. In the Celestial Emperor realm in advance, the energy obtained here would definitely be huge. Click, the world line surged slightly. Taking a deep breath, Suji returned his gaze to the stone star in front of him, and gently tapped on it to enter a certain era. I'll let you be Trunks again. Stone Star Year 207. At this time, less than a year after the appearance of the Dragon Balls, the internet era had already exploded. At this time, a novel called World Line, Dragon Ball Apocalypse, caused a sensation on the internet. The description in it caused the entire world to be instantly thrown into chaos, and fate was thus changed. In the end, the sentence of the novel, "This story really exists in another World Line universe," was so simple and straightforward, and it completely detonated the entire Stone Star. Yes, this is the effect I want. Zack took a deep breath and smiled. At this moment, Zack was very satisfied. He had calculated the time to publish, waiting for this moment to post, so that everyone would believe this novel. Next, he uploaded all the remaining chapters in an instant. After he finished, he immediately stood up, not daring to come to this temporary network entrance again. Tap tap tap. As soon as he left the alley, his mind suddenly shook, the world turned upside down, and his whole body fell into a corner. After an unknown amount of time, Zack stood up, his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. Why, he prostrated on the ground, weeping bitterly. His eyes were filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, those tragic and stirring scenes. This was an unprecedented disaster, one that was far more bloody and cruel than the world he had experienced. Heroic figures roared, using blood and bones to pave the winding road. There seemed to be a glimmer of hope, but it still failed. He walked on the street, looking at the people coming and going from the high green planet. Suddenly, he murmured the words of the great elder, and his fat body resolutely walked towards death. I dream that one day, the frozen ocean will melt and the earth will recover. The corpses of our era will pave a bright red, winding road. The sun will shine down on the dawn, and green buds will emerge from the ground. The survivors of the three races will hold hands and embrace each other. Sob, sob, sob. He couldn't help but whimper, attracting the attention of the people around him. There was a lively stream of people. The crowded streets. The people in the shops on both sides of the street cheered. It was as if he had plunged headfirst into a noisy river. Clang, clang, clang. Shinkansen. There was the electronic sound of a passing train. He slowly walked on the street, slowly wiping away his tears. Before dawn, it might be even darker. He slowly raised his head, reached out and gently grabbed the faint yellow light of the setting sun, as if he had grasped the entirety of fate. All sacrifices are not in vain. All deaths are unlocking the shackles of fate. Perhaps there were no miracles in this world. The so-called 1 in 10,000 miracle was just an inevitable occurrence after countless failures. At this moment, he saw a road paved with blood. The ground was full of corpses, and the corpses of Zach were piled up. He stepped on his own corpses and slowly moved forward. The words of the mysterious existence lingered in his ears for a long time. You should know that all the miracles that come from fate have long been marked with a price behind them. Half a day later, Zach returned to the dormitory and wrote a new novel. He wanted to write the future again, the song of blood and tears of the three races. The stories that happened in the parallel universe couldn't be buried in a corner. At the same time, he knew that it was impossible for him to secretly upload the second novel. The Great Elder must be monitoring the network at all times, but he still had a plan. He arrived at the sewers of a slum and found a branch of the red silk cord that was hiding here. It was an old red beetle. Ding! Zach's release of World Line, Dragon Ball Apocalypse has caused a sensation in the entire era. Everyone's heart almost collapsed. The parade is about to begin, and the world will enter the Doomsday Era ahead of schedule. At this moment, another novel came out of nowhere. World Line, I have a dream, what novel is this? Why did another one suddenly appear? Countless people clicked on this novel. They saw that it wrote Frowny Face in the year 207 of Planet Stone. The future history novel World Line, Dragon Ball Apocalypse, came out, and the entire world was in turmoil. The Great Elder was shocked, and countless people in the world entered the era of public parades. Everyone was silent. Wasn't this talking about the present? Now that this novel has come out, everyone is indeed in turmoil, and everyone is parading in the streets. Something frightening happened. They saw that it wrote Frowny Face soon. Because of the outbreak of this novel, public opinion could not be contained. More than 10 days later, the Great Elder was forced to release the video recording, admitting the existence of the apocalypse. The world was in panic and chaos, and at the same time entered the doomsday preparation period. What does it mean? Everyone felt numb all over, and a huge chill rose from their backs to the top of their heads. More than 10 days later, because of the pressure of public opinion, the Great Elder will release the truth of the doomsday prophecy, and release that mysterious video? There really is a mysterious video, and that mysterious existence is observing the distant future time and space, and telling us the future of this planet? Strongly requesting the release of the confidential video of communication with aliens. Wait, according to the description of this novel, more than 10 days later, the Great Elder will be forced to release it. It sounds a bit tongue-twisting. Now that this novel has appeared again, is it the story of the previous novel that caused the future world to be changed? How is this possible? In an instant, the comment section was flooded in a crazy manner. There was surprise, fear, and shock. Not long after the appearance of the previous novel, the next novel appeared again. It was about the world after the novel World Line, Dragon Ball Apocalypse. This caused goosebumps to climb up people's necks. It had already happened without them feeling it at all. A mysterious time traveler returned to this era. They felt like they were about to be played to death. This subverted all common sense and worldviews. It was as if the history of this planet was being casually twisted by someone. However, with a dubious, nervous, and frightened mood, they still continued to read. Stone Star Year 209, because of the appearance of this novel, the fate has been completely changed. The Red Beetles no longer sneak attacked the Great Elder in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and quickly joined forces with the White Dwarfs to form an alliance to fight against the Green Planet and demand human rights. Although the High Green Planet can destroy their alliance, their own strength will be greatly damaged, so they do not dare to act rashly. Seeing this, the High Green Planet could no longer hold it in and exploded. Damn it, in the future, these two races secretly planned this kind of thing, they should be killed. A radical pro-war faction said. Yes, now they can forget about joining forces, suppress them by force first. Countless High Green Planet people were filled with righteous indignation. But then they found that the Great Elder was forced to agree to the agreement. Suddenly, the three races began to enter a period of peace, and they prepared for war together. Seeing this, the High Green Planet people's faces were undoubtedly ugly, but the Red Beetles and the White Dwarfs were surprised and happy. Although it was completely unexpected, in less than a year in the future, they would be free. They even saw the scene in the novel described in the future, the three races living together in the streets, and people giving speeches. I have a dream, our children will live in a country where they will not be judged by their skin color or race, but by their character. This sentence resonated with people's bones. They were all so excited that they couldn't say a word, secretly wiping away their tears. The feeling was very deep, and it was very exciting. The requirements of the two races were not high, just equal treatment, and their children could live a happy life. Next, they saw that the White Dwarfs actually started to cultivate, and their combat power was very high. The Red Beetles also invented artificial humans, which were also very powerful. No wonder they could assassinate the Great Elder. Ha ha ha, we won. Some High Green Planet people laughed. Although the equal treatment of the two races made them feel a little uncomfortable, it was soon replaced by joy. Yes, we should win for sure. Although I also looked down on the other two races, I didn't expect their potential to be so strong, although they are still a little weaker than us High Green Planet people. It's just a doomsday prophecy. In this kind of prosperous era, their combat power is so many times stronger than before, and they know the landing location of the meteorite. They have cleared out the nearby cities, and the virus medical research and development team is ready. Once they land, they will immediately start attacking. There is no reason for us to lose. Everyone was very excited, and they discussed together. After all, seeing such a terrifying development in the future, and the improvement of combat power in just a few years was beyond everyone's expectations, of course, they were extremely excited. But the next scene made everyone's expression change. Because they saw the description in the novel, the virus outbreak only resisted the early stage, but soon, countless people were infected, and the whole land became hell. In the end, only a few cities of survivors were left, struggling bitterly. The virus becomes stronger when it meets the strong? Damn it. We didn't have time to implement the Tinder plan, and the Zombie King also knew the future. Damn it. Some people cried. That was their own future. Everywhere they went, there was a bloody disaster. The scene of the end of the world described in the novel, the doomsday cities riddled with holes, was too shocking, and there was an indescribable feeling of sadness. But then, what completely shocked everyone was the White Dwarf genocide plan proposed by the Great Elder in the final desperate situation. It was the most crazy and terrifying decision. It was simply a devil from hell. This completely made everyone's mood rise to the peak, and they clenched their hearts tightly. I was the one who proposed the plan? Among the top leaders of the High Green Planet, the Great Elder stared at the inside, watching his own speech, angrily facing death, and his whole body had goosebumps. This was a very indescribable feeling, he was seeing his future self. What followed next was a horrifying scene. The two races resisted, and a total of 80,000 white dwarfs were killed. A few of the 100 executioners were blunted. This required a strong character to be able to do this. This scene made everyone's eyes red, and their eyeballs swelled and swelled. They could feel the resolute and sad momentum. In order to survive and the continuation of their race, they had angrily sacrificed themselves. The arrival of the apocalypse was all for the sake of a new tomorrow. Wait, the executioner inside is called Baiku. Isn't he the old Baiku from next door? In the future, he will become an executioner? I know him. That slug in our class only knows how to cry. That coward, he can't be so cold in the future, right? That's not something an ordinary person can do. Sigh, it's hard to say. People will grow. In that kind of infected environment, those who can survive are basically transformed. At this moment, everyone continued to watch. Humanity's Tinder plan was restarted. But they still couldn't endure it. The new fourth-generation zombie tyrant appeared, and the leader of the White Dwarves died together with all the White Dwarves. He also broke through to the second stage of transformation. World line, I have a dream was completely over. No one made a sound. It was extremely shocking. The epic scene of the vast history rushed over. The sad bloody hymn, everyone's dream, the dream of the three races. At this time, all the High Green Star people were no longer resisting the other two races like before. Seeing this final moment, they were united like never before. The White Dwarves and the Red Beetle race had paid a huge price in blood and flesh. I have a dream. They saw countless people struggling, wanting to open up a new tomorrow. They couldn't help but want to cry. It was too tragic. It was really too miserable. Our history, our future. At this moment, the Great Elder sighed and looked at the several higher-ups next to him. Release that secret video directly. There's no need to hide it anymore. But the people next to him were a little hesitant. In the next 10 days, I will choose to release it. What is happening now is also a way to change the world. The Great Elder smiled bitterly. He felt at a loss and at a loss. As for that mysterious existence, maybe this transmigrator was also created by him. The surrounding higher-ups were silent. This was too frightening. There was a fear of the unknown. The Great Elder said, that mysterious and terrifying existence claims to be the entire race. Even the Dragon Ball and the entire planet in front of us seem to be the descendants of the entire race. After all, the planet is alive. We have already sensed it. The race of a planet, we are all living on the skin? So, is he the only true God that roams the world, the Creator? The Almighty God that created everything? There was no more sound around. The Great Elder's face calmed down. Send it out. Soon, with the release of the video, the entire internet was completely stirred. It reached the peak of public opinion, and the entire planet fell into an extreme uproar. This video completely verified the truth of everything. Is there really a mysterious existence that roams the past and the future, creating all things in the world? Is this the appearance of the God of creation? The whole body is snow white like porcelain, with a head of black seaweed, and a humanoid creature with eyes and a nose. It looks so strange. It's not ugly, but everyone felt very scared. It was as if they saw a white porcelain existence in the dark. It was called Fate. It overlooked the entire stone planet, and even the huge stone planet was one of its children. They all came to a realization. This mysterious existence had already seen the future of the entire planet, and was thinking of ways to save the fate of this planet and maintain the order of all things in the world. One is all, and all is one. Suji and Carolyn were sitting in a beverage shop in Stone Planet, chatting idly. In this era, they were watching the explosion of information on the internet as they carefully read this novel. It had to be said that Zach was a genius at writing novels. It was fascinating and brought a lot of emotions into the novel, which was also one of the reasons for the rapid sensation. What an interesting historical development. The planet is our child, and it has already been recognized by them. Carolyn said with a smile, this is also about to become a part of the world, because our entire race is indeed the creator of this universe. Carolyn thought for a while and said, then, as the creator, we should also maintain the order of all things in the world, and repair and rebuild every moment when a planet is destroyed. After all, every planet had an intricate internal structure. If it was destroyed by the strong on it, it indeed had to be repaired, or the ecological environment would be destroyed. Moreover, in the future, there might be strong people who could explode stars. The destruction of a planet, the destruction of a civilization, should appear. We don't have the endless avatars of the god of creation. Our entire race has to protect each planet. Carolyn rested her chin on her hand. Perhaps, we should reproduce a group of people to roam the world and be responsible for repairing the planets. Suji thought for a while, and it was indeed so. How about this group of gods called angels? Emissaries. From heaven? Good idea. Carolyn's eyes lit up. I originally wanted to call them Kai, who controls the power of creation and regeneration. After all, they can swallow and spit out clay cells to repair the planet. Anything is fine. Suji thought for a while and said, then, the two of us, this universe will be the god of creation, the omnipotent god of all things, creating countless parallel universes and spacetime. Although we can't actually do it, they have already formed an understanding in this aspect, making them think that we have the great power in this aspect. Very interesting completion. The subordinates of the god of creation, and the angels will be responsible for repairing the world. Carolyn thought for a while and clapped her hands. Good idea, this way the framework of the world is set. Repair the planet and maintain the order of the world. In fact, this was similar to the rule that the avatar of the god of creation would descend whenever the world changed. Even the change of the stone planet in front of them was in line with this rule. The planet changed drastically, so interference began to descend. What about appearance? Suji asked seriously. Probably an ordinary race. Carolyn thought for a while and said, white ceramic figures that look like painted pottery. They can decide what to wear. They can wear priest or angel clothing. Not bad. Suji was also of the minimalist style. Although clay could be designed with all kinds of beauty, fancy wings, and 3 heads and 6 arms, it had no practical value. It was better to be simple. The two discussed for a while and determined the rules. The planet was a second-generation race and could only be created by 2 first-generation gods. The angels were also a second-generation race. There were a total of 7 archangels. They had no wings and were ordinary ceramic humanoids. However, they could reproduce on their own. Although the bloodline density continued to decrease in the 3rd and 4th generation, they could also self-replenish. After all, they were a race of order. And the technology of the Namekians, the Dragon Balls, is obviously similar to the technology of the whole race bonding cells. Coupled with the willpower system. Carolyn took a deep breath and smiled faintly. Interesting. In the future, when they are completely developed, in order to let them compete, I will personally create 7 planet-sized Super Dragon Balls. All the races in the universe are chasing after the Super Dragon Balls. The willpower absorbed will be huge and can fulfill many wishes. Suji? Planet-sized Dragon Balls, alright, it looked weird, but it could be realized. After all, they were made of the same material. Suji felt that these big shots were really good at stirring up trouble. That kind of scene was terrifying. Perhaps, that level of willpower absorption could surpass the large amount of willpower formed in the 3 realms. This would be a world with a compound system. Oh, right. Suji suddenly asked, so, since this side was chosen as the world line, then planet Cybertron, it will create another planet for their civilization to survive. Carolyn explained with a smile. Obviously, she already had a plan. After all, they don't rely on the 3 races. They are the 4th race and have their own system. It's also a system of clay cells. That was indeed the case. The conflict between the 2 worlds wasn't that great, so they could be separated. The matter of perfecting this small universe could be said to be extremely complicated, but both of them had extremely strong computing abilities. Suji was also a Celestial Emperor-level magic core calculator, so he set down the rules in a few words. The 2 of them stood up as they spoke. It's time to end this. Suji finished his meal and wiped his lips with a napkin. Yeah. Carolyn looked at the world line and said, I reckon that we won't be able to survive this zombie apocalypse. We still need to get used to it, but we should be able to do it next time. That's right. Suji did not doubt Carolyn's calculations. Eh? Something's wrong. A sliver of change appeared on Carolyn's face as she muttered in astonishment, a green monster with beetle wings? What is that? Time was speeding up as if it was an accelerated world movie. The second novel, World Line, I Have a Dream, wrote a tragic bloody future. The entire world was completely united, no longer hiding any secrets, and everyone shared and communicated with each other. The world developed rapidly and entered a period of prosperity. At the same time, that day was completely ushered in. Ding, year 212 of Stone Planet. The apocalyptic meteor landed, and the infection was activated. The entire Stone Planet's vigilance was unprecedentedly high, and the nearby cities where the meteor landed were dispersed in advance. The infection did not occur immediately. Everything was the same as the previous time. The three races knew that the infection of the virus was unavoidable. Keeping people away from the large ice layer ocean was just to suppress the spread of the virus. In the end, the virus would spread along the ice ocean. The higher-ups of the three races were still confident because they did not infect a large number of living creatures like before, accelerating the mutation rate. They wanted to strangle the mutation of the virus in the cradle. They allowed all three races and the infected animals to hide in the shelter cities on the other side of the planet, emptying the entire world. Only less than 1,000 people appeared on the surface of the ice-ocean continent. These 1,000 people were the Suicide Squad. They quickly began to research the virus and created the serum, but they still could not avoid the fate of being infected. Soon, 600 people were infected, and the virus spread rapidly. Below the shelter, everyone's expression was anxious. 1,000 volunteers as suicide soldiers to research the virus serum. Even if they were infected, the infected population would not be enough, and the virus would not mutate. This batch of 1,000 people has died. The next batch of suicide soldiers will go out and eliminate the previous 1,000 mutated zombies. Continue to research the serum, batch by batch. Sooner or later, they will be able to research the serum and completely eliminate the source of the virus. This time, they had made up their minds from the beginning. In fact, after much discussion, they came up with a cruel plan similar to the White Dwarf extermination plan. They were 10,000 times more vigilant and resolute, and there was no room for mistakes. Even though this method would sacrifice a portion of the people, it was the safest and most reliable way to eliminate the virus and save the entire world. For this reason, they directly killed 90% of the animals on the surface that could not be taken away. It was to prevent those animals from being infected. This was the animal extermination plan. It was not that Zack did not remember the virus serum formula from before. It was because this unknown ancient virus was too terrifying. The direction of each mutation was unknown. The number of infected people and the population ratio were different, and the angle of mutation would be somewhat different. The virus was calculating and evolving in real time. Therefore, the same type of serum would not be effective. Ding, half a year has passed. 7 batches of research members have been sacrificed. 7,000 people have died in turn. Finally, a new second-generation virus serum has been developed. The number of these 7,000 ordinary people is not enough for them to produce a new third-generation virus. The virus will stop here. This virus crisis will be eliminated while it is still budding. People began to cheer. The children, the elderly, and parents in the safe cities all hugged each other and cried tears of joy. However, in less than 3 days, the higher-ups of Stone Planet realized that they had underestimated the virus's adaptability. A new third-generation variant of the virus appeared. It began to infect plants and small insects that would not be infected in the natural world. It forced them to grow cadaveric cores and spread rapidly. Suji looked over. In front of him was a stretch of lush emerald green. There were tall and strange trees and colorful insects. Hee, the grand unification virus can no longer continue to be a humanoid virus. It has taken the path of a plant-shaped virus. Carolyn smiled. Everything seemed to be within her expectations. Just as the two of them were feeling emotional. Ding, a row of bright red words slowly appeared. Apart from the cities protected by humans, all plants and insects in the world have fallen. They have even begun to be infected by the alien virus. In order to increase the number of infected, even the artificial humans created from clay cells have begun to be infected. Number 18, who has been fighting on the front lines, has fallen. Within 3 months, the zombie king of plants and insects will soon attack the shelters. Everyone is in a panic. They did not expect the unknown virus that fell from the meteorite to have such a terrifying adaptability on this planet. There are too many plants and they have taken root in the ground. It is almost impossible to destroy them on the planet. They have no choice but to start the white dwarf genocide plan again. In the end, the fate of the early stages is slightly different, but the tragic and bloody ending is still the same. It is almost the same as the last time. 1,000 people survived. Zack led the 1,000 frost demons in a frenzy and killed them. In the end, he was still outnumbered. At the last moment, he mutated into a second clone and died in the bloody battle. Vaguely, he saw a dark green infected zombie tyrant. It was a zombie creature that was green all over. It looked like a green carapace of insects and green plants. It was tall and slender, with 2 green and narrow ladybug wings on its back. It was slender and strangely handsome. He looked at Zack's corpse. I am the one who infected and swallowed android number 18. I am the grand unification virus creature of this planet. I am mainly a combination of plants and beetles, and the bloodline of all other creatures. It lowered its head. The zombie king in the previous life also learned about the future from you and stopped the humans' Tinder plan. And this time, I also learned about the future that is about to happen from you. It is you who is going back to the past, right? It was leading countless zombies behind it. Obviously, it was the zombie leader that had been hiding. Although you all tried to hide it, I have already guessed that it was you. It is you who keeps going back to the past. If this goes on, I am afraid that the next time will be the moment of our extinction. It seems to be a complete victory, but in fact, we are about to lose. He lowered his head. As a zombie tyrant that has developed intelligence, no one would be willing to die. The zombie king in the previous world learned about the future from you and stopped the humans' Tinder plan. This time, I learned about the future of the entire world from you. I want to stop you from changing the past. It made a special move. It directly committed suicide. Its soul took root and slowly attached itself to Zack's gradually dissipating soul. I, Slaughter, the Slaughter Tyrant, want to hide in the depths of your soul, secretly travel through time, and follow you back to that era. This is our final battle. As it spoke, it turned into a spiritual cocoon and parasitized Zack's soul, emitting waves of consciousness fluctuations. When it raised its head again, it seemed to see a figure high in the clouds. Is that you? You are looking at me, the omnipotent God of creation who dominates the entire universe. Where did our virus come from? What is the origin of this meteorite? Please give us a chance to win. I have already erased my ability to infect, and I am already an independent species. Great omnipotent God, Slaughter wants to change the past, and has many questions to ask you. Ding, deduction of the end-stage civilization completed, a special mutation occurred, do you want to save? Beside him, Carolyn covered her mouth and laughed. Something interesting seems to have happened. The virus calculation is very interesting. According to their calculations of the big data of the magic core, having the ability to infect is a dead end. Because there is an unknown existence that does not allow them to infect the entire planet, they found another way and erased their own ability to infect, achieving a grand unification of life forms, returning to the past to fight and kill. This is the calculation thinking of the magic core race. Suji felt helpless. He had underestimated the grand unification virus. At this time, the grand unification virus had also learned the truth from the humans. It knew that the world had been rebooted many times, and it had made the best way to survive. Because if Zack was left alone, he would lose without a doubt. It seems that this change in the world isn't a bad thing, and it has even more potential. Carolyn became serious and curious. It seems that the next world will be completely different. It should be a great battle, returning to the past. Suji did not expect that the place of the final battle would not be the bloody and broken zombie apocalypse, but the past before the prophecy of the apocalypse, the peaceful era. Ding, deduction of the end-stage civilization completed, a special mutation occurred, do you want to save? The voice spoke again. Save. This civilization world line, name it. Suji thought for a moment, then smiled. Era's end, decisive battle of destiny. Even Suji did not expect that at the moment when this world line was about to end, the real decisive battle would not be in the apocalypse era when the virus broke out, but in the past before the virus broke out. The world line has changed, but it's still very interesting. Carolyn observed the trajectory of the future and the past of this world line. In her eyes, nothing could hide. Don't underestimate the grand unification virus. After all, the virus of the three pillar gods can be said to have a terrifying ability to adapt to the environment and survive at all costs. Suji did not underestimate the pillar god virus. In front of him, the virus's ultimate form, would it follow Zack back to the past for the final battle? Let's go and take a look. Suji waved his hand, and the entire world restarted, returning to the past. Everything was crazily backtracking, as if time was reversed. White Dwarf. Martial Arts Palace. This is the freezing demon ability that I've comprehended. Zack turned around. From today onwards, the palace master of every generation of martial arts palace will be called Frisia. Red Beetle. A blonde cyborg 18 walked out. It's a success. We are about to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament to test our strength. Year 208 of Stone Star. The World Martial Arts Tournament once again began in the preparation for the apocalypse, forming a golden age of communication. Various powerhouses and martial artists went to verify their results. Zack led the members of the Martial Arts Palace to participate. He released the novel twice, causing the great integration of the races at this time. In this martial arts tournament, there were no more red beetles attacking the Great Elder. The three races were all in an atmosphere of competition and fighting spirit. Poof, suddenly, Zack in the preparation room had a splitting headache. He almost fainted. A large amount of information crazily entered his brain, and blood-colored images flashed. There's a problem with our future plan. He had a terrible headache, but he still kept recalling. The virus, when we eliminated any animal infection, reached out to the plants and various parasitic insects in the plants and soil. That kind of image was too terrifying. I must spread the news. Zack stood up and quickly ran out. But he did not notice that a cluster of hazy spirit embryos slowly separated from his body and slid into the gap on the ground. Like a jellyfish, it gradually appeared in the corridor. Two waiters were chatting, and it quietly entered the body of one of them from behind. Today, the Great Elder has also come. It is said that many of the top martial artists have appeared in the three clans. The waiter said, not knowing that a monster core was gradually appearing in his mind. Dark green spots appeared on his skin under his clothes. Half a day later, the martial arts tournament was still being held. A new novel appeared, describing a new future world. The two waiters immediately chatted excitedly. Who would have thought that our future would also be? A waiter's face was filled with horror. Yeah, I really didn't expect it to be true. The other waiter stared at the screen, his eyes slightly red. His mouth suddenly split open and wriggled like a toad, turning into a bloody mouth and quickly swallowing the other waiter alive. After spending a lot of time, I finally took over this waiter's body. The shape of his whole body became more and more strange. It was completely dark green, with characteristics of plants and insects appearing on his body. Behind him were two short carapace wings. Without infection, I can only rely on pure devouring to replenish my energy to restore my complete body. His eyes flickered with a cold scarlet light. First, I got the genes of the three clans, and also Android 18. I want to devour her again in this era. Android 18 occupied the main component of his genes. Fate, future, past, countless nodes are condensing at the last moment. His body was wriggling and growing, like a howling alien waiting to be raised. His voice was also fluctuating between strong and weak, hoarse and intermittent like a communication device. Sneak attack the members of the martial arts tournament, continue to grow, and be the first to evolve into a complete body. The slaughtered tyrant stood up, turned around, and walked away without the slightest hesitation. He was named Slaughter because the moment his spiritual wisdom was born, his mind was filled with the muddled consciousness of slaughter and destruction from the zombies. Therefore, this very simple word thoroughly carried through his life. The World Martial Arts Tournament. The major surveillance cameras gradually discovered that some martial artists had mysteriously disappeared. The guards went to check, but they also disappeared one after another. What's going on? The great elder's face was solemn, and he pursed his lips. There is no such change in the records. Is it a small matter? That's why there are no records. Dr. Red Beetle next to him was a little puzzled. Over the years, he had been highly respected, and his android manufacturing technology was very powerful. No. The great elder stood up and was silent for a while. We trusted the future too much. Maybe in addition to Zack, there are some unclean things that have also come to the past. How is this possible? Dr. Red Beetle's heart suddenly trembled, and a feeling of fear spread silently. Ding, after all, the great elder is a hero of his generation. He quickly guessed some kind of terrible possibility and investigated at an extremely fast speed. Everyone in the World Martial Arts Tournament was on alert, and soon, they found some clues. According to the remaining traces, Zack immediately deduced that it might be a plant-type insect zombie. There are zombies following Zack to this era, and the entire stone planet began to panic. The other party no longer cared about hiding, and it flew high above the city, attacking high-rise buildings and ordinary office workers. It began to slaughter, absorb a large number of lives, and prepare to advance to a complete body. However, it is still a juvenile, and it was soon injured by the top martial artists who heard the news. It let out a strange, beast-like scream of a baby, and left behind blood. According to the blood, the medical team preliminarily concluded that the individual zombie had given up the infectious gene in order to pursue extreme individual strength. While all the high-level officials breathed a sigh of relief, they discovered a more terrible problem. The other party was crazily devouring, and its growth rate was so fast that it was outrageous. According to this trend, no one in this world could defeat it. They guessed that this was the final battle of the virus. The vast stone planet, the martial artist ranking, and the high-level officials of various races quickly began to think of a solution. The situation was too sudden, and in the end, they came up with the only temporary solution, which was to help Zack transform into a frost demon. Originally, the frost demon needed to be stimulated by the Doomsday virus to achieve its transformation. Without the arrival of the Doomsday, there was no way for it to transform. However, a virus source appeared. Although it was not infectious, it still had the effect of a virus. The medical research team was frantically researching it to let Zack advance to fight against the other party. Ding, while Zack and the others were researching the virus, the Tyrant of Massacre became stronger and stronger, becoming invincible. All the people of Stone Planet were shrouded in his shadow. He finally found Cyborg 18, and under the desperate obstruction of countless martial artists, Cyborg 18 escaped, but in the end, she left behind an arm. With the help of the gene in it, Cell advanced to a complete body. The Tyrant of Massacre understood that without the virus, it was unrealistic for him to massacre the entire world by himself, so he reappeared in the World Martial Arts Tournament and invited all the martial artists in the world to battle. If no one could stop him, he would kill 10,000 people every day. The world was completely shaken. Everyone was in danger, and many people were even in despair. They robbed, killed, plundered, and committed all kinds of crimes. Some fanatical sects held a sacrificial ceremony and offered a large number of young beautiful girls from the High Green Planet, the White Dwarf race, and the Three Races. They burned them in the fire and prayed to the heavens, hoping that the omniscient and omnipotent mysterious God who predicted the Doomsday would descend and save their planet. Half a year later, a total of 50,000 people died. Zack, who had been dormant for a long time, finally returned to his previous second transformation form and fought with a group of top martial artists. Boom, Suji saw that the entire ring was riddled with holes. It was a tragic scene. The Tyrant of Massacre was too strong. Although he had not completely transformed into his true peak, it was still not something that Zack could resist. The scenes were being broadcasted on the television, pulling at the hearts of people all over the world. On the screen, the combat genius Grandmaster of Combat Colin was dead, and so was number 18. Shattered mountains and rivers were everywhere. Zack's Frisia form had both of his horns broken and was bleeding. His entire tall and burly second body was in an extremely messy state. Don't be afraid, we still have the Dragon Balls. As long as we can defeat the other party, we can wish for resurrection. Although the other party is so strong that we can't kill him even if we wish for the Dragon Balls, they are dead. As long as their souls do not dissipate, we can wish for the Dragon Balls to resurrect them and create a body for them. In front of the television, countless people were growling. Their bodies were filled with hot blood, and they could not help but roar loudly. They only felt that they wanted to pour out all of these emotions. This was the final moment that decided their fate. They knew clearly that the final battle of countless parallel worlds had come to an end at this moment. It's useless. We are both level 6, but I have fused the strongest genes of all living beings, including your genes. You cannot defeat me. Slaughter calmly clenched his fists. However, I'm no longer the zombie monarch that destroys and slaughters everything. I'm no longer infectious. After killing you, I'll be reborn. I'm a brand new alien insect race. I'll be called Cell, the master of the insect nest that symbolizes slaughter and destruction. He raised both of his hands up high. A snow-white arc suddenly lit up on his palm, emitting a cold snowy light. Do you see this? This is your frost profound. Cell suddenly waved his hand forward and shouted exaggeratedly, I will use your profound to kill you. The light cannon turned into a light pillar and shot over. Roar! Zack suddenly stretched out both of his hands and took this light wave head-on. His entire body was covered in blood and sweat. His body was burning as it surged towards the endless light. Everyone in the city on the ground could not open their eyes due to this light wave. They closed their eyes in pain. Once is fine. 10 times is fine. Even 10,000 times is fine. I have traveled through countless times and turned the fate of failure into a miracle. Bang! Zack's body surged with light crazily as if it had turned into an ocean of radiation. The miracle is still today. His angry roar turned into a surging radiation wave that infected Zack's entire body. He turned into a snow-white meteor that dismembered his body and melted every cell. He raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot. World! World! He gritted his teeth and blocked with both of his hands. The snow-white light wave that was rushing over slowly stopped as if it had been blocked for a few seconds. World! World! Zack. Xianxia. He raised his head and felt heartbroken. Scenes of the past and future, of himself from different eras, seemed to appear in front of him. Rumble. Rumble. The light wave that was shooting over was too terrifying. His entire body was disintegrating as a strange snow-white light ignited. It was as if Zack, who had failed to cross countless worlds, appeared on his body. Countless fate nodes of the universe gathered on his body. His entire body shattered like a mirror. The energy wave that came from Cell was strangely absorbed by him. Ice radiation, I have finally completely grasped it. This power can no longer hurt me. Zack panted heavily as he bent down and roared. Let me, Xianxia, save this world. Bang! At this moment, his body had completely changed, and a terrifying third form had appeared. He was no longer as ferocious and tall as before. His entire body was tall and slender, and the 2 horns on his head were no longer there. Instead, his bald head was replaced by a glass cap, as if it had the ability to absorb waves. An elegant tail slowly swayed behind him. Handsome, mysterious, elegant, powerful, with an extreme sense of coldness. It was as if the world was frozen. The third transformation broke through to the 7th rank. Cell looked at him in disbelief. No matter how strong he was only at the 6th rank, while the other party had broken through to the 7th rank. What kind of faith is this, to allow him to break through in a true sense and achieve a miracle? At this moment, there was a huge gap between the two of them. Go to hell. The corner of Zack's eyes emitted a cold mist of water and fire. Every pore emitted a snow-white radiation that could freeze everything. It turned into a light wave and shot out from his hands. Bang! Cell was wrapped in energy and disappeared into the boundless light. Did we win? We killed him. Our world is saved. That's great. We won. Countless people in front of the TV were so excited that their faces turned red. However, a hoarse voice came from the boundless light. Only you are allowed to create miracles, but I am not allowed to create miracles? A figure appeared again. He was tall and handsome with dark green wings. I have the desire to live too, not any less than you. Cell clenched his fist. You should know that I have the same 2 transformations as you. This is stealing the genes of you frost demons. I didn't expect that I, Cell, could also achieve the 3rd transformation. He had also broken through to the 7th rank at the moment of death. He looked at his brand new 3rd complete form and looked at Zack, who was opposite him. Both of them started a fierce battle again. The sky was torn apart by countless energy waves. In the same realm, you still can't beat me. You and this world perish together. Cell was high up in the sky. A huge energy light wave appeared in his hand and was about to hit the ground. This attack contains all of my strength. I will destroy you and the entire planet. This light ball kept expanding in the sky. It was too terrifying and made Zack feel despair. I can't beat him. The injuries in front are too serious. I can't win. This powerless thought appeared in Zack's mind. It was as if the black ocean of the night was about to drown him. I can't avoid it. I have to face the wave. Otherwise, there will be countless surface cities behind me. He looked at the terrifying energy ball and was completely in despair. How many times has it been like this? Will I be able to go back this time? He had a vague premonition that this was the last time. The god of fate's gift would not favor him forever. He was about to completely end. His heart was filled with guilt. The scenes of the past flashed past like a horse lantern. Those parallel universes that only he remembered flashed past. Clang clang clang. Shinkansen. A familiar dormitory. A familiar assembly line factory. You guys are still alive. Eh? What are you doing? Don't tell me you like men? The scene changed. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, an old man stood in the Doomsday City. His voice was silent and solemn. It was as if he was fighting for the entire world, fighting for the last bit of dignity. I dream that one day, our world will survive the Doomsday, defeat those terrifying viruses, survive this Doomsday prophecy. We will live equally and happily until 212 years later in the future. The scene changed. A mysterious great true God looked down on all living beings and stared at him. You should know that all the miracles that come from fate have a price tag behind them. I know. He laughed, revealing a bright smile as he raised his arm high. The so-called miracle has already been marked with a price tag behind it. I will give you the price you want. The entire world, please share some of your anger with me. Every living being in the world silently raised their hands. Cities, towns, every race, every skin color. Their palms silently emitted chi, turning into gentle rays of light that flew into the air, slowly condensing into a large ball of light. Every living being collapsed to the ground from losing their chi, quickly losing their lives. Silence. Silence. Everything was silent. This scene was similar to the white dwarfs from before. 80,000 people silently took the serum and virus. A total of 100 executioners slowly raised their blades. All of them were in a bloodthirsty silence. Chi gathered into an endless amount of light. It slowly condensed in the air, turning into a large ball of light. This is the price tag. This ball of light is infused with the miraculous future with their lives. Zack raised his head and looked at the vast snow-white ball of light that had condensed in the air above his hands. The endless white arcs of electricity on it were filled with the future, hope, and dreams. The faces of men, women, and children of all races slowly floated up and down. He seemed to see the future in this snow-white ball of electricity. The valley rose, the mountains descended. The children of the 3 races sat on the boulders, chatting about their dreams of the future. Get the hell out of this planet. Boom 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 boom. The 2 balls of light collided fiercely, and the whole world turned into daylight, completely submerged. Ting, both sides broke through the heavenly emperor level and began to fight in the sky. Cell was defeated and sent flying into the distant space. No one knows if he's dead or alive. The entire planet became a mess. In Suji's eyes, the 2 balls of light collided and turned into 2 blazing solar fireballs. It was like a miracle from ancient mythology, piercing through the clouds and burning the entire sky of the planet. Cell was sent flying into the distant vacuum of the universe, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ding, an anomaly has occurred. This world line has crossed into the middle stage of civilization. The deduction for the final stage of civilization has been completed in advance. Do you want to save? Save, let's call it, Suji sighed. The Great Era Calamity, the price of a miracle. He and Carolyn stood in the void, like two ancient white porcelain gods, overlooking the earth-shattering battle of fate on this planet. This scene was like a heroic epic movie. The entire world was surging with a river of grief and indignation. The entire land was swept up by endless raging gales. A huge ball of air currents rapidly gathered, and the wind and clouds surged, sweeping everything away. The entire planet was destroyed and ushered in the most heroic hymn. Millions of people gave up their lives and turned into chi. They flew into the sky and gathered into a destructive essence chi bomb to defeat the other party. Rumble, Zack, who was high up, lost consciousness and quickly fell to the ground. Countless people in front of their televisions were cheering. They laughed, and suddenly, tears streamed down their faces as they prostrated on the ground. Young men and women of the younger generation knelt in front of the unconscious bodies of their parents and grandparents. Almost everyone who had lived to middle age had silently chosen to give up their ki, ending their own era, and leaving hope for the future of the younger generation. On the ground, a faintly discernible song drifted in the sky. Young women and young men were sobbing silently. The great god of fate, it is always written with the unknown, it is always filled with inconceivable surprises and interest. The seedlings on the cliff will break through the rocks, the birds with broken wings will fly into the sky, the lowly slaves will obtain freedom. Everything is a miracle, and everything is not a miracle. In the sky. Suji's body suddenly trembled as he looked down at the entire era below. Everything had been destroyed, and it was starting anew. The giant wheel of fate was still rolling over. Carolyn's eyes flickered for a few seconds before she sighed with emotion. If not for the convergence of worlds, which allowed them to see the tragedies of their fates, they might not have been so hot-blooded. Millions of people were willing to commit suicide for the sake of a brand new, warm dawn. As the grand unification virus, it can calculate all things. There's no reason for it to lose such a sure-win situation, but it missed out on the hearts of the people. They actually committed suicide in an instant. Such a lack of hesitation is a kind of miracle. Perhaps miracles are what can create miracles themselves. Those who create miracles are themselves some kind of miracle? Suji silently mulled over this sentence. There was no doubt that the usage of gas and radiation had become a mature system. Normally, qi circulated in the body as energy, symbolizing the aura of life. When attacking, the qi would be converted into radiation waves and blasted out. He could already foresee the future of this world. It would be a universe where light waves collided. After all, radiation and gas were the mainstream. Moreover, the last move was very interesting. It gathered the qi of the entire world. A look of curiosity appeared on Carolyn's face as she sighed with emotion. I never imagined that there would be such a way of using ki. Zack's way of thinking isn't simple. Carolyn also somewhat approved of it. After all, Zack had more or less solved the grand unification virus. Although it wasn't an irreversible virus situation like the Ashuttal people, it was still something to be proud of. Indeed, Zack isn't simple. Suji didn't refute it. Those who had dreams had the ability and perseverance. Back then, he had casually mentioned the frost demon, Frisia. Zack had led the weak white dwarfs in that direction and even called himself Frisia, which showed his beliefs. The name Frisia, the frost demon race, is a coincidence. It can also be considered a kind of miracle. Suji thought about it. This was originally a casual move on his part. But even if he called himself this name, it wasn't anything important. It was just a name, and this world was completely different. The initial civilization deduction and foundational cultivation system of the stone planet's sand table ended here. As for the apocalypse in the next 12 years, Zack had broken through to the 7th order and could become a frost demon, achieving Frisia's 3 transformations. This meant that he could fly into the atmosphere like Cybertron and have the ability to shatter meteorites in space in advance. After all, the vacuum world was different from the previous world's sand table. Seventh-order celestial emperors could leave gravity and begin to wander because they didn't need oxygen to survive like other celestial emperors. It's just that this planet has become a bit messy. Carolyn rested her chin on her hand. She looked at the people in the ruins. They began to lick their wounds and collect the souls of several top martial artists who had died. They made wishes to the Dragon Balls to resurrect them and create another body. But obviously, some of the broken souls couldn't be resurrected. Moreover, the Dragon Balls could only be made after a certain period of time. They needed to accumulate wish power, and during this period of time, they would turn into ordinary stone balls. Therefore, there were actually very few people resurrected this time, only a few top martial artists like number 18. Moreover, more than a third of the huge population died in the collection of Ki this time. The rest are basically the children of the younger generation and some timid ones. Carolyn couldn't help but show some disdain when she said this. But the deduction is indeed coming to an end. After all, it's not a real demon core. After breaking through to the Celestial Emperor, it's very difficult for my calculation power to continue. If it's the demon core system, the three-pillar gods can even calculate the god realm, but flesh and blood life. Speaking up to this point, she shook her head. In the future, the Celestial Emperor can only be left to develop. This time, the civilization deduction of the sand table had indeed ended here. The gains were also unprecedented. In just 200 years, a system had evolved from nothing to something so mature, and it had even broken through to the Celestial Emperor level. It seemed that this was just the beginning. As for the bed itself, it was secondary. It was just for entertainment. So, is there anything else we need to do before we leave? Carolyn thought for a moment and directly asked if there was anything else to add. Let's go down and take a look. We'll communicate with them again and finish what we started. Suji looked at the people in this era of planetary disaster. Carolyn was no exception. After all, this was the style of the ancient gods in the past. Then what should we communicate? She asked. Let them not slack off. There's a second crisis coming, and the crisis is no longer created by you and me, but from themselves. Suji said. Themselves? Carolyn was curious. Suji said, yes, they will have a crisis in the future, but it's good to have a crisis. Only then can the civilization flourish. First of all, the three races seem to be united, but in the future, it may not be completely united. What about their descendants? What about generations? Where there are people, there will be war. This is the first crisis. The second crisis is Cell, who is seriously injured and sleeping in the vacuum, but may return in the future. The third crisis is... Suji lowered his head and looked at the Dragon Balls that had made wishes. Carolyn had thought of the other two crises, but the Dragon Balls? Carolyn was shocked. She frowned and looked at the Dragon Balls. In an instant, she also guessed the flaw of the belief system. If the power of good wishes gathered, then the power of evil wishes would naturally gather as well. This was a flaw that the three realms couldn't change even after so many years of development. It couldn't be easily solved here. Yes, the Dragon Balls, this time was too tragic. Many people have preserved their souls. In the future, many people will frantically collect Dragon Balls to make wishes in order to revive their loved ones. That will be a brand new era. She frowned slightly. But the Dragon Balls will definitely be fought over, because the preserved souls can't be kept for too long and will dissipate. Even if there's the rice cooker made by the Red Satin Army that can seal and preserve the souls, so they will definitely fight over it. And the next era will definitely be the golden age of the martial Tao with the Dragon Balls. Fighting over the 7 Dragon Balls will be like a storm. But after making wishes for too long, they will also be filled with the desire to revive their loved ones. They will definitely gather the black Dragon Balls with the power of evil wishes? She sighed in admiration. So that's how it is. The next historical node and fate, the next world crisis, is this also within your calculations? The days passed quickly. Zack gradually woke up and regained his strength. The people of the entire land began to secretly lick their wounds. December 12th, planet Stonezack flew into the sky. The entire meteorite quietly exploded in space. Nothing happened, and the day passed peacefully. The note of fate, has it already been changed? At this moment, everyone opened their mouths, feeling speechless. They carefully reviewed the history of the entire planet. It was too strange. A transmigrator changed the past several times, changing the doomsday era, and then a true era of peace appeared, and they were living in this blissful world line. But did the doomsday era of the parallel universe really exist? Many people had this kind of question. But it was clear that the God of creation, the creator of the universe, the creator of the entire race, had already seeped into their hearts. I always feel that fate is somewhat mysterious. Now that so many years have passed, it's still inconceivable. The entire race, the God of creation, that mysterious omnipotent God, is he still observing our planet? Perhaps. The vast universe is vast and boundless. It has infinite possibilities and miracles, and we are just one of them. According to analysis, he is the ultimate existence of the world. He is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. He stands at the beginning and end of each world line, possessing the ultimate trait of creating everything. The terrifying disaster was averted, but the land was still full of wounds. Although there was no zombie era, and 99% of the population was infected, Cell's time still brought about a terrifying extinction disaster. However, on a day not long after the meteorite exploded, in this era of destruction, people saw a mysterious five-colored aurora covering the distant frozen ocean. Two ancient white porcelain gods slowly walked over, and finally appeared in a frozen city in the Arctic Ocean. Walking on the bluestone streets, they observed the culture and architectural style of the surrounding races. Countless people turned their heads to look, and they were extremely shocked. White skin, black seaweed draped over their heads, that's a god? Why are there two of them? The two are exactly the same, the only difference is the length of their hair. Did the God of creation descend to our planet to bring some kind of oracle? Everyone was shocked, and they didn't dare to approach. The omnipotent God of creation had descended. Everyone thought that he was the only God, but they didn't expect there to be two omnipotent gods. End of chapter 578. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.